Because that which one, here, the Renaissance artist, wills to express is in him a priori. Of the stock of dead forms that he had in front of him, he really saw only the few that he wanted to see, and saw them as he wanted them, namely, in line with his own intention and not with the intention of the original creator, for no living art ever seriously considers that. Try to follow, element by element, the influence of Egyptian plastic upon early Greek, and you will find in the end that there is none at all, but that the Greek will to form took out of the older art stock some few characteristics that it would in any case have discovered in some shape for itself. All round the classical landscape there were working, or had worked, Egyptians, Cretans, Babylonians, Assyrians, Hittites, Persians, and Phoenicians, and the works of these peoples, their buildings, ornaments, artworks, cults, state forms, scripts, and sciences were known to the Greeks in profusion. But how much out of all this mass did the classical soul extract as its own means of expression? I repeat, it is only the relations that are accepted that we observe. But what of those that were not accepted? Why, for example, do we fail to find in the former category the pyramid, pylon, and obelisk of Egypt, or hieroglyphic, or cuneiform? What of the stock of Byzantium and of the Moorish East was not accepted by Gothic art and thought in Spain and Sicily? It is impossible to overpraise the wisdom, quite unconscious, that governed the choice and the unhesitating transvaluation of what was chosen. Every relation that was accepted was not only an exception, but also a misunderstanding, and the inner force of a being is never so clearly evidenced as it is in this art of deliberate misunderstanding. The more enthusiastically we laud the principles of an alien thought, the more fundamentally in truth we have denatured it. Only consider the praises addressed by the West to Plato. From Bernard of Chartres and Marsilius Ficinus to Goethe and Schelling. And the more humble our acceptance of an alien religion, the more certain it is that that religion has already assumed the form of the new soul. Truly, someone ought to have written the history of the three Aristotles, Greek, Arabian, and Gothic, who had not one concept or thought in common. Or the history of the transformation of Magian Christianity into Faustian. We are told in sermon and book that this religion extended from the old church into and over the western field without change of essence. Actually, Magian man evolved out of the deepest depths of his dualistic world consciousness a language of his own religious awareness that we call the Christian religion. So much of this experience as was communicable words, formulas, rites was accepted by the man of the late classical civilization as a means of expression for his religious need, then it passed from man to man, even to the Germans of the Western pre-culture, in words always the same and in sense always altering. Men would never have dared to improve upon the original meanings of the holy words. It was simply that they did not know these meanings. If this be doubted, let the doubter study the idea of grace, as it appears under the dualistic interpretation of Augustine affecting a substance in man, and under the dynamic interpretation of Calvin, affecting a will in man. Or that Magian idea, which we can hardly grasp at all, of the consensus, Arabic ijma, too, wherein, as a consequence of the presence in each man of a pneuma emanating from the divine pneuma, the unanimous opinion of the elect is held to be immediate divine truth. It was this that gave the decisions of the early church councils their authoritative character, and it underlies the scientific methods that rule in the world of Islam to this day. And it was because Western men did not understand this that the church councils of later Gothic times amounted, for him, to nothing more than a kind of parliament for limiting the spiritual mobility of the papacy. This idea of what a council meant prevailed even in the 15th century. Think of Constance and Basil, Savonarola and Luther, and in the end it disappeared, as futile and meaningless, before the conception of papal infallibility. Or, again, the idea, universal in the early Arabian world, of the resurrection of the flesh, which again presupposed that of divine and human pneuma. Classical man assumed that the soul, as the form and meaning of the body, was somehow co-created herewith, and Greek thought scarcely mentions it. Silence on a matter of such gravity may be due to one or the other of two reasons: the ideas not being there at all, or being so self-evident as not to emerge into consciousness as a problem. With Arabian man it was the latter. But just as self-evident for him was the notion that his pneuma was an emanation from God that had taken up residence in his body. Necessarily, therefore, there had to be something from which the human soul should rise again on the day of judgment, and hence resurrection was thought of as he kappa nu epsilon kappa nu, out of the corpses. This, in its deeper meaning, is utterly incomprehensible for the West. The words of Holy Scripture were not indeed doubted, but unconsciously another meaning was substituted by the finer minds amongst Catholics. This other meaning, unmistakable already in Luther and today quite general, is the conception of immortality as the continued existence to all eternity of the soul as a center of force. Were Paul or Augustine to become acquainted with our ideas of Christianity, they would reject all our dogmas, all our books, and all our concepts as utterly erroneous and heretical. As the strongest example of a system that to all appearance has traveled unaltered through 2 millennia, and yet actually has passed through 3 whole courses of evolution in 3 cultures, with completely different meanings in each, we may take Roman law. 2. Law, in the classical world, is law made by citizens for citizens and presupposes that the state form is that of the polis. It was this basic form of public life that led and self-evidently to the notion of the person as identical with the man who, added to others like him, made up the body, sigma mu alpha, 3 of the state. From this formal fact of classical world feeling grew up the whole structure of classical law. Persona then is a specifically classical notion, possessing meaning and valency only in the classical culture. The individual person is a body which belongs to the stock of the polis. It is with reference to him that the law of the polis is ordered, downwards into the law of things with, as a marginal case, the slave who was body, but not person, and upward into the law of gods with, as a marginal case, the hero who from being person had attained godhead and the legal right to a cult, like Lysander and Alexander in the Greek cities and Divus Julius and his successors in Rome. This tendency, becoming more and more definite in the development of classical jurisprudence, explains also the notion of capitistim notio media, which is so alien to our Western ideas, for we can imagine a person, in our sense of the word, as deprived of certain rights and even of all rights, but the classical man under this punishment ceased to be a person although living on as a body. And the specifically classical idea of the thing, res, is only intelligible in contrast to and as the object of persona. As classical religion was state religion through and through, there is no distinction made as to the fount of law. Real law and divine law were made, like personal law, by the citizen, and the relations of things and of gods to persons were precise and definite. Now, it was a fact of decisive significance for the classical jurisprudence that it was always the product of immediate public experience and, moreover, not the professional experience of the jurists, but the practical everyday experience of men who counted in political and economic life generally. The man who followed the public career in Rome had necessarily to be jurist, general, administrator, and financial manager. When he gave judgment as praetor, he had behind him a wide experience of many fields other than law. A judicial class, professionally, let alone theoretically, specialized in law as its sole activity, was entirely unknown to the classical. The whole outlook of the later jurisprudence was determined by this fact. The Romans were here neither systematists nor historians nor theorists, but just splendidly practical. Their jurisprudence is an empirical science of individual cases, a refined technique, and not in the least a structure of abstractions. Point 4. It would give an incorrect idea to oppose Greek and Roman law to one another as quantities of the same order. Roman law in its whole development is an individual city law, one amongst hundreds of such, and Greek law as a unity never existed at all. Although Greek-speaking cities very often had similar laws, this did not alter the fact that the law of each was its own and no others. Never did the idea of a general Doric, still less a general Hellenic, legislation arise. Such notions were wholly alien to classical thought. The Jew civil applied only to quirites, foreigners, slaves, and the whole world outside the city. 5 simply did not count in the eyes of the law, whereas even the Sachsen-Spiegel 6 evidences already our own deep-felt idea that there can only really be one law. Until far into imperial times the strict distinction was maintained between the jus civile of citizens and the jus gentium for other people who came within the cognizance of Rome's jurisdiction as sojourners. 7. It need hardly be added that this law of nations has no sort of resemblance to that which we call by the same name. It was only because Rome as a unit city attained as under other conditions Alexandria might have attained to imperium over the classical world that Roman law became preeminent, not because of its intrinsic superiority, but firstly through Rome's political success and afterwards because of Rome's monopoly of practical experience on the large scale. The formation of a general classical jurisprudence of Hellenistic caste, if we are entitled to call by that name an affinity of spirit in a large number of separate legal systems, falls in a period when Rome was still politically a third-rate power. And when Roman law began to assume bigger forms, this was only one aspect of the fact that Roman intellect had subjugated Hellenism. The work of forming later classical law passed from Hellenism to Rome, i.e., from a sum of city-states, which one and all had been impressively made aware of their individual impotence, to one single city whose whole activity was in the end devoted to the upholding and exploitation of an effective primacy. Thus it came about that Hellenism never formed a jurisprudence in the Greek tongue. When the classical world entered upon a stage in which it was ripe for this science, the latest of all, there was but one law-giving city that counted in the matter. In reality, insufficient regard has been paid to the fact that Greek and Roman law are not parallel in time but successive. Roman law is the younger and presupposes the long experience of the elder. 8. It was built up, in fact, late and, with this exemplar before it, very swiftly. It is not without significance that the flowering time of the Stoic philosophy, which deeply affected juridical ideas, followed that of Greek, but preceded that of Roman, law. 3. This jurisprudence, however, was built up by the mind of an intensely ahistorical species of man. Classical law, consequently, is law of the day and even the moment. It was in its very idea occasional legislation for particular cases, and when the case was settled, it ceased to be law. To extend its validity over subsequent cases would have been in contradiction to the classical sense of the present. The Roman praetor, at the beginning of his year of office, issued an edict in which he set forth the rules that he intended to follow, but his successor next year was in no wise bound to them. And even this limitation of a year on the validity of the rules did not mean that this was actually the duration of the rules. On the contrary, particularly after the Lex Ebutia, the praetor formulated in each individual case the concrete rule of law for the judges 9 to whom he remitted the matter for judgment, which had to be according to this rule and no other. That is, the praetor produced, and indeed generated, a present law without duration. 10. Similar in appearance, but so profoundly different in meaning as to leave no doubt as to the great gap which is set between classical and Western law, is that inspired and truly Germanic notion of English jurisprudence, the creative power of the judge who declares the law. His business is to apply a law which in principle possesses eternal validity. Even the application of the existing body of laws he can regulate, according to the situations disclosed in the course of the case, by means of his rules, which have nothing in common with the praetor's. And if he should conclude in the presence of a particular set of facts that current law is defective in respect of these, he can fill the gap at once, and thus in the very middle of a trial create new law, which, if concurred in by the judicial body in the due forms, becomes thereafter part and parcel of the permanent stock of law. This is what makes it so completely unclassical. In the old jurisprudence, the gradual formation of a stock of rules was due purely to the fact that public life followed a substantially homogeneous course throughout a particular period, and produced again and again the same situations to be dealt with, rules not deliberately invested with validity for the future, but more or less recreated again and again as empirical rulings ad hoc. The sum of these rulings, not a system, but a collection, came to constitute the law as we find it in the later legislation by praetor's edict, each successive praetor having found it practically convenient to take over substantial portions of his predecessor's work. Experience, then, means for the ancient lawgiver something different from what it means to us. It means, not the comprehensive outlook over a consistent mass of law that contains implicitly every possible case, associated with practical skill in applying it, but the experimental knowledge that certain jural situations are forever recurring, so that one can save oneself the trouble of forming new law on every occasion. The genuine classical form for the slow accretion of legal material is an almost automatic summation of individual mu-omicron legs, edicta, as we find it in the heyday of the Roman praetor. All the so-called legislations of Solon, Charondas, and the 12 Tables are nothing but occasional collections of such edicts as had been found to be useful. The Law of Gordon 11, which is more or less contemporary with the 12, is a supplement to some older collection. A newly founded city would promptly provide itself with such a collection, and in the process a certain amount of dilettantism would slip in, cf. the lawmakers satirized by Aristophanes in the Birds. But there is never system in them, still less any intention of establishing enduring law thereby. In the West it is conspicuously the other way about. The tendency is from the first to bring the entire living body of law into a general code, ordered forever and exhaustively complete, containing in advance the decision of every conceivable future problem. Point 12 All Western law bears the stamp of the future, all classical the stamp of the moment. 4. But this, it may be said, is contradicted by the fact that there actually were classical law works compiled by professional jurists for permanent use. Undoubtedly so. But we must remember that we are completely ignorant of early classical law, 1100 to 700, and it is pretty certain that the customary law of the countryside and the nascent town was never noted down as that of the Gothic age was set forth in the Sachsenspiegel or that of the early Arabian in the Syrian law book. 13 The earliest stratification that we can now detect consists of the collections, from 700 BC, ascribed to mythical or semi-mythical personages like Lycurgus, Zaleucus, Charondas, and Draken. 14 And certain Roman kings. 15 That these existed the form of the saga shows, but of their real authors, the actual process of their codification, and their original contents even the Greeks of the Persian War period were ignorant. A second stratification, corresponding to Justinian's code and to the reception of Roman law in Germany, is connected with the names of Solon, 600, Pittacus, 550, and others. Here the laws have already attained to a structure and are inspired by the city. They are described as politeia, nomoi, in contrast to Old Thesmai and Retre 16 in reality. Therefore, we only know the history of late classical law. Now, why these sudden codifications? A mere look at these names shows that at bottom they were not processes of putting down the results of pure experience, but decisions of political power problems. It is a grave error to suppose that a law that surveys all things evenly and without being influenced by political and economic interests can exist at all. Such a state of things can be pictured, and is always being pictured, by those who suppose that the imagining of political possibilities is a political activity. But nothing alters the fact that such a law, born of abstractions, does not exist in real history. Always the law contains in abstract form the world picture of its author, and every historical world picture contains a political economic tendency dependent, not upon what this man or that thinks, but upon what is practically intended by the class which in fact commands the power and, with it, the legislation. Every law is established by a class in the name of the generality. Anatole France once said that our law in majestic equality forbids the rich no less than the poor to steal bread and to beg in the street. 17 A one-sided justice, no doubt. But equally the other side will always try to win sole authority for laws derived from its outlook upon life. These legislative codes are one and all political acts, and party political acts at that. In the case of Solon, a democratic constitution, pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon alpha, combined with private laws, nu omicron mu omicron, of the same stamp. In that of Draken and the Decemvirs 18, an oligarchic constitution fortified by private law. It was left to Western historians, accustomed to their own durable law, to undervalue the importance of this connection. Classical man was under no misapprehension as to what really happened in these cases. The product of the Decemvirs was in Rome the last code of purely patrician character. Tacitus calls it the end of right law, Finis Aqui Juris Annals, 3, 27. 4. Just as the fall of the Decemvirs was followed very significantly by the rise of another 10, the tribunes, so immediately the Jews of the 12 Tables and the constitution on which it was founded began to be attacked by the undermining process of the lex rogata, people's law, which set itself with Roman constancy to do what Solon had achieved in one act in the case of Dracon's work, the pi alpha tau rho omicron pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon alpha, which was the law ideal of the Attic oligarchy. Thenceforward Dracon and Solon were the slogans in the long battle between oligarchy and demos, which in Rome meant senate and tribunate. The Spartan constitution associated with the name Lycurgus not only stood for the ideal of Dracon and the 12 Tables, but concreted it. We can see, parallel with the closely related course of events in Rome, the tendency of the two Spartan kings to evolve from the condition of Tarquinian tyrants to that of tribunes of the Gracchan kind, the fall of the last Tarquins or the institution of the Decemvirs, a coup d'état of one kind or another against the tribunician tendency. 19 corresponds more or less to the fall of Cleomenes, 488, and of Pausanias, 470, and the revolution of Agis 3 and Cleomenes 3, about 240, aligns itself with the political activity of C. Flaminius, which began only a few years later. But never in Sparta were the kings able to achieve any thoroughgoing success over the senatorial element represented by the ephors. In the period of these struggles, Rome had become a megalopolis of the late classical type. The rustic instincts were more and more pushed back by the intelligence of the city. 20 Consequently, from about 350 we find side by side with the lex rogata of the people the lex data, the administrative law, of the praetor. With this the 12 Tables idea drops out of the contest, and it is the praetor's edict that becomes the football of the party battle. It did not take long for the praetor to become the center of both legislation and judicial practice. And presently, corresponding to the political extension of the city's power, the jurisdiction of the praetor and the field of his jus civil, the law of the citizens, begin to diminish in significance, and the peregrine praetor with his jus gentium, the law of the alien, steps into the foreground. And when finally the whole population of the classical world, save the small part possessing Roman citizenship, was comprised in the field of this alien law, the jus peregrinum of the city of Rome became practically an imperial law. All other cities and even alpine tribes and migrant Bedouin clans were civitates from the administrative point of view, retained their local laws only as supplements, not alternatives, to the peregrine law of Rome. It marked the close of classical lawmaking, therefore, when Hadrian, about AD 130, introduced the Edictum Perpetuum, which gave final form to the well-established corpus of the annual pronouncements of the praetors and forbade further modifications thereof. It was still, as before, the praetor's duty to publish the law of his year, but, even though this law had no greater degree of validity than corresponded to his administrative powers and was not the law of the empire, he was obliged thenceforth to stick to the established text. 21 It is the very symbol of the petrified late civilization. 22 With the Hellenistic age began jurisprudence, the science of law, the systematic comprehension of the law which men actually apply. Since legal thought presupposes a substance of political and economic relations, in the same way as mathematical thought presupposes physical and technical elements of knowledge. 23 Rome very soon became the home of classical jurisprudence. Similarly, in the Mexican world it was the conquering Aztecs whose academies, example Texcoco, made law the chief subject of study. Classical jurisprudence was the Roman science, and his only one. At the very moment when the creative mathematic closes off with Archimedes, juristic literature begins with Aelius's Tripartita, a commentary on the 198 BC. 24 The first systematic private law was written by M. Savola about 100. The genuine maturity of classical law is in the 2 centuries 200 to 0, although we today, with quaint perversity, apply the time to a period which was really that of early Arabian law. And from the relics of these two literatures we can measure the greatness of the gap that separates the thought of two cultures. The Romans treat only of cases and their classification, they never analyze a basic idea such as, for instance, judicial error. They distinguish carefully the sorts of contracts, but they have no conception of contract as an idea, or of any theories as to invalidity or unsoundness. Taking everything into account, says Lenel 25, it is clear that the Romans cannot possibly be regarded as exemplars of scientific method. The last phase is that of the schools of the Sabiniani and Proculiani, Augustus to about 160 AD. They are scientific schools like the philosophical schools in Athens, and in them, possibly, the expiring stages of the conflict between the senatorial and the tribunician, Caesarian, conceptions of law were fought, for amongst the best of the Sabiniani were two descendants of Caesar's slayers, and one of the Proculiani was picked upon by Trajan as his potential successor. While the method was to all intents and purposes settled and concluded, the practical fusion of the citizen's statute law, jus civil, and the praetor's edict, jus honorarium, was carried out here. The last landmark of classical jurisprudence, so far as we know, was the Institutes of Gaius, about 161. Classical law is a law of bodies. In the general stock composing the world it distinguishes bodily persons and bodily things and, like a sort of Euclidean mathematic of public life, establishes ratios between them. The affinity between mathematical and legal thought is very close. The intention, in both, is to take the prima facie data, to separate out the sensuous incidental, and to find the intellectually basic principle, the pure form of the object, the pure type of the situation, the pure connexity of cause and effect. Life, in the classical, presents itself to the critical waking consciousness of the classical man in a form penetrated with Euclidean character, and the image that is generated in the legal mind is one of bodies, of positional relations between bodies, and of reciprocal effects of bodies by contact and reaction, just as with Democritus's atoms. It is juristic statics. Point 26. V. The first creation of Arabian law was the concept of the incorporeal person. Here is an element entirely absent in classical law 27 and appearing quite suddenly in the classical jurists, who were all Aramaeans, which cannot be estimated at its full value, or in its symbolic importance as an index of the New World feeling, unless we realize the full extent of the field that this Arabian law covered. The new landscape embraces Syria and northern Mesopotamia, southern Arabia, and Byzantium. In all these regions a new law was coming into being, an oral or written customary law of the same early type as that met with in the Sach-Sen-Pegel. Wonderfully, the law of individual cities, which is so self-evident on classical ground, is here silently transmuted into a law of creed communities. It is Magian, magic, through and through. Always one pneuma, one like spirit, one identical knowledge and comprehension of whole and soul truth, welds the believers of the same religion into a unit of will and action, into one juristic person. A juristic person is thus a collective entity which has intentions, resolutions, and responsibilities as an entity. In Christianity we see the idea already actual and effective in the primitive community at Jerusalem 28, and presently it soars to the conception of a triune Godhead of three persons. Point 29. Before Constantine, even, the late classical law of imperial decrees, constitutions, placida, though the Roman form of city law was strictly kept, was genuinely a law for the believers of the syncretic church, 30, that mass of cults perfused by one single religiousness. In Rome itself, it is true, law was conceived of by a large part of the population as city-state law, but this feeling became weaker and weaker with every step towards the east. The fusion of the faithful into a single jural community was effected in express form by the emperor cult, which was religious law through and through. In relation to this law, Jews and Christians 31 were infidels who ensconced themselves with their own laws in another field of law. When in 212 the Aramean Caracalla, by the Constitutio Antoniana, gave Roman citizenship to all inhabitants except Didyticii peregrines 32, the form of his act was purely classical, and no doubt there were plenty of people who understood it in the classical spirit, i.e., as literally an incorporation of the citizens of every other city in the city of Rome. But the emperor himself conceived it quite otherwise. It made everyone subject to the ruler of the faithful, the head of the cult religion venerated as Divus. With Constantine came the great change. he turned imperial caliph law onto the creed community of Christianity in lieu of that of syncretism, and thereby constituted the Christian nation. The labels devout and unbeliever changed places. From Constantine onwards the quiet transformation of Roman law into Orthodox Christian law proceeded more and more decisively, and it was as such that converted Asiatics and Germans received and adopted it. Thus a perfectly new law came into being in old forms. According to the old marriage law it was impossible for a Roman burgher to marry the daughter of, say, a Capuan burgher if legal community, connubium, was not in force between the two cities. 33 But now the question was whether a Christian or a Jew, irrespective of whether he was Roman, Syrian, or Moor, could legally marry an infidel. For in the Magian law world there was no connubium between those of different faiths. There was not the slightest difficulty about an Irishman in Constantinople marrying a negress if both were Christians, but how could a Monophysite Christian marry a Nestorian maiden who was his neighbor in their Syrian village? Racially they were probably indistinguishable, but they belonged to legally different nations. This Arabian concept of nationality is a new and wholly decisive fact. The frontiers between home and abroad lay in the Apollinian world between every two towns, and in the Magian between every two creed communities. What the enemy, the peregrine, was to the Roman, the pagan was to the Christian, the Amhires to the Jew. What the acquisition of Roman citizenship meant for the Gaul or the Greek in Caesar's time, Christian baptism meant for him now entry into the leading nation of the leading culture. 34 The Persians of the Sassanid period no longer conceived of themselves, as their predecessors of Achaemenid times had done, as a unit by virtue of origin and speech, but as a unit of Mazdaist believers, vis-a-vis unbelievers, irrespective of the fact that the latter might be of pure Persian origin, as indeed the bulk of the Nestorians were. So also with the Jews, and later the Mandaeans and Manichaeans, and later again the Monophysite and the Nestorian Christians. Each body felt itself a nation, a legal community, a juristic person in a new sense. Thus there arises a group of early Arabian laws, differentiated according to religions as decisively as classical laws are differentiated according to cities. In the realm of the Sassanid schools arose for teaching the Zoroastrian law proper to them, the Jews, who formed an exceedingly large portion of the population from Armenia to Sahara, created their proper law in the Talmud, which was completed and closed some few years before the Corpus Juris. Each one of these churches had its peculiar jurisdiction, independent of the geographical frontiers of the moment as in the East today, and the judge representing the ground lord judged only cases between parties of different faiths. The self-jurisdiction of the Jews within the empire had never been contested by anyone, but the Nestorians and the Monophysites also began, very soon after their separation, to create and to apply laws of their own, and thus by a negative process, i.e., by the gradual withdrawal of all heterodox communities, Roman imperial law came to be the law of the Christians who confessed the same creed as the emperor. Hence the importance of the Roman Syrian law book, which has been preserved in several languages. It was probably 35 pre-Constantinian and written in the chancery of the Patriarch of Antioch. It is quite unmistakably early Arabian law in late classical form, and, as its many translations indicate, it owed its currency to the opposition to the Orthodox Imperial Church. It was without doubt the basis of Monophysite law, and it reigned till the coming of Islam over a field far larger than that of the Corpus Juris. The question arises, what in such a tapestry of laws could have been the real practical value of the part of them which was written in Latin? The law historians, with all the one-sidedness of the expert, have hitherto looked at this part alone and therefore have not yet realized that there is a problem here at all. Their texts were law unqualified, the law that descended from Rome to us, and they were concerned only to investigate the history of these texts and not their real significance in the lives of the Eastern peoples. What in reality we have here is the highly civilized law of an aged culture forced upon the springtime of a young one. 36 It came over as learned literature, and in the train of political developments which were quite other than they would have been had Alexander or Caesar lived longer or had Antony won at Actium. We must look at early Arabian law from the standpoint of Ctesiphon and not from that of Rome. The law of the distant West had long before reached inward fulfillment. Could it be here more than a mere literature? What part did it play, if any, in the active law study, lawmaking, and law practice of this landscape? And, indeed, we must further ask how much of Roman, or for that matter of classical generally, is contained in this literature itself. 37. The history of this Latin written law belongs after 160 to the Arabian East, and it says a great deal that it can be traced in exactly parallel courses into the history of Jewish, Christian, and Persian literature. 38. The classical jurists, 160 to 220, Papinian, Ulpian, and Paul, were Aramaeans, and Ulpian described himself with pride as a Phoenician from Tyre. They came, therefore, from the same population as the Tannaim, who perfected the Mishnah shortly after 200, and most of the Christian apologists, Tertullian 160 to 223. Contemporary with them is the fixation of canon and text for the New Testament by Christian, for the Hebrew Old Testament by Jewish 39, and for the Avesta by Persian scholars. It is the high scholasticism of the Arabian springtime. The digests and commentaries of these jurists stand towards the petrified legal store of the classical in exactly the same relation as the Mishnah to the Torah of Moses, and as, much later, the Hadith to the Quran. They are halak hath 40, a new customary law grasped in the forms of an authoritative and traditional law material. The casuistic method is everywhere the same. The Babylonian Jews possessed a well-developed civil law which was taught in the academies of Sura and Pumbeditha. Everywhere a class of lawmen formed itself, the prudence of the Christians, the rabbis of the Jews, later the ulamas, in Parian, mullahs, of the Islamic nation who enunciated opinions, responsa, Arabic, fetwa. If the ulama was acknowledged by the state, he was called mufti, Byzantine, ex auctoritate principii. Everywhere the forms are exactly the same. About 200 the apologists pass into the fathers proper, the Tannaim into the Amoraim, the great casuists of juridical law, Jews, into the exegetes and codifiers of constitutional law, lex. The constitutions of the emperors, from 200 the sole source of new Roman law, are again a new halakha laid down over that in the jurists' writings, and therefore correspond exactly to the Gemara, which rapidly evolved as an outlier of the Mishnah. The new tendencies reached fulfillment simultaneously in the Corpus Juris and the Talmud. The opposition between Jews and lex in Arabian Latin usage comes to expression very clearly in the work of Justinian. Institutes and digests are Jews, they have essentially the significance of canonical texts. Constitutions and novels are legs, new law in the form of elucidations. The canonical books of the New Testament and the traditions of the Fathers are related to one another in the same way. As to the oriental character of the thousands of constitutions, no one now has any doubts. It is pure customary law of the Arabian world that the living pressure of evolution forced under the texts of the learned. 41 The innumerable decrees of the Christian rulers of Byzantium, of the Persian of Ctesiphon, of the Jewish, the Resh Galuta 42, in Babylonia, and finally of the caliphs of Islam have all exactly the same significance. But what significance had the other part of pseudo-classical, the old jurists, law? Here it is not enough to explain texts, and we must know what was the relation between texts, jurisprudence, and court decisions. It can happen that one and the same law book is, in the waking consciousness of two groups of peoples, equivalent to two fundamentally different works. It was not long before it became the habit, not to apply the old laws of the city of Rome to the fact material of the given case, but to quote the jurists' texts like the Bible. 43 What does this signify? For our Romanists it is a sign of decadence, but looked at from the viewpoint of the Arabian world, it is just the reverse, a proof that Arabian man did eventually succeed in making an alien and imposed literature inwardly his own, in the form admissible for his own world feeling. With this the completeness of the opposition between the classical and the Arabian world feeling becomes manifest. 6. Whereas the classical law was made by burghers on the basis of practical experience, the Arabian came from God, who manifested it through the intellect of chosen and enlightened men. The Roman distinction between Jews and Fas, such as it was, for the content even of Faz had proceeded from human reflection, became meaningless. The law, of whatever kind, spiritual or secular, came into being, as stated in the first words of Justinian's Digests, Deo Octari. The authoritativeness of classical laws rests upon their success, that of the Arabian on the majesty of the name that they bear. 44 But it matters very considerably indeed in a man's feelings whether he regards law as an expression of some fellow man's will or as an element of the divine dispensation. In the one case he either sees for himself that the law is right or else yields to force, but in the other he devoutly acknowledges, Islam equals to commit, devote. The Oriental does not ask to see either the practical object of the law that is applied to him or the logical grounds of its judgments. The relation of the Qadi to the people, therefore, has nothing in common with that of the praetor to the citizens. The latter bases his decisions upon an insight trained and tested in high positions, the former upon a spirit that is effective and immanent in him and speaks through his mouth. But it follows from this that their respective relations to written law, the praetors to his edict, the Qadis to the jurist's texts, must be entirely different. It is a quintessence of concentrated experience that the praetor makes his own, but the texts are a sort of oracle that the Qadi esoterically questions. It does not matter in the least to the Qadi what a passage originally meant or why it was framed. He consults the words, even the letters, and he does so not at all for their everyday meanings, but for the magic relations in which they must stand towards the case before him. We know this relation of the spirit to the letter from the Gnosis, from the early Christian, Jewish, and Persian apocalyptic and mystical literature, from the Neo-Pythagorean philosophy, from the Kabbalah, and there is not the slightest doubt that the Latin codices were used in exactly the same way in the minor judicial practice of the Aramean world. The conviction that the letters contain secret meanings, penetrated with the Spirit of God, finds imaginative expression in the fact, mentioned above, that all religions of the Arabian world formed scripts of their own, in which the holy books had to be written and which maintained themselves with astounding tenacity as badges of the respective nations even after changes of language. 45. But even in law the basis of determining the truth by a majority of texts is the fact of the consensus of the spiritual elect, the ijma. 46. This theory Islamic science worked out to its logical conclusions. We seek to find the truth, each for himself, by personal pondering, but the Arabian savant feels for and ascertains the general conviction of his associates, which cannot err because the mind of God and the mind of the community are the same. If consensus is found, truth is established. Ijma is the key of all early Christian, Jewish, and Persian councils, but it is the key, too, of the famous law of citations of Valentinian III, 426, which the lawmen have universally ridiculed without in the least understanding its spiritual foundations. The law limits the number of great jurists whose texts were allowed to be cited to 5, and thus set up a canon in the same sense as the Old and New Testaments, both of which also were summations of texts which might be cited as canonical. If opinions differed, the law of Valentinian laid it down that a majority should prevail, or if the texts were equally divided, the authority of Papinian. 47 The interpolation method, used on a large scale by Tribonian for the Digest of Justinian, is a product of this same outlook. A canonical text is in its very idea true and incapable of improvement. But the actual needs of the spirit alter, and so there grew up a technique of secret modifications which outwardly kept up the fiction of inalterability and which is employed very freely indeed in all religious writings of the Arabian world, the Bible included. After Mark Antony, Justinian is the most fateful personality of the Arabian world. Like his contemporary Charles V, he ruined everything for which he was invoked. Just as in the West the Faustian dream of a resurrection of the Holy Roman Empire runs through all the political romanticism that darkened the sense of fact during and beyond the age of Napoleon and even that of the princely fools of 1848, so also Justinian was possessed with a quixotic urgency to recover the entire imperium. It was always upon distant Rome instead of upon his proper world, the Eastern, that his eyes were fixed. Even before he ascended the throne, he was already in negotiation with the Pope of Rome, who was still subordinate to the great patriarch of Christendom and not yet generally recognized even as primus inter pares. It was at the Pope's instance that the dual nature symbol was introduced at Chalcedon in 48, a step which lost the monophysite countries wholly and forever. The consequence of Actium was that Christianity in its first two decisive and formative centuries was pulled over into the West, into classical territories, where the higher intellectual stratum held aloof. Then the early Christian spirit rose afresh with the monophysites and Nestorians. But Justinian thrust this revival back upon itself, and the result was that in the realms of Eastern Christianity the reformist movement, when in due course it appeared, was not a Puritanism but the new religion of Islam. And in the same way, at the very moment when the Eastern customary law had become ripe for codification, he framed a Latin codex which, for language reasons in the East and for political reasons in the West, was condemned from the first to remain a literary product. The work itself, like the corresponding codes of Draken and Solon, came into being at the threshold of a late period, and with political intentions. In the West, where the fiction of a continuing Imperium Romanum produced the utterly meaningless campaigns of Belisarius and Narses, Latin codes had been put together, about AD 500, by Visigoths, Burgundians, and Ostrogoths for subjugated Romans, and so Byzantium must needs get out a genuine Roman code in opposition. In the East the Jewish nation has already settled its code, the Talmud, while, for the immense numbers of people who were subject to the emperor's law, a code proper for the emperor's own nation, the Christian, had become a necessity. For the Corpus Juris with its topsy-turviness and its technical faults is, in spite of everything, an Arabic, in other words, a religious creation, as evidenced in the Christian tendency of many interpolations, 49 in the fact that the constitutions relative to ecclesiastical law, which had been put at the end even in the Theodosian Codex, were now placed at the beginning, and very markedly in the preambles of many of the novels. Yet the book is not a beginning, but an end. Latin, which had long become valueless, now disappears completely from legal life, even the novels are mostly in Greek, and with it the work so misguidedly written in that language. But the history of the law pursues the way that the Syrian Roman law book had indicated to it, and in the 8th century arrives at works in the mode of our 18th, such as the Ecloga of the Emperor Leo 50 and the corpus of the great Persian jurist Archbishop Jezubok. 51. In that time, too, came the greatest figure of Islamic jurisprudence, Abu Hanifa. 7. The law history of the West begins in total independence of Justinian's creation. At that time it was in complete oblivion, so thoroughly unimportant, in fact, that of its main element, the Pandex, digest, there was but one manuscript, which by accident, an unfortunate one, was discovered about 1050. The pre-cultural phase, from about AD 500, had thrown up a series of Germanic tribal codes, the Visigothic, Ostrogothic, Burgundian, Frankish, and Lombard, which correspond to those of the Arabian pre-culture that survives for us only in the Jewish 52 Deuteronomy, c. 621, more or less are Deuteronomy 12xxvi, and priestly history, c. 450, now represented by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th books of the Pentateuch. Both are concerned with the values of basic significance for a primitive existence, family and chattels, and both make use, crudely, yet shrewdly, of an old and civilized law. The Jews, and no doubt the Persians and others, working upon the late Babylonian 53, and the Germans upon some few relics of Urbs Roma. The political life of the Gothic springtime, with its peasant, feudal, and simple burgher laws, leads very soon to particular development in three great branches of law which have remained distinct to this day, and there has been no unifying comparative history of law in the West to probe the deep meaning of this development. The most important by far, owing to the political destinies in which it was involved, was the Norman law, which was borrowed from the Frankish. After the conquest of England in 1066, this drove out the native Saxon, and since that day in England the law of the great men has become the law of the whole people. Its purely German spirit has developed it, without a catastrophe, from a feudal regime of unparalleled stringency into the institutions of the present day which have become law in Canada, India, Australia, South Africa, and the United States. Even apart from the extent of its power, it is the most instructive in West Europe. Its development, unlike that of the rest, did not lie in the hands of theoretical jurists. The study of Roman law at Oxford was not allowed to touch practice, and at Merton in 1236 the higher nobility expressly rejected it. The bench itself continued to develop the old law material by means of creative precedents, and it was these practical decisions, reports, that formed the basis of law books such as that of Bracton. 54 Since then, and to this day, a statute law, kept living and progressive by the court decisions, and a common law, which always vividly underlies the legislation, exists side by side, without its ever becoming necessary for the representatives of the people to make single large efforts at codification. In the south, the law of the German Roman codices above mentioned prevailed. In southern France the Visigothic, called the Droitkrit in contrast to the Frankish Droitkudumeyer of the north, and in Italy the Lombard, which was the most important of them, was almost purely Germanic, and held its own till well into the Renaissance. Pavia became a study center for German law and produced about 1070 the Expositio, by far the greatest achievement of juridical science in the age, and immediately after it a code, the Lombarda 55. The legal evolution of the entire South was broken off by Napoleon's Code Civil, which took its place. But this in turn has become in all Latin lands and far beyond them the basis for further creative work, and hence, after the English, it is the most important. In Germany, the movement that set in so powerfully with the Gothic tribal laws, Sachsenspiegel, 1230, Schwabenspiegel, 1274, frittered itself away to nullity. A host of petty civic and territorial rights went on springing up until indignation with the facts induced an unreal political romanticism in dreamers and enthusiasts, the Emperor Maximilian among them, and law came under attack with the rest. The Diet of Worms in 1495 framed its Kammergerichtsordnung 56 after an Italian model. Now there was not only the Holy Roman Empire on German ground, but Roman law as German common law. The old German procedures were exchanged for Italian. The judges had to study their law beyond the Alps, and obtain their experience not from the ambient life, but from a logic-chopping philology. In this country alone are to be found, later, the ideologues for whom the corpus juris is an ark to be defended against the profanation of realities. What, in fact, was it that under the high-sounding name passed into the intellectual keeping of a handful of Gothic men? About 1100, at the University of Bologna, a German, Irnerius, had made that unique manuscript of the Pandects the object of a veritable scholasticism. He transferred the Lombard method to the new text, the truth of which, as a ratio scripta, was believed in as implicitly as the Bible and Aristotle 57 truth. But the Gothic understanding, tied to the Gothic life content, was incapable even of distantly guessing at the spirit of these texts, for the principles fixed in them were the principles of a civilized and megalopolitan life. This school of the glossators, like scholasticism in general, stood under the spell of concept realism, as they held the genuine real, the substance of the world, to be not in things, but in universal concepts. So they maintained that the law was to be found not in custom and usage as displayed in the despised 58 Lombarda, but in the manipulation of abstract notions. Their interest in the book was purely dialectical. 59 Never was it in their minds to apply their work to life. It was only after 1300, and then slowly, that their anti-Lombard glosses and summas made their way into the cities of the Renaissance. The jurists of the late Gothic, above all Bartolus, had fused canon and Germanic law into one whole with a definitely practical intention, and into it they brought ideas of actuality here, as in Dracon's Code and the imperial edicts from Theodosius to Justinian, the actuality of a culture that is on the threshold of its late stage. It was the creation of Bartolus that became effective in Spain and Germany as Roman law. Only in France did the jurists of the Baroque, after Cujacius and Dunellus, get back from the Scholastic to the Byzantine text. But Bologna witnessed, besides Irnerius's achievement in abstraction, an event of quite other and decisive import: the famous Decretum of Gratian, written about 1140.60. This created the Western science of spiritual law. For by bringing the Old Catholic, Magian, Church Law 61 founded in the early Arabian sacrament of baptism 62 into a system, it provided the very form that the new Catholic, Faustian Christianity needed for the jural expression of its own being, which reached back to the prime sacrament of an altar and a consecrated priesthood. With the Liber Extra of 1234, the main body of the Corpus Juris Canonici is complete. What the empire had failed to accomplish, the creation, out of the immense undeveloped profusion of tribal laws, of a general Western Corpus Juris Germanici, the papacy achieved. There came into existence a complete private law, with sanctions and processes, produced with German method out of the ecclesiastical and secular law material of the Gothic. This is the law called Roman, which presently, after Bartolus, was infused into all study of the texts of Justinian themselves. And it shows us, in the domain of jurisprudence as elsewhere, that great dissidence, inherent in the Faustian, which produced the gigantic conflict between the papacy and the empire. The destruction between Fausts and Jews, impossible in the Arabian world, was inevitable in the Western. They are two expressions of a will to power over the infinite, but the will behind temporal legislation is rooted in custom and lays hands on the generations of the future, while that of spiritual originates in mystical certainty and pronounces a timeless and eternal law. 63 This battle between equally matched opponents has never yet been ended, and it is visible even today in our law of marriage, with its opposition of the ecclesiastical and the civil wedding. With the dawn of the Baroque, life, having by that time assumed urban and money economic forms, begins to demand a law like that of the classical city-states after Solon. The purpose of the prevailing law was now perfectly clear. But it was a fateful legacy from the Gothic that the creation of the law inborn in us was looked upon as the privilege of a learned class, and this privilege no one succeeded in shaking. Urban rationalism turned, as in the case of the Sophists and the Stoics, to busy itself with the law of nature, from its foundation by Oldendorp and Bodinus to its destruction by Hegel. In England the great Coke successfully defended Germanic self-developing practical law against the last attempts of the Tudors to introduce Pandect law. But on the continent the systems of the learned evolved in Roman forms right down to the state codes of Germany and the schemes of the Ancien Regime in France, on which the Code Napoleon was based. And therefore Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England, 1765, is the one purely Germanic code, and it appeared when the Faustian culture had already reached the threshold of its civilization. 8. With this I reach the objective and look around me. I see three law histories, connected merely by the elements of verbal and syntactical form, taken over by one from another, voluntarily or perforce, but never revealing to the new user the nature of the alien being which underlay them. Two of these histories are complete. The third is that in which we ourselves are standing, 2, at a decisive point where we embark in our turn upon the big constructive task that Rome and Islam, each for itself and in its season, have accomplished before us. What has Roman law been for us hitherto? What has it spoiled? What can it be for us in the future? All through our legal history runs, as basic motive, the conflict between book and life. The Western book is not an oracle or magician's text with Magian undersense, but a piece of preserved history. It is compressed past that wants to become future, through us who read it and in whom its content lives anew. Faustian man does not aim, like classical man, at bringing his life to a self-contained perfection, but at carrying on a life that emerged long before him and will draw to its end long after him. For Gothic man, so far as he reflected about himself at all, the question was not whether he should look for linkages of his being and history, but in what direction to look for them. He required a past in order to find meaning and depth in the present. On the spiritual side, the past which presented itself to him was ancient Israel, on the mundane it was ancient Rome, whose relics he saw all about him. What was revered not because it was great, but because it was old and distant. If these men had known Egypt, they would hardly have noticed Rome, and the language of our culture would have developed differently. As it was a culture of books and readers, classical texts were received in any and every field as Roman law was received in Germany, and their further development assumed the form of a slow and unwilling self-emancipation. Reception of Aristotle, of Euclid, of the Corpus Juris, means in this culture, in the Magian East it was different, discovering a ready-made vessel for our own thought a great deal too soon, with the result of making a historically built kind of man into a slave of concepts. The alien life-feeling, of course, did not and could not enter into his thought, but it was a hindrance to his own life-feeling's development of an unconstrained speech of its own. Now, legal thought is forced to attach itself to something tangible. There must be something before it can abstract its concepts, it must have something from which to abstract. And it was the misfortune of Western jurisprudence that, instead of quarrying in strong, firm custom of social and economic life, it abstracted prematurely and in a hurry from Latin writings. The Western jurist became a philologist, and practical experience of life was replaced by scholarly experience in the purely logical separation and disposition of legal concepts on self-contained foundations. Owing to this, we have been completely cut off from touch with the fact that private law is meant to represent the social and economic existence of its period. Neither the Code Napoleon nor the Prussian Landrecht, neither Grotius nor Mommsen, was definitely conscious of this fact. Neither in the training of the legal profession nor in its literature do we detect the slightest inkling of this, the genuine source of valid law. And consequently we possess a private law that rests on the shadowy foundations of the late classical economy. The intense embitterment which, in these beginnings of our civilization's economy, opposes the name of capitalism to the name of socialism comes very largely from the fact that scholarly jurisprudence, and under its influence educated thought generally, have tied up such all-important notions as person, thing, and property to the conditions and the dispositions of classical life. The book puts itself between the facts and the perception of them. The learned meaning thereby the book learned weigh up everything to this day in scales that are essentially classical. The man who is merely active and not trained to judgment feels himself misunderstood. He sees the contradiction between the life of the times and the law's outlook upon it, and calls for the heads of those who to gain their private ends, as he thinks have promoted this opposition. Again the question is, by whom and for whom is Western law made? The Roman praetor was a landowner, a military officer, a man experienced in administrative and financial questions, and it was just this experience that was held to qualify him for the inseparable functions of expounder and maker of the law. The peregrine praetor developed his alien's law as a law of commercial intercourse adapted to the late classical megalopolis without plan, without tendency, out of the cases that came before him and nothing else. But the Faustian will to duration demands a book, something valid forevermore, 64 a system that is intended to provide in advance for every possible case, and this book, a work of learning, necessarily called for a scholarly class of jurists and judges, the doctors of the faculties, the old German legal families, and the French noblesse de robe, the English judges, who number hardly over 100,65 are drawn indeed from an upper class of advocates, the barristers, but they actually rank above many members of the government. A scholar class is alien to the world, and despises experience that does not originate in thought. Inevitably conflict arises between the state of knowledge as the scholar will accept it and the flowing custom of practical life. That manuscript of the Pandect of Irnerius became, and for centuries remained, the world in which learned jurists lived. Even in England, where there are no law faculties, in the European sense, it was exclusively the legal profession that controlled further growth, so that even here the development of legal ideas diverged from the development of general life. Thus what we have hitherto called juristic science is in fact either the philology of law language, or the scholarship of law ideas. It is now the only science that still continues to deduce the meaning of life from eternally valid principles. The German jurisprudence of today, says Sohm 66, represents very largely indeed an inheritance from medieval scholasticism. We have not yet begun to consider in deep earnest the bearing of the basic values of the actual life about us upon legal theory. We do not even yet know what these values are. Here, then, is the task that German thought of the future has to perform. From the practical life of the present it has to develop the deepest principles of that life and elevate them into basic law ideas. If our great arts lie behind us, our great jurisprudence is yet to come. For the work of the 19th century, however creative that century believed itself to be, was merely preparatory. It freed us from the book of Justinian, but not from the concepts. The ideologues of Roman law among scholars no longer count, but scholarship of the old caste remains. It is another kind of jurisprudence that is needed now to free us from the schematism of these concepts. Philological expertness must give place to social and economic. A glance at German civil and penal law will make the position clear. They are systems ringed with a chaplet of minor laws. It was impossible to embody the material of these in the main law. Conceptually, and therefore syntactically, that which could not be understood in terms of the classical scheme separates itself from that which can be so understood. How was it that in 1900 the theft of electric power, after grotesque discussions as to whether the matter in dispute was a corporeal thing, 67 had to be dealt with under an ad hoc statute? Why was it impossible to work the substance of patent law into the ensemble of the law about things? Why was copyright law unable conceptually to differentiate the intellectual creation, its communicable form the manuscript, and the objective product in print? Why, in contradiction with the law of things, had the artistic and the material property in a picture to be distinguished by separating acquisition of the original from acquisition of the right to reproduce it? Why is the misappropriation of a business idea or a scheme of organization unpunishable, and theft of the piece of paper on which it is set forth punishable? Because even today we are dominated by the classical idea of the material thing. 68 We live otherwise. Our instinctive experience is subject to functional concepts, such as working power, inventiveness, enterprise, such as intellectual and bodily, artistic and organizing, energies and capacities and talents. In our physics, of which the theory, advanced though it is but a copy of our present mode of life, the old idea of a body has in principle ceased to exist, as in this very instance of electrical power. Why is our law conceptually helpless in the presence of the great facts of modern economics? Because persons, too, are known to it only as bodies. 69. If the Western jurisprudence took over ancient words, yet only the most superficial elements of the ancient meanings still adhered to them. The consistency of the text disclosed only the logical use of the words, not the life that underlay them. No practice can reawaken the silent metaphysic of old jural ideas. No laws in the world make this last and deepest element explicit, just because it is self-evident. In all of them the essential is tacitly presupposed. In application it is not only the formula but also, and primarily, the inexpressible element beneath it that the people inwardly understands and can practice. Every law is, to the extent that it would be impossible to exaggerate, customary law. Let the statute define the words, it is life that explains them. If, however, a scholar's law language of alien origin and alien scheme tries to bind the native and proper law, the ideas remain void and the life remains dumb. Law becomes, not a tool, but a burden, and actuality marches on, not with, but apart from legal history. And thus it is that the law material that our civilization needs fits only in externals, or even not at all, with the classical scheme of the law books, and for the purposes of our proper jurisprudence and our educated thought generally is still formless and therefore unavailable. Are persons and things, in the sense of present-day legislation, law concepts at all? No. They merely serve to draw the ordinary distinction, the zoological distinction, so to say, between man and the rest. But of old the whole metaphysic of classical being adhered to the notion of persona. The distinction between man and deity, the essence of the polis, of the hero, of the slave, the cosmos of stuff and form, the life ideal of ataraxia, were the self-evident premises, and these premises have for us completely perished. In our thought the word property is tied up with the classical static definition, and consequently, in every application to the dynamism of our way of living it falsifies. We leave such definitions to the world-shy abstract professors of ethics, jurists, and philosophers, and to the unintelligent debate of political doctrinaires, and this although the whole understanding of the economic history of this day rests upon the metaphysic of this one notion. It must be emphasized then and with all rigor that classical law was a law of bodies, while ours is a law of functions. The Romans created a juristic statics, our task is juristic dynamics. For us persons are not bodies, but units of force and will, and things are not bodies, but aims, means, and creations of these units. The classical relation between bodies was positional, but the relation between forces is called action. For a Roman the slave was a thing which produced new things. A writer like Cicero could never have conceived of intellectual property, let alone property in a practical notion or in the potentialities of talent. For us, on the contrary, the organizer or inventor or promoter is a generative force which works upon other, executive, forces, by giving direction, aim, and means to their action. 70 Both belong to economic life, not as possessors of things, but as carriers of energies. The future will be called upon to transpose our entire legal thought into alignment with our higher physics and mathematics. Our whole social, economic, and technical life is waiting to be understood, at long last, in this wise. We shall need a century and more of keenest and deepest thought to arrive at the goal. And the prerequisite is a wholly new kind of preparatory training in the jurist. It demands an immediate, extended, and practical experience in the economic life of the present. An exact knowledge of the legal history of the West, with constant comparison of German, English, and Roman development. Knowledge of classical jurisprudence, not as a model for principles of present-day validity, but as a brilliant example of how a law can develop strong and pure out of the practical life of its time. Roman law has ceased to be our source for principles of eternal validity. But the relation between Roman existence and Roman law ideas gives it a renewed value for us. We can learn from it how we have to build up our law out of our experiences. Chapter 4. Cities and Peoples. A. The soul of the city. I. About the middle of the second millennium before Christ, two worlds lay over against one another on the Aegean Sea. The one, darkly groping, big with hopes, drowsy with the intoxication of deeds and sufferings, ripening quietly towards its future, was the Mycenaean. The other, gay and satisfied, snugly ensconced in the treasures of an ancient culture, elegant, light, with all its great problems far behind it, was the Minoan of Crete. We shall never really comprehend this phenomenon, which in these days is becoming the center of research interest, unless we appreciate the abyss of opposition that separates the two souls. The man of those days must have felt it deeply, but hardly cognized it. I see it before me, the humility of the inhabitant of Tiryns and Mycenae before the unattainable esprit of life in Knossos, the contempt of the well-bred of Knossos for the petty chiefs and their followers, and withal a secret feeling of superiority in the healthy barbarians, like that of the German soldier in the presence of the elderly Roman dignitary. How are we in a position to know this? There are several such moments in which the men of two cultures have looked into one another's eyes. We know more than one interculture in which some of the most significant tendencies of the human soul have disclosed themselves. As it was, we may confidently say, between Knossos and Mycenae, so it was between the Byzantine court and the German chieftains who, like Otto II, married into it undisguised wonder on the part of the knights and counts, answered by the contemptuous astonishment of a refined, somewhat pale, and tired civilization at that bearish morning vigor of the German lands which Scheffel has described in Ekkehard. 1. In Charlemagne the mixture of a primitive human spirituality, on the threshold of its awakening, with a superposed late intellectuality, becomes manifest. Certain characteristics of his rulership would lead us to name him the Caliph of Frankistan, but on his other side he is but the chief of a Germanic tribe, and it is the mingling of the two that makes him symbolic, in the same way as the form of the Aachen Palace Chapel no longer mosque, not yet cathedral. The Germanic Western pre-culture meanwhile is moving on, but slowly and underground, for that sudden illumination which we most ineptly call the Carolingian Renaissance is a ray from Baghdad. It must not be overlooked that the period of Charles the Great is an episode of the surface, ending, as accidentals do end, without issue. After 900, after a new deep depression, there begins something really new, something having the telling force of a destiny and the depth that promises duration. But in 800 it was the son of the Arabian civilization passing on from the world cities of the east to the countryside of the west. Even so the sunshine of Hellenism had spread to the distant industry too. That which stands on the hills of Tiryns and Mycenae is Falls and Berg of root Germanic type. The palaces of Crete, which are not kings' castles, but huge cult buildings for a crowd of priests and priestesses, are equipped with megalopolitan, nay, late Roman luxury. At the foot of those hills were crowded the huts of yeomen and vassals, but in Crete, Gornia, Hagia Triada, the excavation of towns and villas has shown that the requirements were those of high civilization, and the building technique that of a long experience, accustomed to catering for the most pampered taste in furniture and wall decoration, and familiar with lighting, water circulation, staircases, and such like problems. Point 3 in the one, the plan of the house is a strict life symbol, in the other, the expression of a refined utilitarianism. Compare the Camar's vases and the frescoes of smooth stucco with everything that is genuinely Mycenaean. They are, through and through, the product of an industrial art, clever and empty, and not of any grand and deep art of heavy, clumsy, but forceful symbolism like that which in Mycenae was ripening towards the geometric style. It is, in a word, not a style but a taste. Point 4 in Mycenae was housed a primitive race which chose its sites according to soil value and facilities for defense, whereas the Minoan population settled in business foci, as may be observed very clearly in the case of Philakopi on Melos, which was established for the export trade in obsidian. A Mycenaean palace is a promise, a Minoan something that is ending. But it was just the same in the west. About 800 the Frankish and Visigothic farms and manor houses stretched from the Loire to the Ebro, while south of them lay the Moorish castles, villas, and mosques of Cordova and Granada. It is surely no accident that the peak of this Minoan luxury coincides with the period of the Great Egyptian Revolution, and particularly the Hyksos time, 1780 to 1580 BC. 5. The Egyptian craftsmen may well have fled in those days to the peaceful islands and even as far as the strongholds of the mainland, as in a later instance the Byzantine scholars fled to Italy. For it is axiomatic that the Minoan culture is a part of the Egyptian, and we should be able to realize this more fully were it not that the part of Egypt's art store which would have been decisive in this connection, viz., what was produced in the western delta, has perished from damp. We only know the Egyptian culture insofar as it flourished on the dry soil of the south, but it has long been admitted as certain that the center of gravity of its evolution lay elsewhere. It is not possible to draw a strict frontier between the late Minoan and the young Mycenaean art. Throughout the Egyptian Cretan world we can observe a highly modern fad for these alien and primitive things, and vice versa. The war-band kings of the mainland strongholds stole or bought Cretan objets d'art wherever and however they could come by them, admiring and imitating even as the style of the migrations, once supposed to be, and prized as, Proto-German, borrows the whole of its form language from the East. 6 They had their palaces and tombs built and decorated by captive or invited craftsmen. The treasure house, tomb, of Atros in Mycenae, therefore, is exactly analogous to the tomb of Theodoric at Ravenna. In this regard Byzantium itself is a marvel. Here layer after layer has to be carefully separated. In 316 Constantine, rebuilding on the ruins of the great city destroyed by Septimus Severus, created a late classical cosmopolis of the first rank, into which presently streamed hoary Apollinism from the west and youthful Magism from the east. And long afterwards again, in 1096, it is a late Magian cosmopolis, confronted in its last autumn days with spring in the shape of Godfrey of Bouillon's Crusaders, whom that clever royal lady Anna Comna 7 portrays with contempt. As the easternmost of the classical West, this city bewitched the Goths, then, a millennium later, as the northernmost of the Arabian world, it enchanted the Russians. And the amazing Vasily Blazheny in Moscow, 1554, the herald of the Russian pre-culture, stands between styles, just as, 2,000 years before, Solomon's temple had stood between Babylon the cosmopolis and early Christianity. 2. Primeval man is a ranging animal, a being whose waking consciousness restlessly feels its way through life, all microcosm, under no servitude of place or home, keen and anxious in its senses, ever alert to drive off some element of hostile nature. A deep transformation sets in first with agriculture, for that is something artificial, with which hunter and shepherd have no touch. He who digs and plows is seeking not to plunder, but to alter nature. To plant implies, not to take something, but to produce something. But with this, man himself becomes plant, namely, as peasant. He roots in the earth that he tends, the soul of man discovers a soul in the countryside, and a new earth-boundness of being, a new feeling, pronounces itself. Hostile nature becomes the friend, earth becomes Mother Earth. Between sowing and begetting, harvest and death, the child and the grain, a profound affinity is set up. A new devoutness addresses itself in Chthonian cults to the fruitful earth that grows up along with man. And as completed expression of this life feeling, we find everywhere the symbolic shape of the farmhouse, which in the disposition of the rooms and in every line of external form tells us about the blood of its inhabitants. The peasant's dwelling is the great symbol of settledness. It is itself plant, thrusts its roots deep into its own soil, it is property in the most sacred sense of the word. The kindly spirits of hearth and door, floor and chamber, Vesta, Janus, Lares and Penates, are as firmly fixed in it as the man himself. This is the condition precedent of every culture, which itself in turn grows up out of a mother landscape and renews and intensifies the intimacy of man and soil. What his cottage is to the peasant, that the town is to the culture man. As each individual house has its kindly spirits, so each town has its tutelary god or saint. The town, too, is a plant-like being, as far removed as a peasantry is from nomadism and the purely microcosmic. Hence the development of a high-form language is linked always to a landscape. Neither an art nor a religion can alter the site of its growth, only in the civilization with its giant cities do we come again to despise and disengage ourselves from these roots. Man as civilized, as intellectual nomad, is again wholly microcosmic, wholly homeless, as free intellectually as hunter and herdsman were free sensually. Ubibani, ibi patria is valid before as well as after a culture. In the not yet spring of the migrations it was a Germanic yearning, virginal, yet already maternal, that searched the south for a home in which to nest its future culture. Today, at the end of this culture, the rootless intellect ranges over all landscapes and all possibilities of thought. But between these limits lies the time in which a man held a bit of soil to be something worth dying for. It is a conclusive fact, yet one hitherto never appreciated, that all great cultures are town cultures. Higher man of the second age is a town-tied animal. Here is the real criterion of world history that differentiates it with utter sharpness from man's history. World history is the history of civic man. Peoples, states, politics, religion, all arts and all sciences rest upon one prime phenomenon of human being, the town. As all thinkers of all cultures themselves live in the town, even though they may reside bodily in the country, they are perfectly unaware of what a bizarre thing a town is. To feel this we have to put ourselves unreservedly in the place of the wonder-struck primitive who for the first time sees this mass of stone and wood set in the landscape, with its stone-enclosed streets and its stone-paved squares, a domicile, truly, of strange form and strangely teeming with men. But the real miracle is the birth of the soul of a town. A mass soul of a wholly new kind whose last foundations will remain hidden from us forever suddenly buds off from the general spirituality of its culture. As soon as it is awake, it forms for itself a visible body. Out of the rustic group of farms and cottages, each of which has its own history, arises a totality. And the whole lives, breathes, grows, and acquires a face and an inner form and history. Thenceforward, in addition to the individual house, the temple, the cathedral, and the palace, the town figure itself becomes a unit objectively expressing the form, language, and style history that accompanies the culture throughout its life course. It goes without saying that what distinguishes a town from a village is not size, but the presence of a soul. Not only in primitive conditions, such as those of Central Africa, but in late conditions to China, India, and industrialized Europe and America we find very large settlements that are nevertheless not to be called cities. They are centers of landscape, they do not inwardly form worlds in themselves. They have no soul. Every primitive population lives wholly as peasant and son of the soil. The being city does not exist for it. That which in externals develops from the village is not the city, but the market, a mere meeting point of rural life interests. Here there can be no question of a separate existence. The inhabitant of a market may be a craftsman or a tradesman, but he lives and thinks as a peasant. We have to go back and sense accurately what it means when out of a primitive Egyptian or Chinese or Germanic village a little spot in a wide land, a city, comes into being. It is quite possibly not differentiated in any outward feature, but spiritually it is a place from which the countryside is henceforth regarded, felt, and experienced as environs, as something different and subordinate. From now on there are two lives, that of the inside and that of the outside, and the peasant understands this just as clearly as the townsman. The village smith and the smith in the city, the village headman and the burgomaster, live in two different worlds. The man of the land and the man of the city are different essences. First of all they feel the difference, then they are dominated by it, and at last they cease to understand each other at all. Today a Brandenburg peasant is closer to a Sicilian peasant than he is to a Berliner. From the moment of this specific attunement, the city comes into being, and it is this attunement which underlies, as something that goes without saying, the entire waking consciousness of every culture. Every springtime of a culture is ipso facto the springtime of a new city type and civism. The men of the pre-culture are filled with a deep uneasiness in the presence of these types, with which they cannot get into any inward relation. On the Rhine and the Danube the Germans frequently, as at Strasbourg, settled down at the gates of Roman cities that remained uninhabited. 9 In Crete the conquerors built, on the ruins of the burnt-out cities like Gornia and Knossos villages. The orders of the Western pre-culture, the Benedictines, and particularly the Cluniacs and Premonstratensians, settled like the knights on free land. It was the Franciscans and Dominicans who began to build in the early Gothic city. There the new soul had just awakened. But even there a tender melancholy still adheres to the architecture, as to Franciscan art as a whole, an almost mystical fear of the individual in presence of the new and bright and conscious, which as yet was only dully accepted by the generality. Man hardly yet dared to cease to be peasant. The first to live with the ripe and considered alertness of genuine megalopolitans are the Jesuits. It is a sign that the countryside is still unconditionally supreme, and does not yet recognize the city, when the ruler shifts his court every spring from palace to palace. In the Egyptian Old Kingdom the thickly populated center of the administration was at the White Wall, Memphis, but the residences of the pharaohs changed incessantly as in Sumerian Babylon and the Carolingian Empire. 10 The early Chinese rulers of the Zhou dynasty had their court as a rule at Luoyang, the present Honanfu, from about 1160, but it was not until 770 corresponding to our 16th century that the locality was promoted to be the permanent royal residence. 11 Never has the feeling of earthboundness, of the plantwise cosmic, expressed itself so powerfully as it did in the architecture of the petty early towns, which consisted of hardly more than a few streets about a marketplace or a castle or a place of worship. Here, if anywhere, it is manifest that every grand style is itself plant-like. The Doric column, the Egyptian pyramid, the Gothic cathedral, grow out of the ground, earnest, big with destiny, being without waking consciousness. The Ionic column, the buildings of the Middle Kingdom and those of the Baroque, calmly aware and conscious of themselves, free and sure, stand on the ground. There, separated from the power of the land, cut off from it, even, by the pavement underfoot, being becomes more and more languid, sensation and reason more and more powerful. Man becomes intellect, free like the nomads, whom he comes to resemble, but narrower and colder than they. Intellect, Geist, Esprit, is the specific urban form of the understanding waking consciousness. All art, all religion, and science, become slowly intellectualized, alien to the land, incomprehensible to the peasant of the soil. With the civilization sets in the climacteric. The immemorially old roots of being are dried up in the stone masses of its cities. And the free intellect, fateful word, appears like a flame, mounts splendid into the air, and pitiably dies. 3. The new soul of the city speaks a new language, which soon comes to be tantamount to the language of the culture itself. The open land with its village mankind is wounded, it no longer understands that language, it is nonplussed and dumb. All genuine style history is played out in the cities. It is exclusively the city's destiny and the life experience of urban men that speaks to the eye in the logic of visible forms. The very earliest Gothic was still a growth of the soil and laid hold of the farmhouse with its inhabitants and its contents. But the Renaissance style flourished only in the Renaissance city, the Baroque only in the Baroque city, not to mention the wholly megalopolitan Corinthian column or Rococo. There was perhaps some quiet infiltration from these into the landscape, but the land itself was no longer capable of the smallest creative effort, only of dumb aversion. The peasant and his dwelling remained in all essentials Gothic, and Gothic it is to this day. The Hellenic countryside preserved the geometric style, the Egyptian village the caste of the Old Kingdom. It is, above all, the expression of the city's visage that has a history. The play of this facial expression, indeed, is almost the spiritual history of the culture itself. First we have the little proto-cities of the Gothic and other early cultures, which almost efface themselves in the landscape, which are still genuine peasant houses crowded under the shadow of a stronghold or a sanctuary, and without inward change become town houses merely in the sense that they have neighbor houses instead of fields and meadows around them. The peoples of the early culture gradually became town peoples, and accordingly there are not only specifically Chinese, Indian, Apollinian, and Faustian town forms, but, moreover, Armenian and Syrian, Ionian and Etruscan, German and French and English town physiognomies. There is a city of Phidias, a city of Rembrandt, a city of Luther. These designations, and the mere names of Granada, Venice, and Nuremberg conjure up at once quite definite images, for all that the culture produces in religion, art, and knowledge has been produced in such cities. While it was still the spirit of knights' castles and rural monasteries that evoked the Crusades, the Reformation is urban and belongs to narrow streets and steep-gabled houses. The great epic, which speaks and sings of the blood, belongs to Pfalz and Berg, but the drama, in which awakened life tests itself, is city poetry, and the great novel, the survey of all things human by the emancipated intellect, presupposes the world city. Apart from really genuine folk song, the only lyrism is of the city. Apart from the eternal peasant art, there is only urban painting and architecture, with a swift and soon ended history. And these stone visages that have incorporated in their light world the humanness of the citizen himself and, like him, are all eye and intellect. How distinct the language of form that they talk, how different from the rustic drawl of the landscape. The silhouette of the great city, its roofs and chimneys, the towers and domes on the horizon. What a language is imparted to us through one look at Nuremberg or Florence, Damascus or Moscow, Peking or Benares. What do we know of the classical cities, seeing that we do not know the lines that they presented under the southern noon, under clouds in the morning, in the starry night? The courses of the streets, straight or crooked, broad or narrow, the houses, low or tall, bright or dark, that in all Western cities turn their facades, their faces, and in all Eastern cities turn their backs, blank wall and railing, towards the street, the spirit of squares and corners, impasses and prospects, fountains and monuments, churches or temples or mosques, amphitheaters and railway stations, bazaars and town halls. The suburbs, too, of neat garden villas or of jumbled blocks of flats, rubbish heaps and allotments, the fashionable quarter and the slum area, the suburra of classical Rome and the Faubourg Saint-Germain of Paris, ancient Bay and modern Nice, the little town picture like Bruges and Rothenburg and the sea of houses like Babylon, Tenochtitlan, Rome, and London. All this has history and is history. One major political event and the visage of the town falls into different folds. Napoleon gave to Bourbon Paris, Bismarck gave to worthy little Berlin, a new mien. But the country stands by, uninfluenced, suspicious and irritated. In the earliest time the landscape figure alone dominates man's eyes. It gives form to his soul and vibrates in tune therewith. Feelings and woodland rustlings beat together, the meadows and the copses adapt themselves to its shape, to its course, even to its dress. The village, with its quiet hillocky roofs, its evening smoke, its wells, its hedges, and its beasts, lies completely fused and embedded in the landscape. The country town confirms the country, is an intensification of the picture of the country. It is the late city that first defies the land, contradicts nature in the lines of its silhouette, denies all nature. It wants to be something different from and higher than nature. These high-pitched gables, these baroque cupolas, spires, and pinnacles, neither are, nor desire to be, related with anything in nature. And then begins the gigantic megalopolis, the city as world, which suffers nothing beside itself and sets about annihilating the country picture. The town that once upon a time humbly accommodated itself to that picture now insists that it shall be the same as itself. Extramuros, chaussées, and woods and pastures become a park, mountains become tourists' viewpoints, and intramuros arises an imitation nature, fountains in lieu of springs, flowerbeads, formal pools, and clipped hedges in lieu of meadows and ponds and bushes. In a village the thatched roof is still hill-like and the street is of the same nature as the balk of earth between fields. But here the picture is of deep, long gorges between high, stony houses filled with colored dust and strange uproar, and men dwell in these houses, the like of which no nature being has ever conceived. Costumes, even faces, are adjusted to a background of stone. By day there is a street traffic of strange colors and tones, and by night a new light that outshines the moon. And the yokel stands helpless on the pavement, understanding nothing and understood by nobody, tolerated as a useful type in farce and provider of this world's daily bread. It follows, however, and this is the most essential point of any, that we cannot comprehend political and economic history at all unless we realize that the city, with its gradual detachment from and final bankrupting of the country, is the determinative form to which the course and sense of higher history generally conforms. World history is city history. An obvious case in point is, of course, the classical world, in which the Euclidean feeling of existence connected the city idea with its need of minimizing extension and thus, with ever-increasing emphasis, identified the state with the stone body of the individual polis. But, quite apart from this instance, we find in every culture, and very soon, the type of the capital city. This, as its name pointedly indicates, is that city whose spirit, with its methods, aims, and decisions of policy and economics, dominates the land. The land with its people is for this controlling spirit a tool and an object. The land does not understand what is going on, and is not even asked. In all countries of all late cultures, the great parties, the revolutions, the Caesarisms, the democracies, the parliaments, are the form in which the spirit of the capital tells the country what it is expected to desire and, if called upon, to die for. The classical forum, the Western press, are, essentially, intellectual engines of the ruling city. Any country dweller who really understands the meaning of politics in such periods, and feels himself on their level, moves into the city, not perhaps in the body, but certainly in the spirit. 12 The sentiment and public opinion of the peasant's countryside, so far as it can be said to exist, is prescribed and guided by the print and speech of the city. Egypt is Thebes, the Orbis Terrarum is Rome, Islam is Baghdad, France is Paris. The history of every springtime phase is played out in the many small centers of many separate districts. The Egyptian nomes, the Greek peoples of Homer, the Gothic counties and free cities, were the makers of history of old. But gradually policy gathers itself up into a very few capitals, and everything else retains but a shadow of political existence. Even in the classical world, the atomizing tendency towards city-states did not hold out against the major movement. As early as the Peloponnesian War, it was only Athens and Sparta that were really handling policy, the remaining cities of the Aegean being merely elements within the hegemony of the one or the other. Of policies of their own there is no longer any question. Finally, it is the forum of the city of Rome alone that is the scene of classical history. Caesar might campaign in Gaul, his slayers in Macedonia, Antony in Egypt, but, whatever happened in these fields, it was from their relation to Rome that events acquired meaning. 4. All effectual history begins with the primary classes, nobility and priesthood, forming themselves and elevating themselves above the peasantry as such. The opposition of greater and lesser nobility, between king and vassal, between worldly and spiritual power, is the basic form of all primitive politics, Homeric, Chinese, or Gothic, until with the coming of the city, the burgher, the tiers-état history changes its style. But it is exclusively in these classes as such, in their class consciousness, that the whole meaning of history inheres. The peasant is historyless. The village stands outside world history, and all evolution from the Trojan to the Mithridatic War, from the Saxon emperors to the World War of 1914, passes by these little points on the landscape, occasionally destroying them and wasting their blood, but never in the least touching their inwardness. The peasant is the eternal man, independent of every culture that ensconces itself in the cities. He precedes it, he outlives it, a dumb creature propagating himself from generation to generation, limited to soil-bound callings and aptitudes, a mystical soul, a dry, shrewd understanding that sticks to practical matters, the origin and the ever-flowing source of the blood that makes world history in the cities. Whatever the culture up there in the city conceives in the way of state forms, economic customs, articles of faith, implements, knowledge, art, he receives mistrustfully and hesitatingly, though in the end he may accept these things, never is he altered in kind thereby. Thus the West European peasant outwardly took in all the dogmas of the councils from the Great Lateran to that of Trent, just as he took in the products of mechanical engineering and those of the French Revolution, but he remains what he already was in Charlemagne's day. The present-day piety of the peasant is older than Christianity, his gods are more ancient than those of any higher religion. Remove from him the pressure of the great cities and he will revert to the state of nature without feeling that he is losing anything. His real ethic, his real metaphysic, which no scholar of the city has yet thought it worthwhile to discover, lie outside all religious and spiritual history, have in fact no history at all. The city is intellect. The megalopolis is free intellect. It is in resistance to the feudal powers of blood and tradition that the burgherdom or bourgeoisie, the intellectual class, begins to be conscious of its own separate existence. It upsets thrones and limits old rights in the name of reason and above all in the name of the people, which henceforward means exclusively the people of the city. Democracy is the political form in which the townsman's outlook upon the world is demanded of the peasantry also. The urban intellect reforms the great religion of the springtime and sets up by the side of the old religion of noble and priest, the new religion of the tiers-état, liberal science. The city assumes the lead and control of economic history in replacing the primitive values of the land, which are forever inseparable from the life and thought of the rustic, by the absolute idea of money as distinct from goods. The immemorial country word for exchange of goods is barter, even when one of the things exchanged is precious metal. The underlying idea of the process is not yet monetary, i.e., it does not involve the abstraction of value from things and its fixation in metallic or fictitious quantities intended to measure things qua commodities. Caravan expeditions and Viking voyages in the springtime are made between land settlements and imply barter or booty, whereas in the late period they are made between cities and mean money. This is the distinction between the Normans before and the Hansa and Venetians after the Crusades 13 and between the seafarers of Mycenaean times and those of the later colonization period in Greece. The city means not only intellect, but also money. 14. Presently there arrived an epoch when the development of the city had reached such a point of power that it had no longer to defend itself against country and chivalry, but on the contrary had become a despotism against which the land and its basic orders of society were fighting a hopeless defensive battle in the spiritual domain against nationalism, in the political against democracy, in the economic against money. At this period the number of cities that really counted as historically dominant had already become very small. And with this there arose the profound distinction which was above all a spiritual distinction between the great city and the little city or town. The latter, very significantly called the country town, was a part of the no longer coefficient countryside. It was not that the difference between townsman and rustic had become lessened in such towns, but that this difference had become negligible as compared with the new difference between them and the great city. The sly shrewdness of the country and the intelligence of the megalopolis are two forms of waking consciousness between which reciprocal understanding is scarcely possible. Here again it is evident that what counts is not the number of inhabitants, but the spirit. It is evident, moreover, that in all great cities nooks remained in which relics of an almost rural mankind lived in their byways much as if they were on the land, and the people on the two sides of the street were almost in the relation of two villages. In fact, a pyramid of mounting civism, of decreasing number and increasing field of view, leads up from such quasi-rural elements, in ever-narrowing layers, to the small number of genuine megalopolitans at the top, who are at home wherever their spiritual postulates are satisfied. With this the notion of money attains to full abstractness. It no longer merely serves for the understanding of economic intercourse, but subjects the exchange of goods to its own evolution. It values things, no longer as between each other, but with reference to itself. Its relation to the soil and to the man of the soil has so completely vanished, that in the economic thought of the leading cities the money markets it is ignored. Money has now become a power, and, moreover, a power that is wholly intellectual and merely figured in the metal it uses, a power the reality of which resides in the waking consciousness of the upper stratum of an economically active population, a power that makes those concerned with it just as dependent upon itself as the peasant was dependent upon the soil. There is monetary thought, just as there is mathematical or juristic. But the earth is actual and natural, and money is abstract and artificial, a mere category like virtue in the imagination of the age of enlightenment. And therefore every primary, pre-civic economy is dependent upon and held in bondage by the cosmic powers, the soil, the climate, the type of man, whereas money, as the pure form of economic intercourse within the waking consciousness, is no more limited in potential scope by actuality than are the quantities of the mathematical and the logical world. Just as no view of facts hinders us from constructing as many non-Euclidean geometries as we please, so in the developed megalopolitan economics there is no longer any inherent objection to increasing money or to thinking, so to say, in other money dimensions. This has nothing to do with the availability of gold or with any values in actuality at all. There is no standard and no sort of goods in which the value of the talent in the Persian Wars can be compared with its value in the Egyptian booty of Pompey. Money has become, for man as an economic animal, a form of the activity of waking consciousness, having no longer any roots in being. This is the basis of its monstrous power over every beginning civilization, which is always an unconditional dictatorship of money, though taking different forms in different cultures. But this is the reason, too, for the want of solidity, which eventually leads to its losing its power and its meaning, so that at the last, as in Diocletian's time, it disappears from the thought of the closing civilization, and the primary values of the soil return anew to take its place. Finally, there arises the monstrous symbol and vessel of the completely emancipated intellect, the world city, the center in which the course of a world history ends by winding itself up. A handful of gigantic places in each civilization disfranchises and disvalues the entire motherland of its own culture under the contemptuous name of the provinces. The provinces are now everything whatsoever land, town, and city except these 2 or 3 points. There are no longer noblesse and bourgeoisie, freemen and slaves, Hellenes and barbarians, believers and unbelievers, but only cosmopolitans and provincials. All other contrasts pale before this one, which dominates all events, all habits of life, all views of the world. The earliest of all world cities were Babylon and the Thebes of the new empire. The Minoan world of Crete, for all its splendor, belonged to the Egyptian provinces. In the classical the first example is Alexandria, which reduced old Greece at one stroke to the provincial level, and which even Rome, even the resettled Carthage, even Byzantium, could not suppress. In India the giant cities of Ujjaina, Kanauj and above all Pataliputra were renowned even in China and Java, and everyone knows the fairytale reputation of Baghdad and Granada in the west. In the Mexican world, it seems, Uxmal, founded in 950, was the first world city of the Maya realms, which, however, with the rise of the Toltec world cities Texcoco and Tenochtitlan sank to the level of the provinces. It should not be forgotten that the word province first appears as a constitutional designation given by the Romans to Sicily. The subjugation of Sicily, in fact, is the first example of a once preeminent culture landscape sinking so far as to be purely and simply an object. Syracuse, the first real great city of the classical world, had flourished when Rome was still an unimportant country town, but thenceforward, vis-a-vis Rome, it becomes a provincial city. In just the same way Habsburg Madrid and Papal Rome, leading cities in the Europe of the 17th century, were from the outset of the 18th depressed to the provincial level by the world cities of Paris and London. And the rise of New York to the position of world city during the Civil War of 1861 to 1865 may perhaps prove to have been the most pregnant event of the 19th century. V. The stone colossus Cosmopolis stands at the end of the life's course of every great culture. The culture man whom the land has spiritually formed is seized and possessed by his own creation, the city, and is made into its creature, its executive organ, and finally its victim. This stony mass is the absolute city. Its image, as it appears with all its grandiose beauty in the light world of the human eye, contains the whole noble death symbolism of the definitive thing become. The spirit-pervaded stone of Gothic buildings, after a millennium of style evolution, has become the soulless material of this demonic stone desert. These final cities are wholly intellect. Their houses are no longer, as those of the Ionic and the Baroque were, derivatives of the old peasant's house, whence the culture took its spring into history. They are, generally speaking, no longer houses in which Vesta and Janus, Lares and Penates, have any sort of footing, but mere premises which have been fashioned, not by blood but by requirements, not by feeling but by the spirit of commercial enterprise. So long as the hearth has a pious meaning as the actual and genuine center of a family, the old relation to the land is not wholly extinct. But when that, too, follows the rest into oblivion, and the mass of tenants and bed occupiers in the sea of houses leads a vagrant existence from shelter to shelter like the hunters and pastors of the pre-time, then the intellectual nomad is completely developed. This city is a world, is the world. Only as a whole, as a human dwelling place, has it meaning, the houses being merely the stones of which it is assembled. Now the old mature cities with their Gothic nucleus of cathedral, town halls, and high-gabled streets, with their old walls, towers, and gates, ringed about by the Baroque growth of brighter and more elegant patricians' houses, palaces, and hall churches, begin to overflow in all directions in formless masses, to eat into the decaying countryside with their multiplied barrack tenements and utility buildings, and to destroy the noble aspect of the old time by clearances and rebuildings. Looking down from one of the old towers upon the sea of houses, we perceive in this petrification of a historic being the exact epoch that marks the end of organic growth and the beginning of an inorganic and therefore unrestrained process of massing without limit. And now, too, appears that artificial, mathematical, utterly land-alien product of a pure intellectual satisfaction in the appropriate, the city of the city architect. In all civilizations alike, these cities aim at the chessboard form, which is the symbol of soullessness. Regular rectangle blocks astounded Herodotus in Babylon and Cortes in Tenochtitlan. In the classical world, the series of abstract cities begins with Thurii, which was planned by Hippodamus of Miletus in 441. Priene, whose chessboard scheme entirely ignores the ups and downs of the site, Rhodes and Alexandria follow, and become in turn models for innumerable provincial cities of the imperial age. The Islamic architects laid out Baghdad from 762, and the giant city of Samarra a century later. According to Plan. 15 in the West European and American world, the layout of Washington in 1791 is the first big example. 16 There can be no doubt that the world cities of the Han period in China and the Maurya dynasty in India possess this same geometrical pattern. Even now the world cities of the Western civilization are far from having reached the peak of their development. I see, long after AD 2000, cities laid out for 10 to 20 million inhabitants, spread over enormous areas of countryside, with buildings that will dwarf the biggest of today's and notions of traffic and communication that we should regard as fantastic to the point of madness. 17. Even in this final shape of his being, the classical man's form ideal remains the corporeal point. Whereas the giant cities of our present confess our irresistible tendency towards the infinite, our suburbs and garden cities, invading the wide countryside, our vast and comprehensive network of roads, and within the thickly built areas a controlled fast traffic on, below and above straight, broad streets, the genuine classical world city ever strove, not to expand, but to thicken the streets narrow and cramped, impossible for fast traffic, although this was fully developed on the great Roman roads, entire unwillingness to live in suburbs or even to make suburbs possible. 18 Even at that stage the city must needs be a body, thick and round, sigma mu alpha in the strictest sense. The Sinoicism that in the early classical had gradually drawn the landfolk into the cities, and so created the type of the polis, repeated itself at the last in absurd form. Everyone wanted to live in the middle of the city, in its densest nucleus, for otherwise he could not feel himself to be the urban man that he was. All these cities are only sites, inner towns. The new Sinoicism formed, instead of suburban zones, the world of the upper floors. In the year 74 Rome, in spite of its immense population, had the ridiculously small perimeter of 19.5 kilometers 12 miles. 19 Consequently these city bodies extended in general not in breadth, but more and more upward. The block tenements of Rome, such as the famous Insula Felicoles, rose, with a street breadth of only 3 to 5 meters 10 to 17 feet 20 to heights that have never been seen in Western Europe and are seen in only a few cities in America. Near the capital, the roofs already reached to the level of the hill saddle. 21 But always the splendid mass cities harbor lamentable poverty and degraded habits, and the attics and mansards, the cellars and back courts are breeding a new type of raw man in Baghdad and in Babylon, just as in Tenochtitlan and today in London and Berlin. Diodorus tells of a deposed Egyptian king who was reduced to living in one of these wretched upper floor tenements of Rome. But no wretchedness, no compulsion, not even a clear vision of the madness of this development, avails to neutralize the attractive force of these demonic creations. The will of destiny rolls on to its end, the birth of the city entails its death. Beginning and end, a peasant cottage and a tenement block are related to one another as soul and intellect, as blood and stone. But time is no abstract phrase, but a name for the actuality of irreversibility. Here there is only forward, never back. Long, long ago the country bore the country town and nourished it with her best blood. Now the giant city sucks the country dry, insatiably and incessantly demanding and devouring fresh streams of men, till it wearies and dies in the midst of an almost uninhabited waste of country. Once the full sinful beauty of this last marvel of all history has captured a victim, it never lets him go. Primitive folk can loose themselves from the soil and wander, but the intellectual nomad never. Homesickness for the great city is keener than any other nostalgia. Home is for him any one of these giant cities, but even the nearest village is alien territory. He would sooner die upon the pavement than go back to the land. Even disgust at this pretentiousness, weariness of the thousand-hued glitter, the tedium vitae that in the end overcomes many, does not set them free. They take the city with them into the mountains or on the sea. They have lost the country within themselves and will never regain it outside. What makes the man of the world's cities incapable of living on any but this artificial footing is that the cosmic beat in his being is ever decreasing, while the tensions of his waking consciousness become more and more dangerous. It must be remembered that in a microcosm the animal, waking side supervenes upon the vegetable side, that of being, and not vice versa. Beat and tension, blood and intellect, destiny and causality are to one another as the countryside in bloom is to the city of stone, as something existing per se to something existing dependently. Tension without cosmic pulsation to animate it is the transition to nothingness. But civilization is nothing but tension. The head, in all the outstanding men of the civilizations, is dominated exclusively by an expression of extreme tension. Intelligence is only the capacity for understanding at high tension, and in every culture these heads are the types of its final men. One has only to compare them with the peasant heads, when such happen to emerge in the swirl of the great city's street life. The advance, too, from peasant wisdom, slimness, mother wit, instinct, based as in other animals upon the sensed beat of life through the city spirit to the cosmopolitan intelligence, the very word with its sharp ring betraying the disappearance of the old cosmic foundation, can be described as a steady diminution of the destiny feeling and an unrestrained augmentation of needs according to the operation of a causality. Intelligence is the replacement of unconscious living by exercise in thought, masterly, but bloodless and jejune. The intelligent visage is similar in all races. What is recessive in them is, precisely, race. The weaker the feeling for the necessity and self-evidence of being, the more the habit of elucidation grows, the more the fear in the waking consciousness comes to be stilled by causal methods. Hence the assimilation of knowledge with demonstrability, and the substitution of scientific theory, the causal myth, for the religious. Hence, too, money in the abstract as the pure causality of economic life, in contrast to rustic barter, which is pulsation and not a system of tensions. Tension, when it has become intellectual, knows no form of recreation but that which is specific to the world city, namely, détente, relaxation, distraction. Genuine play, joie de vivre, pleasure, inebriation, are products of the cosmic beat and as such no longer comprehensible in their essence. But the relief of hard, intensive brain work by its opposite, conscious and practiced fooling of intellectual tension by the bodily tension of sport, of bodily tension by the sensual straining after pleasure and the spiritual straining after the excitements of betting and competitions, of the pure logic of the day's work by a consciously enjoyed mysticism, all this is common to the world cities of all the civilizations. Cinema, expressionism, theosophy, boxing contests, nigger dances, poker, and racing, one can find it all in Rome. Indeed, the connoisseur might extend his researches to the Indian, Chinese, and Arabian world cities as well. To name but one example, if one reads the Kama Sutram, one understands how it was that Buddhism also appealed to men's tastes, and then the bullfighting scenes in the palace of Knossos will be looked at with quite different eyes. A cult, no doubt, underlay them, but there was a savor over it all, as over Rome's fashionable Isis cult in the neighborhood of the Circus Maximus. And then, when being is sufficiently uprooted and waking being sufficiently strained, there suddenly emerges into the bright light of history a phenomenon that has long been preparing itself underground and now steps forward to make an end of the drama, the sterility of civilized man. This is not something that can be grasped as a plain matter of causality, as modern science naturally enough has tried to grasp it. It is to be understood as an essentially metaphysical turn towards death. The last man of the world city no longer wants to live. He may cling to life as an individual, but as a type, as an aggregate, no, for it is a characteristic of this collective existence that it eliminates the terror of death. That which strikes the true peasant with a deep and inexplicable fear, the notion that the family and the name may be extinguished, has now lost its meaning. The continuance of the blood relation in the visible world is no longer a duty of the blood, and the destiny of being the last of the line is no longer felt as a doom. Children do not happen, not because children have become impossible, but principally because intelligence at the peak of intensity can no longer find any reason for their existence. Let the reader try to merge himself in the soul of the peasant. He has sat on his glebe from primeval times 22, or has fastened his clutch in it, to adhere to it with his blood. He is rooted in it as the descendant of his forebears and as the forebear of future descendants. His house, his property, means, here, not the temporary connection of person and thing for a brief span of years, but an enduring and inward union of eternal land and eternal blood. It is only from this mystical conviction of settlement that the great epochs of the cycle procreation, birth, and death derive that metaphysical element of wonder which condenses in the symbolism of custom and religion that all land-bound people possess. For the last men all this is past and gone. Intelligence and sterility are allied in old families, old peoples, and old cultures, not merely because in each microcosm the overstrained and fettered animal element is eating up the plant element, but also because the waking consciousness assumes that being is normally regulated by causality. That which the man of intelligence, most significantly and characteristically, labels as natural impulse or life force, he not only knows, but also values, causally, giving it the place amongst his other needs that his judgment assigns to it. When the ordinary thought of a highly cultivated people begins to regard having children as a question of pros and cons, the great turning point has come. For nature knows nothing of pro and con. Everywhere, wherever life is actual, reigns an inward organic logic, and a drive, that is utterly independent of waking being, with its causal linkages, and indeed not even observed by it. The abundant proliferation of primitive peoples is a natural phenomenon, which is not even thought about, still less judged as to its utility or the reverse. When reasons have to be put forward at all in a question of life, life itself has become questionable. At that point begins prudent limitation of the number of births. In the classical world the practice was deplored by Polybius as the ruin of Greece, and yet even at his date it had long been established in the great cities. In subsequent Roman times it became appallingly general. At first explained by the economic misery of the times, very soon it ceased to explain itself at all. And at that point, too, in Buddhist India as in Babylon, in Rome as in our own cities, a man's choice of the woman who is to be, not mother of his children as amongst peasants and primitives, but his own companion for life, becomes a problem of mentalities. The Ibsen marriage appears, the higher spiritual affinity in which both parties are free, that is, as intelligences, free from the plant-like urge of the blood to continue itself, and it becomes possible for a Shah to say that unless woman repudiates her womanliness, her duty to her husband, to her children, to society, to the law, and to everyone but herself, she cannot emancipate herself. 23 The primary woman, the peasant woman, is mother. The whole vocation towards which she has yearned from childhood is included in that one word. But now emerges the Ibsen woman, the comrade, the heroine of a whole megalopolitan literature from northern drama to Parisian novel. Instead of children, she has soul conflicts. Marriage is a craft art for the achievement of mutual understanding. It is all the same whether the case against children is the American ladies who would not miss a season for anything, or the Parisienne who fears that her lover would leave her, or an Ibsen heroine who belongs to herself. They all belong to themselves and they are all unfruitful. The same fact, in conjunction with the same arguments, is to be found in the Alexandrian, in the Roman, and, as a matter of course, in every other civilized society and conspicuously in that in which Buddha grew up. And in Hellenism and in the 19th century, as in the times of Lao Tzu and the Charvaka doctrine 24, there is an ethic for childless intelligences, and a literature about the inner conflicts of Nora and Nana. The quiverful, which was still an honorable enough spectacle in the days of Werther, becomes something rather provincial. The father of many children is for the great city a subject for caricature. Ibsen did not fail to note it, and presented it in his Love's Comedy. At this level all civilizations enter upon a stage, which lasts for centuries, of appalling depopulation. The whole pyramid of cultural man vanishes. It crumbles from the summit, first the world cities, then the provincial forms, and finally the land itself, whose best blood has incontinently poured into the towns, merely to bolster them up a while. At the last, only the primitive blood remains, alive, but robbed of its strongest and most promising elements. This residue is the phylotype. If anything has demonstrated the fact that causality has nothing to do with history, it is the familiar decline of the classical, which accomplished itself long before the eruption of Germanic migrants. 25 The Imperium enjoyed the completest peace, it was rich and highly developed, it was well organized, and it possessed in its emperors from Nerva to Marcus Aurelius a series of rulers such as the Caesarism of no other civilization can show, and yet the population dwindled, quickly and wholesale. The desperate marriage and children laws of Augustus, amongst them the Lex de Mariendis Ordinibus, which dismayed Roman society more than the destruction of Varus's legions, the wholesale adoptions, the incessant plantation of soldiers of barbarian origin to fill the depleted countryside, the immense food charities of Nerva and Trajan for the children of poor parents, nothing availed to check the process. Italy, then North Africa and Gaul, and finally Spain, which under the early Caesars had been one of the most densely populated parts of the empire, become empty and desolate. The famous saying of Pliny, so often and so significantly quoted today in connection with national economics, Lati fundia perdidere Italiam, jam, vero et provincias 26, inverts the order of the process. The large estates would never have got to this point if the peasantry had not already been sucked into the towns and, if not openly, at any rate inwardly, surrendered their soil. The terrible truth came out at last in the Edict of Pertinax, AD 193, by which anyone in Italy or the provinces was permitted to take possession of untended land, and if he brought it under cultivation, to hold it as his legal property. The historical student has only to turn his attention seriously to other civilizations to find the same phenomenon everywhere. Depopulation can be distinctly traced in the background of the Egyptian New Empire, especially from the 19th dynasty onwards. Street widths like those to Amenophis 4 at Tel El Amarna of 50 yards would have been unthinkable with the denser population of the old days. The onset of the Sea Peoples, too, was only barely repulsed. Their chances of obtaining possession of the realm were certainly not less promising than those of the Germans of the 4th century vis-a-vis the Roman world. And finally the incessant infiltration of Libyans into the Delta culminated when one of their leaders seized the power, in 945 BC. Precisely as Odoacer seized it in AD 476. But the same tendency can be felt in the history of political Buddhism after the Caesar Azoka. 27 If the Maya population literally vanished within a very short time after the Spanish conquest, and their great empty cities were reabsorbed by the jungle, this does not prove merely the brutality of the conqueror, which in this regard would have been helpless before the self-renewing power of a young and fruitful culture mankind, but an extinction from within that no doubt had long been in progress. And if we turn to our own civilization, we find that the old families of the French noblesse were not, in the great majority of cases, eradicated in the Revolution, but have died out since 1815, and their sterility has spread to the bourgeoisie and, since 1870, to the peasantry which that very revolution almost recreated. In England, and still more in the United States, particularly in the East, the very states where the stock is best and oldest, the process of race suicide denounced by Roosevelt set in long ago on the largest scale. Consequently, we find everywhere in these civilizations that the provincial cities at an early stage, and the giant cities in turn at the end of the evolution, stand empty, harboring in their stone masses a small population of fellahin who shelter in them as the men of the Stone Age sheltered in caves and pile dwellings. 28 Samarra was abandoned by the 10th century. Pataliputra, Azoka's capital, was an immense and completely uninhabited waste of houses when the Chinese traveler Sinantang visited it about AD 635, and many of the great Maya cities must have been in that condition even in Cortez's time. In a long series of classical writers from Polybius onward 29 we read of old, renowned cities in which the streets have become lines of empty, crumbling shells, where the cattle browse in forum and gymnasium, and the amphitheater is a sown field 30 dotted with emergent statues and herms. Rome had in the 5th century of our era the population of a village, but its imperial palaces were still habitable. This, then, is the conclusion of the city's history, growing from primitive barter center to culture city and at last to world city. It sacrifices first the blood and soul of its creators to the needs of its majestic evolution, and then the last flower of that growth to the spirit of civilization, and so, doomed, moves on to final self-destruction. 6. If the early period is characterized by the birth of the city out of the country, and the late by the battle between city and country, the period of civilization is that of the victory of city over country, whereby it frees itself from the grip of the ground, but to its own ultimate ruin. Rootless, dead to the cosmic, irrevocably committed to stone and to intellectualism, it develops a form language that reproduces every trait of its essence, not the language of a becoming and growth, but that of a becomeness and completion, capable of alteration certainly, but not of evolution. Not now destiny, but causality, not now living direction, but extension, rules. It follows from this that whereas every form language of a culture, together with the history of its evolution, adheres to the original spot, civilized forms are at home anywhere and capable, therefore, of unlimited extension as soon as they appear. It is quite true that the Hansa towns in their North Russian staples built Gothically, and the Spaniards in South America in the Baroque style, but that even the smallest chapter of Gothic-style history should evolve outside the limits of West Europe was impossible as that Attic or English drama, or the art of fugue, or the Lutheran or the Orphic religion should be propagated, or even inwardly assimilated, by men of alien cultures. But the essence of Alexandrinism and of our Romanticism is something which belongs to all urban men without distinction. Romanticism marks the beginning of that which Goethe, with his wide vision, called world literature, the literature of the leading world city, against which a provincial literature, native to the soil but negligible, struggles everywhere with difficulty to maintain itself. The state of Venice, or that of Frederick the Great, or the English Parliament, as an effective reality, cannot be reproduced, but modern constitutions can be introduced into any African or Asiatic state as classical polis could be set up amongst Numidians and ancient Britons. In Egypt the writing that came into common use was not the hieroglyphic, but the letter script, which was without doubt a technical discovery of the civilization age. 31 And so in general it is not true culture languages like the Greek of Sophocles or the German of Luther, but world languages like the Greek Koine and Arabic and Babylonian and English, the outcome of daily practical usage in a world city, which are capable of being acquired by anybody and everybody. Consequently, in all civilizations the modern cities assume a more and more uniform type. Go where we may, there are Berlin, London, and New York for us, just as the Roman traveler would find his columnar architecture, his fora with their statuary, and his temples in Palmyra or Trier or Timgad or the Hellenistic cities that extended out to the Indus and the Aral. But that which was thus disseminated was no longer a style, but a taste, not genuine custom but mannerism, not national costume but the fashion. This, of course, makes it possible for remote peoples not only to accept the permanent gains of a civilization, but even to re-radiate them in an independent form. Such regions of moonlight civilization are South China and especially Japan, which were first Sinized at the close of the Han period, about AD 220, Java as a relay of the Brahmin civilization, and Carthage, which obtained its forms from Babylon. All these are forms of a waking consciousness now acute to excess, mitigated or limited by no cosmic force, purely intellectual and extensive, but on that very account capable of so powerful an output that their last flickering rays reach out and superpose effects over almost the whole earth. Fragments of the forms of Chinese civilization are probably to be found in Scandinavian wood architecture, Babylonian measures probably in the South Seas, classical coins in South Africa, Egyptian and Indian influences probably in the land of the Incas. But while this process of extension was overpassing all frontiers, the development of inner form of the civilization was fulfilling itself with impressive consistency. 3 stages are clearly to be distinguished: the release from the culture, the production of the thoroughbred civilization form, and the final hardening. For us this development has now set in, and, as I see it, it is Germany that is destined, as the last nation of the West, to crown the mighty edifice. In this stage all questions of the life, the Apollinian, Magian, or Faustian life, have been thought upon to the limit, and brought to a final clear condition of knowledge and not knowledge. For or about ideas men fight no more. The last idea, that of the civilization itself, is formulated in outline, and technics and economics are, as problems, enunciated and prepared for handling. But this is only the beginning of a vast task. The postulates have to be unfolded and these forms applied to the whole existence of the earth. Only when this has been accomplished and the civilization has become definitely established not only in shape, but in mass, does the hardening of the form set in. Style, in the cultures, has been the rhythm of the process of self-implementing. But the civilized style, if we may use the word at all, arises as the expression of the state of completeness. It attains in Egypt and China especially to a splendid perfection, and imparts this perfection to all the utterances of a life that is now inwardly unalterable, to its ceremonial and mean as to the superfine and studied forms of its art practice. Of history, in the sense of an urge towards a form ideal, there can now be no question, but there is an unfailing and easy superficial adaptiveness which again and again manages to coax fresh little art problems and solutions out of the now basically stable language. Of this kind is the whole history of Chinese-Japanese painting, as we know it, and of Indian architecture. And just as the real history of the Gothic style differs from this pseudo-history, so the Night of the Crusades differs from the Chinese Mandarin, the becoming state from the finished. The one is history, the other has long ago overcome history. Long ago, I say, for the history of these civilizations is merely apparent, like their great cities, which constantly change in face, but never become other than what they are. In these cities there is no soul. They are land in petrified form. What is it that perishes here? And what that survives? It is a mere incident that German peoples, under pressure from the Huns, take possession of the Roman landscape and so prevent the classical from prolonging itself in a Chinese end state. The movement of the Sea peoples, similar to the Germanic, even down to the details, which set in against the Egyptian civilization from 1400 BC, succeeded only as regards the Cretan island realm. Their mighty expeditions against the Libyan and Phoenician coasts, with the accompaniment of Viking fleets, failed, as those of the Huns failed against China. And thus the classical is our one example of a civilization broken off in the moment of full splendor. Yet the Germans only destroyed the upper layer of the forms and replaced it by the life of their own pre-culture. The eternal layer was never reached. It remains, hidden and completely shrouded by a new form language, in the underground of the whole following history, and to this day in southern France, southern Italy, and northern Spain tangible relics of it endure. In these countries the popular Catholicism is tinged from beneath with a late classical coloring, that sets it off quite distinctly from the Church Catholicism of the West European layer above it. South Italian church festivals disclose classical, and even pre-classical, cults, and generally in this field there are to be found deities, saints, in whose worship the classical constitution is visible behind the Catholic names. Here, however, another element comes into the picture, an element with a significance of its own. We stand before the problem of race. Chapter V. Cities and peoples. B. Peoples, races, tongues. I. Throughout the 19th century the scientific picture of history was vitiated by a notion that was either derived from, or at any rate brought to a point by, Romanticism, the idea of the people in the moral enthusiastic sense of the word. If, here and there, in earlier time a new religion, a new ornamentation, a new architecture, or a new script appeared, the question that it raised presented itself to the investigator thus: what was the name of the people who produced the phenomenon? This enunciation of the problem is peculiar to the Western spirit and the present-day cast of that spirit, but it is so false at every point that the picture that it evokes of the course of events must necessarily be erroneous. The people as the absolute basic form in which men are historically effective, the original home, the original settlement, the migrations of the peoples. All this is a reflection of the vibrant idea expressed in the Nation of 1789, of the Vogue of 1813, both of which, in last analysis, are derived from the self-assuredness of England and Puritanism. But the very intensity of passion that the idea contains has protected it only too well from criticism. Even acute investigators have unwittingly made it cover a multitude of utterly dissimilar things, with the result that peoples have developed into definite and supposedly well understood unit quantities by which all history is made. For us, today, world history means what it cannot be asserted to mean self-evidently, or to mean, for example, the Greeks and the Chinese, the history of peoples. Everything else, culture, speech, wit, religion, is created by the peoples. The state is the form of a people. The purpose of this chapter is to demolish this romantic conception. What has inhabited the earth since the Ice Age is man, not peoples. In the first instance, their destiny is determined by the fact that the bodily succession of parents and children, the bond of the blood, forms natural groups, which disclose a definite tendency to take root in a landscape. Even nomadic tribes confine their movements within a limited field. Thereby the cosmic plant-like side of life, of being, is invested with the character of duration. This I call race. Tribes, septs, clans, families, all these are designations for the fact of a blood which circles, carried on by procreation, in a narrow or a wide landscape. But these human beings possess also the microcosmic animal side of life, in waking consciousness and receptivity and reason. And the form in which the waking consciousness of one man gets into relation with that of another I call language, which begins by being a mere unconscious living expression that is received as a sensation, but gradually develops into a conscious technique of communication that depends upon a common sense of the meanings attaching to signs. In the limit, every race is a single great body, and every language one the efficient form of one great waking consciousness that connects many individual beings. And we shall never reach the ultimate discoveries about either unless they are treated together and constantly brought into comparison with one another. But, further, we shall never understand man's higher history if we ignore the fact that man, as constituent of a race and as possessor of a language, as derivative of a blood unit and as member of an understanding unit, has different destinies, that of his being and that of his waking being. That is, the origin, development, and duration of his race side and the origin, development, and duration of his language side are completely independent of one another. Race is something cosmic and psychic, seelenhaft, periodic in some obscure way, and in its inner nature partly conditioned by major astronomical relations. Languages, on the other hand, are causal forms, and operate through the polarity of their means. We speak of race instincts and of the spirit of a language. But they are two distinct worlds. To race belong the deepest meanings of the words time and yearning, to language those of the words space and fear. But all this has been hidden from us, hitherto, by the overlying idea of peoples. There are, then, currents of being and linkages of waking being. The former have physiognomy, the latter are based on system. Race, as seen in the picture of the world around, is the aggregate of all bodily characters so far as these exist for the sense perceptions of conscious creatures. Here we have to remember that a body develops and fulfills from childhood to old age the specific inner form that was assigned to it at the moment of its conception, while at the same time that which the body is, considered apart from its form, is perpetually being renewed. Consequently, nothing of the body actually remains in the man except the living meaning of his existence, and of this all that we know is so much as presents itself in the world of waking consciousness. Man of the higher sort is limited, as to the impression of race that he can receive, almost wholly to what appears in the light world of his eye, so that for him race is essentially a sum of visible characters. But even for him there are not inconsiderable relics of the power to observe non-optical characters such as smell, the cries of animals, and, above all, the modalities of human speech. In the other higher animals, on the contrary, the capacity to receive the impression of race is decidedly not dominated by sight. Scent is stronger, and, besides, the animals have modes of sensation that entirely elude human understanding. It is, however, only men and animals that can receive the impression of race, and not the plants, and yet these too have race, as every nurseryman knows. It is, to me, a sight of deep pathos to see how the spring flowers, craving to fertilize and be fertilized, cannot for all their bright splendor attract one another, or even see one another, but must have recourse to animals, for whom alone these colors and these scents exist. Language I call the entire free activity of the waking microcosm insofar as it brings something to expression for others. Plants have no waking being, no capacity of being moved, and therefore no language. The waking consciousness of animal existences, on the contrary, is through and through a speaking, whether individual acts are intended to tell or not, and even if the conscious or the unconscious purpose of the doing lies in a quite other direction. A peacock is indubitably speaking when he spreads his tail, but a kitten playing with a cotton reel also speaks to us, unconsciously, through the quaint charm of its movements. Everyone knows the difference there is in one's movements according as one is conscious or unconscious of being observed. One suddenly begins to speak, consciously, in all one's actions. This, however, leads at once to the very significant distinction between two genera of language: the language which is only an expression for the world, an inward necessity springing from the longing inherent in all life to actualize itself before witnesses, to display its own presence to itself, and the language that is meant to be understood by definite beings. There are, therefore, expression languages and communication languages. The former assume only a state of waking being, the latter a connection of waking beings. To understand means to respond to the stimulus of a signal with one's own feeling of its significance. To understand one another, to hold conversation, to speak to a thou, supposes, therefore, a sense of meanings in the other that corresponds to that in oneself. Expression language before witnesses merely proves the presence of an I, but communication language postulates a thou. The I is that which speaks, and the thou that which is meant to understand the speech of the I. For primitives, a tree, a stone, or a cloud can be a thou. Every deity is a thou. In fairy tales there is nothing that cannot hold converse with men, and we need only look at our own selves in moments of furious irritation or of poetic excitement to realize that anything can become a thou for us even today. And it is by some thou that we first came to the knowledge of an I. I, therefore, is a designation for the fact that a bridge exists to some other being. It is impossible, however, to delimit an exact frontier between religious and artistic expression languages and pure communication languages. This is true also, and indeed specially, of the higher cultures with the separate development of their form domains. For, on the one hand, no one can speak without putting into his mode of speech some significant trait of emphasis that has nothing to do with the needs of communication as such, and, on the other hand, we all know the drama in which the poet wants to say something that he could have said equally well or better in an exhortation, and the painting whose contents are meant to instruct, warn, or improve the picture series in any Greek Orthodox church, which conforms to a strict canon and has the avowed purpose of making the truths of religion clear to a beholder to whom the book says nothing, or Hogarth's substitute for sermons, or, for that matter, even prayer, the direct address to God, which also can be replaced by the performance before one's eyes of cult ritual that speaks to one intelligibly. The theoretical controversy concerning the purpose of art rests upon the postulate that an artistic expression language should in no wise be a communication language, and the phenomenon of priesthood is based upon the persuasion that the priest alone knows the language in which man can communicate with God. All currents of being bear a historical, and all linkages of waking being a religious, stamp. What we know to be inherent in every genuine religious or artistic form language, and particularly in the history of every script, for writing is verbal language for the I, holds good without doubt for the origin of human articulate speech in general. Indeed, the prime words, of the structure of which we now know nothing whatever, must also certainly have had occult coloring. But there is a corresponding linkage on the other side between race and everything that we call life, as struggle for power, history, as destiny, or, today, politics. It is perhaps too fantastic to argue something of political instinct in the search of a climbing plant for points of attachment that shall enable it to encircle, overpower, and choke the tree in order finally to rear itself high in the air above the treetop, or something of religious world feeling in the song of the mounting lark. But it is certain that from such things as these the utterances of being and of waking being, of pulse and tension, form an uninterrupted series up to the perfected political and religious forms of every modern civilization. And here at last is the key to those two strange words which were discovered by the ethnologists in two entirely different parts of the world in rather limited applications, but have since been quietly moving up into the foreground of research. Totem and taboo. The more enigmatic and indefinable these words became, the more it was felt that in them we were touching upon an ultimate life basis which was not that of merely primitive man. And now, as the result of the above inquiry, we have clear meanings for both before us. Totem and taboo describe the ultimate meanings of being and waking being, destiny and causality, race and language, time and space, yearning and fear, pulse and tension, politics and religion. The totem side of life is plant-like and inheres in all being, while the taboo side is animal and presupposes the free movement of a being in a world. Our totem organs are those of the blood circulation and of reproduction, our taboo organs those of the senses and the nerves. All that is of totem has physiognomy, all that is of taboo has system. In the totemistic resides the common feeling of beings that belong to the same stream of existence. It cannot be acquired and cannot be got rid of, it is a fact, the fact of all facts. That which is of taboo, on the other hand, is the characteristic of linkages of waking consciousness, it is learnable and acquirable, and on that very account guarded as a secret by cult communities, philosophers' schools, and artists' guilds, each of which possesses a sort of cryptic language of its own point too. But being can be thought of without waking consciousness, whereas the reverse is not the case, i.e., there are race beings without language, but no languages without race. All that is of race, therefore, possesses its proper expression, independent of any kind of waking consciousness and common to plant and animal. This expression not to be confounded with the expression language, which consists in an active alteration of the expression, is not meant for witnesses, but is simply there, it is physiognomy. Not that it stops at the plant, in every living language, too, and how significant the word living, we can detect, besides the taboo side that is learnable, an entirely untransferable quality of race that the old vessels of the language cannot pass on to alien successors. It lies in melody, rhythm, stress, in color, ring, and tempo of the expression, in idiom, in accompanying gesture. On this account it is necessary to distinguish between language and speaking, the first being in itself a dead stock of signs, and the second the activity that operates with the signs. Point 3. When we cease to be able to hear and see directly how a language is spoken, thenceforward it is only its ossature and not its flesh that we can know. This is so with Sumerian, Gothic, Sanskrit, and all other languages that we have merely deciphered from texts and inscriptions, and we are right in calling these languages dead, for the human communities that were formed by them have vanished. We know the Egyptian tongue, but not the tongues of the Egyptians. Of Augustan Latin we know approximately the sound values of the letters and the meaning of the words, but we do not know how the oration of Cicero sounded from the rostra, and still less how Hesiod and Sappho spoke their verses, or what a conversation in the Athenian marketplace was really like. If in the Gothic age Latin came into actual speech again, it was as a new language. This Gothic Latin did not take long to pass from the formation of rhythms and sounds characteristic of itself, but which our imagination today cannot recapture, any more than those of Old Latin, to encroachments upon the word meanings and the syntax as well. But the anti-Gothic Latin of the humanists, too, which was meant to be Ciceronian, was anything but a revival. The whole significance of the race element in language can be measured by comparing the German of Nietzsche and of Mommsen, the French of Diderot and of Napoleon, and observing that in idiom Voltaire and Lessing are much closer together than Lessing and Hölderlin. It is the same with the most telling of all the expression languages, art. The taboo side, namely, the stock of forms, the rules of convention, and style insofar as it means an armory of established expedients, like vocabulary and syntax in verbal language, stands for the language itself, which can be learned. And it is learned and transmitted in the tradition of the great schools of painting, the cottage building tradition, and generally in the strict craft discipline which every genuine art possesses as a matter of course, and which in all ages has been meant to give the sure command of the idiom that at a particular time is quite definitely living idiom of that time. For in this domain, too, there are living and dead languages. The form language of an art can only be called living, when the artist corps as a whole employs it like a mother tongue, which one uses without even thinking about its structure. In this sense Gothic in the 16th century and Rococo in 1800 were both dead languages. Contrast the unqualified sureness with which architects and musicians of the 17th and 18th centuries expressed themselves with the hesitations of Beethoven, the painfully acquired, almost self-taught, philological art of Skinkle and Shadow for the manglings of the Pre-Raphaelites and the Neo-Gothics, and the baffled experimentalism of present-day artists. In an artistic form language, as presented to us by its products, the voice of the totem side, the race, makes itself heard, and not less so in individual artists than in whole generations of artists. The creators of the Doric temples of South Italy and Sicily, and those of the brick Gothic of North Germany were emphatically race men, and so too the German musicians from Heinrich Schütz to Johann Sebastian Bach. To the totem side belong the influences of the cosmic cycles, the importance of which in the structure of art history has hardly been suspected, let alone established, and the creative times of spring and love stirrings which, apart altogether from the executive sureness in imparting form, determine the force of the forms and the depth of the conceptions. The formalists are explained by depth of world fear or by defect of race, and the great formless ones by plethora of blood or defect of discipline. We comprehend that there is a difference between the history of artists and that of styles, and that the language of an art may be carried from country to country, but mastery in speaking it, never. A race has roots. Race and landscape belong together. Where a plant takes root, there it dies also. There is certainly a sense in which we can, without absurdity, work backwards from a race to its home, but it is much more important to realize that the race adheres permanently to this home with some of its most essential characters of body and soul. If in that home the race cannot now be found, this means that the race has ceased to exist. A race does not migrate. Men migrate, and their successive generations are born in ever-changing landscapes, but the landscape exercises a secret force upon the plant nature in them, and eventually the race expression is completely transformed by the extinction of the old and the appearance of a new one. Englishmen and Germans did not migrate to America, but human beings migrated thither as Englishmen and Germans, and their descendants are there as Americans. It has long been obvious that the soil of the Indians has made its mark upon them. Generation by generation they become more and more like the people they eradicated. Gould and Baxter have shown that whites of all races, Indians and Negroes, have come to the same average in size of body and time of maturity, and that so rapidly that Irish immigrants, arriving young and developing very slowly, come under this power of the landscape within the same generation. Boas has shown that the American-born children of long-headed Sicilian and short-headed German Jews at once conform to the same head type. This is not a special case, but a general phenomenon, and it should serve to make us very cautious in dealing with those migrations of history about which we know nothing more than some names of vagrant tribes and relics of languages, example Danai, Etruscans, Pelasgi, Achaeans, and Dorians. As to the race of these peoples we can conclude nothing whatever. That which flowed into the lands of southern Europe under the diverse names of Goths, Lombards, and Vandals was without doubt a race in itself. But already by Renaissance times it had completely grown itself into the root characters of the Provençal, Castilian, and Tuscan soil. Not so with language. The home of a language means merely the accidental place of its formation, and this has no relation to its inner form. Languages migrate in that they spread by carriage from tribe to tribe. Above all, they are capable of being, and are, exchanged. Indeed, in studying the early history of races we need not, and should not, feel the slightest hesitation about postulating such speech changes. It is, I repeat, the form content and not the speaking of a language that is taken over, and it is taken over, as primitives are forever taking over ornament motives, in order to be used with perfect sureness as elements of their own form language. In early times the fact that a people has shown itself the stronger, or the feeling that its language possesses superior efficacy, is enough to induce others to give up their own language and with genuinely religious awe to take its language to themselves. Follow out the speech changes of the Normans, whom we find in Normandy, England, Sicily, and Constantinople with different languages in each place, and ever ready to exchange one for another. Piety towards the mother tongue. The very term testifies to deep ethical forces, and accounts for the bitterness of our ever-recurring language battles. Is a trait of the late Western soul, almost unknowable for the men of other cultures and entirely so for the primitive. Unfortunately, our historians not only are sensible of this, but tacitly extend it as a postulate over their entire field, which leads to a multitude of fallacious conclusions as to the bearing of linguistic discoveries upon the fortunes of peoples. Think of the reconstruction of the Dorian migration, argued from the distribution of later Greek dialects. It is impossible, therefore, to draw conclusions as to the fortunes of the race side of peoples from mere place names, personal names, inscriptions, and dialects. Never do we know a priori, whether a folk name stands for a language body, or a race part, or both, or neither, besides which, folk names themselves, and even land names, have, as such, destinies of their own. 2. Of all expressions of race, the purest is the house. From the moment when man, becoming sedentary, ceases to be content with mere shelter and builds himself a dwelling, this expression makes its appearance and marks off, within the race man, which is the element of the biological world. Picture 5, the human races of world history proper, which are streams of being of far greater spiritual significance. The prime form of the house is everywhere a product of feeling and of growth, never at all of knowledge. Like the shell of the nautilus, the hive of the bee, the nest of the bird, it has an innate self-evidentness, and every trait of original custom and form of being, of marriage, of family life, and of tribal order is reflected in the place and in the room organization of parterre, hall, wigwam, atrium, court, chamber, and gymnasium. One need only compare the layout of the old Saxon and that of the Roman house to feel that the soul of the men and the soul of the house were in each case identical. This domain art history ought never to have laid its hands on. It was an error to treat the building of the dwelling house as a branch of the art of architecture. It is a form that arises in the obscure courses of being and not for the eye that looks for forms in the light. No room scheme of the Boer's hovel was ever thought out by an architect as the scheme of a cathedral was thought out. This significant frontier line has escaped the observation of art research, although Dehio 6 in one place remarks that the old German wooden house has nothing to do with the later great architecture, which arose quite independently, and the result has been a perpetual perplexity in method, of which the art savant is sensible enough, but which he cannot understand. His science gathers, indiscriminately in all the pre-and primitive periods, all sorts of gear, arms, pottery, fabrics, funerary monuments, and houses, and considers them from the point of view of form as well as that of decoration, and, proceeding thus, it is not until he comes to the organic history of painting, sculpture, and architecture, i.e., the self-contained and differentiated arts, that he finds himself on firm ground. But, unknowing, he has stepped over a frontier between two worlds, that of soul expression and that of visual expression language. The house, and like it the completely unstudied basic, i.e., customary, forms of pots, weapons, clothing, and gear, belong to the totem side. They characterize, not a taste, but a way of fighting, of dwelling, of working. Every primitive seat is the offset of a racial mode of body posing, every jar handle an extension of the supple arm. Domestic painting and dressmaking, the garment as ornament, the decoration of weapons and implements, belong, on the contrary, to the taboo side of life, and indeed for primitive man the patterns and motives on these things possess even magical properties. Point 7 We all know the Germanic sword blades of the migrations with their oriental ornamentation, and the Mycenaean strongholds with their Minoan artistry. It is the distinction between blood and sense, race and speech, politics and religion. There is, in fact, as yet no world history of the house and its races, and to give us such a history should be one of the most urgent tasks of the researcher. But we must work with means quite other than those of art history. The peasant dwelling is, as compared with the tempo of all art history, something constant and eternal like the peasant himself. It stands outside the culture and therefore outside the higher history of man. It recognizes neither the temporal nor the spatial limits of this history, and it maintains itself, unaltered ideally, throughout all the changes of architecture, which it witnesses, but in which it does not participate. The round hut of ancient Italy is still found in imperial times. Point 8 The form of the Roman rectangular house, the existence mark of a second race, is found in Pompeii and even in the imperial palaces. Every sort of ornament and style was borrowed from the Orient, but no Roman would ever think of imitating the Syrian house 9 any more than the Hellenistic city architect tampered with the Megaron form of Mycenae and Tiryns and the old Greek peasant house described by Galen. The Saxon and Franconian peasant house kept its essential nucleus unimpaired right from the country farm, through the burgher house of the old free cities, up to the patrician buildings of the 18th century, while Gothic, Renaissance, Baroque, and Empire styles glided over it one after the other, clothing it from cellar to garret with their essences, but never perverting the soul of the house. And the same is true of the furniture forms, in which we have to distinguish carefully the psychological from the artistic treatment. In particular, the evolution of the northern seat furniture is, right up to the club armchair, a piece of race history and not of what is called style history. Every other character can deceive us as to the fortunes of race. The Etruscan names amongst the sea folk defeated by Ramses III, the enigmatic inscription of Lemnos, the wall paintings in the tombs of Etruria, afford no sure evidences of the bodily connection of these men. Although towards the end of the Stone Age a telling ornamentation arose and continued in the vast region east of the Carpathians, it is perfectly possible that race superseded race there. If we possessed in Western Europe only pottery remains for the centuries between Trojan and Chlodwig, we should not have the least inkling of the event that we know as the Great Migrations. But the presence of an oval house in the Aegean region 10 and of another and very striking example of it in Rhodesia 11 and the much discussed concordance of the Saxon peasant house with that of the Libyan Kabyle disclose a piece of race history. Ornaments spread when a people incorporates them in its form language, but a house type is only transplanted along with its race. The disappearance of an ornament means no more than a change of language, but when a house type vanishes it means that race is extinguished. It follows that art history, besides taking care to begin properly with the culture, must not neglect even in its course to separate the race side carefully from the language proper. At the outset of a culture two well-defined forms of a higher order rise up over the peasant village, as expressions of being and language of waking being. They are the castle and the cathedral. Point 12 In them the distinction between totem and taboo, longing and fear, blood and intellect, rises to a grand symbolism. The ancient Egyptian, the ancient Chinese, the classical, the South Arabian, and the Western castle stands, as the home of continuing generations, very near to the peasant cottage, and both, as copies of the realities of living, breeding, and dying, lie outside all art history. The history of the German Bergen is a piece of race history throughout. On them both, early ornament does indeed venture to spread itself, beautifying here the beams, there the door, and there again the staircase, but it can be so, or so, at choice, omitted altogether, for there is no inward bond between the structure and the ornament. The cathedral, on the other hand, is not ornamented, but is itself ornament. Its history is coincident with that of the Gothic style, and the same is true of the Doric temple and all other early culture buildings. So complete is the congruence, in the Western and every other culture whose art we know at all, that it has never occurred to anyone to be astonished at the fact that strict architecture, which is simply the highest form of pure ornament, is entirely confined to religious building. All the beauty of architecture that there is in Gelnhausen, Goslar, and the Wartburg has been taken over from cathedral art. It is decoration and not essence. A castle or a sword or a picture can do without this decoration altogether without losing its meaning or even its form. 13 But in a cathedral, or an Egyptian pyramid temple, such a distinction between essence and art is simply inconceivable. We distinguish, then, the building that has a style and the building in which men have a style. Whereas in monastery and cathedral it is the stone that possesses form and communicates it to the men who are in its service, in farmhouse and feudal stronghold it is the full strength of the countryman's and the knight's life that forms the building forth from itself. Here the man and not the stone comes first, and here, too, there is an ornamentation. It is an ornament which is proper to man and consists in the strict nature and stable form of manners and customs. We might call this living, as distinct from rigid, style. But, just as the power of this living form lays hands on the priesthood also, creating in Gothic and in Vedic times the type of the knightly priest, so the Romanesque Gothic sacred form language seizes upon everything pertaining to this secular life: costume, arms, rooms, implements, and so forth, and stylizes their surface. But art history must not let itself lose its bearings in this alien world. It is only the surface. In the early cities it is the same, nothing new supervenes. Amongst the race-made houses, which now form streets, there are scattered the handful of cult buildings that have style. And, as having it, they are the seats of art history and the sources whence its forms radiate out onto squares, facades, and house rooms. Even though the castle develops into the urban palace and patrician residence and thepalacium and the men's hall, into guildhouse and town hall, one and all they receive and carry a style, they do not have it. True, at the stage of real burgherdom the metaphysical creativeness of the early religion has been lost. It develops the ornament further, but not the building as ornament, and from this point art history splits up into the histories of the separate arts. The picture, the statue, the house, become particular objects to which the style is to be applied. Even the church itself is now such a house. A Gothic cathedral is ornament, but a Baroque hall church is a building clothed with ornament. The process begun in the Ionic style and the 16th century is completed in the Corinthian and Rococo, wherein the house and its ornament are separated for good and all, so completely that even the masterworks amongst 18th century churches and monasteries cannot mislead us. We know that all this art of theirs is secular, is adornment. With empire the style transforms itself into a taste, and with the end of this mode architecture turns into a craft art. And that is the end of the ornamental expression language, and of art history with it. But the peasant house, with its unaltered race form, lives on. 3. The practical importance of the house as race expression begins to be appreciated as and when one realizes the immense difficulty of approaching the kernel of race. I do not refer to its inner essence, its soul, as to that. Feeling speaks to us clearly enough, and we all know a man of race, a thoroughbred, when we see one. But what are the hallmarks for our sense, and above all for our eye, by which we recognize and distinguish races? This is a matter that belongs to the domain of physiognomic just as surely as the classification of tongues belongs to that of systematic. But how immense and how varied the material that would be required! How much of it is irretrievably lost by destruction, and how much more by corruption? In the most favorable cases, what we have of prehistoric men is their skeletons, and how much does a skeleton not tell us? Very nearly everything. Prehistoric research in its naive zeal is ready to deduce the incredible from a jawbone or an arm bone. But think of one of those mass graves of the war in northern France, in which we know that men of all races, white and colored, peasants and townsmen, youths and men lie together. If the future had no collateral evidence as to their nature, it would certainly not be enlightened by anthropological research. In other words, immense dramas of race can pass over a land without the investigator of its grave skeletons obtaining the least hint of the fact. It is the living body that carries 9/10 of the expression, not the articulation of the parts, but their articulate motions, not the bone of the face, but its mien. And, for that matter, how much potentially interpretable race expression is actually observed even by the keenest sensed contemporary. How much we fail to see and to hear. What is it for which, unlike many species of beasts, we lack a sense organ? The science of the Darwinian age met this question with an easy assurance. How superficial, how glib, how mechanistic the conception with which it worked. In the first place, this conception groups an aggregate of such grossly palpable characters as are observable in the anatomy of the discoveries, that is, characters that even a corpse displays. As to observing the body qua living thing, there is no question of it. Secondly, it investigates only those signs which very little perspicacity is needed to detect, and investigates them only insofar as they are measurable and countable. The microscope and not the pulse sense determines. When language is used as a differentia, it is to classify races, not according to their way of speaking, but according to the grammatical structure of the speech, which is just anatomy and system of another sort. No one as yet has perceived that the investigation of these speech races is one of the most important tasks that research can possibly set itself. In the actuality of daily experience, we all know perfectly well that the way of speaking is one of the most distinctive traits in present-day man. Examples are legion, each of us knows any number of them. In Alexandria the same Greek was spoken in the most dissimilar race modes, as we can see even today from the script of the texts. In North America the native-born speak exactly alike, whether in English, in German, or for that matter in Indian. What in the speech of East European Jews is a race trait of the land, and present therefore in Russian also, and what is a race trait of the blood common to all Jews, independent of their habitat and their hosts, in their speaking of any of the European mother tongues? What in detail are the relations of the sound formations, the accentuations, the placing of words? But science has completely failed to note that race is not the same for rooted plants as it is for mobile animals, that with the microcosmic side of life a fresh group of characters appears, and that for the animal world it is decisive. Nor again has it perceived that a completely different significance must be attached to races when the word denotes subdivisions within the integral race man. With its talk of adaptation and of inheritance, it sets up a soulless causal concatenation of superficial characters, and blots out the fact that here the blood and there the power of the land over the blood are expressing themselves secrets that cannot be inspected and measured, but only livingly experienced and felt from eye to eye. Nor are the scientists at one as to the relative rank of these superficial characters amongst themselves. Blumenbach classified the races of man according to skull forms, Friedrich Müller, as a true German, by hair and language structure, Topinard, as a true Frenchman, by skin color and shape of nose, and Huxley, as a true Englishman, by, so to say, sport characteristics. This last is undoubtedly in itself a very suitable criterion, but any judge of horses would tell him that breed characteristics cannot be hit off by scientific terminology. These descriptions of races are without exception as worthless as the descriptions of wanted men on which policemen exercise their theoretical knowledge of men. Obviously, the chaotic in the total expression of the human body is not in the least realized. Quite apart from smell, which for the Chinese, for example, is a most characteristic mark of race, and sound, the sound of speech, song, and, above all, laughter, which enables us accurately to sense deep differences inaccessible to scientific method, the profusion of images before the eye is so embarrassingly rich in details, either actually visible or sensible to the inner vision, that the possibility of marshalling them under a few aspects is simply unthinkable. And all these sides to the picture, all these traits composing it, are independent of one another and have each their individual history. There are cases in which the bony structure, and particularly the skull form, completely alter without the expression of the fleshy parts, i.e., the face becoming different. The brothers and sisters of the same family may all present almost every differentia posited by Blumenbach, Müller, and Huxley, and yet the identity of their living race expression may be patent to anyone who looks at them. Still more frequent is similarity of bodily build accompanied by thorough diversity of living expression. I need only mention the immeasurable difference between genuine peasant stock, like the Frisians or the Bretons, and genuine city stock. 14 But besides the energy of the blood which coins the same living features, family traits, over and over again for centuries, and the power of the soil evidenced in its stamp of man, there is that mysterious cosmic force of the syntony of close human connections. What is called the verse hen of a pregnant woman 15 is only a particular and not very important instance of the workings of a very deep and powerful formative principle inherent in all that is of the race side. It is a matter of common observation that elderly married people become strangely like one another, although probably science with its measuring instruments would prove the exact opposite. It is impossible to exaggerate the formative power of this living pulse, this strong inward feeling for the perfection of one's own type. The feeling for race beauty, so opposite to the conscious taste of ripobans for intellectual individual traits of beauty, is immensely strong in primitive men, and for that very reason never emerges into their consciousness. But such a feeling is race-forming. It undoubtedly molded the warrior and hero type of a nomad tribe more and more definitely on one bodily ideal, so that it would have been quite unambiguous to speak of the race figure of Romans or Ostrogoths. The same is true of any ancient nobility filled with a strong and deep sense of its own unity. It achieves the formation of a bodily ideal. Comradeship breeds races. French noblesse and Prussian landadelle are genuine race denotations. But it is just this, too, that has bred the types of the European Jew, with his immense race energy and his 1,000 years of ghetto life, and it always will forge a population into a race whenever it has stood for long together spiritually firm and united in the presence of its destiny. Where a race ideal exists, as it does, supremely, in the early period of the culture, the Vedic, the Homeric, the knightly times of the Hohenstaufen, the yearning of a ruling class towards this ideal, its will to be just so and not otherwise, operates, quite independently of the choosing of wives, towards actualizing this ideal and eventually achieves it. Further, there is a statistical aspect of the matter which has received far less attention than it should. For every human being alive today there were 1 million ancestors even in AD 1300 and 10 million in AD 1000. This means that every German now living, without exception, is a blood relative of every European of the age of the Crusades, and that the relationship becomes 100 and 1,000 times more intensely close as we narrow the limits of its field, so that within 20 generations or less the population of a land grows together into one single family, and this, together with the choice and voice of the blood that courses through the generations, ever driving congeners into one another's arms, dissolving and breaking marriages, evading or forcing all obstacles of custom, leads to innumerable procreations that in utter unconsciousness fulfill the will of the race. Primarily, this applies to the vegetal race traits, the physiognomy of position, as apart from movement of the mobile, i.e., everything which does not differ in the living and in the dead animal body and cannot but express itself even in stiffened members. There is undoubtedly something cognate in the growth of an ilex or a Lombardy poplar and that of a man thick-set, slim, drooping, and so forth. Similarly, the outline of the back of a dromedary, or the striping of a tiger or zebra's skin is a vegetal race mark. And so, too, are the motion actions of nature upon and with a creature, a birch tree or a delicately built child, which both sway in the wind, an oak with its splintered crown, the steady circles or frightened flutterings of birds in the storm, all belong to the plant side of race. But on which side of the line do such characters stand when blood and soil contend for the inner form of the transplanted species, human or animal? And how much of the constitution of the soul, the social code, the house, is of this kind? It is quite another picture that presents itself when we attune ourselves to receive the impressions of the purely animal. The difference between plant-wise being and animal-wise waking being, to recall what has been said earlier, is such that we are here concerned, not simply with waking being itself and its language, but with the combination of cosmic and microcosmic to form a freely moving body, a microcosm vis-a-vis a macrocosm, whose independent life activity possesses an expression peculiar to itself, which makes use in part of the organs of waking consciousness and which as the corals show is mostly lost. Again with the cessation of mobility. If the race expression of the plant consists predominantly in the physiognomy of position, the animal expression resides in a physiognomy of movement, namely, in the form as having motion, in the motion itself, and in the set of the limbs as figuring the motion. Of this race expression not very much is revealed in the sleeping animal, and far less still in the dead animal, whose parts the scientist explores. We have practically nothing to learn now about the skeleton of the vertebrate. Hence it is that in vertebrates the limbs are more expressive than the bones. Hence it is that the limb masses are the true seat of expressiveness in contrast to the ribs and skull bones, the jaw being an exception in that its structure discloses the character of the animal's food, whereas the plant's nutrition is a mere process of nature. Hence it is, again, that the insect's skeleton, which clothes its body, is fuller of expression than the bird's, which is clothed by its body. It is preeminently the organs of the outer sheath that more and more forcefully gather the race expression to themselves, the eye, not as a thing of form and color, but as glance and expressive visage, the mouth, which becomes through the usage of speech the expression of understanding, and the head, not the skull, with its lineaments formed by the flesh, which has become the very throne of the non-vegetable side of life. Consider how, on the one hand, we breed orchids and roses and, on the other, we breed horses and dogs and would like human beings to be bred, too. But it is not, I repeat, the mathematical form of the visible parts, but exclusively the expression of the movement, that displays this physiognomy. When we seize at a glance the race expression of a motionless man, it is because our experienced eye sees the appropriate motion already potentially in the limbs. The real race appearance of a bison, a trout, a golden eagle, is not to be reproduced by any reckoning of the creature's plane or solid dimensions, and the deep attractiveness that they possess for the creative artist comes precisely from the fact that the secret of race can reveal itself in the picture by way of the soul and not by any mere imitation of the visible. One has to see and, seeing, to feel how the immense energy of this life concentrates upon head and neck, how it speaks in the bloodshot eye, in the short compact horn, in the aquiline beak and profile of the bird of prey, to mention one or two only of the innumerable points that cannot be communicated by words and are only expressible, by me for you, in the language of an art. But with such hallmarks as those quoted, characterizing the noblest sorts of animals, we come very near to the concept of race, which enables us to perceive within the type mankind differences of a higher sort than either the vegetable or the animal, differences that are spiritual rather, and eo ipso less accessible to scientific methods. The coarse characters of the skeletal structure have ceased to possess independent importance. Already Retzius, d. 1860, had put an end to the belief of Blumenbach that race and skull formation are coincident, and J. Ranke summarizes his tenets in these words: 16. What in point of variety of skull formation is displayed by mankind in general is displayed also on the smaller scale by every tribe, Volksstam, and even by many fair-sized communities, a union of the different skull forms with the extremes led up to through finely graduated intermediate forms. No one would deny that it is reasonable to seek for ideal basic forms, but the researcher ought not to lose sight of the fact that these are ideals and that, for all the objectivity of his measurements, it is his taste that really fixes his limits and his classification. Much more important than any attempts to discover an ordering principle is the fact that within the unit humanity all these forms occur and have occurred from the earliest ice times, that they have never markedly varied, and that they are found indiscriminately even within the same families. The one certain result of science is that observed by Ranke, that when skull forms are arranged serially with respect to transitions, certain averages emerge which are characteristic not of race, but of the land. In reality, the race expression of a human head can associate itself with any conceivable skull form, the decisive element being not the bone, but the flesh, the look, the play of feature. Since the days of Romanticism we have spoken of an Indo-Germanic race. But is there such a thing as an Aryan or a Semitic skull? Can we distinguish Celtic and Frankish skulls, or even Boer and Kaffir? And if not, what may not the earth have witnessed in the way of history unknown to us, for which not the slightest evidences, but only bones, remain. How unimportant these are for that which we call race in higher mankind can be shown by a drastic experiment. Take a set of men with every conceivable race difference, and, while mentally picturing race, observe them in an X-ray apparatus. The result is simply comic. As soon as light is let through it, race vanishes suddenly and completely. It cannot be too often repeated, moreover, that the little that is really illustrative in skeletal structure is a growth of the landscape and never a function of the blood. Elliott Smith in Egypt and von Luschen in Crete have examined an immense material yielded by graves ranging from the Stone Age to the present day. From the sea peoples of the middle of the second millennium BC to the Arabs and the Turks, one human stream after another has passed over this region, but the average bone structure has remained unaltered. It would be true, in a measure, to say that race has traveled as flesh over the fixed skeleton form of the land. 17 The Alpine region today contains peoples of the most diverse origins: Teuton, Latin, Slav, and we need only glance backward to discover Etruscans and Huns there also. Tribe follows tribe. But the skeletal structure in the mankind of the region in general is ever the same, and only on the edges, towards the plains, does it gradually disappear in favor of other forms, which are themselves likewise fixed. As to race, therefore, and the race wanderings of primitive men, the famous finds of prehistoric bones, Neanderthal to Aurignacian, prove nothing. Apart from some conclusions from the jawbone as to the kinds of food eaten, they merely indicate the basic landform that is found there to this day. Once more, it is the mysterious power of the soil, demonstrable at once in every living being as soon as we discover a criterion independent of the heavy hand of the Darwinian age. The Romans brought the vine from the south to the Rhine, and there it has certainly not visibly, i.e., botanically changed. But in this instance race can be determined in other ways. There is a soil-borne difference not merely between southern and northern, between Rhine and Moselle wines, but even between the products of every different site on every different hillside, and the same holds good for every other high-grade vegetable race, such as tea and tobacco. Aroma, a genuine growth of the countryside, is one of the hallmarks, all the more significant because they cannot be measured, of true race. But noble races of men are differentiated in just the same intellectual way as noble wines. There is a like element, only sensible to the finest perceptions, a faint aroma in every form, that underneath all higher culture connects the Etruscans and the Renaissance in Tuscany 18 and the Sumerians, the Persians of 500 BC, and the Persians of Islam on the Tigris. None of this is accessible to a science that measures and weighs. It exists for the feelings with a plain certainty and at the first glance, but not for the savant's treatment. And the conclusion to which I come is that race, like time and destiny, is a decisive element in every question of life, something which everyone knows clearly and definitely so long as he does not try to set himself to comprehend it by way of rational, i.e., soulless dissection and ordering. Race, time, and destiny belong together. But the moment scientific thought approaches them, the word time acquires the significance of a dimension, the word destiny that of causal connection, while race, for which even at that stage of scientific ascesis we still retain a very sure feeling, becomes an incomprehensible chaos of unconnected and heterogeneous characters that, under headings of land, period, culture, stock, interpenetrate without end and without law. Some adhere toughly and permanently to a stock and are transmissible, others glide over a population like mere cloud shadows, and many are, as it were, daemons of the land, which possess everyone who inhabits it for as long as he stays in it. Some expel one another, some seek one another. A strict classification of races, the ambition of all ethnology, is impossible. The attempt is foredoomed from the start, as it contradicts this very essence of the racial, and every systematic layout always has been and will be, inevitably, a falsification and misapprehension of the nature of its subject. Race, in contrast to speech, is unsystematic through and through. In the last resort every individual man and every individual moment of his existence have their own race. And therefore the only mode of approach to the totem side is, not classification, but physiognomic fact. 4. He who would penetrate into the essence of language should begin by putting aside all the philologist's apparatus and observe how a hunter speaks to his dog. The dog follows the outstretched finger. He listens, tense, to the sound of the word, but shakes his head. This kind of man's speech he does not understand. Then he makes one or two sentences to indicate his idea. He stands still and barks, which in his language is a sentence containing the question, "Is that what master means?" Then, still in dog language, he expresses his pleasure at finding that he was right. In just the same way, two men who do not really possess a single word in common seek to understand one another. When a country parson explains something to a peasant woman, he looks at her keenly, and, unconsciously, he puts into his look the essence that she would certainly never be able to understand from a parsonic mode of expression. The locutions of today, without exception, are capable of comprehension only in association with other modes of speech. Adequate by themselves they are not, and never have been. If the dog, now, wants something, he wags his tail, impatient of master's stupidity in not understanding this perfectly distinct and expressive speech. He adds a vocal expression, he barks, and finally an expression of attitude, he mimes or makes signs. Here the man is the obtuse one who has not yet learned to talk. Finally something very remarkable happens. When the dog has exhausted every other device to comprehend the various speeches of his master, he suddenly plants himself squarely, and his eye bores into the eye of the human. Something deeply mysterious is happening here, the immediate contact of ego and two. The look emancipates from the limitations of waking consciousness. Being understands itself without signs. Here the dog has become a judge of men, looking his opposite straight in the eye and grasping, behind the speech, the speaker. Languages of these kinds we habitually use without being conscious of the fact. The infant speaks long before it has learned its first word, and the grown-up talks with it without even thinking of the ordinary meanings of the words he or she is using, that is, the sound forms in this case subserve a language that is quite other than that of words. Such languages also have their groups and dialects. They, too, can be learned, mastered, and misunderstood, and they are so indispensable to us that verbal language would mutiny if we were to attempt to make it do all the work without assistance from tone and gesture language. Even our script, which is verbal language for the eye, would be almost incomprehensible but for the aid that it gets from gesture language in the form of punctuation. It is the fundamental mistake of linguistic science that it confuses language in general with human word language, and that not merely theoretically, but habitually in the practical conduct of all its investigations. As a result, it has remained immensely ignorant of the vast profusion of speech modes of different kinds that are in common use amongst beasts and men. The domain of speech, taken as a whole, is far wider, and verbal speech, with its incapacity to stand alone, an incapacity not wholly shaken off, even now, has really a much more modest part in it, than its students have observed. As to the origin of human speech, the very phrase implies a wrong enunciation of the problem. Verbal speech, for that is what is meant, never had origins at all in the sense here postulated. It is not primary, and it is not unitary. The vast importance to which it has attained, since a certain stage in man's history, must not deceive us as to its position in the history of free-moving entity. An investigation into speech certainly ought not to begin with man. But the idea of a beginning for animal language, too, is erroneous. Speaking is so closely bound up with the living being of the animal, in contradiction to the mere being of the plant, that not even unicellular creatures devoid of all sense organs can be conceived of as speechless. To be a microcosm in the macrocosm is one and the same thing as having a power to communicate oneself to another. To speak of a beginning of speech in animal history is meaningless. For that microcosmic existences are in plurality is a matter of simple self-evidence. To speculate on other possibilities is mere waste of time. Granted that Darwinian fancies about an original generation and first pairs of ancestors belong with the Victorian rearguard and should be left there, still the fact remains that swarms also are awake and aware, inwardly and livingly sensible, of a we, and reaching out to one another for linkages of waking consciousness. Waking being is activity in the extended, and, further, is willed activity. This is the distinction between the movements of a microcosm and the mechanical mobility of the plant, the animal, or the man in the plant state, i.e., asleep. Consider the animal activity of nutrition, procreation, defense, attack. One side of it regularly consists in getting into touch with the macrocosm by means of the senses, whether it be the undifferentiated sensitivity of the unicellular creature or the vision of a highly developed eye that is in question. Here there is a definite will to receive impression, this we call orientation. But, besides, there exists from the beginning a will to produce impression in the other, what we call expression, and with that, at once, we have speaking as an activity of the animal waking consciousness. Since then nothing fundamentally new has supervened. The world languages of high civilizations are nothing but exceedingly refined expositions of potentialities that were all implicitly contained in the fact of willed impressions of unicellular creatures upon one another. But the foundations of this fact lie in the primary feeling of fear. The waking consciousness makes a cleft in the cosmic, projects a space between particulars, and alienates them. To feel oneself alone is one's first impression in the daily awakening, and hence the primitive impulse to crowd together in the midst of this alien world, to assure oneself sensibly of the proximity of the other, to seek a conscious connection with him. The thou is deliverance from the fear of the being alone. The discovery of the thou, the sense of another self resolved organically and spiritually out of the world of the alien, is the grand moment in the early history of the animal. Thereupon animals are. One has only to look long and carefully into the tiny world of a water droplet under the microscope to be convinced that the discovery of the thou, and with it that of the I, has been taking place here in its simplest imaginable form. These tiny creatures know not only the other, but also the others. They possess not merely waking consciousness but also relations of waking consciousness, and therewith not only expression, but the elements of an expression speech. It is well to recall here the distinction between the two great speech groups. Expression speech treats the other as witness, and aims purely at effects upon him, while communication speech regards him as a collocutor and expects him to answer. To understand means to receive impressions with one's own feeling of their significance, and it is on this that the effect of the highest form of human expression speech, art, depends. 19 To come to an understanding, to hold a conversation, postulates that the other's feeling of significances is the same as one's own. The elementary unit of an expression speech before witnesses is called the motive. Command of the motive is the basis of all expression technique. On the other hand, the impression produced for the purpose of an understanding is called the sign, and is the elementary unit of all communication technique, including, therefore, at the highest level, human speech. Of the extensiveness of both these speech worlds in the waking consciousness of man we today can scarcely form an idea. Expression speech, which appears in the earliest times with all the religious seriousness of the taboo, includes not only weighty and strict ornament which in the beginning coincides completely with the idea of art and makes every stiff, inert thing into a vehicle of the expression, but also the solemn ceremonial whose web of formulas spreads over the whole of public life, and even over that of the family 20, and the language of costume, which is contained in clothing, tattooing, and personal adornment, all of which have a uniform significance. The investigators of the 19th century vainly attempted to trace the origin of clothing to the feeling of shame or to utilitarian motives. It is in fact intelligible only as the means of an expression speech, and as such it is developed to a grandiose level in all the high civilizations, including our own of today. We need only think of the dominant part played by the mode in our whole public life and doings, the regulation attire for important occasions, the nuances of wear for this and that social function, the wedding dress, mourning, of the military uniform, the priest's robes, orders and decorations, mitre and tonsure, periwig and queue, powder, rings, styles of hair dressing, of all the significant displays and concealments of person, the costume of the mandarin and the senator, the odalisque and the nun, of the court state of Nero, Saladin, and Montezuma, not to mention the details of peasant costumes, the language of flowers, colors, and precious stones. As for the language of religion, it is superfluous to mention it, for all this is religion. The communication languages, in which every kind of sense impression that it is possible to conceive more or less participates, have gradually evolved, so far as the peoples of the higher cultures are concerned, three outstanding signs: picture, sound, and gesture, which in the script speech of the Western civilization have crystallized into a unit of letter, word, and punctuation mark. In the course of this long evolution there comes about at the last the detachment of speaking from speech. Of all processes in the history of language, none has a wider bearing than this. Originally all motives and signs are unquestionably the product of the moment and meant only for a single individual act of the active waking consciousness. Their actual and their felt and willed significances are one and the same. But this is no longer so when a definite stock of signs offers itself for the living act of giving the sign, for with that not only is the activity differentiated from its means, but the means are differentiated from their significance. The unity of the two not only ceases to be a matter of self-evidence, it ceases even to be a possibility. The feeling of significance is a living feeling and, like everything else belonging with time and destiny, it is uniquely occurring and non-recurring. No sign, however well known and habitually used, is ever repeated with exactly the same connotation, and hence it is that originally no sign ever recurred in the same form. The domain of the rigid sign is unconditionally one of things become of the pure extended. It is not an organism, but a system, which possesses its own causal logic and brings the irreconcilable opposition of space and time, intellect and mood, also into the waking connections of two beings. This fixed stock of signs and motives, with its ostensibly fixed meanings, must be acquired by learning and practice if one wishes to belong to the community of waking consciousness with which it is associated. The necessary concomitant of speech divorced from speaking is the notion of the school. This is fully developed in the higher animals, and in every self-contained religion, every art, every society, it is presupposed as the background of the believer, the artist, the well-brought-up human being. And from this point each community has its sharply defined frontier. To be a member one must know its language, i.e., its articles of faith, its ethics, its rules. In counterpoint and Catholicism alike, bliss is not to be compassed by mere feeling and goodwill. Culture means a hitherto unimagined intensification of the depth and strictness of the form language in every department. For each individual belonging to it, it consists as his personal culture, religious, ethical, social, artistic, in a lifelong process of education and training for this life. And consequently in all great arts, in the great churches, mysteries, and orders, there is reached such a command of form as astonishes the human being himself, and ends by breaking itself under the stress of its own exigences, whereupon, in every culture alike, there is set up, expressly or tacitly, the slogan of a return to nature. This maestria extends also to verbal language. Side by side with the social polish of the period of the tyrannies or of the troubadours, with the fugues of Bach and the vase paintings of Exekias 21, we have the art of Attic oratory and that of French conversation, both presupposing, like any other art, a strict and carefully matured convention and a long and exacting training of the individual. Metaphysically, the significance of this separating off of a set language can hardly be overestimated. The daily practice of intercourse in settled forms, and the command of the entire waking consciousness through such forms of which there is no longer a sensed process of formation ad hoc, but which are just simply there, and require understanding in the strictest sense of the word, lead to an ever sharper distinction between understanding and feeling within the waking consciousness. An incipient language is felt understandingly. The practice of speaking requires one, first, to feel the known speech medium and, secondly, to understand the intention put into it on this occasion. Consequently, the kernel of all schooling lies in the acquisition of elements of knowledge. Every church proclaims unhesitatingly that not feeling but knowledge leads into its ways of salvation. All true artistry rests on the sure knowledge of forms that the individual has not to discover, but to learn. Understanding is knowledge conceived of as a being. It is that which is completely alien to blood, race, time. From the opposition of rigid speech to coursing blood and developing history come the negative ideals of the absolute, the eternal, the universally valid, the ideals of church and school. But just this, in the last analysis, makes languages incomplete and leads to the eternal contradiction between what is in fact spoken and what was willed or meant by the speaking. We might indeed say that lies came into the world with the separation of speech from speaking. The signs are fixed, but not so their meaning from the outset. We feel that this is so, then we know it, and finally we turn our knowledge to account. It is an old experience that when one wills to say something, the words fail one, verhagen, missay, that one does not express oneself aright and in fact says something other than what was meant, that one may speak accurately and be understood inaccurately. And so finally we get to the art which is widespread even amongst animals, example cats, of using words to conceal thoughts. One says not everything, one says something quite different, one speaks formally about nothing, one talks briskly to cover the fact that one has said something. Or one imitates the speech of another. The red-backed shrike, Lanius calurio, imitates the strophes of small songbirds in order to lure them. This is a well-known hunter's dodge, but here again established motives and signs are precedent for it, just as much as they are a condition for the faking in antiques or the forgery of a signature. And all these traits, met with in attitude and mien as in handwriting and verbal utterance, reappear in the language of every religion, every art, every society. We need only refer to the ideas expressed by the words hypocrite, orthodox, heretic, the English cant, the secondary senses of diplomat, Jesuit, actor, the masks and wearinesses of polite society, and the painting of today, in which nothing is honest more and which in every gallery offers the eye untruth in every imaginable form. In a language that one stammers, one cannot be a diplomat. But in the real command of a language there is the danger that the relation between the means and the meaning may be made into a new means. There arises an intellectual art of playing with expression, practiced by the Alexandrines and the Romantics, by Theocritus and Brentano in lyric poetry, by Rieger in music, by Kierkegaard in religion. Finally, speech and truth exclude one another. Point 22. And in fact this is just what brings up, in the age of fixed language, the typical judge of men, who is all race and knows how to take the being that is speaking. To look a man keenly in the eyes, to size up the speaker behind the stump speech or the philosophical discourse, to know behind the prayer the heart, and behind the common good tone the more intimate levels of social importance, and that instantaneously, immediately, and with the self-evident certainty that characterizes everything cosmic. That is what is lacking to the real taboo man, for whom one language at any rate carries conviction. A priest who is also a diplomat cannot be genuinely a priest. An ethical philosopher of the Kant stamp is never a judge of men. The man who lies in his verbal utterances betrays himself, without observing it, in his demeanor. One who uses demeanor to dissimulate with betrays himself in his tone. It is precisely because rigid speech separates means and intent that it never carries it off with the keen appraiser. The adept reads between the lines and understands a man as soon as he sees his walk or his handwriting. The deeper and more intimate a spiritual communion, the more readily it dispenses with signs and linkages through waking consciousness. A real comradeship makes itself understood with few words, a real faith is silent altogether. The purest symbol of an understanding that has again got beyond language is the old peasant couple sitting in the evening in front of their cottage and entertaining one another without a word's being passed, each knowing what the other is thinking and feeling. Words would only disturb the harmony. From such a state of reciprocal understanding something or other reaches back, far beyond the collective existence of the higher animal world, deep in the primeval history of free-moving life. Here deliverance from the waking consciousness is, at moments, very nearly achieved. V. Of all the signs that have come to be fixed, none has led to greater consequences than that which in its present state we call word. It belongs, no doubt, to the purely human history of speech, but nevertheless the idea, or at any rate the conventional idea, of an origin of verbal language is as meaningless and barren as that of a 0 point for speech generally. A precise beginning is inconceivable for the latter because it is compresent with and contained in the essence of the microcosm, and for the former because it presupposes many fully developed kinds of communication speech and constitutes only one element, though in the end the dominant element of a slow and quiet evolution. It is a fundamental error in all theories, however diametrically opposed to each other, like those of Wundt and of Jespersen 23, that they investigate speaking in words as if it were something new and self-contained, which inevitably leads them into a radically false psychology. In reality, verbal language is a very late phenomenon, not a young shoot, but the last blossom borne by one of the ramifications of the parent stem of all vocal speeches. In actuality, a pure word speech does not exist. No one speaks without employing, in addition to the set vocabulary, quite other modes of speech, such as emphasis, rhythm, and facial play, which are much more primary than the language of the word, and with which, moreover, it has become completely intertwined. It is highly necessary, therefore, to avoid regarding the ensemble of present-day word languages, with its extreme structural intricacy, as an inner unity with a homogeneous history. Every word language known to us has very different sides, and each of these sides has its own destiny within the history of the whole. There is not one sense perception that would be wholly irrelevant to an adequate history of the use of words. Further, we must distinguish very strictly between vocal and verbal languages. The former is familiar even to the simpler genera of animals, the latter is in certain characters individual characters, it is true, but all the more significant for that a radically different thing. For every animal voice language, further, expression motives, a roar of anger, and communication signs, a cry of warning, can be clearly distinguished, and doubtless the same may be said of the earliest words. But was it, then, as an expression or as a communication language that verbal language arose? Was it in quite primitive conditions, independent, more or less, of any and every visual language such as picture and gesture? To such questions we have no answer, since we have no inkling of what the preforms of the word, properly so called, were. Naive indeed is the philology which uses what we of today call primitive languages, in reality, incomplete pictures of very late language conditions, as premises for conclusions as to the origin of words and the word. The word is in them an already established, highly developed, and self-evident means, i.e., precisely what anything originally is not. There can be no doubt that the sign which made it possible for the future word language to detach itself from the general vocal speech of the animal world was that which I call name, a vocal image serving to denote a something in the world around, which was felt as a being, and by the act of naming became a noumen. It is unnecessary to speculate as to how the first names came to be. No human speech accessible to us at this time of day gives us the least point d'appui here. But, contrary to the view of modern research, I consider that the decisive turn came not from a change of the throat formation or from a peculiarity of sound formation or from any other physiological factor. If any such changes ever took place at all, it would be the race side that they would affect not even an increased capacity for self-expression by existing means, like, say, the transition from word to sentence, H. Paul 24, but a profound spiritual change. With the name comes a new world outlook. And if speech in general is the child of fear, of the unfathomable terror that wells up when the waking consciousness is presented with the facts, that impels all creatures together in the longing to prove each other's reality and proximity, then the first word, the name, is a mighty leap upward. The name grazes the meaning of consciousness and the source of fear alike. The world is not merely existent, a secret is felt in it. Above and apart from the more ordinary objects of expression and communication language, man names that which is enigmatic. It is the beast that knows no enigmas. Man cannot think too solemnly, reverently, of this first name-giving. It was not well always to speak the name, it should be kept secret, a dangerous power dwelt in it. With the name the step is taken from the everyday physical of the beast to the metaphysical of man. It was the greatest turning point in the history of the human soul. Our epistemology is accustomed to set speech and thought side by side, and it is quite right, if we take into consideration only the languages that are still accessible at the present day. But I believe that we can go much deeper than this and say that with the name religion in the proper sense, definite religion in the midst of formless quasi-religious awe, came into being. Religion in this sense means religious thought. It is the new conception of the creative understanding emancipated from sensation. We say, in a very significant idiom, that we reflect on, think over, something. With the understanding of things named the formation of a higher world, above all sensational existence, is begun higher both according to obvious symbolism and in reference to the position of the head which man guesses, often with painful distinctness, to be the home of his thoughts. It gives to the primary feeling of fear both an object and a glimpse of liberation. On this religious first thought all the philosophical, scholarly, scientific thought of later times has been and remains dependent for its very deepest foundations. These first names we have to think of as quite separate and individual elements in the stock of signs of a highly developed sound and gesture language, the richness of which we can no longer imagine, since these other means have come to be subordinate to the word languages, and their further developments have been in dependent connection therewith. 25 One thing, however, was assured when the name inaugurated the transformation and spiritualization of communication technique, the preeminence of the eye over the other sense organs. Man's awakeness and awareness was in an illuminated space, his depth experience was a radiation outward towards light sources and light resistances, and he conceived of his ego as a middle point in the light. Visible or invisible was the alternative which governed the state of understanding in which the first names arose. Were the first noumena, perhaps, things of the light world that were felt, heard, observed in their effects, but not seen? No doubt the group of names, like everything else that marks a turning point in the course of world happenings, must have developed both rapidly and powerfully. The entire light world, in which everything possesses the properties of position and duration in space, was in the midst of what tensions of cause and effect, thing and property, object and subject. Very soon listed with innumerable names, and so anchored in the memory, for what we now call memory is the capacity of storing for the understanding, by means of the name, the named. Over the realm of understood visuals, setting, supervenes a more intellectual realm of namings, which shares with it the logical property of being purely extensive, disposed in polarity, and ruled by the causal principle. All word types like cases and pronouns and prepositions, which arise, of course, much later, have a causal or local meaning in respect of named units, adjectives, and verbs also, have frequently come into existence in pairs of opposites, often, as in the Iwi languages of West Africa investigated by Westermann, the same word is pronounced low or high to denote for example great and small, far and near, passive and active. 26 Later these relics of gesture language pass completely into the word form. 27 As we see clearly, for example, in the Greek mu alpha caparo and mu iota caparo and the u sounds of Egyptian designations of suffering. It is the form of thinking in opposites which, starting from these antithetical word pairs, constitutes the foundation of all inorganic logic, and turns every scientific discovery of truths into a movement of conceptual contraries, of which the most universal instance is that of an old view and a new one being contrasted as error and truth. The second great turning point was the use of grammar. Besides the name there was now the sentence, besides the verbal designation the verbal relation, and thereupon reflection, which is a thinking in word relations that follows from the perception of things for which word labels exist, became the decisive characteristic of man's waking consciousness. The question whether the communication languages already contained effective sentences before the appearance of the genuine name is a difficult one. The sentence, in the present acceptation of the word, has indeed developed within these languages according to its own conditions and with its own phases, but nevertheless it postulates the prior existence of the name. Sentences as conceptual relations become possible only with the intellectual change that accompanied their birth. And we must assume further that within the highly developed wordless languages one character or trait after another, in the course of continuous practical use, was transformed into verbal form and as such fell into its place in an increasingly solid structure, the prime form of our present-day languages. Thus the inner build of all verbal languages rests upon foundations of far older construction, and for its further development is not dependent upon the stock of words and its destiny. It is in fact just the reverse. For with syntax the original group of individual names was transformed into a system of words, whose character was given, not by their proper, but by their grammatical significance. The name made its appearance as something novel and entirely self-contained. But word species arose as elements of the sentence, and thereafter the contents of waking consciousness streamed in overflowing profusion into this world of words, demanding to be labeled and represented in it, until finally even all became, in one shape or another, a word and available for the thought process. Thenceforward the sentence is the decisive element we speak in sentences and not words. Attempts to define the two have been frequent, but never successful. According to F.N. Fink, word formation is an analytical and sentence formation a synthetical activity of the mind, the first preceding the second. It is demonstrable that the same actuality received as impression is variously understood, and words, therefore, are definable from very different points of view. 28 But according to the usual definition, a sentence is the verbal expression of a thought, a symbol, says H. Paul, for the connection of several ideas in the soul of the speaker. It seems to me quite impossible to settle the nature of the sentence from its contents. The fact is simply that we call the relatively largest mechanical units employed sentences and the relatively smallest words. Over this range extends the validity of grammatical laws. But as soon as we pass from theory to practice, we see that language as currently used is no longer such a mechanism, it obeys not laws, but pulse. Thus a race character is involved, a priori, in the way in which the matter to be communicated is set in sentences. Sentences are not the same for Tacitus and Napoleon as for Cicero and Nietzsche. The Englishman orders his material syntactically in a different way from the German. Not the ideas and thoughts, but the thinking, the kind of life, the blood, determine in the primitive, classical, Chinese, and Western speech communities the type of the sentence unit, and with it the mechanical relation of the word to the sentence. The boundary between grammar and syntax should be placed at the point where the mechanical of speech ceases and the organic of speaking begins. Usages, custom, the physiognomy of the way that a man employs to express himself. The other boundary lies where the mechanical structure of the word passes into the organic factors of sound formation and expression. Even the children of immigrants can often be recognized by the way in which the English th is pronounced, a race trait of the land. Only that which lies between these limits is the language, properly so called, which has system, is a technical instrument, and can be invented, improved, changed, and worn out. Enunciation and expression, on the contrary, adhere to the race. We recognize a person known to us, without seeing him, by his pronunciation, and not only that, but we can recognize a member of an alien race even if he speaks perfectly correct German. The great sound modifications, like the Old High German in Carolingian times and the Middle High German in the late Gothic, have territorial frontiers and affect only the speaking of the language, not the inner form of sentence and word. Words, I have just said, are the relatively smallest mechanical units in the sentence. There is probably nothing that is so characteristic of the thinking of a human species as the way in which these units are acquired by it. For the Bantu Negro, a thing that he sees belongs first of all to a very large number of categories of comprehension. Correspondingly, the word for it consists of a kernel or root and a number of monosyllabic prefixes. When he speaks of a woman in a field, his word is something like this: living, one, big, old, female, outside, human. This makes 7 syllables, but it denotes a single, clear-eyed, and to us quite alien act of comprehension. 29 There are languages in which the word is almost coextensive with the sentence. The gradual replacement of bodily or sonic by grammatical gestures is thus the decisive factor in the formation of sentences, but it has never been completed. There are no purely verbal languages. The activity of speaking, in words, as it emerges more and more precise, consists in this, that through word sounds we awaken significance feelings, which in turn through the sound of the word connections evoke further relation feelings. Our schooling in speech trains us to understand in this abbreviated and indicative form not only light things and light relations, but also thought things and thought relations. Words are only named, not used definitively, and the hearer has to feel what the speaker means. This and this alone amounts to speech, and hence mean and tone play a much greater part than is generally admitted in the understanding of modern speech. Substantive signs may conceivably exist for many of the animals even, but verb signs never. The last grand event in this history, which brings the formation of verbal speech more or less to a close, is the coming of the verb. This assumes at the outset a very high order of abstraction. For substantives are words whereby things sense defined in illuminated space 30 become evocable also in afterthought, while verbs describe types of change, which are not seen, but are extracted from the unendingly protean light world, by noting the special characters of the individual cases, and generating concepts from them. Falling stone is originally a unit impression, but we first separate movement and thing moved and then isolate falling as one kind of movement from innumerable other sorts and shades thereof sinking, tottering, stumbling, slipping. We do not see the distinction, we know it. The difference between fleeing and running, or between flying and being wafted, altogether transcends the visual impression they produce and is only apprehensible by a word-trained consciousness. But now, with this verb thinking, even life itself has become accessible to reflection. Out of the living impress made on the waking consciousness, out of the ambience of the becoming, which gesture speech, being merely imitative, leaves unquestioned and unprobed, that which is life itself, namely, singularity of occurrence is unconsciously eliminated, and the rest, as effect of a cause, the wind wafts, lightning flashes, the peasant plows, is put, under purely extensive descriptions, into suitable places in the sign system. One has to bury oneself completely in the solid definiteness of subject and predicate, active and passive, present and perfect, to perceive how entirely the understanding here masters the senses and unsouls actuality. In substantives one can still regard the mental thing, the idea, as a copy of the visual thing, but in the verb something inorganic has been put in place of something organic. The fact that we live, namely, that we at this instant perceive something, becomes eventually a property of the something perceived. In terms of word thought, the perceived endures is. Thus, finally, are formed the categories of thought, graded according to what is and what is not natural to it. Thus time appears as a dimension, destiny as a cause, the living as chemical or psychical mechanism. It is in this wise that the style of mathematical, judicial, and dogmatic thought arises. And in this wise, too, arises that disunity which seems to us inseparable from the essence of man, but is really only the expression of the dominance of word language in his waking consciousness. This instrument of communication between ego and two has, by reason of its perfection, fashioned out of the animal understanding of sensation, a thinking in words which stands proxy for sensation. Subtle thinking, splitting hairs, as it is called, is conversing with oneself in word significances. It is the activity that no kind of language but the language of words can subserve, and it becomes, with the perfection of the language, distinctive of the life habit of whole classes of human beings. The divorce of speech, rigid and devitalized, from speaking, which makes it impossible to include the whole truth in a verbal utterance, has particularly far-reaching consequences in the sign system of words. Abstract thinking consists in the use of a finite word framework into which it is sought to squeeze the whole infinite content of life. Concepts kill being and falsify waking being. Long ago in the springtime of language history, while understanding had still to struggle in order to hold its own with sensation, this mechanization was without importance for life. But now, from a being who occasionally thought, man has become a thinking being, and it is the ideal of every thought system to subject life, once and for all, to the domination of intellect. This is achieved in theory by according validity only to the known and branding the actual as a sham and a delusion. It is achieved in practice by forcing the voices of the blood to be silent in the presence of universal ethical principles. 31. Both, logic and ethics alike, are systems of absolute and eternal truths for the intellect, and correspondingly untruths for history. However completely the inner eye may triumph over the outer in the domain of thought, in the realm of facts the belief in eternal truths is a petty and absurd stage play that exists only in the heads of individuals. A true system of thoughts emphatically cannot exist, for no sign can replace actuality. Profound and honest thinkers are always brought to the conclusion that all cognition is conditioned a priori by its own form and can never reach that which the words mean apart, again, from the case of technics, in which the concepts are instruments and not aims in themselves. And this ignorabimus is in conformity also with the intuition of every true sage, that abstract principles of life are acceptable only as figures of speech, trite maxims of daily use underneath which life flows, as it has always flowed, onward. Race, in the end, is stronger than languages, and thus it is that, under all the great names, it has been thinkers who are personalities and not systems which are mutable that have taken effect upon life. 6. So far, then, the inner history of word languages shows 3 stages. In the first there appears, within highly developed but wordless communication languages, the first names units in a new sort of understanding. The world awakens as a secret, and religious thought begins. In the second stage, a complete communication speech is gradually transformed into grammatical values. The gesture becomes the sentence, and the sentence transforms the names into words. Further, the sentence becomes the great school of understanding vis-a-vis sensation, and an increasingly subtle significance feeling for abstract relations within the mechanism of the sentence evokes an immense profusion of inflections, which attach themselves especially to the substantive and the verb, the space word and the time word. This is the blossoming time of grammar, the period of which we may probably, though under all reserves, take as the 2 millennia preceding the birth of the Egyptian and Babylonian culture. The third stage is marked by a rapid decay of inflections and a simultaneous replacement of grammar by syntax. The intellectualization of man's waking consciousness has now proceeded so far that he no longer needs the sense props of inflection and, discarding the old luxuriance of word forms, communicates freely and surely by means of the faintest nuances of idiom, particles, position of words, rhythm. By dint of speaking in words, the understanding has attained supremacy over the waking consciousness, and today it is in process of liberating itself from the restrictions of sensible verbal machinery and working towards pure mechanics of the intellect. Minds and not senses are making the contact. In this third stage of linguistic history, which as such takes place in the biological plane and therefore belongs to man as a type, the history of the higher cultures now intervenes with an entirely new speech, the speech of the distance writing, an invention of such inward forcefulness that again there is a sudden decisive turn in the destinies of the word languages. The written language of Egypt is already by 3000 in a state of rapid grammatical decomposition, likewise the Sumerian literary languages called Imsal, women's language. The written language of China, which vis-a-vis the vernaculars of the Chinese world has long formed a language apart, is, even in the oldest known texts, so entirely inflectionless that only recent research has established that it ever had inflections at all. 32 The Indo-Germanic system is known to us only in a state of complete breakdown. Of the case in Old Vedic, about 1500 BC, the classical languages 1,000 years later retained only fragments. 33 From Alexander the Great's time the dual disappeared from the declension of ordinary Hellenistic Greek, and the passive vanished from the conjugation entirely. The Western languages, although of the most miscellaneous provenance imaginable, the Germanic from primitive and the Romanic from highly civilized stock, modify in the same direction, the Romanic cases having become reduced to 1, and the English, after the Reformation, to 0. Ordinary German definitely shed the genitive at the beginning of the 19th century and is now in process of abolishing the dative. Only after trying to translate a piece of difficult and pregnant prose, say of Tacitus or Mommsen back 34, into some very ancient language rich in inflections does one realize how meantime the technique of signs has vaporized into a technique of thoughts, which now only needs to employ the signs abbreviated, but replete with meaning merely as the counters in a game that only the initiates of the particular speech communion understand. This is why to a West European, the sacred Chinese texts must always be in the fullest sense a sealed book, but the same holds good also for the primary words of every other culture language, the Greek and Rokai, the Sanskrit Atman and Brahman, indications of the world outlook of their respective cultures that no one not bred in the culture can comprehend. The external history of languages is as good as lost to us in just its most important parts. Its springtime lies deep in the primitive era, in which, to repeat what has been said earlier, we have to imagine humanity in the form of scattered and quite small troops, lost in the wide spaces of the earth. A spiritual change came when reciprocal contacts became habitual, and eventually natural, to them, but correspondingly there can be no doubt that this contact was first sought for and then regulated, or fended off, by means of speech, and that it was the impression of an earth filled with men that first brought the waking consciousness to the point of tense intelligent shrewdness, forcing verbal language under pressure to the surface. So that, perhaps, the birth of grammar is connected with the race hallmark of the grand number. Since then, no other grammatical system has ever come into existence, but only novel derivatives of what was already there. Of these authentic primitive languages and their structure and sound we know nothing. As far as our backward look takes us, we see only complete and developed linguistic systems, used by everyone, learned by every child, as something perfectly natural. And we find it more than difficult to imagine that once upon a time things may have been different, that perhaps a shudder of fear accompanied the hearing of such strange and enigmatic language and all like that which in historic times has been and still is excited by script. And yet we have to reckon with the possibility that at one time, in a world of wordless communication, verbal language constituted an aristocratic privilege, a jealously preserved class secret. We have 1,000 examples: the diplomats with their French, the scholars with their Latin, the priests with their Sanskrit, to suggest that there may have been such a tendency. It is part of the thoroughbred's pride to be able to speak to one another in a way that outsiders cannot understand. A language for everybody is a vernacular. To be on conversational terms with someone is a privilege or a pretension. So, too, the use of literary language in talking with educated people, and contempt for dialect, mark the true bourgeois pride. It is only we who live in a civilization wherein it is just as normal for children to learn to write as to learn to walk. In all earlier cultures it was a rare accomplishment, to which few could aspire. And I am convinced that it was just so once with verbal language. The tempo of linguistic history is immensely rapid. Here a mere century signifies a great deal. I may refer again to the gesture language of the North Indians, which became necessary because the rapidity of changes in the tribal dialects made intertribal understanding impossible otherwise. Compare, too, the Latin of the recently discovered Forum inscription 35, about 500, with the Latin of Plautus, about 100, and this again with the Latin of Cicero, about 50. If we assume that the oldest Vedic texts have preserved the linguistic state of 1200 BC, then even that of 2000 may have differed from it far more completely than any Indo-Germanic philologists working by a posteriori methods can even surmise. 36 But allegro changes to lento in the moment when script, the language of duration, intervenes and ties down and immobilizes the systems at entirely different age levels. This is what makes this evolution so opaque to research. All that we possess is remains of written languages. Of the Egyptian and Babylonian linguistic world we do possess originals from as far back as 3000, but the oldest Indo-Germanic relics are copies, of which the linguistic state is much younger than the contents. Very various, under all these determinants, have been the destinies of the different grammars and vocabularies. The first attaches to the intellect, the second to things and places. Only grammatical systems are subject to natural inward change. The use of words, on the contrary, psychologically presupposes that, although the expression may change, inner mechanical structure is maintained, and all the more firmly, as being the basis on which denomination essentially rests. The great linguistic families are purely grammatical families. The words in them are more or less homeless and wander from one to another. It is a fundamental error in philological, especially Indo-Germanic, research that grammar and vocabulary are treated as a unit. All specialist vocabularies, the jargon of hunter, soldier, sportsman, seaman, savant, are in reality only stocks of words, and can be used within any and every grammatical system. The semi-classical vocabulary of chemistry, the French of diplomacy, and the English of the race course have become naturalized in all modern languages alike. We may talk of alien words, but the same could have been said at some time or other of most of the roots, so-called, in all the old languages. All names adhere to the things that they denote, and share their history. In Greek the names for metals are of alien provenance, words like tau alpha rho omicron, chi iota tau nu, omicron are Semitic. Indian numerals are found in the Hittite texts of Bhaskara 37, and the contexts in which they occur are technical expressions which came into the country with horse breeding. Latin administrative terms invaded the Greek East. 38 German invaded Petrine Russia in multitudes. Arabic words permeate the vocabulary of Western mathematics, chemistry, and astronomy. The Normans, themselves Germanic, inundated English with French words. Banking, in German-speaking regions, is full of Italian expressions. 39 And similarly, and to a far greater extent, masses of designations relating to agriculture and cattle breeding, to metals and weapons, and in general to all transactions of handicraft, barter, and intertribal law, must have migrated from one language to another, just as geographical nomenclature always passed into the proper vocabulary of the dominant language, with the result that Greek contains numerous Carian and German Celtic place names. It is no exaggeration to say that the more widely an Indo-Germanic word is distributed, the younger it is, the more likely it is to be an alien word. It is precisely the very oldest names that are hoarded as private possessions. Latin and Greek have only quite young words in common. Urdu telephone, gas, automobile, belong to the word stock of the primitive people. Suppose, for the sake of argument, that 3/4 of the Aryan primitive words came from the Egyptian or the Babylonian vocabularies of the third millennium, we should not find a trace of the fact in Sanskrit after 1,000 years of unwritten development, for even in German thousands of Latin loanwords have long ago become completely unrecognizable. The ending "et" in Henriette is Etruscan. How many genuine Aryan and genuine Semitic endings, notwithstanding their thoroughly alien origin, defy us to prove them intruders? What is the explanation of the astounding similarity of many words in the Australian and the Indo-Germanic languages? The Indo-Germanic system is certainly the youngest, and therefore the most intellectual. The languages derived from it rule the earth today, but did it really exist at all in 2000 as a specific grammatical edifice? As is well known, a single initial form for Aryan, Semitic, and Hamitic is nowadays assumed as probable. The oldest Indian texts preserve the linguistic conditions of, probably, before 1200, the oldest Greek those of, probably, 700. But Indian personal and divine names occur in Syria and Palestine 40 simultaneously with the horse, at a much later date, the bearers of these names being apparently first soldiers of fortune and afterwards potentates. 41 May it be that about 1600, these land Vikings, these first rider men grown up inseparable from their horses, the terrifying originals of the centaur legend, established themselves more or less everywhere in the northern plains as adventurer chiefs, bringing with them the speech and divinities of the Indian feudal age? And the same with the Aryan aristocratic ideals of breed and conduct. According to what has been said above on race, this would explain the race ideal of Aryan-speaking regions without any necessity for migrations of a primitive folk. After all, it was in this way that the knightly crusaders founded their states in the east and in exactly the same locality as the heroes with Mitanni names had done so 2,500 years before. Or was this system of about 3,000 merely an unimportant dialect of a language that is lost? The Romanic language family about AD 1600 dominated all the seas. About 400 BC the original language on the Tiber possessed a domain of little more than 1,000 square miles. It is certain that the geographical picture of the grammatical families at about 4000 was still very variegated. The Semitic Hamitic-Aryan group, if it ever did form a unit, can hardly have been of much importance at that time. We stumble at every turn upon the relics of old speech families Etruscan, Basque, Sumerian, Ligurian, the ancient tongues of Asia Minor, and others that in their day must have belonged to very extensive systems. In the archives of Bkhazkaya 8 new languages have so far been identified, all of them in use about the year 1000. With the then prevailing tempo of modification, Aryan may in 2000 have formed a unit with languages that we should never dream of associating with it. 7. Writing is an entirely new kind of language, and implies a complete change in the relations of man's waking consciousness, in that it liberates it from the tyranny of the present. Picture languages which portray objects are far older probably than any words, but here the picture is no longer an immediate denotation of some sight object, but primarily the sign of a word, i.e., something already abstract from sensation. It is the first and only example of a language that demands, without itself providing, the necessary preparatory training. Script, therefore, presupposes a fully developed grammar, since the activity of writing and reading is infinitely more abstract than that of speaking and hearing. Reading consists in scanning a script image with a feeling of the significances of corresponding word sounds. What script contains is not signs for things, but signs for other signs. The grammatical sense must be enlarged by instantaneous comprehension. The word is a possession of man generally, whereas writing belongs exclusively to culture men. In contrast to verbal language, it is conditioned, not merely partially, but entirely, by the political and religious destinies of world history. All scripts come into being in the individual cultures and are to be reckoned amongst their profoundest symbols. But hitherto a comprehensive history of script has never been produced, and a psychology of its forms and their modifications has never even been attempted. Writing is the grand symbol of the far, meaning not only extension distance, but also, and above all, duration and future and the will to eternity. Speaking and listening take place only in proximity and the present 42, but through script one speaks to men whom one has never seen, who may not even have been born yet. The voice of a man is heard centuries after he has passed away. It is one of the first distinguishing marks of the historical endowment. But for that very reason nothing is more characteristic of a culture than its inward relation to writing. If we know as little as we do about Indo-Germanic, it is because the two earliest cultures whose people made use of the system, the Indian and the classical, were so ahistoric in disposition that they not only formed no script of their own, but even fought off alien scripts until well into the late period of their course. Actually, the whole art of classical prose is designed immediately for the ear. One reads it as if one were speaking, whereas we, by comparison, speak everything as though we were reading it, with the result that in the eternal seesaw between script image and word sound we have never attained to a prose style that is perfect in the Attic sense. In the Arabian culture, on the other hand, each religion developed its own script and kept it even through changes of verbal language. The duration of the sacred books and teachings and the script as symbol of duration belong together. The oldest evidences of alphabetical script are found in southern Arabia in the Minyan and Sabaean scripts, differentiated, without doubt, according to sect, which probably go back to the 10th century before Christ. 43 The Jews, Mandaeans and Manichaeans in Babylonia spoke Eastern Aramaic, but all of them had scripts of their own. From the Abbasid period onward Arabic ruled, but Christians and Jews wrote it in their own characters. 44 Islam spread the Arabic script universally amongst its adherents, irrespective of whether their spoken language was Semitic, Mongolian, Aryan, or a Negro tongue. 45 The growth of the writing habit brings with it, everywhere and inevitably, the distinction between the written and the colloquial languages. The written language brings the symbolism of duration to bear upon its own grammatical condition, which itself yields only slowly and reluctantly to the progressive modifications of the colloquial language, the latter, therefore, always representing at any given moment a younger condition. There is not one Hellenic Kappa Omicron iota nu, but 2,46 and the immense distance between the written and the living Latin of imperial times is sufficiently evidenced in the structure of the early Romance languages. 47 The older a civilization becomes, the more abrupt is the distinction, until we have the gap that today separates written Chinese from Quanchua, the spoken language of educated North Chinese, a matter no longer of two dialects but of two reciprocally alien languages. Here, it should be observed, we have direct expression of the fact that writing is above everything a matter of status, and more particularly an ancient privilege of priesthood. The peasantry is without history and therefore without writing. But, even apart from this, there is in race an unmistakable antipathy to script. It is, I think, a fact of the highest importance to graphology that the more the writer has race, breed, the more cavalierly he treats the ornamental structure of the letters, and the more ready he is to replace this by personal line pictures. Only the taboo man evidences a certain respect for the proper forms of the letters and ever, if unconsciously, tries to reproduce them. It is the distinction between the man of action, who makes history, and the scholar, who merely puts it down on paper, eternalizes it. In all cultures the script is in the keeping of the priesthood, in which class we have to count also the poet and the scholars. The nobility despises writing, it has people to write for it. From the remotest times this activity has had something intellectual sacerdotal about it. Timeless truths came to be such, not at all through speech, but only when there came to be script for them. It is the opposition of castle and cathedral over again, which shall endure, deed or truth. The archivist's sources preserve facts, the Holy Scripture, truths. What chronicles and documents mean in the first named, exegesis and library mean in the second. And thus there is something besides cult architecture that is not decorated with ornament, but is ornament the book. The art history of all cultural springtimes ought to begin with the script, and the cursive script even before the monumental. Here we can observe the essence of the Gothic style, or of the Magian, at its purest. No other ornament possesses the inwardness of a letter shape or a manuscript page, nowhere else is arabesque as perfect as it is in the Quran texts on the walls of a mosque. And, then, the great art of initials, the architecture of the marginal picture, the plastic of the covers. In a Quran in the Kufi script every page has the effect of a piece of tapestry. A Gothic book of the Gospels is, as it were, a little cathedral. As for classical art, it is very significant that the one thing that it did not beautify with its touch was the script and the book roll, an exception founded in its steady hatred of that which endures, the contempt for a technique which insists on being more than a technique. Neither in Hellas nor in India do we find an art of monumental inscription as in Egypt. It does not seem to have occurred to anybody that a sheet of handwriting of Plato was a relic, or that a fine edition of the dramas of Sophocles ought to be treasured up in the Acropolis. As the city lifted up its head over the countryside, as the burgher joined the noble and the priest and the urban spirit aspired to supremacy, writing, from being a herald of nobles' fame and of eternal truths, became a means of commercial and scientific intercourse. The Indian and the classical cultures rejected the pretension and met the working requirement by importation from abroad. It was as a humble tool of everyday use that alphabetical script slowly won their acceptance. With this event rank, as contemporaneous and like in significance, the introduction into China of the phonetic script about 800, and the discovery of book printing in the West in the 15th century, the symbol of duration and distance was reinforced in the highest degree by making it accessible to the large number. Finally the civilizations took the last step and brought their scripts into utilitarian form. As we have seen, the discovery of alphabetical script in the Egyptian civilization, about 2000, was a purely technical innovation. In the same way Li Si, chancellor to the Chinese Augustus, introduced the Chinese standard script in 227. And lastly, amongst ourselves, though as yet few of us have appreciated the real significance of the fact, a new kind of writing has appeared. That Egyptian alphabetic script is in no wise a final and perfected thing is proved by the discovery of its fellow, our stenography, which means no mere shortening of writing, but the overcoming of the alphabetic script by a new and highly abstract mode of communication. It is not impossible, indeed, that in the course of the next centuries script forms of the shorthand kind may displace letters completely. 8. May the attempt be made, thus early, to write a morphology of the culture languages? Certainly, science has not as yet even discovered that there is such a task. Culture languages are languages of historical men. Their destiny accomplishes itself not in biological spaces of time, but in step with the organic evolution of strictly limited lifetimes. Culture languages are historical languages, which means, primarily, that there is no historical event and no political institution that will not have been determined in part by the spirit of the language employed in it and, conversely, that will not have its influence upon the spiritual form of that language. The build of the Latin sentence is yet another consequence of Rome's battles, which in giving her conquests compelled the nation as a whole to think administratively. German prose bears traces even today of the 30 Years' War in its want of established norms, and early Christian dogma would have acquired a different shape if the oldest scriptures, instead of being one and all written in Greek, and been set down in Syriac form like those of the Mandaeans. But secondarily it means that world history is dependent to a degree that students have hitherto scarcely imagined upon the existence of script as the essentially historical means of communication. The state, in the higher sense of the word, presupposes intercourse by writing. The style of all politics is determined absolutely by the significance that the politico-historical thought of the nation attaches in each instance to charters and archives, to signatures, to the products of the publicist. The battle of legislation is a fight for or against a written law. Constitutions replace material force by the composition of paragraphs and elevate a piece of writing to the dignity of a weapon. Speech belongs with the present, and writing with duration, but equally, oral understanding pairs with practical experience, and writing with theoretical thought. The bulk of the inner political history of all late periods can be traced back to this opposition. The ever-varying facts resist the letter, while truths demand it. That is the world historical opposition of two parties that in one form or another is met with in the great crises of all cultures. The one lives in actuality, the other flourishes a text in its face. All great revolutions presuppose a literature. The group of Western culture languages appeared in the 10th century. The available bodies of language, namely, the Germanic and Romance dialects, Monkeish Latin included, were developed into script languages under a single spiritual influence. It is impossible that there should not be a common character in the development of German, English, Italian, French, and Spanish from 900 to 1900, as also in the history of the Hellenic and Italic, Etruscan included, between 1100 and the Empire. But what is it that, irrespective of the area of extension of language families or races, acquires specific unity from the landscape limit of the culture alone? What modifications have Hellenistic and Latin in common after 300 in pronunciation and idiom, metrically, grammatically, and stylistically? What is present in German and Italian after 1000, but not in Italian and Romanian? These and similar questions have never yet been systematically investigated. Every culture at its awakening finds itself in the presence of peasant languages, speeches of the cityless countryside, everlasting, and almost unconcerned with the great events of history, which have gone on through late culture and civilization as unwritten dialects and slowly undergone imperceptible changes. On the top of this now the language of the two primary estates raises itself as the first manifestation of a waking relation that has culture, that is culture. Here, in the ring of nobility and priesthood, languages become culture languages, and, more particularly, talk belongs with the castle, and speech to the cathedral. And thus on the very threshold of evolution the plant life separates itself from the animal, the destiny of the living from the destiny of the dead, that of the organic side from that of the mechanical side of understanding. For the totem side affirms and the taboo side denies, blood and time. Everywhere we meet, and very early indeed, rigid cult languages whose sanctity is guaranteed by their inalterability, systems long dead, or alien to life and artificially fettered, which have the strict vocabulary that the formulation of eternal truths requires. Old Vedic stiffened as a religious language, and with it Sanskrit as a savant language. The Egyptian of the Old Kingdom was perpetuated as priests' language, so that in the new empire sacred formulas were no more understandable than the Carmen Salier and the hymn of the Fratra Arvales in Augustan times. 48 In the Arabian pre-cultural period Babylonian, Hebrew, and Avestan simultaneously went out of use as workaday languages probably in the 2nd century before Christ. Indeed, on that very account Jews and Persians used them in their scriptures as in opposition to Aramaic and Pahlavi. The same significance attached to Gothic Latin for the Church, Humanists Latin for the learning of the Baroque, Church Slavonic in Russia, and no doubt Sumerian in Babylonia. In contrast with this, the nursery of talk is in the early castles and palaces of Assis. Here the living culture languages have been formed. Talk is the custom of speech, its manners good form in the intonation and idiom, fine tact in choice of words and mode of expression. All these things are a mark of race. They are learned not in the monastery cell or the scholar's study, but in polite intercourse and from living examples. In noble society, and as a hallmark of nobility, the language of Homer 49 as also the Old French of the Crusades and the Middle High German of the Hohenstaufen, were erected out of the ordinary talk of the countryside. When we speak of the great epic poets, the skalds, the troubadours, as creators of language, we must not forget that they began by being trained for their task, in language as in other things, by moving in noble circles. The great art by which the culture finds its tongue is the achievement of a race and not that of a craft. The clerical language on the other hand starts from concepts and conclusions. It labors to improve the dialectical capacities of the words and sentence forms to the maximum. There sets in, consequently, an ever-increasing differentiation of scholastic and courtly, of the idiom of intellectual from that of social intercourse. Beyond all divisions of language families there is a component common to the expression of Plotinus and Thomas Aquinas, of Veda and Mishnah. Here we have the starting point of all the ripe scholar languages of the West which, German and English and French alike, bear to this day the unmistakable signs of their origin in scholars' Latin and, therefore, the starting point of all the apparatus of technical expression and logical sentence form. This opposition between the modes of understanding of society and of science renews itself again and again till far into the late period. The center of gravity in the history of French was decisively on the side of race, i.e., of talk. At the court of Versailles, in the salons of Paris, the esprit prêcheur of the Arthurian romances evolves into the conversation, the classical art of talk, whose dictature the whole West acknowledges. The fact that Ionic Attic, too, was fashioned entirely in the halls of the tyrants and in symposia created great difficulties for Greek philosophy, for later on, it was almost impossible to discuss the syllogism in the language of Alcibiades. On the other hand, German prose, in the decisive phase of Baroque, had no central point on which it could rise to excellence, and so even today it oscillates in point of style between French and Latin courtly and scholarly according as the author's intuition is to express himself well or accurately. Our classical writers, thanks to their linguistic origin in office or study and their stay as tutors in the castles and the little courts, arrived indeed at personal styles, and others are able to imitate these styles, but a specifically German prose, standard for all, they were unable to create. To these two class languages the rise of the city added a third, the language of the bourgeoisie, which is the true script speech, reasoned and utilitarian, prose in the strictest sense of the word. It swings gently between the expression modes of elegant society and of learning, in the one direction thinking forever of new turns and words a la mode, in the other keeping sturdy hold on its existing stock of ideas. But in its inner essence it is of a mercantile nature. It feels itself frankly as a class badge vis-a-vis the historyless changeless phrasing of the people which Luther and others employed, to the great scandal of their superficial contemporaries. With the final victory of the city the urban speech absorbs into itself that of elegance and that of learning. There arises in the upper strata of megalopolitan populations the uniform, keenly intelligent, practical kappa omicron iota nu, the child and symbol of its civilization, equally averse from dialect and poetry, something perfectly mechanical, precise, cold, leaving as little as possible to gesture. These final homeless and rootless languages can be learned by every trader and porter, Hellenistic in Carthage and on the Oxus, Chinese in Java, English in Shanghai, and for their comprehension talk has no importance or meaning. And if we inquire what really created these languages, we find not the spirit of a race or of a religion, but the spirit of economics. Chapter 6. Cities and Peoples. C. Primitives, Culture, Peoples, Fellahin. Now at last it is possible to approach, if with extreme precaution, the conception people, and to bring order into that chaos of people forms that the historical research of the present day has only succeeded in making worse confounded than before. There is no word that has been used more freely and more utterly uncritically, yet none that calls for a stricter critique, than this. Very careful historians, even, after going to much trouble to clear their theoretical basis, up to a point, slide back thereafter into treating peoples, race parts, and speech communities as completely equivalent. If they find the name of a people, it counts without more ado as the designation of a language as well. If they discover an inscription of 3 words, they believe they have established a racial connection. If a few roots correspond, the curtain rises at once on a primitive people with a primitive habitat in the background. And the modern nationalist spirit has only enhanced this thinking in terms of peoples. But is it the Hellenes, the Dorians, or the Spartans that are a people? If the Romans were a people, what are we to say about the Latins? And what kind of a unit within the population of Italy at c. 400 do we mean by the name Etruscan? Has not their nationality, like that of Basques and Thracians, been made actually to depend upon the build of their language? What ethnic idea underlies the words American, Swiss, Jew, Boer? Blood, speech, faith, state, landscape, what in all these is determinative in the formation of a people? In general, relationships of blood and language are determined only by way of scholarship, and the ordinary individual is perfectly unconscious of them. Indo-Germanic is purely and simply a scientific, more particularly a philological, concept. The attempt of Alexander the Great to fuse Greeks and Persians together was a complete failure, and we have recently had experience of the real strength of Anglo-German community of feeling. But people is a linkage of which one is conscious. In ordinary usage, one designates as one's people and with feeling that community, out of the many to which one belongs, which inwardly stands nearest to 1.1, and then he extends the use of this concept, which is really quite particular and derived from personal experience, to collectivities of the most varied kinds. For Caesar the Arverni were a civitas, for us the Chinese are a nation. On this basis, it was the Athenians and not the Greeks who constituted a nation, and in fact there were only a few individuals who, like Isocrates, felt themselves primarily as Hellenes. On this basis, one of 2 brothers may call himself a Swiss and the other, with equal right, a German. These are not philosophical concepts, but historical facts. A people is an aggregate of men which feels itself a unit. The Spartiates too felt themselves a people in this sense, the Dorians of 1100, too, probably, but those of 400 certainly not. The Crusaders became genuinely a people in taking the oath of Clermont, the Mormons in their expulsion from Missouri, in 1839, 3 the Mamertines, for by their need of winning for themselves a stronghold of refuge. 5 was the formative principle, very different with the Jacobins and Hyksos. How many peoples may have originated in a chief's following or a band of fugitives? Such a group can change race, like the Osmanli, who appeared in Asia Minor as Mongols, or language, like the Sicilian Normans, or name, like Ixians and Danaa. So long as the common feeling is there, the people as such is there. We have to distinguish the destiny of a people from its name. The latter is often the only thing about which information remains to us, but can we fairly conclude from a name anything about the history, the descent, the language, or even merely the identity of those who bore it? Here again the historical researcher is to blame, in that, whatever his theory may have been, he has in practice treated the relation between name and bearer as simply as he would treat, say, the personal names of today. Have we any conception of the number of unexplored possibilities in this field? To begin with, the very act of name-giving is of enormous importance in early associations. For with a name the human group consciously sets itself up with a sort of sacral dignity. But, here, cult and war names may exist side by side, others the land or the heritage may provide, the tribal name may be exchanged for that of an eponymous hero, as with the Osmanli. 6. Lastly, an unlimited number of alien names can be applied along the frontiers of a group without more than a part of the community ever hearing them at all. If only such names as these be handed down, it becomes practically inevitable that conclusions about the bearers of them will be wrong. The indubitably sacral names of Franks, Alemanni, and Saxons have superseded a host of names of the period of the Varus battle, but if we did not happen to know this, we should long ago have been convinced that an expulsion or annihilation of old tribes by new intruders had taken place here. The names Romans and Quirites, Spartans and Lacedaemonians, Carthaginian and Punic have endured side by side. Here again there was a risk of supposing two peoples instead of one. In what relation the names Pelasgi, Achaeans, Danai, stand to one another we shall never learn, and had we nothing more than these names, the scholar would long ago have assigned to each a separate people, complete with language and racial affinities. Has it not been attempted to draw from the regional designation Doric conclusions as to the course of the Dorian migration? How often may a people have adopted a land name and taken it along with them? This is the case with the modern Prussians, but also with the modern Parses, Jews, and Turks, while the opposite is the case in Burgundy and Normandy. The name Hellenes arose about 650, and, therefore, cannot be connected with any movement of population. Lorraine, Lothringen, received the name of a perfectly unimportant prince, and that, in connection with the decision of a heritage and not a folk migration. Paris called the Germans Alamans in 1814, Prussians in 1870, Box in 1914. In other circumstances three distinct peoples might have been supposed to be covered by these names. The West European is called in the East a Frank, the Jew a Spaniol. The fact is readily explained by historical circumstances, but what would a philologist have produced from the words alone? It is not to be imagined at what results the scholars of AD 3000 might arrive if they worked by present-day methods on names, linguistic remains, and the notion of original homes and migration. For example, the Teutonic Knights about 1300 drove out the heathen Prussians, and in 1870 these people suddenly appear on their wanderings at the gates of Paris. The Romans, pressed by the Goths, emigrate from the Tiber to the lower Danube. Or a part of them perhaps settled in Poland, where Latin was spoken. Charlemagne on the Weser defeated the Saxons, who thereupon emigrated to the neighborhood of Dresden, their places being taken by the Hanoverians, whose original settlement, according to the dynasty name, was on the Thames. The historian who writes down the history of names instead of that of peoples, forgets that names, too, have their destinies. So also languages, which, with their migrations, modifications, victories, and defeats, are inconclusive even as to the existence of peoples associated with them. This is the basic error of Indo-Germanic research in particular. If in historic times the names Pauls and Calabria have moved about, if Hebrew has been driven from Palestine to Warsaw, and Persian from the Tigris to India, what conclusions can be drawn from the history of the Etruscan name and the alleged Tyrsenian inscription at Lemnos? 7. Or did the French and the Haitian Negroes, as shown by their common language, once form a single primitive people? In the region between Budapest and Constantinople today 2 Mongolian, 1 Semitic, 2 Classical, and 3 Slavonic languages are spoken, and these speech communities all feel themselves essentially as peoples. 8. If we were to build up a migration story here, the error of the method would be manifested in some singular results. Doric is a dialect designation that we know, and that is all we know. No doubt some few dialects of this group spread rapidly, but that is no proof of the spread or even of the existence of a human stock belonging with it. 9. 2. Thus we come to the pet idea of modern historical thought. If a historian meets a people that has achieved something, he feels that he owes it to these people to answer the question, whence did it come? It is a matter of dignity for a people to have come from somewhere and to have an original home. The notion that it is at home in the place where we find it is almost an insulting assumption. Wandering is a cherished saga motive of primitive mankind, but its employment in serious research also has become a sheer mania. Whether the Chinese invaded China or the Egyptians Egypt, no one inquires, the question being always when and whence they did so. It would be less of an effort to originate the Semites in Scandinavia or the Aryans in Canaan than to abandon the notion of an original home. Now, the fact that all early populations were highly mobile is unquestionable. In it, for example, lies the secret of the Libyan problem. The Libyans or their predecessors spoke Hamitic, but, as shown even by old Egyptian reliefs, they were all blonde and blue-eyed and, therefore, doubtless of North European provenance. 10 In Asia Minor at least 3 migration strata since 1300 have been determined, which are related probably to the attacks of the Sea peoples in Egypt, and something similar has been shown in the Mexican culture. But as to the nature of these movements we know nothing at all. In any case, there can be no question of migrations such as modern historians like to picture, movements of close-pressed peoples traversing the lands in great masses, pushing and being pushed till finally they come to rest somewhere or other. It is not the alterations in themselves, but the conceptions we have formed about them, that have spoiled our outlook upon the nature of the peoples. Peoples in the modern sense of the word do not wander, and that which of old did wander needs to be very carefully examined before it is labeled, as the label will not always stand for the same thing. The motive, too, that is everlastingly assigned to these migrations is colorless and worthy of the century that invented it: material necessity. Hunger would normally lead to efforts of quite a different sort, and it has certainly been only the last of the motives that drove men of race out of their nests, although it is understandable that it would very frequently make itself felt when such bands suddenly encountered a military obstacle. It was doubtless, in this simple and strong kind of man, the primary microcosmic urgency to move in free space which sprang up out of the depths of his soul as love of adventure, daring, liking for power and booty, as a blazing desire, to us almost incomprehensible, for deeds, for joy of carnage, for the death of the hero. Often, too, no doubt, domestic strife or fear of the revenge of the stronger, was the motive, but again a strong and manly one. Motives like these are infectious. The man who stays at home is a coward. Was it common bodily hunger, again, that induced the Crusades, or the expeditions of Cortés and Pizarro, or in our time the ventures of Wild West pioneers? Where, in history, we find the little handful invading wide lands, it is ever the voices of the blood, the longing for high destinies, that drive them. Further, we have to consider the position in the country traversed by the invaders. Its characteristics are always modified more or less, but the modifications are due not merely to the influence of the immigrants, but more and more to the nature of the settled population, which in the end becomes numerically overwhelming. Obviously, in spaces almost empty of men it is easy for the weaker simply to evade the onslaught, and as a rule he was able to do so. But in later and denser conditions, the inroad spelled dispossession for the weaker, who must either defend himself successfully or else win new lands for old. Already there is the outthrust into space. No tribe lives without constant contacts on all sides and a mistrustful readiness to stand to arms. The hard necessity of war breeds men. Peoples grow by, and against, other peoples to inward greatness. Weapons become weapons against men and not beasts. And finally we have the only migration form that counts in historic times: warrior bands sweep through thoroughly populated countries, whose inhabitants remain, undisturbed and upstanding, as an essential part of the spoils of victory. And then, the victors being in a minority, completely new situations arise. Peoples of strong inward form spread themselves on top of much larger but formless populations, and the further transformations of peoples, languages, and races depend upon very complicated factors of detail. Since the decisive investigations of Balish 11 and Delbruck 1-2 we know that all migrant peoples and the Persians of Cyrus, the Mamertines and the Crusaders, the Ostrogoths and the Sea peoples of the Egyptian inscriptions were all peoples in this sense were, in comparison with the inhabitants of the regions they occupied, very small in numbers, just a few thousand warriors, superior to the natives only in respect of their determination to be a destiny and not to submit to one. It was not inhabitable, but inhabited, land of which they took possession, and thus the relation between the two peoples became a question of status, the migration turned into the campaign, and the process of settling down became a political process. And here again, in presence of the fact that at a historic distance of time the successes of a small war band, with the consequent spread of the victors' names and language, may all too easily be taken for a migration of peoples, it is necessary to repeat our question: what, in fact, the men, things, and factors are that can migrate? Here are some of the answers: the name of a district or that of a collectivity, or of a hero, adopted by his followers, in that it spreads, becomes extinct here and is taken by or given to a totally different population there, in that it may pass from land to people and travel with the latter or vice versa, the language of the conqueror or that of the conquered, or even a third language, adopted for reciprocal understanding, the war band of a chief which subdues whole countries and propagates itself through captive women, or some accidental group of heterogeneous adventurers, or a tribe with its women and children, like the Philistines of 1200, who quite in the Germanic fashion trekked with their ox wagons along the Phoenician coast to Egypt. 13 In such conditions, we may again ask, can conclusions be drawn from the destinies of names and languages as to those of peoples and races? There is only one possible answer, a decided negative. Amongst the sea peoples that repeatedly attacked Egypt in the 13th century appear the names of Danae and Achaeans, but in Homer both are almost mythical designations. The name of the Lucca, which adhered later to Lycia, though the inhabitants of that country called themselves Tramilas, and the names of the Etruscans, the Sards, the Siculi, but this in no wise proved that these tertius spoke the later Etruscan, nor that there was the slightest physical connection with the like-named inhabitants of Italy or anything else entitling us to speak of one and the same people. Assuming that the Lemnos inscription is Etruscan, and Etruscan an Indo-Germanic language, much could be deduced therefrom in the domain of linguistic history, but in that of racial history nothing whatever. Rome was an Etruscan city, but is not the fact completely without bearing upon the soul of the Roman people? Are the Romans Indo-Germanic because they happen to speak a Latin dialect? The ethnologists recognize a Mediterranean race and an Alpine race, and north and south of these an astonishing physical resemblance between North Germans and Libyans, but the philologists know that the Basques are in virtue of their speech a pre-Indo-Germanic Iberian population. The two views are mutually exclusive. Were the builders of Mycenae and Tiryns Hellenes? It would be as pertinent to ask, were the Ostrogoths Germans? I confess that I do not comprehend why such questions are formulated at all. For me, the people is a unit of the soul. The great events of history were not really achieved by peoples, they themselves created the peoples. Every act alters the soul of the doer. Even when the event is preceded by some grouping around or under a famous name, the fact that there is a people and not merely a band behind the prestige of that name is not a condition, but a result of the event. It was the fortunes of their migrations that made the Ostrogoths and the Osmanli what they afterwards were. The Americans did not immigrate from Europe. The name of the Florentine geographer Amerigo Vespucci designates today not only a continent, but also a people in the true sense of the word, whose specific character was born in the spiritual upheavals of 1775 and, above all, 1861 to 1865. This is the one and only connotation of the word people. Neither unity of speech nor physical descent is decisive. That which distinguishes the people from the population, raises it up out of the population, and will one day let it find its level again in the population is always the inwardly lived experience of the we. The deeper this feeling is, the stronger is the vis viva of the people. There are energetic and tame, ephemeral and indestructible, forms of peoples. They can change speech, name, race, and land, but so long as their soul lasts, they can gather to themselves and transform human material of any and every provenance. The Roman name in Hannibal's day meant a people, in Trajan's time nothing more than a population. Of course, it is often quite justifiable to align peoples with races, but race in this connection must not be interpreted in the present-day Darwinian sense of the word. It cannot be accepted, surely, that a people was ever held together by the mere unity of physical origin, or, if it were, could maintain that unity even for 10 generations. It cannot be too often reiterated that this physiological provenance has no existence except for science, never for folk consciousness, and that no people was ever yet stirred to enthusiasm for this ideal of blood purity. In race there is nothing material, but something cosmic and directional, the felt harmony of a destiny, the single cadence of the march of historical being. It is incoordination of this, wholly metaphysical, beat that produces race hatred, which is just as strong between Germans and Frenchmen as it is between Germans and Jews, and it is resonance on this beat that makes the true love so akin to hate between man and wife. He who has not race knows nothing of this perilous love. If a part of the human multitude that now speaks Indo-Germanic languages, cherishes a certain race ideal, what is evidenced thereby is not the existence of the prototype people so dear to the scholar, but the metaphysical force and power of the ideal. It is highly significant that this ideal is expressed, never in the whole population, but mainly in its warrior element and preeminently in its genuine nobility, that is, in men who live entirely in a world of facts, under the spell of historical becoming, destiny, men who will and dare. And it was precisely in the early times, another significant point, that a born alien of quality and dignity could without particular difficulty gain admittance to the ruling class, and wives in particular were chosen for their breed and not their descent. Correspondingly, the impress of race traits is weakest, as may be observed even today, in the true priestly and scholarly natures 14, even though these often do stand in close blood relationship to the others. A strong spirit trains up the body into a product of art. The Romans formed, in the midst of the confused and even heteroclite tribes of Italy, a race of the firmest and strictest inward unity that was neither Etruscan nor Latin nor merely classical, but quite specifically Roman. 15 Nowhere is the force that cements a people set before us more plainly than in Roman busts of the late Republican period. I will cite yet another example, than which none more clearly exhibits the errors that these scholars' notions of people, language, and race inevitably entail, and in which lies the ultimate, perhaps the determining reason why the Arabian culture has never yet been recognized as an organism. It is that of the Persians. Persian is an Aryan language, hence the Persians are an Indo-Germanic people, and hence Persian history and religion are the affair of Iranian philology. To begin with, is Persian a language of equal rank with the Indian, derived from a common ancestor, or is it merely an Indian dialect? 7 centuries of linguistic development, scriptless and therefore very rapid, lie between the Old Vedic of the Indian texts and the Behistun inscription 16 of Darius. It is almost as great a gap as that between the Latin of Tacitus and the French of the Strasbourg Oath of 84,217. Now the Tel El Amarna letters and the archives of Bhaskar tell us many Aryan names of persons and gods of the middle of the 2nd millennium BC. That is, the Vedic age of chivalry. It is Palestine and Syria that furnish these names. Nevertheless, Edward Meyer observes 18 that they are Indian and not Persian, and the same holds good for the numerals that have now been discovered. There is not a unit of Persians, or of any other people in the sense of our historical writers. They were Indian heroes, who rode westward and with their precious weapon the war horse and their own ardent energy made themselves felt as a power far and wide in the aging Babylonian Empire. About 600 there appears in the middle of this world Persis, a little district with a politically united population of peasant barbarians. Herodotus says that of its tribes only 3 were of genuine Persian nationality. Had the language of these knights of old lived on in the hills, and is Persians really a land name that passed to a people? The Medes, who were very similar, bear only the name of a land where an upper warrior stratum had learned through great political successes to feel itself as a unit. In the Assyrian archives of Sargon and his successors, about 700, are found, along with the non-Aryan place names, numerous Aryan names of persons, all leading figures, but Tiglath-Pileser IV, 745 to 727, calls the people Black Kaired 19. It can only have been later that the Persian people of Cyrus and Darius was formed, out of men of varied provenance, but forged to a strong inner unity of lived experience. But when, scarce 2 centuries later, the Macedonians put an end to their lordship, was it that the Persians in this form were no longer in existence? Was there still a Lombard people at all in Italy in AD 900? It is certain that the very wide diffusion of the empire language of Persia, and the distribution of the few thousands of adult males from Persia over the immense system of military and administrative business, must long ago have led to the dissolution of the Persian nation and set up in its place, as carriers of the Persian name, an upper class conscious of itself as a political unit, of whose members very few could have claimed descent from the invaders from Persia. 20 There is, indeed, not even a country that can be considered as the theater of Persian history. The events of the period from Darius to Alexander took place partly in northern Mesopotamia, that is, in the midst of an Aramaic-speaking population, partly lower down in Old Sinir, anywhere but in Persis, where the handsome buildings begun by Xerxes were never carried out. The Parthians of the succeeding Achaemenid period were a Mongol tribe which had adopted a Persian dialect, and in the midst of this people sought to embody the Persian national feeling in themselves. Here the Persian religion emerges as a problem no less difficult than those of race and language. 21 Scholarship has associated it with these as though the association were self-evident, and has, therefore, treated it always with reference to India. But the religion of these land Vikings was not related to, it was identical with, the Vedic, as shown by the divine pairs Mitravarana and Indranasatya of the Bhagavatkaya texts. And within this religion, which held up its head in the middle of the Babylonian world, Zarathustra now appeared, from out of the lower ranks of the people, as reformer. It is known that he was not a Persian. That which he created, as I hope to show, was a transfer of Vedic religion into the forms of the Aramean world contemplation, in which already there were the faint beginnings of the Magian religiousness. The Devas, the gods of the old Indian beliefs, grew to be the demons of the Semitic and the jinn of the Arabian. Yahweh and Beelzebub are related to one another precisely as Ahura Mazda and Ahriman in this peasant religion, which was essentially Aramean and, therefore, founded in an ethical dualistic world feeling. Edward Meyer 22 has correctly established the difference between the Indian and the Iranian view of the world, but, owing to his erroneous premises, has not recognized its origin. Zarathustra is a traveling companion of the prophets of Israel, who like him, and at the same time, transformed the old, Mosaic Canaanitish, beliefs of the people. It is significant that the whole eschatology is a common possession of the Persian and Jewish religions, and that the Avesta texts were originally written in Aramaic, in Parthian times, and only afterwards translated into Pahlavi. 23. But already in Parthian times there occurred amongst both Persians and Jews that profoundly intimate change which makes no longer tribal attachment but orthodoxy the hallmark of nationality. 24 A Jew who went over to the Mazda faith became thereby a Persian who became a Christian belonged to the Nestorian people. The very dense population of northern Mesopotamia, the motherland of the Arabian culture, is partly of Jewish and partly of Persian nationality in the sense of the word, which is not at all concerned with race and very little with language. Even before the birth of Christ, infidel designates the non-Persian as it designates the non-Jew. This nation is the Persian people of the Sassanid Empire, and, connected with the fact, we find that Pahlavi and Hebrew die out simultaneously, Aramaic becoming the mother tongue of both communities. If we speak in terms of Aryans and Semites, the Persians in the time of the Tel el-Amarna correspondence were Aryans, but no people, in that of Darius a people, but without race, in Sassanid times a community of believers, but of Semitic origin. There is no Proto-Persian people branched off from the Aryan, nor a general history of the Persians, and for the three special histories, which are held together only by certain linguistic relations, there is not even a common historical theater. 3. With this are laid, at last, the foundations for a morphology of peoples. Directly its essence is seen, we see also an inward order in the historical stream of the peoples. They are neither linguistic nor political nor zoological, but spiritual, units. And this leads at once to the further distinction between peoples before, within, and after a culture. It is a fact that has been profoundly felt in all ages that culture peoples are more distinct in character than the rest. Their predecessors I will call primitive peoples. These are the fugitive and heterogeneous associations that form and dissolve without ascertainable rule, till at last, in the presentiment of a still unborn culture, as, for example, in the pre-Homeric, the pre-Christian, and the Germanic periods, phase by phase, becoming ever more definite in type, they assemble the human material of a population into groups, though all the time little or no alteration has been occurring in the stamp of man. Such a superposition of phases leads from the Cimbri and Teutones through the Marcomanni and Goths to the Franks, Lombards, and Saxons. Instances of primitive peoples are the Jews and Persians of the Seleucid age, the Sea peoples, the Egyptian nomes of Menes' time. 25 And that which follows a culture we may call from its best known example, the Egyptians of post-Roman times fellow peoples. In the 10th century of our era the Faustian soul suddenly awoke and manifested itself in innumerable shapes. Amongst these, side by side with the architecture and the ornament, there appears a distinctly characterized form of people. Out of the people shapes of the Carolingian Empire the Saxons, Swabians, Franks, Visigoths, Lombards arise suddenly the German, the French, the Spaniards, the Italians. Hitherto, consciously and deliberately or not, historical research has uniformly regarded these culture peoples as something in being, as primaries, and have treated the culture itself as secondary, as their product. The creative units of history, accordingly, were simply the Indians, the Greeks, the Romans, the Germans, and so on. As the Greek culture was the work of the Hellenes, they must have been in existence as such far earlier, therefore they must have been immigrants. Any other idea of creator and creation seemed inconceivable. I regard it, therefore, as a discovery of decisive importance that the facts here set forth lead to the reverse conclusion. It will be established in all rigor that the great cultures are entities, primary or original, that arise out of the deepest foundations of spirituality, and that the peoples under the spell of a culture are, alike in their inward form and in their whole manifestation, its products and not its authors. These shapes in which humanity is seized and molded possess style and style history no less than kinds of art and modes of thought. The people of Athens is a symbol not less than the Doric temple, the Englishman not less than modern physics. There are peoples of Apollinian, Magian, Faustian caste. The Arabian culture was not created by the Arabs, quite the contrary, for the Magian culture begins in the time of Christ, and the Arabian people represents its last great creation of that kind, a community bonded by Islam as the Jewish and Persian communities before it had been bonded by their religions. World history is the history of the great cultures, and peoples are but the symbolic forms and vessels in which the men of these cultures fulfill their destinies. In each of these cultures, Mexican and Chinese, Indian and Egyptian, there is, whether our science is aware of it or not, a group of great peoples of identical style, which arises at the beginning of the springtime, forming states and carrying history, and throughout the course of its evolution bears its fundamental form onward to the goal. They are in the highest degree unlike amongst themselves. It is scarcely possible to conceive of a sharper contrast than that between Athenians and Spartans, Germans and Frenchmen, Xin and Tzu, and all military history shows national hatred as the loftiest method of inducting historic decisions. But the moment that a people alien to the culture makes an appearance in the field of history, there awakens everywhere an overpowering feeling of spiritual relationship, and the notion of the barbarian, meaning the man who inwardly does not belong to the culture, is as clear-cut in the peoples of the Egyptian settlements and the Chinese world of states as it is in the classical. The energy of the form is so high that it grasps and recasts neighboring peoples, witness the Carthaginians of Roman times with their half-classical style, and the Russians who have figured as a people of Western style from Catherine the Great to the fall of Petrine Tsardom. Peoples in the style of their culture we will call nations, the word itself distinguishing them from the forms that precede and that follow them. It is not merely a strong feeling of we that forges the inward unity of its most significant of all major associations. Underlying the nation there is an idea. This stream of a collective being possesses a very deep relation to destiny, to time, and to history, a relation that is different in each instance and one, too, that determines the relation of the human material to race, language, land, state, and religion. As the styles of the old Chinese and the classical peoples differ, so also the styles of their histories. Life as experienced by primitive and by fellahin peoples is just the zoological up and down, a planless happening without goal or cadenced march in time, wherein occurrences are many, but, in the last analysis, devoid of significance. The only historical peoples, the peoples whose existence is world history, are the nations. Let us be perfectly clear as to what is meant by this. The Ostrogoths suffered a great destiny, and therefore, inwardly, they have no history. Their battles and settlements were not necessary and therefore were episodic, their end was insignificant. In 1500 BC that which lived about Mycenae and Tiryns was not as yet a nation, and that which lived in Minoan Crete was no longer a nation. Tiberius was the last ruler who tried to lead a Roman nation further on the road of history, who sought to retrieve it for history. By Marcus Aurelius there was only a Romanic population to be defended afield for occurrences, but no longer for history. How many free pre-generations of Mede or Achaean or Hun folk there were, in what sort of social groups their predecessors and their descendants lived, cannot be determined and depends upon no rule. But of a nation the life period is determinate, and so are the pace and the rhythm in which its history moves to fulfillment. From the beginning of the Zhou period to the rulership of Shi Huangti, from the events on which the Troy legend was founded to Augustus, and from the night times to the 18th dynasty, the numbers of generations are more or less the same. The late period of the culture, from Solon to Alexander, from Luther to Napoleon, embraces no more than about 10 generations. Within such limits the destiny of the genuine culture people, and with it that of world history in general, reach fulfillment. The Romans, the Arabs, the Prussians, are late-born nations. How many generations of Fabii and Junii had already come and gone as Romans by the time Cannae was fought? Further, nations are the true city-building peoples. In the strongholds they arose, with the cities they ripen to the full height of their world consciousness, and in the world cities they dissolve. Every town formation that has character has also national character. The village, which is wholly a thing of race, does not yet possess it, the megalopolis possesses it no longer. Of this essential, which so characteristically colors the nation's public life that its slightest manifestation identifies it, we cannot exaggerate, we can scarcely imagine the force, the self-sufficingness, and the loneliness. If between the souls of two cultures the screen is impenetrable, if no Western may ever hope completely to understand the Indian or the Chinese, this is equally so, even more so, as between well-developed nations. Nations understand one another as little as individuals do so. Each understands merely a self-created picture of the other, and individuals with the insight to penetrate deeper are few and far between. Vis-a-vis the Egyptians, all the classical peoples necessarily felt themselves as relatives in one whole, but as between themselves they never understood each other. What sharper contrast is there than that between the Athenian and the Spartan spirit? German, French, and English modes of philosophical thinking are distinct, not merely in Bacon, Descartes, and Leibniz, but already in the age of scholasticism, 26 and even now, in modern physics and chemistry, the scientific method, the choice and type of experiments and hypotheses, their interrelations, and their relative importance for the course and aim of the investigation are markedly different in every nation. German and French piety, English and Spanish social ethics, German and English habits of life, stand so far apart that for the average man, and, therefore, for the public opinion of his community, the real inwardness of every foreign nation remains a deep secret and a source of continual and pregnant error. In the Roman Empire men began generally to understand one another, but this was precisely because there had ceased to be anything worth understanding in the classical city. With the advent of mutual comprehension, this particular humanity ceased to live in nations, and ipso facto ceased to be historic. Owing to the very depth of these experiences, it is not possible for a whole people to be uniformly and throughout a culture people, a nation. Amongst primitives each individual man has the same feeling of group obligations, but the awakening of a nation into self-consciousness invariably takes place in gradations, that is, preeminently in the particular class that is strongest of soul and holds the others spellbound by a power derived from what it has experienced. Every nation is represented in history by a minority. At the beginning of the springtime it is the nobility 27 which in that period of its first appearance is the fine flowering of the people, the vessel in which the national character unconscious, but felt all the more strongly in its cosmic pulse receives its destined style. The we is the knightly class, in the Egyptian feudal period of 2700 not less than in the Indian and the Chinese of 1200. The Homeric heroes are the Danai, the Norman barons are England. Centuries later, Saint Simon the embodiment, it is true, of an older France used to say that all France was assembled in the king's anteroom, and there was a time in which Rome and the Senate were actually identical. With the advent of the town the burgher becomes the vessel of nationality, and, as we should expect from the growth of intellectuality, of a national consciousness that it gets from the nobility and carries through to its fulfillment. Always it is particular circles, graduated in fine shades, that in the name of the people live, feel, act, and know how to die, but these circles become larger and larger. In the 18th century arose the Western concept of the nation, which sets up, and on occasion energetically insists upon, the claim to be championed by everybody without exception, but in reality, as we know, the émigrés were just as convinced as the Jacobins that they were the people, the representatives of the French nation. A culture people which is coincident with air does not exist. This is possible only in primitive and fellahin peoples, only in a mere joint being without depth or historical dignity. So long as a people is a nation and works out the destiny of a nation, there is in it a minority which in the name of all represents and fulfills its history. 4. The classical nations, in accordance with the static Euclidean soul of their culture, were corporeal units of the smallest imaginable size. It was not Hellenes or Ionians that were nations, but in each city the demos, a union of adult men, legally and by the same token nationally defined between the type of the hero as upper limit and the slave as lower point. 28 Xenoicism, that mysterious process of early periods in which the inhabitants of a countryside give up their villages and assemble themselves as a town, marks the moment at which, having arrived at self-consciousness, the classical nation constitutes itself as such. We can still trace the way in which this form of the nation steadily makes good from Homeric times 29 to the epoch of the great colonizations. It responds exactly to the classical prime symbol: each folk was a body, visible and surveyable, a sigma mu omicron, the express negation of the idea of geographical space. It is of no importance to classical history whether or not the Etruscans in Italy were identical physically or linguistically with the bearers of this name amongst the sea peoples, or what the relation was between the pre-Homeric units of the Pelasgi or Danai and the later bearers of the Doric or the Hellenic name. If, about 1100, there are Doric and Etruscan primitive peoples, as is probable, nevertheless a Doric or an Etruscan nation never existed. In Tuscany as in the Peloponnese there were only city-states, national points which in the period of colonization could only multiply, never expand. The Etruscan wars of Rome were always waged against one or more cities 30, and the nations that the Persians and the Carthaginians confronted were of this same type. To speak of the Greeks and the Romans as the 18th century did, and as we still do, is completely erroneous. A Greek nation in our sense is a misconception. The Greeks themselves never knew such an idea at all. The aim of Hellenes, which arose about 500, did not denote a people, but the aggregate of classical culture men, the sum of their nations 31 in contradistinction to the barbarian world. And the Romans, a true urban people, could not conceive of their empire otherwise than in the form of innumerable nation points, the civitates into which, juridically as in other respects, they dissolved all the primitive peoples of their imperium. 32 When national feeling in this shape is extinguished, there is an end to classical history. It will be the task, one of the heaviest tasks of historians, to trace, generation by generation, the quiet fading out of the classical nations in the eastern Mediterranean during the late classical age, and the ever stronger inflow of a new nation spirit, the Magian. A nation of the Magian type is the community of co-believers, the group of all who know the right way to salvation and are inwardly linked to one another by the ijma of this belief. Men belong to a classical nation by virtue of the possession of citizenship, but to a Magian nation by virtue of a sacramental act, circumcision for the Jews, specific forms of baptism for the Mandaeans or the Christians. An unbeliever was for a Magian folk what an alien was for a classical: no intercourse with him, no connubium. And this national separation went so far that in Palestine a Jewish Aramaic and a Christian Aramaic dialect formed themselves side by side. 33 The Faustian nation, though necessarily bound up with a particular religiousness, is not so with a particular confession. The classical nation is by type non-exclusive in its relations to different cults, but the Magian nation comprises neither more nor less than is covered by the idea of one or another of the Magian churches. Inwardly the classical nation is linked with the city, and the Western with the landscape, but the Arabian knows neither fatherland nor mother tongue. Outwardly its specific world outlook is only expressed by the distinctive script which each such nation develops as soon as it is born. But for that very reason the inwardness and hidden force, the magic, in fact, of a Magian nation feeling impresses us Faustians, who notice the absence of the home idea, as something entirely enigmatic and uncanny. This tacit, self-secure cohesion, that of the Jews, for example, in the homes of the Western peoples, is what entered Roman law, called by a classical label but worked out by Aramaeans, as the concept of the juridical person. 34 Which is nothing but the Magian notion of a community. Post-exilic Judaism was a juridical person long before anyone had discovered the concept itself. The primitives who preceded this evolution were predominantly tribal associations, among them the South Arabian Minaeans 35 who appear about the beginning of the first millennium, and whose name vanishes in the 1st century before Christ, the Aramaic-speaking Chaldeans, who, likewise about 1000 BC, sprang up as clan groups and from 659 to 539 ruled the Babylonian world, the Israelites before the exile, 36 and the Persians of Cyrus. 37 So strongly already the populations felt this form that the priesthoods which developed here, there, and everywhere after the time of Alexander received the names of foundered or fictitious tribes. Amongst the Jews and the South Arabian Sabaeans they were called Levites, amongst the Medes and Persians, Magi, after an extinct Indian tribe, and amongst the adherents of the new Babylonian religion Chaldeans, also after a disintegrated clan grouping. 38 But here, as in all other cultures, the energy of the national consensus completely overrode the old tribal arrangements of the primitives. Just as the populus Romanus unquestionably contained folk elements of very varied provenance, and as the nation of the French took in Salian Franks and Romanic and Old Celtic natives alike, so the Magian nation also ceased to regard origin as a distinguishing mark. The process, of course, was an exceedingly long one. The tribe still counts for much with the Jews of the Maccabean period and even with the Arabs of the first caliphs, but for the inwardly ripened culture peoples of this world, such as the Jews of the Talmudic period, it no longer possessed any meaning. He who belongs to the faith belongs to the nation. It would have been blasphemy even to admit any other distinction. In early Christian times the Prince of Adiabene 39 went over to Judaism with his people in a body, and they were all ipso facto incorporated in the Jewish nation. The same applies to the nobility of Armenia and even the Caucasian tribes, which at that period must have Judaized on a large scale, and, in the opposite direction, to the Bedouins of Arabia, right down to the extreme south, and beyond them again to African tribes as far afield as Lake Chad. 40 Here evidently is a national common feeling, proof even against such race distinctions as these. It is stated that even today Jews can amongst themselves distinguish very different races at the first glance, and that in the ghettos of Eastern Europe the tribes, in the Old Testament sense, are clearly recognized. But none of this constitutes a difference of nation. According to von Urquhart 41, the West European Jew type is universally distributed within the non-Jewish Caucasian peoples, whereas according to Weissenberg 42 it does not occur at all amongst the long-headed Jews of southern Arabia, where the Sabaean tomb sculptures show a human type that might almost claim to be Roman or Germanic and is the ancestor of these Jews who were converted by missionary effort, at least by the birth of Christ. But this resolution of the tribal primitives into the Magian nations of Persians, Jews, Mandaeans, Christians, and the rest must have occurred quite generally and on an immense scale. I have already drawn attention to the decisive fact that long before the beginning of our era the Persians represented simply a religious community, and it is certain that their numbers were indefinitely increased by accessions to the Mazdaist faith. The Babylonian religion vanished at that time, which means that its adherents became in part Jews and in part Persians, but emerging from it there is a new religion, inwardly alien to both Jewish and Persian, an astral religion, which bears the name of the Chaldees and whose adherents constituted a genuine Aramaic-speaking nation. From this Aramean population of Chaldean Jewish Persian nationality came, firstly the Babylonian Talmud, the Gnosis, and the religion of Mani, and secondly, in Islamic times, Sufism and the Shia. Moreover, as seen from Edessa, the inhabitants of the classical world, they also, appear as nations in the Magian style. The Greeks in the Eastern idiom means the aggregate of all who adhered to the syncretic cults and were bound together by the ijma of the late classical religiousness. The Hellenistic city-nations are no longer in the picture, which shows only one community of believers, the worshippers of the mysteries, who under the names of Helios, Jupiter, Mitras, Theta Epsilon Psi Iota Sigma Tau Omicron, worshipped a kind of Yahweh or Allah. Throughout the East, Greekness is a definite religious notion, and for that matter one completely concordant with the facts as they then were. The feeling of the polis is almost extinct, and a Magian nation needs neither home nor community of origin. Even the Hellenism of the Seleucid Empire, which made converts in Turkestan and on the Indus, was related in inward form to Persian and post-exilic Judaism. Later, the Aramean Porphyry, the pupil of Plotinus, attempted to organize this Greekness as a cult church on the model of the Christian and the Persian, and the Emperor Julian raised it to the dignity of being the state church, an act not merely religious, but also and above all national. When a Jew sacrificed to Sol or to Apollo, he thereby became a Greek. So, for example, Ammonius Saccas, d. 242, the teacher of Plotinus and probably also of Origen, went over from the Christians to the Greeks, so also Porphyry, born Malchus and, like the Roman jurist Ulpian, 43 a Phoenician of Tyre. 44 In these cases we see jurists and state officials taking Latin, and philosophers Greek, names, and for the philological spirit of modern and religious research, this is quite historical enough to justify these men's being regarded as Roman and Greek in the classical city-national sense. But how many of the great Alexandrines may have been Greeks only in the Magian sense of the term? In point of birth were not Plotinus and Diophantus perhaps Jews or Chaldeans? Now, the Christians also felt themselves from the outset as a nation of the Magian caste, and, moreover, the others, Greeks, heathen, and Jews alike, regarded them as such. Quite logically the latter considered their secession from Judaism as high treason, and the former their missionary infiltration into the classical cities as an invasion and conquest, while the Christians, on their side, designated people of other faiths as Tau Theta Nuata. 45 When the Monophysites and the Nestorians separated themselves from the Orthodox, new nations came into being as well as new churches. The Nestorians since 1450 have been governed by the Mar Shimon 46, who was at once prince and patriarch of his people and, vis-a-vis the Sultan, occupied exactly the same position as, long before, the Jewish Reshgalutha had occupied in the Persian Empire. 47 This nation consciousness, derived from particular and defined world feeling and therefore self-evident within a priori sureness, cannot be ignored if we are to understand the later persecutions of the Christians. The Magian state is inseparably bound up with the concept of orthodoxy. Caliphate, nation, and church form an intimate unit. It was as states that Adiabene went over to Judaism, Osrene about 200, so soon, from Greekdom to Christendom, Armenia in the 6th century from the Greek to the Monophysite Church. Each of these events expresses the fact that the state was identical with the Orthodox community as a juridical person. 48 If Christians lived in the Islamic state, Nestorians in the Persian, Jews in the Byzantine, they did not and could not as unbelievers belong to it, and consequently were thrown back upon their own jurisdictions. 49 If by reason of their numbers or their missionary spirit they became a threat to the continuance of the identity of state and creed community, persecution became a national duty. It was on this account that first the Orthodox, or Greek, and then the Nestorian Christians suffered in the Persian Empire. Diocletian also, who as Caliph, Dominus et Deus, had linked the imperium with the pagan cult churches and saw himself in all sincerity as commander of these faithful, could not evade the duty of suppressing the second church. Constantine changed the true church and in that act changed the nationality of the Byzantine Empire. From that point on, the Greek name slowly passed over to the Christian nation, and specifically to that Christian nation which the emperor as head of the faithful recognized and allowed to sit in the great councils. Hence the uncertain lines of the picture of Byzantine history in 290, the organization that of a classical imperium, but the substance already a Magian national state, in 312, a change of nationality without change of name. Under this name of Greeks, first paganism as a nation fought the Christians, and then Christianity as a nation fought Islam. And in the latter fight, Islam itself being a nation also, the Arabian nationality stamped itself more and more deeply upon events. Hence the present-day Greeks are a creation of the Magian culture, developed first by the Christian Church, then by the sacred language of this church, and finally by the name of this church. Islam brought with it from the home of Mohammed the Arab name as the badge of its nationality. It is a mistake to equate these Arabs with the Bedouin tribes of the desert. What created the new nation, with its passionate and strongly characteristic soul, was the consensus of the new faith. Its unity is no more derived from race and home than that of the Christian, Jewish, or Persian, and therefore it did not migrate, rather it owes its immense expansion to the incorporation within itself of the greater part of the early Magian nations. With the end of the first millennium of our era these nations one and all pass over into the form of fellow peoples, and it is as fellahin that the Christian peoples of the Balkans under Turkish rule, the Parsis in India, and the Jews in Western Europe have lived ever since. 50. In the West, nations of Faustian style emerge, more and more distinctly, from the time of Otto the Great, 936 to 973, and in them the primitive peoples of the Carolingian period are swiftly dissolved. 51 Already by AD 1000 the men who mattered most were everywhere beginning to sense themselves as Germans, Italians, Spaniards, Frenchmen, whereas hardly 6 generations earlier their ancestors had been to the depths of their souls Franks, Lombards, and Visigoths. The people form of this culture is founded, like its Gothic architecture and its infinitesimal calculus, upon a tendency to the infinite, in the spatial as well as the temporal sense. The nation feeling comprises, to begin with, a geographical horizon that, considering the period and its means of communication, can only be called vast, and is not paralleled in any other culture. The fatherland as extent, as a region whose boundaries the individual has scarcely, if ever, seen and which nevertheless he will defend and die for, is something that in its symbolic depth and force men of other cultures can never comprehend. The Magian nation does not as such possess an earthly home, the classical possesses it only as a point focus. The actuality that, even in Gothic times, united men from the banks of the Adige with men in the order castles of Lithuania in an association of feeling would have been inconceivable even in ancient China and ancient Egypt, and stands in the sharpest opposition to the actuality of Rome and Athens, where every member of the demos had the rest constantly in sight. Still stronger is the sensitivity to distance in time. Before the fatherland idea, which is a consequence of the existence of the nation, emerged at all, this passion evolved another idea to which the Faustian nations owe that existence, the dynastic idea. Faustian peoples are historical peoples, communities that feel themselves bound together not by place or consensus, but by history, and the eminent symbol and vessel of the common destiny is the ruling house. For Egyptian and for Chinese mankind the dynasty is a symbol of quite other meaning. Here what it signifies, as a will and an activity, is time. All that we have been, all that we would be, is manifested in the being of the one generation, and our sense of this is much too profound to be upset by the worthlessness of a regent. What matters is not the person, but the idea, and it is for the sake of the idea that thousands have so often marched to their deaths with conviction in a genealogical quarrel. Classical history was for classical eyes only a chain of incidents leading from moment to moment. Magian history was for its members the progressive actualization in and through mankind of a world plan laid down by God and accomplished between a creation and a cataclysm, but Faustian history is in our eyes a single grand willing of conscious logic, in the accomplishment of which nations are led and represented by their rulers. It is a trait of race. Rational foundations it has not and cannot have. It has simply been felt so, and because it has been felt so, the companion trust of the Germanic migration time developed on into the feudal troth of the Gothic, the loyalty of the Baroque, and the merely seemingly undynastic patriotism of the 19th century. We must not misjudge the depth and dignity of this feeling because there is an endless catalogue of perjured vassals and peoples 52 and an eternal comedy in the cringing of courtiers and the abjectness of the vulgar. All great symbols are spiritual and can be comprehended only in their highest forms. The private life of a pope bears no relation to the idea of the papacy. Henry the Lion's very defection 53 shows how fully in a time of nation forming a real ruler feels the destiny of his people incorporated in himself. He represents that destiny in the face of history, and at times it costs him his honor to do so. All nations of the West are of dynastic origins. In the Romanesque and even in early Gothic architecture the soul of the Carolingian primitive still quivers through. There is no French or German Gothic, but Salian, Rhenish, and Suabian, as there is Visigothic, northern Spain, southern France, and Lombard and Saxon Romanesque. But over it all there spread soon the minority, composed of men of race, that feels membership in a nation as a great historical vocation. From it proceed the Crusades, and in them there truly were French and German chivalries. It is the hallmark of Faustian peoples that they are conscious of the direction of their history. But this direction attaches to the sequence of the generations, and so the nature of the race ideal is genealogical through and through. Darwinism, even, with its theories of descent and inheritance, is a sort of caricature of Gothic heraldry and the world as history, when every individual lives in the plane of it, contains not only the tree of the individual family, ruling or other, but also the tree of the people as the basic form of all its happenings. 54 It needs very exact observation to perceive that this Faustian genealogical principle, with its eminently historical notions of Ebenbürtigkeit, equivalence by virtue of birth, and of purity of blood, is just as alien to the Egyptians and Chinese, for all their historical disposition, as it is to the Roman nobility and the Byzantine Empire. On the other hand, neither our peasantry nor the patriciate of the cities is conceivable without it. The scientific conception of the people, which I have dissected above, is derived essentially from the genealogical sense of the Gothic period. The notion that the peoples have their trees has made the Italians proud to be the heirs of Rome, and the Germans proud to recall their Teuton forefathers, and that is something quite different from the classical belief in timeless descent from heroes and gods. And eventually, when after 1789 the notion of mother tongue came to be fitted onto the dynastic principle, the once merely scientific fancy of a primitive Indo-Germanic people transformed itself into a deeply felt genealogy of the Aryan race, and in the process the word race became almost a designation for destiny. But the races of the West are not the creators of the great nations, but their result. Not one of them had yet come into existence in Carolingian times. It was the class ideal of chivalry that worked creatively in different ways upon Germany, England, France, and Spain, and impressed upon an immense area that which within the individual nations is felt and experienced as race. On this rest, as I have said before, the nations so historical, so alien to the classical of equivalence by birth, peerage, ebenbürtigkeit, and blood purity. It was because the blood of the ruling family incorporated the destiny, the being, of the whole nation, that the state system of the Baroque was of genealogical structure, and that most of the grand crises assumed the form of wars of dynastic succession. Even the catastrophic ruin of Napoleon, which settled the world's political organization for a century, took its shape from the fact that an adventurer dared to drive out with his blood that of the old dynasties, and that his attack upon a symbol made it historically a sacred duty to resist him. For all these peoples were the consequence of dynastic destinies. That there is a Portuguese people, and a Portuguese Brazil in the midst of Spanish America, is the result of the marriage of Count Henry of Burgundy in 1095. That there are Swiss and Hollanders is the result of a reaction against the House of Habsburg. That Lorraine is the name of a land and not of a people is in consequence of the childlessness of Lothar II. It was the Kaiser idea that welded the disjunct primitives of Charlemagne's time into the German nation. Germany and empire are inseparable ideas. The fall of the Hohenstaufens meant the replacement of one great dynasty by a handful of small and tiny ones, and the German nation of Gothic style was inwardly shattered even before the beginning of the Baroque, that is, at the very time when the nation idea was being raised to higher levels of intellect in leader cities like Paris, Madrid, London, and Vienna. The 30 Years' War, so conventional history says, destroyed Germany in its flower. Not so, the fact that it could occur at all in this wretched form simply confirmed and showed up a long completed decadence. It was the final consequence of the fall of the Hohenstaufens. There could hardly be a more convincing proof that Faustian nations are dynastic units. But then again, the Salians and the Hohenstaufens created also, at least in idea, an Italian nation out of Romans, Lombards, and Normans. Only the empire made it possible for them to stretch a hand back to the age of Rome. Even though alien power evoked the hostility of the townsmen, and split the two primary orders, the nobles to the emperor, the priests to the pope, even though in these conflicts of Guelph and Ghibelline the nobility soon lost its importance and the papacy rose through the anti-dynastic cities to political supremacy, even though at the last there was but a tangle of predatory states whose Renaissance's politics opposed the soaring world policy of the Gothic Empire, as Milan of old had defied the will of Frederick Barbarossa, yet the ideal of Una Italia, the ideal for which Dante sacrificed the peace of his life, was a pure dynastic creation of the great Germany emperors. The Renaissance, whose historical horizon was that of the urban patriciate, led the nation as far out of the path of self-fulfillment as it is possible to imagine. All through the Baroque and Rococo the land was depressed to the state of being a mere pawn in the power politics of alien houses. And not until after 1800 did Romanticism arise and reawaken the Gothic feeling with an intensity that made of it a political power. The French people was forged out of Franks and Visigoths by its kings. It learned to feel itself as a whole for the first time at Bavines in 1214.55. Still more significant is the creation of the House of Habsburg, which, out of a population linked neither by speech nor folk feeling nor tradition, caused to arise the Austrian nation, which proved its nationhood in defending Maria Theresa and in resisting Napoleon, its first tests, and its last. The political history of the Baroque age is in essentials the history of the houses of Bourbon and Habsburg. The rise of the House of Wedin in place of that of Welf is the reason why Saxony was on the Weser in 800, and is on the Elbe today. Dynastic events, and finally the intervention of Napoleon, brought it about that half of Bavaria has shared in the history of Austria, and that the Bavarian state consists for the most part of Franconia and Suabia. The latest nation of the West is the Prussian, a creation of the Hohenzollerns, as the Roman was the last creation of the classical polis feeling, and the Arabian the last product of a religious consensus. At Febelen 56 the young nation gained its recognition, at Rossbach 57 it won for Germany. It was Goethe who, with his infallible eye for historic turning points, described the then new Minna von Barnhelm as the first German poetry of specifically national content. It is one more example, and a deeply significant one, to show how dynastically the Western nations defined themselves, that Germany thus at one stroke rediscovered her poetic language. The collapse of the Hohenstaufen rule had been accompanied by that of Germany's Gothic literature also. What did emerge here and there in the following centuries, the golden age of all the Western literatures, was undeserving of the name. But with the victories of Frederick the Great a new poesy began. From Lessing to Hebbier means the same as from Rossbach to Sedan. The attempts that were made to restore the lost connection by consciously leaning upon, first the French, and then Shakespeare, upon the Volkslied, and finally, in Romanticism, upon the poetry of the age of chivalry, produced at least the unique phenomenon of an art history which, though it never really attained one aim, was constituted, for the greater part, of flashes of genius. The end of the 18th century witnessed the accomplishment of that remarkable turn with which national consciousness sought to emancipate itself from the dynastic principle. To all appearance this had happened in England long before. In this connection Magna Carta, 1215, will occur to most readers, but some will not have failed to observe that on the contrary, the very recognition of the nation involved in the recognition of its representatives gave the dynastic feeling a freshly enforced depth and refinement to which the peoples of the continent remained almost utter strangers. If the modern Englishman is, without appearing so, the most conservative human being in the world, and if in consequence his political management solves its problems so much by wordless harmony of national pulse instead of express discussion, and therefore has been the most successful up to now, the underlying cause is the early emancipation of the dynastic feeling from its expression in monarchical power. The French Revolution, on the contrary, was in this regard only a victory of rationalism. It set free not so much the nation as the concept of the nation. The dynastic has penetrated into the blood of the Western races, and on that very account it is a vexation to their intellect. For a dynasty represents history, it is the history become flesh of a land, and intellect is timeless and unhistorical. The ideas of the revolution were all eternal and true. Universal human rights, freedom, and equality are literature and abstraction and not facts. Call all this Republican if you will. In reality it was one more case of a minority striving in the name of all to introduce the new ideal into the world of fact. It became a power, but at the cost of the ideal, and all it did was to replace the old felt adherence by the reasoned patriotism of the 19th century, by a civilized nationalism, only possible in our culture, which in France itself and even today is unconsciously dynastic, and by the concept of the fatherland as dynastic unit which emerged first in the Spanish and Prussian uprisings against Napoleon and then in the German and Italian wars of dynastic unification. Out of the opposition of race and speech, blood and intellect, a new and specifically Western ideal arose to confront the genealogical ideal, that of the mother tongue. Enthusiasts there were in both countries who thought to replace the unifying force of the emperor and king idea by the linking of republic and poetry, something of the return to nature in this, but a return of history to nature. In place of the wars of succession came language struggles, in which one nation sought to force its language and therewith its nationality upon the fragments of another. But no one will fail to observe that even the rationalistic conception of a nation as a linguistic unit can at best ignore, never abolish, the dynastic feeling, any more than a Hellenistic Greek could inwardly overcome his polis consciousness or a modern Jew the national ijma. The mother tongue does not arise out of nothing, but is itself a product of dynastic history. Without the Capetian line there would have been no French language, but a Romance Frankish in the north and a Provençal in the south. The Italian written language is to be credited to the German emperors and above all to Frederick II. The modern nations are primarily the populations of an old dynastic history. Yet in the 19th century the second concept of the nation as a unit of written language has annihilated the Austrian, and probably created the American. Thenceforward there have been in all countries two parties representing the nation in two opposed aspects, as dynastic historical unit and as intellectual unit, the race party and the language party, but these are reflections that evoke too soon problems of politics that must await a later chapter. V. At first, when the land was still without cities, it was the nobility that represented, in the highest sense of the word, the nation. The peasantry, everlasting and historyless, was a people before the dawn of the culture, and in very fundamental characters it continued to be the primitive people, surviving when the form of the nation had passed away again. The nation, like every other grand symbol of the culture, is intimately the cherished possession of a few. Those who have it are born to it as men are born to art or philosophy, and the distinctions of creator, critic, and layman, or something like them, hold for it also alike in a classical polis, a Jewish consensus, and a Western people. When a nation rises up ardent to fight for its freedom and honor, it is always a minority that really fires the multitude. The people awakens it is more than a figure of speech, for only thus and then does the waking consciousness of the whole become manifested. All these individuals whose we feeling yesterday went content with a horizon of family and job and perhaps hometown are suddenly today men of nothing less than the people. Their thought and feeling, their ego, and therewith the it in them have been transformed to the very depths. It has become historic. And then even the unhistorical peasant becomes a member of the nation, and a day dawns for him in which he experiences history and not merely lets it pass him by. But in the world's cities, besides a minority which has history and livingly experiences, feels, and seeks to lead the nation, there arises another minority of timeless ahistoric, literary men, men not of destiny, but of reasons and causes, men who are inwardly detached from the pulse of blood and being, wide-awake thinking consciousnesses, that can no longer find any reasonable connotation for the nation idea. Cosmopolitanism is a mere waking conscious association of intelligentsias. In it there is hatred of destiny, and above all of history as the expression of destiny. Everything national belongs to race, so much so that it is incapable of finding language for itself, clumsy in all that demands thought, and shiftless to the point of fatalism. Cosmopolitanism is literature and remains literature, very strong in reasons, very weak in defending them otherwise than with more reasons, in defending them with the blood. All the more, then, this minority of far superior intellect chooses the intellectual weapon, and all the more is it able to do so as the world's cities are pure intellect, rootless, and by very hypothesis the common property of the civilization. The born world citizens, world pacifists, and world reconcilers alike in the China of the contending states, in Buddhist India, in the Hellenistic age, and in the Western world today are the spiritual leaders of Fellahin. Panem et circenses is only another formula for pacifism. In the history of all cultures there is an anti-national element, whether we have evidences of it or not. Pure self-directed thinking was ever alien to life, and therefore alien to history, unwarlike, raceless. Consider our humanism and classicism, the sophists of Athens, Buddha, and Lao Tzu, not to mention the passionate contempt of all nationalisms displayed by the great champions of the ecclesiastical and the philosophical worldview. However the cases differ amongst themselves otherwise, they are alike in this, that the world feeling of race, the political, and therefore national, instinct for fact, my country, right or wrong, the resolve to be the subject and not the object of evolution, for one or the other it has to be, in a word, the will to power has to retreat and make room for a tendency of which the standard bearers are most often men without original impulse, but all the more set upon their logic, men at home in a world of truths, ideals, and utopias, bookmen who believe that they can replace the actual by the logical, the might of facts by an abstract justice, destiny by reason. It begins with the everlastingly fearful who withdraw themselves out of actuality into cells and study chambers and spiritual communities, and proclaim the nullity of the world's doings, and it ends in every culture with the apostles of world peace. Every people has such, historically speaking, waste products. Even their heads constitute physiognomically a group by themselves. In the history of intellect they stand high and many illustrious names are numbered amongst them, but regarded from the point of view of actual history, they are inefficients. The destiny of a nation plunged in the events of its world depends upon how far its race quality is successful in making these events historically ineffective against it. It could perhaps be demonstrated even now that in the Chinese world of states the realm of Xin 1 through 250 BC, because it alone had kept itself free from Taoist sentiments. Be this as it may, the Roman people prevailed over the rest of the classical world because it was able to insulate its conduct of policy from the fellow instincts of Hellenism. A nation is humanity brought into living form. The practical result of world-improving theories is consistently a formless and therefore historyless mass. All world improvers and world citizens stand for Fellaheen ideals, whether they know it or not. Their success means the historical abdication of the nation in favor, not of everlasting peace, but of another nation. World peace is always a one-sided resolve. The Pax Romana had for the later soldier emperors and Germanic band kings only the one practical significance that it made a formless population of 100 millions a mere object for the will to power of small warrior groups. This peace cost the peaceful sacrifices beside which the losses of Cannae seem vanishingly small. The Babylonian, Chinese, Indian, Egyptian worlds pass from one conqueror's hands to another's, and it is their own blood that pays for the contest. That is their peace. When in 1401 the Mongols conquered Mesopotamia, they built a victory memorial out of the skulls of 100,000 inhabitants of Baghdad, which had not defended itself. From the intellectual point of view, no doubt, the extinction of the nations puts a Fellaheen world above history, civilized at last and forever. But in the realm of facts it reverts to a state of nature, in which it alternates between long submissiveness and brief angers that for all the bloodshed world peace never diminishes that alter nothing. Of old they shed their blood for themselves, now they must shed it for others, often enough for the mere entertainment of others. That is the difference. A resolute leader who collects 10,000 adventurers about him can do as he pleases. Were the whole world a single imperium, it would thereby become merely the maximum conceivable field for the exploits of such conquering heroes. Lever de als esclave, better dead than slave, is an old Frisian peasant saying. The reverse has been the choice of every late civilization, and every late civilization has had to experience how much that choice costs it. Chapter 7. Problems of the Arabian culture. A. Historic pseudomorphoses. I. In a rock stratum are embedded crystals of a mineral. Clefts and cracks occur, water filters in, and the crystals are gradually washed out so that in due course only their hollow mold remains. Then come volcanic outbursts which explode the mountain, molten masses pour in, stiffen, and crystallize out in their turn. But these are not free to do so in their own special forms. They must fill up the spaces that they find available. Thus there arise distorted forms, crystals whose inner structure contradicts their external shape, stones of one kind presenting the appearance of stones of another kind. The mineralogists call this phenomenon pseudomorphosis. By the term historical pseudomorphosis I propose to designate those cases in which an older alien culture lies so massively over the land that a young culture, born in this land, cannot get its breath and fails not only to achieve pure and specific expression forms, but even to develop fully its own self-consciousness. All that wells up from the depths of the young soul is cast in the old molds, young feelings stiffen in senile works, and instead of rearing itself up in its own creative power, it can only hate the distant power with a hate that grows to be monstrous. This is the case of the Arabian culture. Its prehistory lies entirely within the ambit of the ancient Babylonian civilization, which for 2,000 years had been the prey of successive conquerors. Its Merovingian period is marked by the dictatorship of a small one Persian clan, primitive as the Ostrogoths, whose domination of 200 years, scarcely challenged, was founded on the infinite weariness of a fellow world. But from 300 BC onwards there begins and spreads a great awakening in the young Aramaic-speaking two peoples between Sinai and the Zagros range. As at the epoch of the Trojan War and at that of the Saxon emperors, a new relation of man to God, a wholly new world feeling, penetrated all the current religions, whether these bore the name of Ahura Mazda, Baal, or Yahweh, impelling everywhere to a great effort of creation. But precisely at this juncture there came the Macedonians so appositely that some interconnection is not altogether impossible, for the Persian power had rested on spiritual postulates, and it was precisely these that had disappeared. To Babylon these Macedonians appeared as yet another swarm of adventurers like the rest. They laid down a thin sheet of classical civilization over the lands as far as Turkestan and India. The kingdoms of the Diadochi might indeed have become, insensibly, states of pre-Arabian spirit. The Seleucid Empire, which actually coincided geographically with the region of Aramaic speech, was in fact such a state by 200 BC. But from the Battle of Padna III onwards it was, in its western part, more and more embodied in the classical imperium and so subjected to the powerful workings of a spirit which had its center of gravity in a distant region. And thus was prepared the pseudomorphosis. The Magian culture, geographically and historically, is the midmost of the group of higher cultures, the only one which, in point both of space and of time, was in touch with practically all others. The structure of its history as a whole in our world picture depends, therefore, entirely on our recognizing the true inner form which the outer molds distorted. Unhappily, that is just what we do not yet know, thanks to theological and philological prepossessions, and even more to the modern tendency of over-specialization which has unreasonably subdivided Western research into a number of separate branches, each distinguished from the others not merely by its materials and its methods, but by its very way of thinking, and so prevented the big problems from being even seen. In this instance the consequences of specialization have been graver perhaps than in any other. The historians proper stayed within the domain of classical philology and made the classical language frontier their eastern horizon, hence they entirely failed to perceive the deep unity of development on both sides of their frontier, which spiritually had no existence. The result is a perspective of ancient, medieval, and modern history, ordered and defined by the use of the Greek and Latin languages. For the experts of the old languages, with their texts, Aksum, Saba, and even the realm of the Sassanids were unattackable, and the consequence is that in history these scarcely exist at all. The literature researcher, he also a philologist, confuses the spirit of the language with the spirit of the work. Products of the Aramean region, if they happen to be written in Greek or even merely preserved in Greek, he embodies in his late Greek literature and proceeds to classify as a special period of that literature. The cognate texts in other languages are outside his department and have been brought into other groups of literature in the same artificial way. And yet here was the strongest of all proofs that the history of a literature never coincides with the history of a language. Point 4 here, in reality, was a self-contained ensemble of Magian national literature, single in spirit, but written in several languages, the classical amongst others. For a nation of Magian type has no mother tongue. There are Talmudic, Manichaean, Nestorian, Jewish, or even Neo-Pythagorean national literatures, but not Hellenistic or Hebrew. Theological research, in its turn, broke up its domain into subdivisions according to the different West European confessions, and so the philological frontier between West and East came into force, and still is in force, for Christian theology also. The Persian world fell to the student of Iranian philology, and as the Avesta texts were disseminated, though not composed, in an Aryan dialect, their immense problem 5 came to be regarded as a minor branch of the Indologists' work and so disappeared absolutely from the field of vision of Christian theology. And lastly the history of Talmudic Judaism, since Hebrew philology became bound up in one specialism with Old Testament research, not only never obtained separate treatment, but has been completely forgotten by all the major histories of religions with which I am acquainted, although these find room for every Indian sect, since folklore, too, ranks as a specialism, and every primitive Negro religion to boot. Such is the preparation of scholarship for the greatest task that historical research has to face today. 2. The Roman world of the imperial period had a good idea of its own state. The later writers are full of complaints concerning the depopulation and spiritual emptiness of Africa, Spain, Gaul, and, above all, the mother countries Italy and Greece. But those provinces which belong to the Magian world are consistently accepted in these mournful surveys. Syria in particular is densely peopled and, like Parthian Mesopotamia, flourishes in blood and spirit. The preponderance of the young East, palpable to all, had sooner or later to find political expression also. Viewing the scene from this standpoint, we see behind the epic and pageant of Marius and Sulla, Caesar and Pompey, Antony and Octavian, this East striving ever more intensely to free itself from the historically dying West, the fellow world waking up. The transfer of the capital to Byzantium was a great symbol. Diocletian had selected Nicomedia, Caesar had had thoughts of Alexandria or Troy. A better choice than any would have been Antioch. But the act came too late by 3 centuries, and these had been the decisive period of the Magian springtime. The pseudomorphosis began with Actium, there it should have been Antony who won. It was not the struggle of Rome and Greece that came there to an issue. That struggle had been fought out at Cannae and Zama, where it was the tragic fate of Hannibal to stand as champion not for his own land, but for Hellenism. At Actium it was the unborn Arabian culture that was opposed to iron-gray classical civilization. The issue lay between principate and caliphate. Antony's victory would have freed the Magian soul, his defeat drew over its lands the hard sheet of Roman Imperium. A comparable event in the history of the West is the battle between Tours and Poitiers, AD 732. Had the Arabs won it and made Frankistan into a caliphate of the Northeast, Arabic speech, religion, and customs would have become familiar to the ruling classes. Giant cities like Granada and Kairouan would have arisen on the Loire and the Rhine. The Gothic feeling would have been forced to find expression in the long stiffened forms of mosque and arabesque, and instead of the German mysticism we should have had a sort of Sufism. That the equivalent of these things actually happened to the Arabian world was due to the fact that the Syro-Persian peoples produced no Charles Martel to battle along with Mithridates or Brutus and Cassius or Antony, or for that matter without them, against Rome. A second pseudomorphosis is presented to our eyes today in Russia. The Russian hero tales of the Bylani culminated in the epic cycle of Prince Vladimir of Kiev, c. AD 1000, with his round table, and in the popular hero Ilya Muromets.6. The whole immense difference between the Russian and the Faustian soul is already revealed in the contrast of these with the contemporary Arthur, Ermanarok, and Nibelungen sagas of the migration period in the form of the Hildebrandslied and the Waltherlied.7. The Russian Merovingian period begins with the overthrow of the Tatar domination by Ivan III, 1480, and passes, by the last princes of the House of Rurik and the first of the Romanovs, to Peter the Great, 1689–1725. It corresponds exactly to the period between Clovis, 481–511, and the Battle of Testri, 687, which effectively gave the Carolingians their supremacy. I advise all readers to read the Frankish history of Gregory of Tours, to 591, in parallel with the corresponding parts of Karamzin's patriarchal narrative, especially those dealing with Ivan the Terrible, and with Boris Godunov and Vasily Shuisky.8. There could hardly be a closer parallel. This Muscovite period of the great boyar families and patriarchs, in which a constant element is the resistance of an old Russia party to the friends of Western culture, is followed, from the founding of Petersburg in 1703, by the pseudomorphosis which forced the primitive Russian soul into the alien mold, first of full Baroque, then of the Enlightenment, and then of the 19th century. The fate figure in Russian history is Peter the Great, with whom we may compare the Charlemagne who deliberately and with all his might strove to impose the very thing which Charles Martel had just prevented, the rule of the Moorish Byzantine spirit. The possibility was there of treating the Russian world in the manner of a Carolingian or that of Seleucid, that is, of choosing between old Russian and Western ways, and the Romanovs chose the latter. The Seleucids liked to see Hellenes and not Aramaeans about them. The primitive Tsarism of Moscow is the only form which is even today appropriate to the Russian world, but in Petersburg it was distorted to the dynastic form of Western Europe. The pull of the sacred south of Byzantium and Jerusalem, strong in every Orthodox soul, was twisted by the worldly diplomacy which set its face to the west. The burning of Moscow, that mighty symbolic act of a primitive people, that expression of Maccabean hatred of the foreigner and heretic, was followed by the entry of Alexander I into Paris, the Holy Alliance, and the concert of the great powers of the West. And thus a nationality whose destiny should have been to live without a history for some generations still was forced into a false and artificial history that the soul of old Russia was simply incapable of understanding. Late period arts and sciences, Enlightenment, social ethics, the materialism of world cities, were introduced, although in this pre-cultural time religion was the only language in which man understood himself and the world. In the townless land with its primitive peasantry, cities of alien type fixed themselves like ulcers, false, unnatural, unconvincing. Petersburg, says Dostoevsky, is the most abstract and artificial city in the world. Born in it though he was, he had the feeling that one day it might vanish with the morning mist. Just so ghostly, so incredible, were the Hellenistic artifact cities scattered in the Aramaic peasant lands. Jesus in his Galilee knew this. Saint Peter must have felt it when he set eyes on imperial Rome. After this everything that arose around it was felt by the true Rustum as lies and poison. A truly apocalyptic hatred was directed on Europe, and Europe was all that was not Russia, including Athens and Rome, just as for the Magian world in its time old Egypt and Babylon had been antique, pagan, devilish. The first condition of emancipation for the Russian soul, wrote Aksakov in 1863 to Dostoevsky, is that it should hate Petersburg with all its might and all its soul. Moscow is holy, Petersburg satanic. A widespread popular legend presents Peter the Great as Antichrist. Just so the Aramaic pseudomorphosis cries out in all the apocalypses from Daniel and Enoch in Maccabean times to John, Baruch, and Ezra 4 after the destruction of Jerusalem, against Antiochus the Antichrist, against Rome the whore of Babylon, against the cities of the West with their refinement and their splendor, against the whole classical culture. All its works are untrue and unclean, the polite society, the clever artistry, the classes, the alien state with its civilized diplomacy, justice, and administration. The contrast between Russian and Western, Jew-Christian, and late classical nihilisms is extreme. The one kind is hatred of the alien that is poisoning the unborn culture in the womb of the land, the other a surfeited disgust of one's own proper overgrowths. Depths of religious feeling, flashes of revelation, shuddering fear of the Great Awakening, metaphysical dreaming and yearning, belong to the beginning, as the pain of spiritual clarity belongs to the end of a history. In these pseudomorphoses they are mingled. Says Dostoevsky, everyone in street and marketplace now speculates about the nature of faith. So might it have been said of Edessa or Jerusalem. Those young Russians of the days before 1914, dirty, pale, exalted, moping in corners, ever absorbed in metaphysics, seeing all things with an eye of faith even when the ostensible topic is the franchise, chemistry, or women's education, are the Jews and early Christians of the Hellenistic cities, whom the Romans regarded with a mixture of surly amusement and secret fear. In Tsarist Russia there was no bourgeoisie and, in general, no true class system, but merely, as in the Frankish dominions, lord and peasant. There were no Russian towns. Moscow consisted of a fortified residency, the Kremlin, round which was spread a gigantic market. The imitation city that grew up and ringed it in, like every other city on the soil of Mother Russia, is there for the satisfaction and utilities of the court, the administration, the traders, but that which lives in it is, on the top, an embodiment of fiction, an intelligentsia bent on discovering problems and conflicts, and below, an uprooted peasantry, with all the metaphysical gloom, anxiety, and misery of their own. Dostoevsky, perpetually homesick for the open land and bitterly hating the stony grey world into which Antichrist has tempted them. Moscow had no proper soul. The spirit of the upper classes was Western, and the lower had brought in with them the soul of the countryside. Between the two worlds there was no reciprocal comprehension, no communication, no charity. To understand the two spokesmen and victims of the pseudomorphosis, it is enough that Dostoevsky is the peasant, and Tolstoy the man of Western society. The one could never in his soul get away from the land, the other, in spite of his desperate efforts, could never get near it. Tolstoy is the former Russia, Dostoevsky the coming Russia. The inner Tolstoy is tied to the West. He is the great spokesman of Petronism even when he is denying it. The West is never without a negative. The guillotine, too, was a true daughter of Versailles, and rage as he might against Europe, Tolstoy could never shake it off. Hating it, he hates himself and so becomes the father of Bolshevism. The utter powerlessness of this spirit, and its 1917 revolution, stands confessed in his posthumously published A Light Shines in the Darkness. This hatred Dostoevsky does not know. His passionate power of living is comprehensive enough to embrace all things Western as well. I have two fatherlands, Russia and Europe. He has passed beyond both Petronism and revolution, and from his future he looks back over them as from afar. His soul is apocalyptic, yearning, desperate, but of this future certain. I will go to Europe, says Ivan Karamazov to his brother, Alyosha. I know well enough that I shall be going only to a churchyard, but I know too that that churchyard is dear, very dear to me. Beloved dead lie buried there, every stone over them tells of a life so ardently lived, so passionate a belief in its own achievements, its own truth, its own battle, its own knowledge, that I know even now I know I shall fall down and kiss these stones and weep over them. Tolstoy, on the contrary, is essentially a great understanding, enlightened and socially minded. All that he sees about him takes the late period, megalopolitan and Western form of a problem, whereas Dostoevsky does not even know what a problem is. Tolstoy is an event within and of Western civilization. He stands midway between Peter and Bolshevism, and neither he nor these manage to get within sight of Russian earth. The thing they are fighting against reappears, recognizable, in the very form in which they fight. Their kind of opposition is not apocalyptic but intellectual. Tolstoy's hatred of property is an economist's, his hatred of society a social reformer's, his hatred of the state a political theorist's. Hence his immense effect upon the West. He belongs, in one respect as in another, to the band of Marx, Ibsen, and Zola. Dostoevsky, on the contrary, belongs to no band, unless it be the band of the apostles of primitive Christianity. His daemons were denounced by the Russian intelligentsia as reactionaries. But he himself was quite unconscious of such conflicts. Conservative and revolutionary were terms of the West that left him indifferent. Such a soul as his can look beyond everything that we call social, for the things of this world seem to it so unimportant as not to be worth improving. No genuine religion aims at improving the world of facts, and Dostoevsky, like every primitive Russian, is fundamentally unaware of that world and lives in a second, metaphysical world beyond. What has the agony of a soul to do with communism? A religion that has got as far as taking social problems in hand has ceased to be a religion. But the reality in which Dostoevsky lives, even during this life, is a religious creation directly present to him. His Alyosha has defied all literary criticism, even Russian. His Life of Christ, had he written it as he always intended to do, would have been a genuine gospel like the Gospels of primitive Christianity, which stand completely outside classical and Jewish literary forms. Tolstoy, on the other hand, is a master of the Western novel. Anna Karenina distances every rival and even in his peasant's garb remains a man of polite society. Here we have beginning and end clashing together. Dostoevsky is a saint, Tolstoy only a revolutionary. From Tolstoy, the true successor of Peter, and from him only, proceeds Bolshevism, which is not the contrary, but the final issue of Petronism, the last dishonoring of the metaphysical by the social, and ipso facto a new form of the pseudomorphosis. If the building of Petersburg was the first act of Antichrist, the self-destruction of the society formed of that Petersburg is the second, and so the peasant soul must feel it. For the Bolshevists are not the nation, or even a part of it, but the lowest stratum of this Petrine society, alien and Western like the other strata, yet not recognized by these and consequently filled with the hate of the downtrodden. It is all megalopolitan and civilized, the social politics, the intelligentsia, the literature that first in the romantic and then in the economic jargon champions freedoms and reforms, before an audience that itself belongs to the society. The real Russian is a disciple of Dostoevsky. Although he may not have read Dostoevsky or anyone else, nay, perhaps because he cannot read, he is himself Dostoevsky in substance, and if the Bolshevists, who see in Christ a mere social revolutionist like themselves, were not intellectually so narrowed, it would be in Dostoevsky that they would recognize their prime enemy. What gave this revolution its momentum was not the intelligentsia's hatred. It was the people itself, which without hatred, urged only by the need of throwing off a disease, destroyed the old Westernism in one effort of upheaval, and will send the new after it in another. For what this townless people yearns for is its own life form, its own religion, its own history. Tolstoy's Christianity was a misunderstanding. He spoke of Christ and he meant Marx. But to Dostoevsky's Christianity the next 1,000 years will belong. 3. Outside the pseudomorphosis, and the more vigorously in proportion as the classical influence is weaker over the country, there spring up all the forms of a genuine feudal age. Scholasticism, mysticism, feudal fealty, minstrelsy, the crusade spirit, all existed in the first centuries of the Arabian culture and will be found in it as soon as we know how to look for them. The legion existed in name even after Septimius Severus, but in the East, legions look for all the world like ducal retinues. Officials are nominated, but what nomination amounts to in reality is the investiture of a count with his fief. While in the West the Caesar title fell into the hands of chieftains, the East transformed itself into an early caliphate amazingly like the feudal state of mature Gothic. In the Sassanid Empire 9 in Oran 10 in southern Arabia, there dawned a pure feudal period. The exploits of a king of Saba 11 Shamir Juharish, are immortalized like those of a Roland or an Arthur, in the Arabic saga which tells of his advance through Persia as far as China. 12 The kingdom of Ma in 13 existed side by side with the realm of Israel during the millennium before Christ, and its remains, which suggest comparisons with Mycenae and Tiryns, extend deeply into Africa. 14 But now the feudal age flowered throughout Arabia and even in the mountains of Abyssinia. 15 In Aksum there arose, during early Christian times, mighty castles and kings' tombs with the largest monoliths in the world. 16 Behind the kings stands a feudal nobility of counts, kale, and wardens, kabir, vassals of often questionable loyalty whose great possessions more and more narrowed the power of the king and his household. The endless Christian-Jewish wars between South Arabia and the kingdom of Aksum 17 have essentially the character of chivalry warfare, frequently degenerating into baronial feuds based on the castles. In Saba ruled the Hamdanids who later became Christian. Behind them stood the Christian realm of Aksum, in alliance with Rome, which about AD 300 stretched from the White Nile to the Somali coast and the Persian Gulf, and in 525 overthrew the Jewish Himerites. 18 In 542 there was a diet of princes at Marib 19 to which both the Roman and the Sassanid empires sent ambassadors. Even today the country is full of innumerable relics of mighty castles, which in Islamic times were popularly attributed to supernatural builders. The stronghold of Gamdan is a work of 20 tiers. 20 In the Sassanid Empire ruled the Dikhans, or local lords, while the brilliant court of these early Eastern Hohenstaufen was in every respect a model for that of the Byzantines who followed Diocletian. Even much later the Abbasids in their new capital of Baghdad could think of nothing better than to imitate, on a grand scale, the Sassanid ideal of court life. In northern Arabia, at the courts of the Ghassanids 21 and at those of the Lakhmids 22 there sprang up a genuine troubadour and min poetry, and knightly poets, in the days of the early fathers, fought out their duels with word, lance, and sword. One of them was the Jew Samuel, lord of the castle of Al-Black, who stood a famous siege by the king of Hira for the sake of 5 precious suits of armor. 23 In relation to this lyric poetry, the late Arabic which flourished, especially in Spain, from 800 stands as Ulant and Eschendorf stand to Walter van der Vogelweide. For this young world of the first centuries of our era our antiquarians and theologians have had no eyes. Busied as they are with the state of late Republican and Imperial Rome, the conditions of the Middle East seem to them merely primitive and void of all significance. But the Parthian bands that again and again rode at the legions of Rome were a chivalry exalted by Mazdaism. In their armies there was the spirit of crusade. So, too, might it have been with Christianity if it had not been wholly bound under the power of the pseudomorphosis. The spirit was there. Tertullian spoke of the militia Christi and the sacrament was the soldier's oath of fidelity. 24 But it was only later that Christ became the hero for whom his vassals went out against the heathen. For the time being, the hither side of the Roman frontier knew not Christian lords and knights, but only Roman legates, not the castle, but the castra, not tournaments, but executions. Yet in spite of all this it was not, strictly speaking, a Parthian war, but a true crusade of Jewry that blazed out in 115 when Trajan marched into the east, and it was as a reprisal for the destruction of Jerusalem that the whole infidel, Greek, population of Cyprus, traditionally 140,000 souls, was massacred. 25 Nisibis, defended by Jews, made an illustrious resistance. Warlike Adiabene, the upper Tigris plain, was a Jewish state. In all the Parthian and Persian wars against Rome the gentry and peasantry, the feudal levy, of Jewish Mesopotamia fought in the front line. Byzantium, even, was not able entirely to evade the influence of the Arabian feudal age, and, under a crust of late classical administrative forms, the fief system, especially in the interior of Asia Minor, came into existence. There were powerful families whose loyalty was doubtful and whose ambition was to possess the imperial throne. Originally tied to the capital, which they were not allowed to leave without the emperor's permission, this nobility settled down later on its broad estates in the provinces. From the 4th century onwards this provincial nobility was de facto an estate of the realm, and in course of time it claimed a certain independence of imperial control. 26. The Roman army in the East, meanwhile, was transformed in less than 2 centuries from an army of modern type to one of the feudal order. The Roman legion disappeared in the reorganization of the age of Severus 27 about AD 200. While in the West the army degenerated into hordes, in the East there arose, in the 4th century, a genuine, if belated, knighthood, a fact that Mommsen long ago pointed out, without, however, seeing the significance of it. 28 The young noble received a thorough education in single combat, horsemanship, use of bow and lance. About AD 260 the Emperor Gallienus, the friend of Plotinus and the builder of the Porta Nigra of Trier, one of the most striking and most unfortunate figures of the period of the soldier emperors, formed, from Germans and Moors, a new type of mounted force, the personal military suite. 29 A significant light is thrown upon the changes by the fact that the old city gods give way, in the religion of the army, to the German gods of personal heroism, under the labels of Mars and Hercules. 30. Diocletian's Palatini are not a substitute for the praetorians abolished by Septimius Severus, but a small, well-disciplined knight army, while the comitatenses, the general levy, are organized in numeri or companies. The tactics are those of every early period, with its pride of personal courage. The attack takes the Germanic form of the so-called boar's head, the deep mass technically called the Gewirrthof. 31 Under Justinian we find, fully developed, a system corresponding precisely to the Landsknecht system of Charles V, in which condottieri 32 of the Frundsberg type 33 raise professional forces on a territorial basis. The expedition of Narses is described by Procopius 34 just as one might describe the great recruiting operations of Wallenstein. But there appeared also in these early centuries a brilliant scholasticism and mysticism of Magian type, domesticated in the renowned schools of the Aramean region, the Persian schools of Ctesiphon, Rhysena, Gundisapara, the Jewish of Sura, Nehardia, Kin Nesrin. 35 These are flourishing headquarters of astronomy, philosophy, chemistry, medicine. But towards the west these grand manifestations, too, become falsified by the pseudomorphosis. The characteristically Magian elements of this knowledge assume at Alexandria the forms of Greek philosophy and at Beerhout those of Roman jurisprudence. They are committed to writing in the classical languages, squeezed into alien and long petrified literary forms, and perverted by the hoary logic of a civilization of quite other structure. It is in this, and not in the Islamic, time that Arabian science began. Yet, as our philologists only unearthed what had been put in late classical dress at Alexandria and Antioch, and had not an inkling either of the immense wealth of the Arabian Spring or of the real pivots of its researches and ideas, there arose the preposterous notion that the Arabs were spiritual epigoni of the classical. In reality, practically everything that was produced on the other side from Edessa's point of view of the philologist's frontier, though seeming to the Western eye an offspring of a late classical spirit, is nothing but a reflection of early Arabian inwardness. And so we come to consider what the pseudomorphosis did for the Arabian religion. 4. The classical religion lived in its vast number of separate cults, which in this form were natural and self-evident to Apollinian man, essentially inaccessible to any alien. As soon as cults of this kind arise, we have a classical culture, and when their essence changes, in later Roman times, then the soul of this culture is at an end. Outside the classical landscape they have never been genuine and living. The divinity is always bound to and bounded by one locality, in conformity with the static and Euclidean world feeling. Correspondingly the relation of man to the divinity takes the shape of a local cult, in which the significances lie in the form of its ritual procedure and not in a dogma underlying them. Just as the population was scattered geographically in innumerable points, so spiritually its religion was subdivided into these petty cults, each of which was entirely independent of the rest. Only their number, and not their scope, was capable of increase. Within the classical religion multiplication was the only form of growth, and missionary effort of any sort was excluded, for men could practice these cults without belonging to them. There were no communities of fellow believers. Though the later thought of Athens reached somewhat more general ideas of God and his service, it was philosophy and not religion that it achieved. It appealed to only a few thinkers and had not the slightest effect on the feeling of the nation, that is, the polis. In the sharpest contrast to this stands the visible form of the Magian religion, the Church, the brotherhood of the faithful, which has no home and knows no earthly frontier, which believes the words of Jesus, "When 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, there am I in the midst of them." It is self-evident that every such believer must believe that only one good and true God can be, and that the gods of the others are evil and false. 36 The relation between this God and man rests, not in expression or profession, but in the secret force, the magic, of certain symbolic performances, which if they are to be effective must be exactly known in form and significance and practiced accordingly. The knowledge of this significance belongs to the Church. In fact, it is the Church itself, qua community of the instructed. And, therefore, the center of gravity of every Magian religion lies not in a cult, but in a doctrine, in the creed. As long as the classical remained spiritually strong, pseudomorphosis of all the churches of the East into the style of the West continued. This is a most important aspect of syncretism. The Persian religion enters in the shape of the Mitras cult, the Chaldean Syrian element as the cults of the star gods and Baals, Jupiter Dolichanos, Sabazius, Sol Invictus, Atargatis, the Jewish religion in the form of a Yahweh cult, for no other name can be applied to the Egyptian communities of the Ptolemaic period. 37, and primitive early Christianity too, as the Pauline epistles and the catacombs of Rome clearly show, took substance as a Jesus cult. And however loudly each of these various religions, which from about Hadrian's time drove the genuine old classical deities completely into the background, might proclaim itself as the revelation of the one true faith, Isis styled herself Deorum Deorum Facies Uniformis, in reality they carry, one and all, marks of the classical separatism, that is, they multiply to infinity, Every community stands for itself and is local. All the temples, catacombs, mithria, house chapels, are holy places to which, in feeling, even though not in formal expression, the deity is considered to be attached. 38 Nevertheless, there is Magian feeling even in this piety. Classical cults are practiced, and one may practice as many of them as one pleases, but of these newer, a man belongs to one and one alone. In the old, propaganda is unthinkable, in the new it goes without saying, and the purport of religious exercises tends more and more to the doctrinal side. From the 2nd century onwards, with the fading of the Apollinian and the flowering of the Magian soul, the relations are reversed. The consequences of the pseudomorphosis continue, but it is now cults of the West which tend to become a new church of the East, that is, from the sum of separate cults there evolves a community of those who believe in these gods and their rituals, and so there arises, by processes like those of the early Persian and the early Judaic, a Magian Greek nationality. Out of the rigorously established forms of detailed procedure in sacrifices and mysteries grows a sort of dogma concerning the inner significance of these acts. The cults can now represent each other, and men no longer practice or perform them in the old way, but become adherents of them. And the little goat off the place becomes without the gravity of the change being noticed by anyone, the great God really present in the place. Carefully as syncretism has been examined in recent years, the clue to its development, the transformation of Eastern churches into Western cults, and then the reverse process of transformation of Western cults into Eastern churches, has been missed. 39 Yet without this key it is quite impossible to understand the religious history of early Christianity. The battle that in Rome was between Christ and Mithras as cult deities took the form, east of Antioch, of a contest between the Persian and the Christian churches. But the heaviest battle that Christianity had to fight, after it came itself under the influence of the pseudomorphosis and began to develop spiritually with its face to the West, was not that against the true classical deities. With these it was never face to face, for the public city cults had long been inwardly dead and possessed no hold whatever on men's souls. The formidable enemy was paganism, or Hellenism, emerging as a powerful new church and born of the self-same spirit as Christianity itself. In the end there were in the east of the Roman Empire not one cult church, but two, and if one of these comprised exclusively the followers of Christ, the other, too, was made up of communities, which, under 1,000 different labels, consciously worshipped one and the same divine principle. Much has been written on the classical toleration. The nature of a religion may perhaps be most clearly seen in the limits of its tolerance, and there were such limits in classical religions as in others. It was, indeed, one essential character of these religions that they were numerous, and another that they were religions of pure performance. For them, therefore, the question of toleration, as the word is usually understood, did not arise. But respect for the cult formalities as such was postulated and required, and many a philosopher, even many an unwitting stranger, who infringed this law by word or deed, was made to realize the limits of classical toleration. The reciprocal persecutions of the Magian churches are something different from this. There it was the duty of the henotheist to his own faith that forbade him to recognize false tenets. Classical cults would have tolerated the Jesus cult as one of their own number. But the cult chick was bound to attack the Jesus church. All the great persecutions of Christians, corresponding therein exactly to the later persecutions of paganism, came, not from the Roman state, but from this cult church, and they were only political inasmuch as the cult church was both nation and fatherland. It will be observed that the mask of Caesar worship covered two religious usages. In the classical cities of the West, Rome above all, the special cult of the divus arose as a last expression of that Euclidean feeling which required that there should be legal and therefore sacral means of communication between the body unit man and the body unit God. In the East, on the other hand, the product was a creed of Caesar as Savior, God-man, Messiah of all syncretists, which this church brought to expression in a supremely national form. The sacrifice for the emperor was the most important sacrament of the church, exactly corresponding to the baptism of the Christians, and it is easy, therefore, to understand the symbolic significance in the days of persecution of the command and the refusal to do these acts. All these churches had their sacraments, holy meals like the Hauma drinking of the Persians, 40 the Passover of the Jews, the Lord's Supper of the Christians, similar rites for Addis and Mitras, and baptismal ceremonies amongst the Mandaeans, the Christians, and the worshippers of Isis and Sib. Indeed, the individual cults of the pagan church might be regarded almost as sects and orders of view, which would lead to a much better understanding of their reciprocal propaganda. All true classical mysteries, such as those of Eleusis and those founded by the Pythagoreans in the South Italian cities about 500 BC, had been place-bound 41 and had consisted in some symbolical act or process. Within the field of the pseudomorphosis these freed themselves from their localities, they could be performed wherever initiates were gathered, and had now as their object the Magian ecstasy and the ascetic change of life. The visitors to the holy place had transformed themselves into practicing orders. The community of the Neo-Pythagoreans, formed about 50 BC and closely related to the Jewish Essenes, is anything but a classical school of philosophy. It is a pure monastic order, and it is not the only such order in the syncretic movement that anticipated the ideals of the Christian hermits and the Mohammedan dervishes. These pagan churches had their Ancho rites, saints, prophets, miraculous conversions, scriptures, and revelations. 42 In the significance of images there came about a very remarkable transformation, which still awaits research. The greatest of Plotinus's followers, Iamblichus, finally, about AD 300, evolved a mighty system of orthodox theology, ordered hierarchy, and rigid ritual for the pagan church, and his disciple Julian devoted, and finally sacrificed, his life to the attempt to establish this church for all eternity. 43 He sought even to create cloisters for meditating men and women and to introduce ecclesiastical penance. This great work was supported by a great enthusiasm which rose to the height of martyrdom and endured long after the emperor's death. Inscriptions exist which can hardly be translated but by the formula, "There is but one God and Julian is his prophet." 44 10 years more, and this church would have become a historic, permanent fact. In the end not only its power, but also in important details its very form and content were inherited by Christianity. It is often stated that the Roman Church adapted itself to the structure of the Roman state. This is not quite correct. The latter structure was itself by hypothesis a church. There was a period when the two were in touch. Constantine the Great acted simultaneously as convener of the Council of Nicaea and as Pontifex Maximus, and his sons, zealous Christians as they were, made him divus and paid to him the prescribed rites. Saint Augustine dared to assert that the true religion had existed before the coming of Christianity in the form of the classical. 45 v. For the understanding of Judaism as a whole between Cyrus and Titus it is necessary constantly to bear in mind three facts, of which scholarship is quite aware, but which, owing to philological and theological parti pris, it refuses to admit as factors in its discussions. First, the Jews are a nation without a land, a consensus, and in the midst, moreover, of a world of pure nations of the same type. Secondly, Jerusalem is indeed a Mecca, a holy center, but it is neither the home nor the spiritual focus of the people. Lastly, the Jews are a peculiar phenomenon in world history only so long as we insist on treating them as such. It is true that the post-exilic Jews, in contradistinction to the pre-exilic Israelites, are, as Hugo Winkler was the first to recognize, a people of quite new type. But they are not the only representatives of the type. The Aramean world began in those days to arrange itself in a great number of such peoples, including Persians and Chaldeans, 46, all living in the same district, yet in stringent aloofness from each other, and even then practicing the truly Arabian way of life that we call the ghetto. The first heralds of the new soul were the prophetic religions, with their magnificent inwardness, which began to arise about 700 BC and challenged the primeval practices of the people and their rulers. They, too, are an essentially Aramean phenomenon. The more I ponder Amos, Isaiah, and Jeremiah on the one hand, Zarathustra on the other, the more closely related they appear to me to be. What seems to separate them is not their new beliefs, but the objects of their attack. The first battled with that savage old Israel religion, which in fact is a whole bundle of religious elements. 47 Belief in holy stones and trees, innumerable place gods, Dan, Bethel, Hebron, Shechem, Beersheba, Gilgal, a single Yahweh, or Elohim, whose name covers a multitude of most heterogeneous noumena, ancestor worship and human sacrifices, dervish dancing and sacral prostitution intermixed with indistinct traditions of Moses and Abraham and many customs and sagas of the late Babylonian world, now after long establishment in Canaan degenerated and hardened into peasant forms. The second combated the old Vedic beliefs of heroes and Vikings, similarly coarsened, no doubt, and certainly needing to be recalled to actuality, time and again, by glorifications of the sacred cattle and of the care thereof. Zarathustra lived about 600 BC, often in want, persecuted and misunderstood, and met his end as an old man in war against the unbelievers. 48 A worthy contemporary of the unfortunate Jeremiah, who for his prophesying was hated by his countrymen, imprisoned by his king, and after the catastrophe carried off by the fugitives to Egypt and there put to death. And it is my belief that this great epoch brought forth yet a third prophet religion, the Chaldean. This, with its penetrating astronomy and its ever-amazing inwardness, was, I venture to guess, evolved at that time and by creative personalities of the Isaiah stature from relics of the old Babylonian religion. 49 About 1000, the Chaldeans were a group of Aramaic-speaking tribes like the Israelites, and lived in the south of Sinai. The mother tongue of Jesus is still sometimes called Chaldean. In Seleucid times the name was applied to a widespread religious community, and especially to its priests. The Chaldean religion was an astral religion, which before Hammurabi the Babylonian was not. It is the deepest of all interpretations of the Magian universe, the world cavern and Kismet working therein, and consequently it remained the fundamental of Islamic and Jewish speculation to their very latest phases. It was by it, and not by the Babylonian culture, that after the 7th century there was formed an astronomy worthy to be called an exact science, that is, a priestly technique of observation of marvelous acuteness. 50 It replaced the Babylonian moon week by the planet week. Ishtar, the most popular figure of the old religion, the goddess of life and fruitfulness, now became a planet, and Tammuz, the ever-dying and ever-revived god of vegetation, a fixed star. Finally, the henotheistic feeling announced itself, for Nebuchadnezzar the Great. Marduk 51 was the one true God, the God of mercy, and Nebo, the old god of Borsippa, was his son and envoy to mankind. For a century, 625 to 539, Chaldean kings were world rulers, but they were also the heralds of the new religion. When temples were being built, they themselves carried bricks. The accession prayer of Nebuchadnezzar, the contemporary of Jeremiah, to Marduk is still extant, and in depth and purity it is in no wise surpassed by the finest passages of Israelite prophecy. The Chaldean penitential psalms, closely related in rhythm and inner structure to those of the Jews, know the sin of which man is unconscious and the suffering that contrite avowal before the incensed God can avert. It is the same trust in the mercy of the deity that finds a truly Christian expression in the inscriptions of the Bel Temple of Palmyra. 52. The kernel of the prophetic teachings is already Magian. There is one God, be he called Yahweh, Ahura Mazda, or Marduk Baal, who is the principle of good, and all other deities are either impotent or evil. To this doctrine there attached itself the hope of a Messiah, very clear in Isaiah, but also bursting out everywhere during the next centuries, under pressure of an inner necessity. It is the basic idea of Magian religion, for it contains implicitly the conception of the world historical struggle between good and evil, with the power of evil prevailing in the middle period, and the good finally triumphant on the day of judgment. This moralization of history is common to Persians, Chaldees, and Jews. But with its coming, the idea of the localized people ipso facto vanished and the genesis of Magian nations without earthly homes and boundaries was at hand. The idea of the chosen people emerged. 53 But it is easy to understand that men of strong blood, and in particular the great families, found these two spiritual ideas repugnant to their natures and harked back to the stout old tribal faiths. According to Cumont's researches, the religion of the Persian kings was polytheistic and did not possess the Houmas sacrament, that is, it was not wholly Zoroastrian. The same is true of most of the kings of Israel, and in all probability also of the last Chaldean Nabonidus, whose overthrow by Cyrus and his own subjects was in fact made possible by his rejection of the Marduk faith. And it was in the captivity that circumcision and the Chaldean Sabbath were first acquired, as rites, by the Jews. The Babylonian exile, however, did set up an important difference between the Jews and the Persians, in respect, not of the ultimate truths of conscious piety, but of all the facts of actuality and consequently men's inward attitude to these facts. It was the Yahweh believers who were permitted to go home and the adherents of Ahura Mazda who allowed them to do so. Of two small tribes that 200 years before had probably possessed equal numbers of fighting men, the one had taken possession of a world while Darius crossed the Danube in the north, his power extended in the south through eastern Arabia to the island of Socotra on the Somali coast 54, and the other had become an entirely unimportant pawn of alien policy. This is what made one religion so lordly, the other so humble. Let the student read, in contrast to Jeremiah, the great Behistun inscription 55 of Darius, what a splendid pride of the king in his victorious God! And how despairing are the arguments with which the Israelite prophets sought to preserve intact the image of their God. Here, in exile, with every Jewish eye turned by the Persian victory to the Zoroastrian doctrine, the pure Judaic prophecy, Amos, Hosea, Isaiah, Jeremiah, passes into Apocalypse, Deutero-Isaiah 56, Ezekiel, Zechariah. All the new visions of the Son of Man, of Satan, of archangels, of the seven heavens, of the Last Judgment, are Persian presentations of the common world feeling. In Isaiah's Lee appears Cyrus himself, hailed as Messiah. Did the great composer of Deutero-Isaiah draw his enlightenment from a Zoroastrian disciple? Is it possible that the Persians released the Jews out of a feeling of the inward relationship of their two teachings? It is certain at any rate that both shared one popular idea as to last things, and felt and expressed a common hatred of the old Babylonian and classical religions, of unbelievers generally, which they did not feel towards one another. We must not, however, forget to look at the return from captivity also from the point of view of Babylon. The great mass, strong in race force, was in reality far removed from these ideas, or regarded them as mere visions and dreams, and the solid peasantry, the artisans, and no doubt the nascent land aristocracy quietly remained in its holdings under a prince of their own, the Reshgalutha, whose capital was Nehardia. 57 Those who returned home were the small minority, the stubborn, the zealots. They numbered with their wives and children 40,000, a figure which cannot be 1/10 or even 1/20 of the total, and anyone who confuses these settlers and their destiny with Jewry as a whole 58 must necessarily fail to read the inner meaning of all following events. The little world of Judaism lived a spiritually separate life, and the nation as a whole, while regarding this life with respect, certainly did not share in it. In the East, apocalyptic literature, the eris of prophecy, blossomed richly. It was a genuine native poetry of the people, of which we still have the masterpiece, the Book of Job, a work in character Islamic and decidedly un-Jewish 59, while a multitude of its other tales and sagas, such as Judith, Tobit, Akikar 60, are spread as motives over all the literatures of the Arabian world. In Judea only the law flourished, the Talmudic spirit appears first in Ezekiel, Chsxl, Etseq, and after 450 is made flesh in the scribes, Sephirim, headed by Ezra. From 300 BC to AD 200 the Tanaim, teachers, expounded the Torah and developed the Mishnah. Neither the coming of Jesus nor the destruction of the temple interrupted this abstract scholarship. Jerusalem became for the rigid believer a Mecca, and his Quran was a code of laws to which was gradually added a whole primitive history compounded of Chaldeo-Persian motives reset according to Pharisaic ideas. 61 But in this atmosphere there was no room for a worldly art, poetry, or learning. All that the Talmud contains of astronomical, medical, and juristic knowledge is exclusively of Mesopotamian origin. 62 It is probable, too, that it was in Mesopotamia, and before the end of the captivity, that there began that Chaldean Persian Jewish formation of sects which developed into the formation of great religions at the beginning of the Magian culture, and reached its climax in the teaching of Mani. The Law and the Prophets. These two nouns practically define the difference between Judea and Mesopotamia. In the late Persian and in every other Magian theology both tendencies are united, it is only in the case here considered that they were separated in space. The decisions of Jerusalem were recognized everywhere, but it is a question how widely they were obeyed. Even as near as Galilee the Pharisees were the object of suspicion, while in Babylonia no rabbi could be consecrated. For the great Gamaliel, Paul's teacher, it was a title to fame that his rulings were followed by the Jews even abroad. How independent was the life of the Jews in Egypt is shown by the recently discovered documents of Elephantine and Aswan. 63 About 170, Onias asked the king for permission to build a temple according to the measurements of the temple in Jerusalem, on the ground that the numerous non-conforming temples that existed were the cause of eternal bickerings amongst the communities. One other subject must be considered. Jewry, like Persia, had since the exile increased enormously beyond the old small clan limits. This was owing to conversions and secessions, the only form of conquest open to a landless nation and, therefore, natural and obvious to the Magian religions. In the north it very early drove, through the Jew state of Adiabene, to the Caucasus. In the south, probably along the Persian Gulf, it penetrated to Saba. In the west it was dominant in Alexandria, Cyrene, and Cyprus. The administration of Egypt and the policy of the Parthian Empire were largely in Jewish hands. But this movement came out of Mesopotamia alone, and the spirit in it was the apocalyptic and not the Talmudic. Jerusalem was occupied in creating yet more legal barriers against the unbeliever. It was not enough even to abandon the practice of making converts. A Pharisee permitted himself to summon the universally beloved King Hyrcanus, 135-106, to lay down the office of high priest because his mother had once been in the power of the infidels. 64 This is the same narrowness which in the primitive Christian Brotherhood of Judea took the form of opposing the preaching of the gospel to the heathen. In the East it would simply never have occurred to anyone to draw such barriers, which were contrary to the whole idea of the Magian nation. But in that very fact was based the spiritual superiority of the wide East. The signed Ryan in Jerusalem might possess unchallenged religious authority, but politically, and therefore historically, the power of the Resh Galutha was a very different matter. Christian and Jewish research alike have failed to perceive these things. So far as I am aware, no one has noticed the important fact that the persecution of Antiochus Epiphanes was directed not against Jewry but against Judea. And this brings us to another fact, of still greater importance. The destruction of Jerusalem hits only a very small part of the nation, one moreover that was spiritually and politically by far the least important. It is not true that the Jewish people has lived in the dispersion since that day, for it had lived for centuries, and so too had the Persian and others, in a form which was independent of country. On the other hand, we realize equally little the impression made by this war upon the real Jewry which Judea thought of and treated as an adjunct. The victory of the heathen and the ruin of the sanctuary was felt in the inmost soul. 65 And in the crusade of 115 a bitter revenge was taken for it, but the ideal outraged and vindicated was the ideal of Jewry and not that of Judaism. Zionism then, as in Cyrus's day and in ours, was a reality only for a quite small and spiritually narrow minority. If the calamity had been really felt in the sense of a loss of home, as we figure it to ourselves with the Western mind, 100 opportunities after Marcus Aurelius's time could have been seized to win the city back. But that would have contradicted the Magian sense of the nation, whose ideal organic form was the synagogue, the pure consensus like the early Catholic visible church and like Islam, and it was precisely the annihilation of Judea and the clan spirit of Judea that for the first time completely actualized this ideal. For Vespasian's war, directed against Judea, was a liberation of Jewry. In the first place, It ended both the claim of the people of this petty district to be the genuine nation, and the pretensions of their bald spirituality to equivalence with the soul life of the whole. The research, the scholasticism, and the mysticism of the Oriental academies entered into possession of their rights, so, for instance, the judge, the contemporary, more or less, of Ulpian and Papinian formulated at the Academy of Nihardia the first code of civil law. 66 in the second place. It rescued this religion from the dangers of that pseudomorphosis to which Christianity in that same period was succumbing. Since 200 BC there had existed a half-Hellenistic Jewish literature. The Preacher, Ecclesiastes, Koheleth, contains Puranic ideas. 67 The Wisdom of Solomon, 2 Maccabees, Theodotion, the Aristes letter, etc., follow. There are things like the Menander collection of maxims, as to which it is impossible to say whether they ought to be regarded as Jewish or as Greek. There were, about 160, high priests who were so Hellenistic in spirit that they combated the Jewish religion, and later there were rulers like Hyrcanus and Herod who did the same by political methods. This danger came to an end instantly and for good in A.D. 70. In the time of Jesus there were in Jerusalem 3 tendencies which can be described as generally Aramean, represented respectively by the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Essenes. Although the connotations of these names varied, and although both in Christian and in Jewish research most diverse views are held about them, it may at any rate be said that the first of these tendencies is found in greatest purity in Judaism, the second in Chaldeanism, the third in Hellenism. 68 Essene is the rise of the cult, almost the order, of Mitras in the east of Asia Minor. The Sadducees, although in Jerusalem they appear as a small and distinguished group, Josephus compares them with the Epicureans, are thoroughly Aramean in their apocalyptic and eschatological views, in virtue of a certain element which makes them, so to say, the Dostoyevskys of this early period. They stand to the Pharisees in the relation of mysticism to scholasticism, of John to Paul, of Bundahayish to Vendidad. 69 in the Persian world. The apocalyptic is popular, and many of its traits are spiritually common property throughout the Aramean world. The Talmudic and Avestan Pharisaism is exclusive and tries to rule out every other religion with uncompromising rigor. The Essenes appear in Jerusalem as a monastic order like the Neo-Pythagoreans. They possess secret texts. 70 in the broad sense they are representative of the pseudomorphosis, and in consequence they disappear from Jewry completely after AD 70, while precisely in this period Christian literature was becoming purely Greek, not in the least of the causes of this being that the Hellenized Western Jews left Judaism to retreat into its east, and gradually adopted Christianity. But also apocalyptic, which is an expression form of townless and town-fearing mankind, soon came to an end within the synagogue, after a last wonderful reaction to the stimulus of the great catastrophe. 71 When it had become evident that the teaching of Jesus would lead not to a reform of Judaism, but to a new religion, and when, about AD 100, the daily imprecation formula against the Jewish Christians was introduced, apocalyptic for the short remainder of its existence resided in the young Church. 6. The incomparable thing which lifted the infant Christianity out above all religions of this rich springtime is the figure of Jesus. In all the great creations of those years there is nothing which can be set beside it. Tame and empty all the legends and holy adventures of Mitras, Attis, and Osiris must have seemed to any man reading or listening to the still recent story of Jesus' sufferings, the last journey to Jerusalem, the last anxious supper, the hours of despair in Gethsemane, and the death on the cross. Here was no matter of philosophy. Jesus' utterances, which stayed in the memory of many of the devoted, even in old age, are those of a child in the midst of an alien, aged, and sick world. They are not sociological observations, problems, debatings. Like a quiet island of bliss was the life of these fishermen and craftsmen by the lake of Gennesareth in the midst of the age of the great Tiberius, far from all world history and innocent of all the doings of actuality, while round them glittered the Hellenistic towns with their theaters and temples, their refined Western society, their noisy mob diversions, their Roman cohorts, their Greek philosophy. When the friends and disciples of the sufferer had grown gray and his brother was president of their group in Jerusalem, they put together, from the sayings and narratives generally current in their small communities, a biography so arresting in its inward appeal that it evolved a presentation form of its own, of which neither the classical nor the Arabian culture has any example: the Gospel. Christianity is the one religion in the history of the world in which the fate of a man of the immediate present has become the emblem and the central point of the whole creation. A strange excitement, like that which the Germanic world experienced about AD 1000, ran in those days through the whole Aramean land. The Magian soul was awakened. That element which lay in the prophetic religions like a presentiment, and expressed itself in Alexander's time in metaphysical outlines, came now to the state of fulfillment. And this fulfillment awakened, in indescribable strength, the primitive feeling of fear. The birth of the ego, and of the world anxiety with which it is identical, is one of the final secrets of humanity and of mobile life generally. In front of the microcosm there stands up a macrocosm wide and overpowering, an abyss of alien, dazzling existence and activity that frightens the small lonely ego back into itself. Even in the blackest hours of life no adult experiences fear like the fear which sometimes overpowers a child in the crisis of awakening. Over the dawn of the new culture likewise lay this deathly anxiety. In this early morning of Magian world feeling, timorous and hesitant and ignorant of itself, young eyes saw the end of the world at hand. It is the first thought in which every culture to this day has come to knowledge of itself. All but the shallower souls trembled before revelations, miracles, glimpses into the very fundament of things. Men now lived and thought only in apocalyptic images. Actuality became appearance. Strange and terrifying visions were told mysteriously by one to another, read out from fantastic veiled texts, and seized at once with an immediate inward certainty. These writings traveled from community to community, village to village, and it is quite impossible to assign them to any one particular religion. 72 Their coloring is Persian, Chaldean, Jewish, but they have absorbed all that was circulating in men's minds. Whereas the canonical books are national, the apocalyptic literature is international in the literal sense of the word. It is there, and no one seems to have composed it. Its content is fluid: today it reads thus and tomorrow otherwise. But this does not mean that it is a poetry. It is not. 73 These creations resemble the terrible figures of the Romanesque cathedral porches in France, which also are not art, but fear turned into stone. Everyone knows those angels and devils, the ascent to heaven and descent to hell of divine essence, the second Adam, the envoy of God, the Redeemer of the last days, the Son of Man, the eternal city, and the last judgment. 74 In the alien cities and the high positions of strict Judaic and Persian priesthoods the different doctrines might be tangibly defined and argued about, but below in the mass of the people there was practically no specific religion, but a general Magian religiousness which filled all souls and attached itself to glimpses and visions of every conceivable origin. The last day was at hand. Men expected it and knew that on that day he of whom all these revelations spoke would appear. Prophets arose. More and more new communities and groups gathered, believing themselves to have found either a better understanding of the traditional religion, or the true religion itself. In this time of amazing, ever-increasing tension, and in the very years around Jesus' birth year, there arose, besides endless communities and sects, another redemption religion, the Mandean, as to which we know nothing of founder or origins. In spite of its hatred of the Judaism of Jerusalem and its definite preference for the Persian idea of redemption, the Mandean religion seems to have stood very close to the popular beliefs of Syrian Jewry. One after another, pieces of its wonderful documents are becoming available, and they consistently show us a him, a son of man, a redeemer who is sent down into the depths, who himself must be redeemed and is the goal of man's expectations. In the book of John, the Father high upraised in the house of fulfillment, bathed in light, says to his only begotten Son, "My Son, be to me an ambassador, go into the world of darkness, where no ray of light is." And the Son calls up to him, "Father, in what have I sinned that thou hast sent me into the darkness?" And finally, without sin did I ascend, and there was no sin and defect in me. 75. All the characters of the great prophetic religions and of the whole store of profound glimpses and visions later collected into apocalypses are seen here as foundations of classical thought and feeling. Not a breath reached this Magian underworld. No doubt the beginnings of the new religion are lost irrevocably. But one historical figure of Mandaeanism stands forth with startling distinctness, as tragic in his purpose and his downfall as Jesus himself. John the Baptist. 76. He, almost emancipated from Judaism, and filled with as mighty a hatred of the Jerusalem spirit as that of primitive Russia for Petersburg, preached the end of the world and the coming of the Bar-Nasha, the Son of Man, who is no longer the longed-for national Messiah of the Jews, but the bringer of the world conflagration. 77. To him came Jesus and was his disciple. 78. He was 30 years old when the awakening came over him. Thenceforth the apocalyptic, and in particular the Mandean, thought world filled his whole being. The other world of historical actuality lying round him was to him as something sham, alien, void of significance. That he would now come and make an end of this unreal reality was his magnificent certainty, and like his master John, he stepped forth as its herald. Even now we can see, in the oldest Gospels that were embodied into the New Testament, gleams of this period in which he was, in his consciousness, nothing but a prophet. 79. But there was a moment in his life when an inkling, and then high certainty, came over him. Thou art thyself it. It was a secret that he at first hardly admitted to himself, and only later imparted to his nearest friends and companions, who thereafter shared with him, in all stillness, the blessed mission, till finally they dared to reveal the truths before all the world by the momentous journey to Jerusalem. If there is anything at all that clouds the complete purity and honor of his thought, it is that doubt as to whether he has deceived himself which from time to time seizes him, and of which, later, his disciples told quite frankly. He comes to his home. The village crowds to him, recognizes the former carpenter who left his work, is angered. The family mother and all the brothers and sisters are ashamed of him and would have arrested him. And with all these familiar eyes upon him he was confused and felt the magic power depart from him. Mark 6. In Gethsemane doubts of his mission mingled themselves in the terrible fear of coming things, and even on the cross men heard the anguished cry that God had forsaken him. Even in these last hours he lived entirely in the form of his own apocalyptic world, which alone was ever real to him. What to the Roman sentries standing below him was reality was for him an object of helpless wonder, an illusion that might at any moment without warning vanish into nothingness. He possessed the pure and unadulterated soul of the townless land. The life of the cities and their spirit were to him utterly alien. Did he really see the semi-classical Jerusalem, into which he rode as the Son of Man, and understand its historical nature? This is what thrills us in the last days, and the collision of facts with truths, of two worlds that will never understand one another, and his entire incomprehension of what was happening about him. So he went, proclaiming his message without reservation, through his country. But this country was Palestine. He was born in the classical empire and lived under the eyes of the Judaism of Jerusalem, and when his soul, fresh from the awful revelation of its mission, looked about, it was confronted by the actuality of the Roman state and that of Pharisaism. His repugnance for the stiff and selfish ideal of the latter, which he shared with all Mandaeanism and doubtless with the peasant Jewry of the Wide East, is the hallmark of all his discourses from first to last. It angered him that this wilderness of cold-hearted formulas was reputed to be the only way to salvation. Still, thus far it was only another kind of piety that his conviction was asserting against rabbinical logic. Thus far it is only the law versus the prophets. But when Jesus was taken before Pilate, then the world of facts and the world of truths were face to face in immediate and implacable hostility. It is a scene appallingly distinct and overwhelming in its symbolism, such as the world's history had never before and has never since looked at. The discord that lies at the root of all mobile life from its beginning, in virtue of its very being, of its having both existence and awareness, took here the highest form that can possibly be conceived of human tragedy. In the famous question of the Roman procurator, what is truth? The one word that is race pure in the whole Greek Testament lies the entire meaning of history, the exclusive validity of the deed, the prestige of the state and war and blood, the all-powerfulness of success and the pride of eminent fitness. Not indeed the mouth, but the silent feeling of Jesus answers this question by that other which is decisive in all things of religion. What is actuality? For Pilate actuality was all, for him nothing. Were it anything, indeed, pure religiousness could never stand up against history and the powers of history, or sit in judgment on active life, or if it does, it ceases to be religion and is subjected itself to the spirit of history. My kingdom is not of this world. This is the final word which admits of no gloss and on which each must check the course wherein birth and nature have set him. A being that makes use of a waking consciousness, or a waking consciousness which subjects being to itself, pulsation or tension, blood or intellect, history or nature, politics or religion, here it is one or the other, there is no honest way of compromise. A statesman can be deeply religious, a pious man can die for his country, but they must, both, know on which side they are really standing. The born politician despises the inward thought processes of the ideologue and ethical philosopher in a world of fact, and rightly. For the believer, all ambition and succession of the historical world are sinful and without lasting value. He, too, is right. A ruler who wishes to improve religion in the direction of political, practical purposes is a fool. A sociologist preacher who tries to bring truth, righteousness, peace, and forgiveness into the world of actuality is a fool also. No faith yet has altered the world, and no fact can ever rebut a faith. There is no bridge between directional time and timeless eternity, between the course of history and the existence of a divine world order, in the structure of which the word providence or dispensation denotes the form of causality. This is the final meaning of the moment in which Jesus and Pilate confronted one another. In the one world, the historical, the Roman caused the Galilean to be crucified. That was his destiny. In the other world, Rome was cast for perdition and the cross became the pledge of redemption. That was the will of God. 81. Religion is metaphysic and nothing else. Credo quia absurdum. And this metaphysic is not the metaphysic of knowledge, argument, proof, which is mere philosophy or learnedness, but lived and experienced metaphysic, that is, the unthinkable as a certainty, the supernatural as a fact, life as existence in a world that is non-actual, but true. Jesus never lived one moment in any other world but this. He was no moralizer, and to see in moralizing the final aim of religion is to be ignorant of what religion is. Moralizing is 19th century Enlightenment, humane Philistinism. To ascribe social purposes to Jesus is a blasphemy. His occasional utterances of a social kind, so far as they are authentic and not merely attributed sayings, tend merely to edification. They contain nothing whatever of new doctrine, and they include proverbs of the sort then in general currency. His teaching was the proclamation, nothing but the proclamation, of those last things with whose images he was constantly filled, the dawn of the new age, the advent of heavenly envoys, the last judgment, a new heaven and a new earth. 82 Any other conception of religion was never in Jesus, nor in any truly deep-feeling period of history. Religion is, first and last, metaphysic, otherworldliness, Jensetigkeit, awareness in a world of which the evidence of the senses merely lights the foreground. It is life in and with the supersensible. And where the capacity for this awareness, or even the capacity for believing in its existence, is wanting, real religion is at an end. My kingdom is not of this world, and only he who can look into the depths that this flash illumines can comprehend the voices that come out of them. It is the late, city periods that, no longer capable of seeing into depths, have turned the remnants of religiousness upon the external world and replaced religion by humanities, and metaphysic by moralization and social ethics. In Jesus we have the direct opposite. Give unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's means, fit yourselves to the powers of the fact world, be patient, suffer, and ask it not whether they are just. What alone matters is the salvation of the soul. Consider the lilies means, give no heed to riches and poverty, for both fetter the soul to cares of this world. Man cannot serve both God and mammon. By mammon is meant the whole of actuality. It is shallow, and it is cowardly, to argue away the grand significance of this demand. Between working for the increase of one's own riches, and working for the social ease of everyone, he would have felt no difference whatever. When wealth frightened him, when the primitive community in Jerusalem, which was a strict order and not a socialist club, rejected ownership, it was the most direct opposite of social sentiment that moved them. Their conviction was, not that the visible state of things was all, but that it was nothing, that it rested not on appreciation of comfort in this world, but on unreserved contempt of it. Something, it is true, must always exist to be set against and to nullify worldly fortune, and so we come back to the contrast of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Tolstoy, the townsman and Westerner, saw in Jesus only a social reformer, and in his metaphysical impotence like the whole civilized West, which can only think about distributing, never renouncing elevated primitive Christianity to the rank of a social revolution. Dostoevsky, who was poor, but in certain hours almost a saint, never thought about social ameliorations. Of what profit would it have been to a man's soul to abolish property? 7. Amongst Jesus's friends and disciples, stunned as they were by the appalling outcome of the journey to Jerusalem, there spread after a few days the news of his resurrection and reappearance. The impression of this news on such souls and in such a time can never be more than partially echoed in the sensibilities of a late mankind. It meant the actual fulfillment of all the apocalyptic of that Magian springtime, the end of the present eon marked by the ascension of the redeemed Redeemer, the second Adam, the Saoshyant, Enosh, Barnasha, or whatever other name man attached to him, into the light realm of the Father. And therewith the foretold future, the new world eon, the kingdom of heaven, became immediately present. They felt themselves at the decisive point in the history of redemption. This certainty completely transformed the world outlook of the little circles. His teachings, as they had flowed from his mild and noble nature, his inner feeling of the relation between God and man and of the high meaning of the times, and were exhaustively comprised in and defined by the word love, fell into the background, and their place was taken by the teaching of him. As the arisen he became for his disciples a new figure, in and of the apocalyptic, and, what was more, its most important and final figure. But therewith their image of the future took form as an image of memory. Now, this was something of quite decisive importance, unheard of in the world of Magian thought, the transference of an actuality, lived and experienced, onto the plane of the high story itself. The Jews, amongst them the young Paul, and the Mandaeans, amongst them the disciples of John the Baptist, fought against it with passion and made of Jesus a false Messiah such as had been spoken of in the earliest Persian texts. 83 For them he was still to come from afar, for the little community he had already been had they not seen him and lived with him. We have to enter into this conception unreservedly if we are to appreciate the enormous superiority it had in those times. Instead of an uncertain glimpse into the distance, 84 a compelling present, instead of fearful waiting for a liberating certainty, instead of a saga, a lived and shared human destiny. Truly they were glad tidings that were proclaimed. But to whom? Even in the first days the question arose which decided the whole destiny of the new revelation. Jesus and his friends were Jews by birth, but they did not belong to the land of Judea. Here in Jerusalem men looked for the Messiah of their old sacred books, a Messiah who was to appear for the Jewish people, in the old tribal sense, and only for them. But all the rest of the Aramean world waited upon the Savior of the world, the Redeemer and Son of Man, the figure of all apocalyptic literature, whether written out in Jewish, Persian, Chaldean, or Mandean terms. 85 In the one view the death and resurrection of Jesus were merely local events, in the other they betokened a world change. For, while everywhere else the Jews were a Magian nation without home or unity of birth, Jerusalem held firmly to the tribal idea. The conflict was not one between preaching to the Jews and preaching to the Gentiles, it went far deeper. The word mission had essentially here a twofold meaning. In the Judaic view there was essentially no need for recruiting, quite the reverse, as it was a contradiction to the Messiah idea. The words tribe and mission are reciprocally exclusive. The members of the chosen people, and in particular the priesthood, had merely to convince themselves that their longing was now fulfilled. But to the Magian nation, based on consensus or community of feeling, what the resurrection conveyed was a full and definitive truth, and consensus in the matter of this truth gave the principle of the true nation, which must necessarily expand till it had taken in all older and conceptually incomplete principles. A shepherd and his sheep was the formula of the New World nation. The nation of the Redeemer was identical with mankind. When, therefore, we survey the early history of this culture, we see that the controversy in the Apostles' Council AD 6 had been already decided, 500 years before, by facts. Post-exilic Jewry, with the sole exception of self-contained Judea, had, like the Persians, Chaldeans, and others, recruited widely amongst the heathen, from Turkestan to Inner Africa, regardless of home and origin. As to this there is now no controversy. It never at any time entered the heads of this community to be anything but what it really was. It was itself already the result of a national existence in dispersion. In utter contrast to the old Jewish texts, which were a carefully preserved treasure, and of which the right interpretation, the halakha, was reserved by the rabbis to themselves, the apocalyptic literature was written so that it could reach all the souls to be wakened, and interpreted so that it might strike home in everyone. It is easy to see which of these conceptions was that of Jesus's oldest friends, for they established themselves as a community of the last days in Jerusalem and frequented the temple. For these simple folk, amongst them his brothers, who erstwhile had openly rejected him, and his mother, who now believed in her executed son AD 7, the power of the Judaic tradition was even stronger than the spirit of Apocalypse. In their object of convincing the Jews they failed, although at first even Pharisees came over to them, and so they remained as one of the numerous sects within Judaism, and their product, the Confession of Peter, may fairly be characterized as an express assertion that they themselves were the true Jewry and the signed Ryan the false. 88. The final destiny of this circle 89 was to fall into oblivion when, as very soon happened, the whole world of Magian thought and feeling responded to the new apocalyptic teaching. Amongst the later disciples of Jesus were many who were definitely and purely Magian, and wholly free from the Pharisaic spirit. Long before Paul, they had tacitly settled the mission question. Not to preach, for them, was not to live at all, and presently they had assembled, everywhere from the Tigris to the Tiber, small circles in which the figure of Jesus, in every conceivable presentation, merged with the mass of prior visions. 90 Out of this, a new discord arose, as between mission to the heathen and mission to the Jews, and this was far more important than the conflict between Judea and the world on issues already decided. Jesus had lived in Galilee. Was his teaching to look west or east? Was it to be a Jesus cult or an order of the Savior? Was it to seek intimacy with the Persian or with the syncretic church, both of which were in process of formation? This was the question decided by Paul, the first great personality in the new movement, and the first who had the sense not only of truths, but of facts. As a young rabbi from the West, and a pupil of one of the most famous of the Tanaim, he had persecuted the Christians qua Jewish sectaries. Then, after an awakening of the sort that often happened in those days, he turned to the numerous small cult communities of the West and forged out of them a church of his own modeling, so that thenceforward, the pagan and the Christian cult churches evolved in parallel, and with constant reciprocal action, up to Iamblichus and Athanasius, about AD 330. In the presence of this great ideal, Paul had for the Jesus communities of Jerusalem a scarcely veiled contempt. There is nothing in the New Testament more express and exact than the beginning of the epistle to the Galatians. His activity is a self-assumed task, he has taught how it pleased him and he has built how it pleased him. Finally, after 14 years, he goes to Jerusalem in order, by force of his superior mentality, his success, and his effective independence of the old comrades of Jesus, to compel them there to agree that his, Paul's, creation contained the true doctrine. Peter and his people, alien to actualities, failed to seize and appreciate the far-reaching significance of the discussion. And from that moment the primitive community was superfluous. Paul was a rabbi in intellect and an apocalyptic in feeling. He recognized Judaism, but as a preliminary development. And thus there came to be two Magian religions with the same scriptures, namely, the Old Testament, but a double halakha, the one setting towards the Talmud developed by the Tanaim at Jerusalem from 300 BC onwards, and the other, founded by Paul and completed by the Fathers, in the direction of the Gospel. But, further, Paul drew together the whole fullness of apocalypse and salvation yearning then circulating in these fields 91 into a salvation certainty, the certainty immediately revealed to him and to him alone near Damascus. Jesus is the Redeemer and Paul is his prophet. This is the whole content of his message. The analogy with Mohammed could scarcely be closer. They differed neither in the nature of the awakening, nor in prophetic self-assuredness, nor in the consequent assertion of sole authority and unconditional truth for their respective expositions. With Paul, urban man and his intelligence come on the scene. The others, though they might know Jerusalem or Antioch, never grasped the essence of these cities. They lived soil-bound, rural, wholly soul and feeling. But now there appeared a spirit that had grown up in the great cities of classical caste, that could only live in cities, that neither understood nor respected the peasant's countryside. An understanding was possible with Philo, but with Peter never. Paul was the first by whom the resurrection experience was seen as a problem. The ecstatic awe of the young countryman changed in his brain into a conflict of spiritual principles. For what a contrast! The struggle of Gethsemane, and the hour of Damascus, child and man, soul anguish and intellectual decision, self-devotion to death and resolve to change sides. Paul had begun by seeing in the new Jewish sect a danger to the Pharisaism of Jerusalem. Now, suddenly, he comprehended that the Nazarenes were right, a phrase that is inconceivable on the lips of Jesus, and took up their cause against Judaism, thereby setting up as an intellectual quantity that which had previously consisted in the knowledge of an experience. An intellectual quantity, but in making his cause into this he unwittingly drove it close to the other intellectual powers, the cities of the West. In the ambience of pure apocalyptic there is no intellect. For the old comrades it was simply not possible to understand him in the least, and mournfully and doubtfully they must have looked at him while he was addressing them. Their living image of Jesus, whom Paul had never seen, paled in this bright, hard light of concepts and propositions. Thenceforward the holy memory faded into a scholastic system. But Paul had a perfectly exact feeling for the true home of his ideas. His missionary journeys were all directed westward, and the East he ignored. He never left the domain of the classical city. Why did he go to Rome, to Corinth, and not to Edessa or to Siphon? And why was it that he worked only in the cities, and never from village to village? That things developed thus was due to Paul alone. In the face of his practical energy the feelings of all the rest counted for nothing, and so the young church took the urban and western tendency decisively, so decisively that later it could describe the remaining heathen as pagani, country folk. Thus arose an immense danger that only youth and vernal force enabled the growing church to repel. The fellow world of the classical cities grasped at it with both hands, and the marks of that grasp are visible today. But how remote already from the essence of Jesus, whose entire life had been bound to country and the country folk. The pseudomorphosis in which he was born he had simply not noticed. His soul contained not the smallest trace of its influence, and now, a generation after him, probably within the lifetime of his mother, that which had grown up out of his death had already become a center of formative purpose for that pseudomorphosis. The classical city was soon the only theater of ritual and dogmatic evolution. Eastward the community extended only furtively and unobtrusively. 92 About AD 100 there was already Christians beyond the Tigris, but as far as the development of the church was concerned they and their beliefs might almost have been non-existent. It was a second creation, then, that came out of Paul's immediate entourage, and it was this creation that, essentially, defined the form of the new church. The personality and the story of Jesus cried aloud to be put into poetic form, and yet it is due to one man alone, Mark, that Gospels came into existence at all. 93 What Paul and Mark had before them was a firm tradition in the community, the Gospel, a continued and propagated hearsay, supported by formless and insignificant notes in Aramaic and Greek, but in no way set out. In any case, of course, serious documents would have come into existence some time or another, but their natural form as products of the spirit of those who had lived with Jesus, and of the spirit of the East generally, would have been a canonical collection of his sayings, amplified, conclusively defined, and provided with an exegesis by the councils and pivoting upon the Second Advent. But any tentatives in this direction were completely broken off by the Gospel of Mark, which was written down about AD 65, at the same time as the last Pauline epistles, and, like them, in Greek. The writer had no suspicion, perhaps, of the significance of his little work, but it made him one of the supremely important personalities not only of Christianity, but of the Arabian culture generally. All older attempts vanished, leaving writings in gospel form as the sole sources concerning Jesus. So much so that evangelium, from signifying the content of glad tidings, came to mean the form itself. The work was the outcome of the wishes of Pauline, literate, circles that had never heard any one of Jesus's companions discourse about him. It is an apocalyptic life picture from a distance, lived experience is replaced by narrative, and narrative so plain and straightforward that the apocalyptic tendency passes quite unperceived. 94 And yet apocalyptic is its condition precedent. It is not the words of Jesus, but the doctrine of Jesus in the Pauline form, that constitutes the substance of Mark. The first Christian book emanates from the Pauline creation. But very soon the latter itself becomes unthinkable without the book and its successors. For presently there arose something which Paul, the born schoolman, had never intended, but which nevertheless had been made inevitable by the tendency of his work, the cult church of Christian nationality. While the syncretic creed community, in proportion as it attained to consciousness of itself, drew the innumerable old city cults and the new Magian together, and by means of a supreme cult endowed the structure with henotheistic form, the Jesus cult of the oldest Western communities was so long dissected and enriched that it also came to consist of just such another mass of cults. 95 Around the birth of Jesus, of which the disciples knew nothing, grew up a story of his childhood. In the Mark Gospel it has not yet come into existence. Already in the old Persian apocalyptic, indeed, the Saoshyant as savior of the last day was said to be born of a virgin. But the new Western myth was of quite other significance and had incalculable consequences. For within the pseudomorphosis region there arose presently beside Jesus a figure to which he was son, which transcended his figure that of the Mother of God. She, like her son, was a simple human destiny of such arresting and attractive force that she towered above all the 101 virgins and mothers of syncretism, Isis, Tanit, Cybele, Demeter, and all the mysteries of birth and pain, and finally drew them into herself. For Irensus she is the eve of a new mankind. Origen champions her continued virginity. By giving birth to Redeemer God it is she really who has redeemed the world. Mary the Theotokos, she who bare God, was the great stumbling block for the Christians outside the classical frontier, and it was the doctrinal developments of this idea that led Monophysites and Nestorians to break away and re-establish the pure Jesus religion. 96 But the Faustian culture, again, when it awoke and needed a symbol whereby to express its primary feeling for infinity in time and to manifest its sense of the succession of generations, set up the Mater Dolorosa and not the suffering Redeemer as the pivot of the German Catholic Christianity of the Gothic age, and for whole centuries of bright fruitful inwardness this woman figure was the very synthesis of Faustian world feeling and the object of all art, poetry, and piety. Even today in the ritual and the prayers of the Roman Catholic Church, and above all in the thoughts of its people, Jesus takes second place after the Madonna. 97. Along with the Mary cult there arose the innumerable cults of the saints, which certainly exceeded in number those of the antique place gods. When the pagan church finally expired, the Christian had been able to absorb the whole store of local cults in the form of the veneration of saints. Paul and Mark were decisive in yet another matter of inestimably wide import. It was a result of Paul's mission that, contrary to all the initial probabilities, Greek became the language of the Church and following the lead of the first gospel of a sacred Greek literature. Let the reader consider what this meant, in one way and another. The Jesus Church was artificially separated from its spiritual origins and attached to an alien and scholarly element. Touch with the folk spirit of the Aramean motherland was lost. Thenceforward both the cult churches possessed the same language, the same conceptual traditions, the same book literature from the same schools. The far less sophisticated Aramaic literatures of the East, the truly Magian, written and thought in the language of Jesus and his companions, were cut off from cooperating in the life of the Church. They could not be read, they dropped out of sight, and finally they were forgotten altogether. After all, notwithstanding that the Persian scriptures were set down in Avestan and the Jewish in Hebrew, the language of their authors and exegetes, the language of the whole apocalyptic from which the teachings of Jesus, and secondarily the teachings about Jesus, sprang, the language, lastly, of the scholars of all the Mesopotamian universities was Aramaic. All this vanished from the field of view, to be replaced by Plato and Aristotle, both of whom were taken up, worked upon in common, and misunderstood in common by the schoolmen of the two cult churches. A final step in this direction was attempted by a man who was the equal of Paul in organizing talent and greatly his superior in intellectual creativeness, but who was inferior to him in the feeling for possibilities and actualities, and consequently failed to achieve his grandly conceived schemes. Martian. 98 He saw in Paul's creation and its consequences only the basis on which to found the true religion of salvation. He was sensible of the absurdity of two religions that were unreservedly at war with one another, possessing the same holy writ, namely, the Jewish canon. To us today it seems almost inconceivable that this should have been, but in fact it was so, for a century. But we have to remember what a sacred text meant in every kind of Magian religiousness. In these texts Martian saw the real conspiracy against the truth and the most urgent danger for the doctrines intended by Jesus and, in his view, not yet actualized. Paul the prophet had declared the Old Testament as fulfilled and concluded. Martian the founder pronounced it defeated and cancelled. He strove to cut out everything Jewish, down to the last detail. From end to end he was fighting nothing but Judaism. Like every true founder, like every religiously creative period, like Zarathustra, the prophets of Israel, like the Homeric Greeks, and like the Germans converted to Christianity, he transformed the old gods into defeated powers. 99 Jehovah as the creator God, the demiurge, is the just and therefore the evil. Jesus as the incarnation of the Savior God in this evil creation is the alien, that is, the good principle. 100 The foundation of Magian, and in particular Persian, feeling is perfectly unmistakable here. Martian came from Sinope, the old capital of that Mithridatic empire whose religion is indicated in the very name of its kings. Here of old, too, the Mitras cult had originated. But to the new doctrine properly belonged new scriptures. The law and prophets which had hitherto been canonical for the whole of Christendom was the Bible of the Jewish God, and in fact it had just been given final shape as such by the signed Ryan at Jabna. Thus, it was a devil's book that the Christian had in his hands, and Martian, therefore, now set up against it the Bible of the Redeemer God, likewise an assemblage and ordering of writings that had hitherto been current in the community. 101 As simple edification books without canonical claims. In place of the Torah he puts the one and true gospel, which he builds up uniformly out of various separate, and, in his view, corrupted and falsified, gospels. In place of the Israelite prophets he sets up the epistles of the one prophet of Jesus, who was Paul. Thus Martian became the real creator of the New Testament. But for that reason it is impossible to ignore the mysterious personage, closely related to him, who not long before had written the Gospel according to John. The intention of this writer was neither to amplify nor to supersede the Gospels proper. What he did and, unlike Mark, consciously did was to create something quite new, the first sacred book of Christianity, the Quran of the new religion. 102 The book proves that this religion was already conceived of as something complete and enduring. The idea of the immediately impending end of the world, with which Jesus was filled through and which even Paul and Mark in a measure shared, lies far behind John and Marcion. Apocalyptic is at an end, and mysticism is beginning. Their content is not the teaching of Jesus, nor even the Pauline teaching about Jesus, but the enigma of the universe, the world cavern. There is here no question of a gospel, not the figure of the Redeemer, but the principle of the Logos, is the meaning and the means of happening. The childhood story is rejected again. A God is not born, he is there, and wanders in human form over the earth. And this God is a Trinity God, the Spirit of God, the Word of God. This sacred book of earliest Christianity contains, for the first time, the Magian problem of substance, which dominated the following centuries of the exclusion of everything else and finally led to the religion's splitting up into three churches. And what is significant in more respects than one, the solution of that problem to which John stands closest is that which the Nestorianists stood for as the true one. It is, in virtue of the Logos idea, Greek though the word happens to be, the easternmost of the Gospels, and presents Jesus, emphatically not as the bringer of the final and total revelation, but as the second envoy, who is to be followed by a third, the Comforter, Paraclete, of John 14, 16, 16, 15, 26. This is the astounding doctrine that Jesus himself proclaims, and the decisive note of this enigmatic book. Here is unveiled, quite suddenly, the faith of the Magian East. If the Logos does not go, the Paraclete 103 cannot come, John 16, 7, but between them lies the last Aeon, the rule of Ahriman, 14, 30. The Church of the Pseudomorphosis, ruled by Pauline intellect, fought long against the John Gospel and gave it recognition only when the offensive, darkly hinted doctrine had been covered over by a Pauline interpretation. The real state of affairs is disclosed in the Montanist movement, Asia Minor, 160, which harked back to oral tradition and proclaimed in Montanus the manifested Paraclete and the end of the world. Its popularity was immense. Tertullian went over to it at Carthage in 207. About 245 Mani 104, who was intimately in touch with the currents of Eastern Christianity 105, cast out the Pauline, human Jesus as a demon and confessed the Yuan 9 Logos as the true Jesus, but announced himself as the Paraclete of the fourth Gospel. In Carthage, Augustine became a Manichaean, and it is a highly suggestive fact that both movements finally fused with Marcionism. To return to Marcion himself, it was he who carried through the idea of John and created a Christian Bible. And then, verging on old age, when the communities of the extreme West recoiled from him in horror 106, he set out to build the masterly structure of his own Redeemer Church. 107 From 156 to 190 this was a power, and it was only in the following century that the older church succeeded in degrading the Marcionites to the rank of heretics. Even so, in the broad East and as far out as Turkestan, it was still important at a much later date, and it ended, in a way deeply significant of its essential feeling, by fusing with the Manichaeans. 108. Nevertheless, though in the fullness of his conscious superiority he had underestimated the vis inertia of existing conditions, his grand effort was not in vain. He was, like Paul before him and Athanasius after him, the deliverer of Christianity at a moment when it threatened to break up, and the grandeur of his idea is in no wise diminished by the fact that union came about in opposition to, instead of through, him. The early Catholic Church, that is, the Church of the Pseudomorphosis, arose in its greatness only about 190, and then it was in self-defense against the Church of Marcion and with the aid of an organization taken from that church. Further, it replaced Marcion's Bible by another of similar structure, Gospels and Apostolic Epistles, which it then proceeded to combine with the Law and the Prophets in one unit. And finally, this act of linking the two testaments having in itself settled the Church's attitude towards Judaism, it proceeded to combat Marcion's third creation, his Redeemer doctrine, by making a start with a theology of its own on the basis of his enunciation of the problem. This development, however, took place on classical soil, and, therefore, even the church that arose in opposition to Marcion and his anti-Judaism was looked upon by Talmudic Jewry, whose center of gravity lay entirely in Mesopotamia and its universities, as a mere piece of Hellenistic paganism. The destruction of Jerusalem was a conclusive event that in the world of fact no spiritual power could nullify. Such is the intimacy of inward relationship between waking consciousness, religion, and speech that the complete severance after 70 of the Greek pseudomorphosis and the Aramaic, that is, the truly Arabian, region was bound to result in the formation of two distinct domains of Magian religious development. On the western margin of the young culture the pagan cult church, the Jesus Church, removed thither by Paul, and the Greek-speaking Judaism of the Philo stamp were in point of language and literature so interlocked that the last named fell into Christianity even in the 1st century, and Christianity and Hellenism combined to form a common early philosophy. In the Aramaic-speaking world from the Orient to the Tigris, on the other hand, Judaism and Persism interacted constantly and intimately, each creating in this period its own strict theology and scholastic in the Talmud and the Avesta, and from the 4th century both these theologies exercised the most potent influence upon the Aramaic-speaking Christendom that resisted the pseudomorphosis, so that finally it broke away in the form of the Nestorian Church. Here in the East the difference, inherent in every human waking consciousness, between sense understanding and word understanding and, therefore between eye and letter led up to purely Arabian methods of mysticism and scholasticism. The apocalyptic certainty, gnosis in the 1st century sense, that Jesus intended to confer 109 the divining contemplation and emotion, is that of the Israelite prophets, the Gathas, Sufism, and we have it recognizable still in Spinoza, in the Polish Messiah Baal Shem and in Mirza Ali Mohammed, the enthusiast founder of Bahaism, who was executed in Tehran in 1850. The other way, paradosis, is the characteristically Talmudic method of word exegesis, of which Paul was a master. One tenet pervades all later Avestan works, the Nestorian dialectic 111 the entire theology of Islam alike. On the other side, the pseudomorphosis is single and whole both in its Magian believing acceptance, pistis, and its metaphysical introversion, gnosis. 112 The Magian belief in its westerly shape was formulated for the Christians by Irenaeus and, above all, by Tertullian, whose famous aphorism Credo quia absurdum is the very summation of this certainty in belief. The pagan counterpart is Plotinus in his Enneads and even more so Porphyry in his treatise on the return of the soul to God. 113 But for the great schoolmen of the pagan church too, there were Father, Nous, Son, and the middle being, just as already for Philo the Logos had been firstborn Son and second God. Doctrines concerning ecstasy, angels, and demons, and the dual substance of soul were freely current amongst them, and we see in Plotinus and Origen, both pupils of the same master, that the scholasticism of the pseudomorphosis consisted in the development of Magian concepts and thoughts, by systematic transvaluation of the texts of Plato and Aristotle. The characteristic central idea of the whole thought of the pseudomorphosis is the Logos 114 in use and development its faithful image. There is no possibility here of any Greek, in the sense of classical, influence. There was not a man alive in those days whose spiritual disposition could have accommodated the smallest trace of the Logos of Heraclitus and the Stoa. But, equally, the theologies that lived side by side in Alexandria were never able to develop in full purity the Logos notion as they meant it, whereas both in Persian and Chaldean imaginings as Spirit or Word of God and in Jewish doctrine as Ruach and Memra it played a decisive part. What the Logos teaching in the West did was to develop a classical formula, by way of Philo and the John Gospel, the enduring effect of which on the West was its mark upon the schoolmen, not only into an element of Christian mysticism, but, eventually, into a dogma. 115 This was inevitable. This dogma which both the Western churches held, corresponded, on the side of knowledge, to that which, on the side of faith, was represented both by the syncretic cults and the cults of Mary and the saints. And against the whole thing, dogma and cult, the feeling of the East revolted from the 4th century on. For the history of these thoughts and feelings is repeated in the history of Magian architecture. The basic form of the pseudomorphosis is the basilica, which was known to the Jews of the West and to the Hellenistic sects of the Chaldeans even before the time of Christ. As the logos of the John Gospel is a Magian fundamental in classical shape, so the basilica is a Magian room whose inner walls correspond to the outer surfaces of the old classical temple, the cult building introverted. The architectural form of the pure East is the cupola building, the mosque, which without doubt existed long before the oldest Christian churches in the temples of the Persians and Chaldeans, the synagogues of Mesopotamia, and probably the temples of Saba as well. The attempts to reconcile East and West in the church councils of the Byzantine period were finally symbolized in the mixed form of the domed basilica. For this item of the history of ecclesiastical architecture is really another expression of the great change that set in with Athanasius and Constantine, the last great champions of Christianity. The one created the firm Western dogma and also monasticism, into whose hands dogma gradually passed from those of the aging schools. The other founded the state of Christian nationality, to which likewise the name of Greek passed in the end. And of this transition the domed basilica is the symbol. Chapter 8. Problems of the Arabian culture. B. The Magian soul. I. The world, as spread out for the Magian waking consciousness, possesses a kind of extension that may be called cavern-like one, though it is difficult for Western man to pick upon any word in his vocabulary that can convey anything more than a hint of the meaning of Magian space. For space has essentially unlike meanings for the perceptions of the two cultures. The world as cavern is just as different from the world as extent of the passionate, far-thrusting Faustian as it is from the classical world as sum of bodily things. The Copernican system, in which the earth, as it were, loses itself, must necessarily seem crazy and frivolous to Arabian thought. The Church of the West was perfectly right when it resisted an idea so incompatible with the world feeling of Jesus, and the Chaldean cavern astronomy, which was wholly natural and convincing for Persians, Jews, peoples of the Pseudomorphosis, and Islam, became accessible to the few genuine Greeks who knew of it at all only after a process of transvaluing its basic notions of space. The tension between macrocosm and microcosm, which is identical with the waking consciousness, leads, in the world picture of every culture, to further oppositions of symbolic importance. All a man's sensations or understanding, faith, or knowledge, receive their shape from a primary opposition which makes them not only activities of the individual, but also expressions of the totality. In the classical, the opposition that universally dominates the waking consciousness is the opposition of matter and form. In the West it is that of force and mass. In the former the tension loses itself in the small and particular, and in the latter it discharges itself in the character of work. In the world cavern, on the other hand, it persists in traversing and swaying to and fro in unsure strugglings, and so becomes that Semitic primary dualism which, ever the same under its thousand forms, fills the Magian world. The light shines through the cavern and battles against the darkness. John I. 5. Both are Magian substances. Up and down, heaven and earth become powers that have entity and contend with one another. But these polarities in the most primary sensations mingle with those of the refined and critical understanding, like good and evil, God and Satan. Death, for the author of the John Gospel as for the strict Moslem, is not the end of life, but a something, a death force, that contends with a life force for the possession of man. But still more important than all this is the opposition of spirit and soul, Hebrew ruach and nefesh, Persian ahu and irvan, Mandean manamd and jun, Greek pneuma and psyche, which first comes out in the basic feeling of the prophetic religions, then pervades the whole of apocalyptic, and finally forms and guides the world contemplations of the awakened culture Philo, Paul, and Plotinus, Gnostics and Mandaeans, Augustine and the Avesta, Islam, and the Kabbalah. Ruach means originally wind and nefesh breath too. The nefesh is always in one way or another related to the bodily and earthly, to the below, the evil, the darkness. Its effort is the upward. The ruach belongs to the divine, to the above, to the light. Its effects in man when it descends are the heroism of a Samson, the holy wrath of an Elijah, the enlightenment of the judge, the Solomon passing judgment 3, and all kinds of divination and ecstasy. It is poured out. 4 from Isaiah 11:2, the Messiah becomes the incarnation of the Ruach. Philo and the Islamic theology divide mankind into born psychics and born pneumatics, the elect, a concept thoroughly proper to the world cavern and kismet. All the sons of Jacob are pneumatics. For Paul, 1 Cor 15, the meaning of the resurrection lies in the opposition of a psychic and a pneumatic body, which alike for him and Philo and the author of the Baruch Apocalypse coincides with the opposition of heaven and earth, light and darkness. 5 For Paul, the Savior is the heavenly pneuma. 6 In the John Gospel he fuses as logos with the light, in Neoplatonism he appears as nous, or, in the classical terminology, the all-one opposed to physis. 7 Paul and Philo, with their classical, that is, Western, conceptual criteria, equated soul and body with good and bad respectively. Augustine, as a Manichaean 8 with Persian Eastern bases of distinction, lumps soul and body together as the naturally bad, in contrast to God as the sole good, and finds in this opposition the source of his doctrine of grace, which developed also, in the same form, though quite independently of him, in Islam. But souls are at bottom discrete entities, whereas the pneuma is one and ever the same. The man possesses a soul, but he only participates in the spirit of the light and the good, the divine descends into him, thus binding all the individuals of the below together with the one in the above. This primary feeling, which dominates the beliefs and opinions of all Magian men, is something perfectly singular, and not only characterizes their worldview, but marks off the essence and kernel of their religiousness in all its forms from that of every other kind of man. This culture, as has been shown, was characteristically the culture of the middle. It could have borrowed forms and ideas from most of the others, and the fact that it did not do so, that in the face of all pressure and temptation it remained so profoundly mistress of its own inward form, attests an unbridgeable gulf of difference. Of all the wealth of Babylonian and Egyptian religion it admitted hardly more than a few names. The classical and the Indian cultures, or rather the civilizations heir to them, Hellenism and Buddhism, distorted its expression to the point of pseudomorphosis, but its essence they never touched. All religions of the Magian culture, from the creations of Isaiah and Zarathustra to Islam, constitute a complete inward unit of world feeling, and, just as in the Avestan beliefs there is not to be found one trait of Brahmanism nor in early Christianity one breath of classical feeling, but merely names and figures and outward forms, so also not a trace of this Jesus religion could be absorbed by the Germanic Catholic Christianity of the West, even though the stock of tenets and observances was taken over in its entirety. Whereas the Faustian man is an I that in the last resort draws its own conclusions about the infinite, whereas the Apollinian man, as one soma among many, represents only himself, the Magian man, with his spiritual kind of being, is only a part of a pneumatic we that, descending from above, is one and the same in all believers. As body and soul he belongs to himself alone, but something else, something alien and higher, dwells in him, making him with all his glimpses and convictions just a member of a consensus which, as the emanation of God, excludes error, but excludes also all possibility of the self-asserting ego. Truth is for him something other than for us. All our epistemological methods, resting upon the individual judgment, are for him madness and infatuation, and its scientific results a work of the evil one, who has confused and deceived the spirit as to its true dispositions and purposes. Herein lies the ultimate, for us unapproachable, secret of Magian thought in its cavern world. The impossibility of a thinking, believing, and knowing ego is the presupposition inherent in all the fundamentals of all these religions. While classical man stood before his gods as one body before another, whereas the Faustian willing I in its wide world feels itself confronted by deity, also Faustian, also willing, effective everywhere, the Magian deity is the indefinite, enigmatic power on high that pours out its wrath or its grace, descends itself into the dark or raises the soul into the light as it sees fit. The idea of individual wills is simply meaningless, for will and thought in man are not prime, but already effects of the deity upon him. Out of this unshakable root feeling, which is merely re-expressed, never essentially altered, by any conversions, illumination, or subtilizing in the world. There emerges of necessity the idea of the divine mediator, of one who transforms the state from a torment into a bliss. All Magian religions are by this idea bound together, and separated from those of all other cultures. The Logos idea in its broadest sense, an abstraction of the Magian light sensation of the cavern, is the exact correlative of this sensation in Magian thought. It meant that from the unattainable Godhead its spirit, its word, is released as carrier of the light and bringer of the good, and enters into relation with human being to uplift, pervade, and redeem it. This distinctness of three substances, which does not contradict their oneness in religious thought, was known already to the prophetic religions. Ahura Mazda's light gleaming soul is the Word, Yash 13:31, and in one of the earliest Gathas his Holy Spirit, Spenta Manu, converses with the evil spirit, Angra Manu, Yasna 45:2. The same idea penetrates the whole of the old Jewish literature. The thought which the Chaldeans built up on the separation of God and His Word and the opposition of Marduk and Nabu, which breaks forth with power in the whole Aramean apocalyptic, remained permanently active and creative. By Philo and John, Marcion and Mani, it entered into the Talmudic teachings and thence into the Kabbalistic books Yezerah and Sahar, into the church councils and the works of the Fathers, into the later Avesta, and finally into Islam, in which a Mohammed gradually became the Logos and, as the mystically respent, living Mohammed of the popular religion, fused into the figure of Christ. 9 This conception is for Magian man so self-evident that it was able to break through even the strictly monotheistic structure of the original Islam and to appear with Allah as the Word of God, Kalama, the Holy Spirit, Rabb, and the light of Mohammed. For the popular religion, the first light that comes forth from the world creation is that of Mohammed. In the shape of a peacock 10 formed of white pearls and walled about by veilings. But the peacock is the envoy of God and the prime soul 11 as early as the Mandaeans, and it is the emblem of immortality on early Christian sarcophagi. The light diffusing pearl that illumines the dark house of the body is the spirit entered into man, and thought of as substance, for the Mandaeans as in the Acts of Thomas. 12 The Jezidi 13 reverence the Logos as peacock and light, next to the Druze as they have preserved most purely the old Persian conception of the substantial Trinity. Thus again and again we find the Logos idea getting back to the light sensation from which the Magian understanding derived it. The world of Magian mankind is filled with a fairytale feeling. 14 Devils and evil spirits threaten man, angels and fairies protect him. There are amulets and talismans, mysterious lands, cities, buildings, and beings, secret letters, Solomon's seal, the philosopher's stone. And over all this is poured the quivering cavern light that the spectral darkness ever threatens to swallow up. If this profusion of figures astonishes the reader, let him remember that Jesus lived in it, and Jesus's teachings are only to be understood from it. Apocalyptic is only a vision of fable intensified to an extreme of tragic power. Already in the book of Enoch we have the crystal palace of God, the mountains of precious stone, and the imprisonment of the apostate stars. Fantastic, too, are the whole overpowering idea world of the Mandaeans, that of the Gnostics and the Manichaeans, the system of Origen, and the figures of the Persian Bundahayish, and when the time of the great visions was over, these ideas passed into a legend poesy and into the innumerable religious romances of which we have Christian specimens in the Gospels concerning Jesus's childhood, the Acts of Thomas and the anti-Pauline pseudo-Clementines. One such story is that of Abraham's having minted the 30 pieces of silver of Judas. Another is the tale of the treasure cave in which, deep under the hill of Golgotha, are stored the golden treasure of paradise and the bones of Adam. 15 Dante's poetic material was after all poetic, but this was sheer actuality, the only world in which these people lived continuously. Such sensations are unapproachably remote from men who live in and with a dynamical world picture. If we would obtain some inkling of how alien to us all the inner life of Jesus is a painful realization for the Christian of the West, who would be glad indeed if he could make that inner life the point of contact for his own inward piety. If we would discover why nowadays only a pious Muslim has the capacity livingly to experience it, we should sink ourselves in this wonder element of a world image that was Jesus's world image. And then, and only then, shall we perceive how little Faustian Christianity has taken over from the wealth of the Church of the pseudomorphosis of its world feeling nothing, of its inward form little, and of its concepts and figures much. 2. The when, for the Magian soul, issues from the where. Here too, is no Apollinian clinging to point like present, nor Faustian thrust and drive towards an infinitely distant goal. Here being has a different pulse, and consequently waking being has another sense of time, which is the counter-concept to Magian space. The prime thing that the humanity of this culture, from poor slaves and porters to the prophets and the caliphs themselves, feels as the kismet above him is not a limitless flight of the ages that never lets a lost moment recur, but a beginning and an end of this day, which is irrevocably ordained and in which the human existence takes the place assigned to it from creation itself. Not only world space, but world time also is cavern-like. Hence comes the thoroughly Magian certainty that everything has a time, from the origins of the Savior, whose hour stood written in ancient texts, to the smallest detail of the everyday, in which Faustian hurry would be meaningless and unimaginable. Here, too, is the basis of the early Magian, and in particular the Chaldean, astrology, which likewise presupposes that all things are written down in the stars and that the scientifically calculable course of the planets authorized conclusions as to the course of earthly things. 16 The classical oracle answered the only question that could perturb Apollinian man, the form, the how, of coming things. But the question of the cavern is when. The whole of apocalyptic, the spiritual life of Jesus, the agony of Gethsemane, and the grand movement that arose out of his death are unintelligible if we have not grasped this primary question of Magian being and the presuppositions lying behind it. It is an infallible sign of the extinction of the classical soul that astrology in its westward advance drove the oracle step by step before it. Nowhere is the stage of transition more clearly visible than in Tacitus, whose entire history is dominated by the confusion and dislocation of his world picture. First of all, as a true Roman, he brings in the power of the old city deities, then, as an intelligent cosmopolitan, he regards this very belief in their intervention as a superstition, and finally, as a Stoic, by that time the spiritual outlook of the Stoa had become Magian, he speaks of the power of the 7 planets that rule the fortunes of men. And thus it comes about that in the following centuries time itself as vessel of fate, namely, the vault of time, limited each way and therefore capable of being grasped as an entity by the inner eye, is by Persian mysticism set above the light of God as Zurvan, and rules the world conflict of good and evil. Zurvanism was the state religion of Persia in 438 to 457. Fundamentally, too, it is this belief that all stands written in the stars, that makes the Arabian culture characteristically that of eras, that is, of time reckonings that begin at some event felt as a peculiarly significant act of providence. The first and most important is the generic Aramaican era, which begins about 300 BC with the growth of apocalyptic tension and is the Seleucid era. It was followed by many others, amongst them the Sabaean, about 115 BC, the starting point of which is not exactly known to us, that of Diocletian, the Jewish era, beginning with the creation, which was introduced by the signed Ryan in 346, 17 the Persian, from the accession of the last Sassanid Jezdijerd in 632, and the Hijra, by which at last the Seleucid was displaced in Syria and Mesopotamia. Outside this land field there is mere imitation for practical ends, like Varro's of Urbi Condita, that of the Marcionites, beginning with Marcian's breach with the Church in 144, and that of the Christians, introduced shortly after 500 and beginning with the birth of Jesus. World history is the picture of the living world into which man sees himself woven by birth, ancestry, and progeny, and which he strives to comprehend from out of his world feeling. The historical picture of classical man concentrates itself upon the pure present. Its content is no true becoming, but a foreground being with a conclusive background of timeless myth, rationalized as the Golden Age. This being, however, was a variegated swarming of ups and downs, good and ill fortune, a blind thereabouts, an eternal alteration, yet ever in its changes the same, without direction, goal, or time. The cavern feeling, on the contrary, requires a surveyable history consisting in a beginning and an end to the world that is also the beginning and the end of man, acts of God of mighty magic, and between these turns, spellbound to the limits of the cavern and the ordained period, the battle of light and darkness, of the angels and Jazitas with Ahriman, Satan, and Ebli, in which man, his soul, and his spirit are involved. The present cavern God can destroy and replace by a new creation. The Persian Chaldean apocalyptic offers to the gaze a whole series of such eons, and Jesus, along with his time, stood in expectation of the end of the existing 1.18. The consequence of this is a historic outlook like that which is natural to Islam even today, the view over a given time. The world view of the people falls naturally into three major parts: world beginning, world development, and world catastrophe. For the Muslim who feels so deeply ethically, the chief essentials in world development are the salvation story and the ethical way of life, knit into one as the life of man. This debouches into the world catastrophe, which contains the sanction of the moral history of humanity. 19. But, further, for the Magian human existence, the issue of the feeling of this sort of time and the view of this sort of space is a quite peculiar type of piety, which likewise we may put under the sign of the cavern, a will-less resignation, to which the spiritual eye is unknown, and which feels the spiritual we that has entered into the quickened body as simply a reflection of the divine light. The Arab word for this is Islam, equal submission, but this Islam was equally Jesus's normal mode of feeling and that of every other personality of religious genius that appeared in this culture. Classical piety is something perfectly different. 20. While, as for that of our own culture, if we could mentally abstract from the piety of Saint Teresa and Luther and Pascal their ego, that ego which wills to maintain itself against, to submit to, or even to be extinguished by the divine infinite, there would be nothing left. The Faustian prime sacrament of contrition presupposes the strong and free will that can overcome itself. But it is precisely the impossibility of an ego as a free power in the face of the divine that constitutes Islam. Every attempt to meet the operations of God with a personal purpose or even a personal opinion is masiga, that is, not an evil willing, but an evidence that the powers of darkness and evil have taken possession of a man and expelled the divine from him. The Magian waking consciousness is merely the theater of a battle between these two powers and not, so to say, a power in itself. Moreover, in this kind of world happening there is no place for individual causes and effects, let alone any universally effective dynamic concatenation thereof, and consequently there is no necessary connection between sin and punishment, no claim to reward, no old Israelitish righteousness. Things of this order the true piety of this culture regards as far beneath it. The laws of nature are not something settled forever that God can alter only by the method of miracle. They are, so to put it, the ordinary state of an autocratic divine will, not possessing in themselves anything of the logical necessity that they have for Faustian souls. In the entire world cavern there is but one cause, which lies immediately behind all visible workings, and this is the Godhead, which, as itself, acts without causes. Even to speculate upon causes in connection with God is sinful. From this basic feeling proceeds the Magian idea of grace. This underlies all sacraments of this culture, especially the Magian proto-sacrament of baptism, and forms a contrast of the deepest intensity with the Faustian idea of contrition. Contrition presupposes the will of an ego, but grace knows of no such thing. It was Augustine's high achievement to develop this essentially Islamic thought with an inexorable logic, and with a penetration so thorough that since Pelagius the Faustian soul has tried by any and every route to circumvent this certainty which for it constitutes an imminent danger of self-destruction, and in using Augustinian propositions to express its own proper consciousness of God has ever misunderstood and transvalued them. Actually, Augustine was the last great thinker of early Arabian scholasticism, anything but a Western intellect. 21 Not only was he at times a Manichaean, but he remained so even as a Christian in some important characteristics, and his closest relations are to be found amongst the Persian theologians of the later Avesta, with their doctrines of the store of grace of the holy and of absolute guilt. For him grace is the substantial inflowing of something divine into the human pneuma, itself also substantial. 22 The Godhead radiates it, man receives it, but does not acquire it. From Augustine, as from Spinoza so many centuries later. 23 The notion of force is absent, and for both the problem of freedom refers not to the ego and its will, but to the part of the universal pneuma that is infused into a man and its relation to the rest of him. Magian waking being is the theater of a conflict between the two world substances of light and darkness. The early Faustian thinkers such as Duns Scotus and William of Ockham, on the contrary, see a contest inherent in dynamic waking consciousness itself, a contest of the two forces of the ego, namely, will and reason. 24 And so imperceptibly the question posed by Augustine changes into another, which he himself would have been incapable of understanding. Are willing and thinking free forces, or are they not? Answer this question as we may, one thing at any rate is certain, that the individual ego has to wage this war and not to suffer it. The Faustian grace refers to the success of the will and not to the species of a substance. Says the Westminster Confession of the Presbyterians, 1646, the rest of mankind, God was pleased, according to the unsearchable counsel of his own will, whereby he extendeth, or withholdeth mercy, as he pleaseth, for the glory of his sovereign power over his creatures, to pass by, and to ordain them to dishonor and wrath, for their sin, to the praise of his glorious justice. The other conception, that the idea of grace excludes every individual will and every cause but the one, that it is sinful even to question why man suffers, finds an expression in one of the most powerful poems known to world history, a poem that came into being in the midst of the Arabian pre-culture and is in inward grandeur unparalleled by any product of that culture itself. The Book of Job. 25 It is not Job, but his friends who look for a sin as the cause of his troubles. They, like the bulk of mankind in this and every other culture, present-day readers and critics of the work, therefore, included, lack the metaphysical depth to get near the ultimate meaning of suffering within the world cavern. Only the hero himself fights through the fulfillment, to pure Islam, and he becomes thereby the only possible figure of tragedy that Magian feeling can set up by the side of our Faust. 26. 3. The waking consciousness of every culture allows of two ways of inwardness, that in which contemplative feeling spreads into understanding, and that in which the reverse takes place. The Magian contemplation is called by Spinoza intellectual love of God, and by his Sufist contemporaries in Asia extinction in God, Ma'u. It may be intensified to the Magian ecstasy that was vouchsafed to Plotinus several times, and to his pupil Porphyry once in old age. The other side, the rabbinical dialectic, appears in Spinoza as geometrical method and in the Arabian Jewish late philosophy in general as kalam. Both, however, rest upon the fact that in Magian there is no individual ego, but a single pneuma present simultaneously in each and all of the elect, which is likewise truth. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that the resultant root idea of the ijma is much more than a concept or notion, that it can be a lived experience of even overwhelming force, and that all community of the Magian kind rests upon it and, as doing so, is removed from community in any other culture. The mystic community of Islam extends from the here into the beyond, it reaches beyond the grave, in that it comprises the dead Muslims of earlier generations, nay, even the righteous of the times before Islam. The Muslim feels himself bound up in one unity with them all. They help him, and he, too, can in turn increase their beatitude by the application of his own merit. 27 The same, precisely, was what the Christians and the syncretists of the pseudomorphosis meant when they used the words polis and civitas. These words, which had formerly implied a sum of bodies, now denoted a consensus of fellow believers. Augustine's famous civitas Dei was neither a classical polis nor a Western church, but a unity of believers, blessed, and angels, exactly as were the communes of Mitras, of Islam, of Manichaeism, and of Persia. As the community was based upon consensus, it was in spiritual things infallible. My people, said Mohammed, can never agree in an error, and the same is premised in Augustine's state of God. With him there was not and could not be any question of an infallible papal ego or of any other sort of authority to settle dogmatic truths, that would completely destroy the Magian concept of the consensus. And the same applied in this culture generally not only to dogma, but also to law and to the state. The Islamic community, like that of Porphyry and that of Augustine, embraces the whole of the world cavern, the here and the beyond, the orthodox and the good angels and spirits, and within this community the state only formed a smaller unit of the visible side, a unit, therefore, of which the operations were governed by the major whole. In the Magian world, consequently, the separation of politics and religion is theoretically impossible and nonsensical, whereas in the Faustian culture the battle of church and state is inherent in the very conceptions logical, necessary, unending. In the Magian, civil and ecclesiastical law are simply identical. Side by side with the emperor of Constantinople stood the patriarch, by the Shah was the Zarathustra Tema, by the exilarch the Jayan, by the caliph the Sheikh ul-Islam, at once superiors and subjects. There is not in this the slightest affinity to the Gothic relation of emperor and pope. Equally, all such ideas were alien to the classical world. In the constitution of Diocletian this Magian embedding of the state in the community of the faithful was for the first time actualized, and by Constantine it was carried into full effect. It has been shown already that state, church, and nation formed a spiritual unit, namely, that part of the orthodox consensus which manifested itself in the living man. And hence for the emperor, as ruler of the faithful, that is, of that portion of the Magian community which God had entrusted to him, it was a self-evident duty to conduct the councils so as to bring about the consensus of the elect. 4. But besides the consensus there is another sort of revelation of truth, namely, the Word of God, in a perfectly definite and purely Magian sense of the phrase, which is equally remote from classical and from Western thought, and has, in consequence, been the source of innumerable misunderstandings. The sacred book in which it has become visibly evident, in which it has been captured by the spell of a sacred script, is part of the stock of every Magian religion. 28 In this conception 3 Magian notions are interwoven, each of which, even by itself, presents extreme difficulties for us, while their simultaneous separateness and oneness is simply inaccessible to our religious thought, often though that thought has managed to persuade itself to the contrary. These ideas are, God, the Spirit of God, the Word of God. That which is written in the prologue of the John Gospel: in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, had long before come to perfectly natural expression as something self-evident in the Persian ideas of Spenta Manu 29 and Vohumano 30, and in corresponding Jewish and Chaldean conceptions. And it was the kernel for which the conflicts of the 4th and 5th centuries concerning the substance of Christ were fought. But, for Magian thought, truth is itself a substance. 31 And lie, or error, a second substance. Again the same dualism that opposes light and darkness, life and death, good and evil. As substance, truth is identical now with God, now with the Spirit of God, now with the Word. Only in the light of this can we comprehend sayings like I am the truth and the life and my word is the truth, sayings to be understood, as they were meant, with reference to substance. Only so, too, can we realize with what eyes the religious man of this culture looked upon his sacred book. In it the invisible truth has entered into a visible kind of existence, or, in the words of John I:14, the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. According to the Isna the Avesta was sent down from heaven, and according to the Talmud Moses received the Torah volume by volume from God. A Magian revelation is a mystical process in which the eternal and unformed Word of God, or the Godhead as Word, enters into a man in order to assume through him the manifest, sensible form of sounds and especially of letters. Quran means reading. Mohammed in a vision saw in the heaven treasured rolls of scripture that he, although he had never learned how to read, was able to decipher in the name of the Lord. 32 This is a form of revelation that in the Magian culture is the rule and in other cultures is not even the exception. 33 But it was only from the time of Cyrus that it began to take shape. The old Israelitish prophets, and no doubt Zarathustra also, see and hear in ecstasy things that afterwards they spread abroad. The Deuteronomic Code, 621, was given out as having been found in the temple, which meant that it was to be taken as the wisdom of the Father. The first, and a very deliberate, example of a Quran is the book of Ezekiel, which the author received in a thought-out vision from God and swallowed. 3, 1-3. Here, expressed in the crudest imaginable form, is the basis on which later the idea and shape of all apocalyptic writing was founded. But by degrees this substantial form of reception came to be one of the requisites for any book to be canonical. It was in post-exilic times that the idea arose of the tables of the law received by Moses on Sinai. Later such an origin came to be assumed for the whole Torah, and about the Maccabean period for the bulk of the Old Testament. From the Council of Jabna, about 90 BC, the whole word was regarded as inspired and delivered in the most literal sense. But the same evolution took place in the Persian religion up to the sanctification of the Avesta in the 3rd century, and the same idea of a literal delivery appears in the second vision of Hermes, in the Apocalypses, and in the Chaldean and Gnostic and Mandean writings. Lastly, it underlies, as a tacit natural basis, all the ideas that the Neo-Pythagoreans and the Neoplatonists formed of the writings of their old masters. Canon is the technical expression for the totality of writings that are accepted by a religion as delivered. It was as canons in this sense that the Hermetic collection and the corpus of Chaldean oracles came into being from 200, the latter a sacred book of the Neoplatonists which alone was admitted by Proclus, the father of this church, to stand with Plato's Timaeus. Originally, the young Jesus religion, like Jesus himself, recognized the Jewish canon. The first Gospels set up no sort of claim to be the Word made visible. The John Gospel is the first Christian writing of which the evident purpose is that of a Quran, and its unknown author is the originator of the idea that there could be and must be a Christian Quran. The grave and difficult decision whether the new religion should break with that which Jesus had believed in clothed itself of deep necessity in the question whether the Jewish scriptures might still be regarded as incarnations of the one truth. The answer of the John Gospel was tacitly, and that of Marcion openly, no, but that of the Fathers was, quite illogically, yes. It followed from this metaphysical conception of the essence of a sacred book that the expressions God speaks and the Scripture says were, in a manner wholly alien to our thought, completely identical. To us it is suggestive of the Arabian Nights that God himself should be spellbound in these words and letters and could be unsealed and compelled to reveal the truth by the adepts of this magic. Exegesis no less than inspiration and delivery is a process of mystical undermeaning, Mark I, 2.1. Hence the reverence in diametrical opposition to the classical feeling with which these precious manuscripts were cared for, their ornamentation by every means known to the young Magian art, and the appearance again and again of new scripts which, in the eyes of their users, alone possess the power of capturing the truth sent down. But such a Quran is by its very nature unconditionally right, and therefore unalterable and incapable of improvement. There arose, in consequence, the habit of secret interpretations meant to bring the text into harmony with the convictions of the time. A masterpiece of this kind is Justinian's Digests, but the same applies not only to every book of the Bible, but also, we need not doubt, to the Gathas of the Avesta and even to the then current manuscripts of Plato, Aristotle, and other authorities of the pagan theology. More important still is the assumption, traceable in every Magian religion, of a secret revelation, or a secret meaning of the scriptures, preserved not by being written down, but in the memory of adepts and propagated orally. According to Jewish notions, Moses received at Sinai not only the written, but also a secret oral Torah 34 which it was forbidden to commit to writing. God foresaw, says the Talmud, that one day a time would come when the heathen would possess themselves of the Torah and would say to Israel, "We, too, are sons of God." Then will the Lord say, "Only he who knows my secrets is my son." And what are the secrets of God? The oral teachings. 35 The Talmud, then, in the form in which it is generally accessible, contains only a part of the religious material, and it is the same with Christian texts of the early period. It has often been observed 36 that Mark speaks of the visitation and of the resurrection only in hints, and that John only touches upon the doctrine of the Paraclete and omits the institution of the Lord's Supper entirely. The initiates understood what was meant, and the unbeliever ought not to know it. Later there was a whole secret discipline which bound Christians to observe silence in the presence of unbelievers concerning the baptismal confession and other matters. With the Chaldeans, Neo-Pythagoreans, Cynics, Gnostics, and especially the sects from Jewish to Islamic, this tendency went to such lengths that the greater part of their secret doctrines is unknown to us. Concerning the word thus preserved only in the minds there was a consensus of silence, the more so as each believer was certain that the other knew. We ourselves, as it is upon the most important things that we are most emphatic and forthright, run the risk of misinterpreting Magian doctrines through taking the part that was expressed for the whole that existed, and the profane literal meaning of words for their real significance. Gothic Christianity had no secrets, and hence it doubly mistrusted the Talmud, which it rightly regarded as being only the foreground of Jewish doctrine. Pure Magian, too, is the Kabbalah, which out of numbers, letter forms, points, and strokes, unfolds secret significances, and therefore cannot but be as old as the word itself that was sent down as substance. The secret dogma of the creation of the world out of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, and that of the throne chariot of Ezekiel's vision, are already traceable in Maccabean times. Closely related to this is the allegorical exegesis of the sacred texts. All the tractates of the Mishnah, all the fathers, all the Alexandrian philosophers are full of it. In Alexandria the whole classical mythology and even Plato were treated in this way and brought into analogy, Moses equals Musaeus, with the Jewish prophets. The only strictly scientific method that an unalterable Quran leaves open for progressive opinion is that of commentary. As by hypothesis the word of an authority cannot be improved upon, the only resource is reinterpretation. No one in Alexandria would ever have asserted that Plato was in error. Instead, he was glossed upon. It was done in the strictly constructed forms of the halakha, and the fixation of this exegesis in writing takes the commentary shape that dominates all religious, philosophical, and savant literatures of this culture. Following the procedure of the Gnostics, the Fathers compiled written commentaries upon the Bible, and similarly the Pahlavi commentary of the Zend appeared by the side of the Avesta, and the Midrash by the side of the Jewish canon. But the Roman jurists of about AD 200 and the late classical philosophers, that is, the schoolmen of the growing cult church, went just the same way. The Apocalypse of this church, commented over and over again after Posidonius, was the Timaeus of Plato. The Mishnah is one vast commentary upon the Torah. And when the oldest exegetes had become themselves authorities and their writings Qurans, commentaries were written upon commentaries, as by Simplicius, the last Platonist, in the West, by the Amoraim, who added the Gemara to the Mishnah in the East, and by the jurists who compiled the imperial constitutions into the digests at Byzantium. This method, which fictitiously refers back every saying to an immediate inspired delivery, was brought to its keenest edge in the Talmudic and the Islamic theologies. A new halakha or a hadith is only valid when it can be referred through an unbroken chain of guarantors back to Moses or Mohammed. 37 The solemn formula for this in Jerusalem was "Let it come over me. So have I heard it from my teacher." 38 In the Zend the citation of the chain of warranty is the rule, and Irenaeus justifies his theology by the fact that a chain goes back from him through Polycarp to the primitive community. Into the early Christian literature this halakha form entered so self-evidently that no one remarked it for what it was. Apart altogether from the constant references to the law and the prophets, it appears in the superscription of the four Gospels, according to Mark, each of which had thus to present its warrant if authority was to be claimed for the words of the Lord that it presented. 39 This established the chain back to the truth that was incarnate in Jesus, and it is impossible to exaggerate the intense reality of this in the world idea of an Augustine or a Jerome. This is the basis of the practice, which spread even more widely from the time of Alexander onwards, of providing religious and philosophical writings with names 40 like Enoch, Solomon, Ezra, Hermes, Pythagoras guarantors and vessels of divine wisdom, in whom, therefore, the Word had been made flesh of old. We still possess a number of apocalypses bearing the name of Baruch, who was then compared with Zarathustra, and we can scarcely form an idea of what in the way of literature circulated under the names of Aristotle and Pythagoras. The theology of Aristotle was one of the most influential works of Neoplatonism. And, lastly, this the metaphysical presupposition for the style and the deeper meaning of citation, which was employed by fathers, rabbis, Greek philosophers, and Roman jurists, and eventuated on the one hand in the law of Valentinian III, and on the other in the elimination from the Jewish and Christian canons of apocryphal writings a fundamental notion, which differentiated the literary stock according to difference of substance. V. With such researches to build upon, it will become possible in the future to write a history of the Magian group of religions. It forms an inseparable unit of spirit and evolution, and let no one imagine that any individual one of them can be really comprehended without reference to the rest. Their birth, unfolding, and inward confirmation occupy the period 0 to 500. It corresponds exactly to the rise of the Western religion from the Cluniac movement to the Reformation. A mutual give and take, a confusingly rich blossoming, ripening, transformation overlayings, migrations, adaptations, rejections fill these centuries, without any sort of dependence of one system upon the others being demonstrable. But only the forms and the structures change, in the depths it is one and the same spirituality, and in all the languages of this world of religions it is always itself that it brings to expression. In the wide realm of old Babylonian Felidum young peoples lived. There everything was making ready. The first premonitions of the future awoke about 700 BC in the prophetic religions of the Persians, Jews, and Chaldeans. An image of creation of the same kind that later was to be the preface of the Torah showed itself in clear outlines, and with that an orientation, a direction, a goal of desire, was set. Something was descried in the far future, indefinitely and darkly still, but with a profound certainty that it would come. From that time on men lived with the vision of this, with the feeling of a mission. The second wave swelled up steeply in the apocalyptic currents after 300. Here it was the Magian waking consciousness that arose and built itself a metaphysic of last things, based already upon the prime symbol of the coming culture, the cavern. Ideas of an awful end of the world, of the last judgment, of resurrection, paradise, and hell, and with them the grand thought of a process of salvation in which earth's destiny and man's were one, burst forth everywhere. We cannot say what land or people it was that created them, mantled in wondrous scenes and figures and names. The Messiah figure presents itself, complete at one stroke. Satan's temptation of the Savior 41 is told as a tale. But simultaneously there welled up a deep and ever-increasing fear before the certainty of an implacable and imminent limit of all happening, before the moment in which there would be only past. Magian time, the hour, directedness under the cavern, imparted a new pulse to life and a new import to the word destiny. Man's attitude before the deity suddenly became completely different. In the dedicatory inscription of the great Basilica of Palmyra, which was long thought to be Christian, Baal was called the good, the compassionate, the mild, and this feeling penetrated, with the worship of Rahman, right to southern Arabia. It fills the Psalms of the Chaldeans and the teachings about the God-sent Zarathustra that took the place of his teachings. And it stirred the Jewry of Maccabean time. Most of the Psalms were written then, and all the other communities, long forgotten now, that lay between the classical and the Indian worlds. The third upheaval came in the time of Caesar and brought to birth the great religions of salvation. And with this the culture rose to bright day, and what followed continuously throughout 1 or 2 centuries was an intensity of religious experience, both unsurpassable and at long last unbearable. Such a tension bordering upon the breaking point the Gothic, the Vedic, and every other culture soul has known, once and once only, in its young morning. Now arose in the Persian, the Mandean, the Jewish, the Christian, circles of belief, and in that of the Western pseudomorphosis as well, just as in the Indian, the classical, and the Western ages of chivalry the grand myth. In this Arabian culture, religious and national heroism are no more distinctly separable than nation, church, and state, or sacred and secular law. The prophet merges with the fighter, and the story of a great sufferer rises to the rank of a national epic. The powers of light and darkness, fabulous beings, angels and devils, Satan and the good spirits wrestle together. All nature is a battleground from the beginning of the world to its annihilation. Down below in the world of mankind are enacted the adventures and sufferings of the heralds, the heroes, and the martyrs of religion. Every nation, in the sense of the word attaching to this culture, possessed its heroic saga. In the East, the life of the Persian prophet inspired an epic poetry of grand outlines. At his birth the Zarathustra laughter pealed through the heavens, and all nature echoed it. In the West the suffering of Jesus, ever broadening and developing, became the veritable epic of the Christian nation, and by its side there grew up a chain of legends of his childhood which in the end fructified a whole genre of poetry. The figure of the Mother of God and the deeds of the apostles became, like the stories of the Western Crusade heroes, the center of extended romances, Acts of Thomas, Pseudo-Clementines, which in the 2nd century, sprang up everywhere from the Nile to the Tigris. In the Jewish Haggadah and in the Targums is brought together a rich measure of legends about Saul, David, the patriarchs, and the great Tanaim, like Scuda and Akiba 42, and the insatiable fancy of the age seized also upon what it could reach of the late classical cult legends and founder stories, lives of Pythagoras, Hermes, Apollonius of Tyana. With the end of the 2nd century the sounds of this exaltation die away. The flowering of epic poetry is past, and the mystical penetration and dogmatic analysis of the religious material begin. The doctrines of the new churches are brought into theological systems. Heroism yields to scholasticism, poetry to thought, the seer and seeker to the priest. The early scholasticism, which ends about 200, as the Western about 1200, comprises the whole gnosis in the very broadest sense. The great contemplation, the author of the John Gospel, Valentinus, Bartsenesh, and Marcion, the apologists and the early fathers, up to Irenaeus and Tertullian, the last Tanaim up to Rabbi Jehuda, the completer of the Mishnah, the Neo-Pythagoreans and Hermetics of Alexandria. All this corresponds with, in the West, the school of Chartres, Anselm, Joachim of Flores, Bernard of Clairvaux, Hugo de Saint Victor. Full scholasticism begins with Neoplatonism, with Clement and Origen, the first Amoraim, and the creators of the newer Avesta under Ardashir, 226 to 241, and Sapphira, the Mazdaist high priest Tanvaser above all. Simultaneously a higher religiousness begins to separate from the peasants' piety of the countryside, which still lingered in the apocalyptic disposition, and thenceforth maintained itself almost unaltered under various names right into the felidom of the Turkish age, while in the urban and more intellectual upper world the Persian, Jewish, and Christian community was absorbed by that of Islam. Slowly and steadily now the great churches moved to fulfillment. It had been decided, the most important religious result of the 2nd century, that the outcome of the teaching of Jesus was not to be a transformation of Judaism, but a new church, which took its way westward, while Judaism, without loss of inward strength, turned itself to the east. To the 3rd century belong the great mental structures of theology. A modus vivendi with historical actuality had been reached, the end of the world had receded into the distance, and a new dogmatic grew up to explain the new world picture. The arrival of mature scholasticism presupposes faith in the duration of the doctrines that it sets itself to establish. Viewing the results of their efforts, we find that the Aramean motherland developed its forms in 3 directions. In the East, out of the Zoroastrian religion of Achaemenid times and the remains of its sacred literature, there formed itself the Mazdaist Church, with a strict hierarchy and laborious ritual, with sacraments, mass, and confession, pietet. As mentioned above, Tanvaser made a beginning with the collection and ordering of the new Avesta, under Sapphira, as contemporaneously in the Talmud, the profane texts of medicine, law, and astronomy were added, and the rounding off was the work of the church magnate Marasband under Sapphira II, 309 to 379. The immediate accretion of a commentary in Pahlavi was only what was to be expected in the Magian culture. The New Avesta, like the Jewish and the Christian Bibles, was a canon of separate writings, and we learn that amongst the Nasks, originally 21, now lost, there was a Gospel of Zarathustra, the conversion story of Vishtaspa, a Genesis, a law book, and a genealogical book with trees from the creation to the Persian kings, while the Vendidad, which Geldner calls the Leviticus of the Persians, was most significantly preserved complete. A new religious founder appeared in 242, in the reign of Sapori. This was Mani, who, rejecting Redeemerless Judaism and Hellenism, knit together the whole mass of Magian religions in one of the most powerful theological creations of all times, for which in 276 the Mazdaist priesthood crucified him. Equipped by his father, who quite late in life abandoned his family to enter a Mandean order, with all the knowledge of the period, he unified the basic ideas of the Chaldeans and Persians with those of Yuan 9, Eastern Christianity, a task which had been attempted before in the Christian Persian Gnosis of Bartsanesh, but without any idea of founding a new church. 43 He conceived of the mystical figures of the Yuan 9 logos, for him identical with the Persian Vohumano, the Zarathustra of the Avesta legends, and the Buddha of the late texts as divine emanations, and himself he proclaimed to be the Paraclete of the John Gospel and the Saoshyant of the Persians. As we now know, thanks to the Turfan discoveries which included parts of Mani's works, till then completely lost, the church language of the Mazdaists, Manichaeans, and Nestorians was independently of the current languages Pahlavi. In the West the two cult churches developed, in Greek 44, a theology that was not only cognate with this, but to a great extent identical with it. In the time of Mani began the theological fusion of the Aramean Chaldean Sun religion and the Aramean Persian Mitras cult into one system, whose first great father was Iamblichus, c. 300, the contemporary of Athanasius, but also of Diocletian, the emperor who in 295 made Mitras the god of a henotheistic state religion. Spiritually, at any rate, its priests were in no wise distinguishable from those of Christianity. Proclus, he, too, a true father, received in dreams elucidations of a difficult text passage. To him the Timaeus and the Chaldean oracles were canonical, and he would gladly have seen all other writings of the philosophers destroyed. His hymns, tokens of the lacerations of a true eremite, implore Helios and other helpers to protect him against evil spirits. Hierocles wrote a moral breviary for the believers of the Neo-Pythagorean community, which it needs a keen eye to distinguish from Christian work. Bishop Saint-Sus was a prince prelate of Neoplatonism before becoming one of Christianity, and the change did not involve an act of conversion. He kept his theology and only altered its names. It was possible for the Neoplatonist Asclepiades to write a great work on the likeness of all theologies. We possess pagan gospels and hagiologies as well as Christian. Apollonius wrote the life of Pythagoras, Marinus that of Proclus, Damascius that of Isidore, and there is not the slightest difference between these works, which begin and end with prayers, and the Christian acts of the martyrs. Porphyry describes faith, love, hope, and truth as the four divine elements. Between these churches of the East and the West we see, looking south from Edessa, the Talmudic Church, the synagogue, with Aramaic as its written language. Against these great and firm foundations Jewish Christians, such as Ebionites and Elkazites, Mandaeans, and likewise Chaldeans, unless we regard Manichaeism as a reconstruction of that religion, were unable to hold their own. Breaking down into numberless sects, they either faded out in the shadow of the great churches or were absorbed in their structure as the last Marcionites and Montanists were absorbed into Manichaeism. By about 300, outside the pagan, Christian, Persian, Jewish, and Manichaean churches no important Magian religions remained in being. 6. Along with this ripe scholasticism, there set in also, from 200, the effort to identify the visible community, as its organization became ever stricter, with the organism of the state. This followed of necessity from the world feeling of Magian man, and in turn it led to the transformation of the rulers into caliphs, lords of a creed society far more than of domains, to the idea of orthodoxy as the premise of real citizenship, to the duty of persecuting false religions. The holy war of Islam is as old as the culture itself, and the first centuries were full of it, and to a special regime within the state of unbelievers just tolerated and under laws and governance of their own, for the law God had given was not for heretics, and, with it, the ghetto manner of living. First, Osrine, in the center of the Aramean landscape, adopted Christianity as the state religion about 200. Then Mazdaism assumed the same position in the Sassanid Empire, 226, while under Aurelian, d. 275, and above all Diocletian, 295, syncretism as a compound of the Devas, soul, and Mitras cults became the state religion of the Roman Imperium. Constantine in 312, King Terdat of Armenia about 321, and King Mirian of Georgia a few years later, went over to Christianity. In the far south, Saba must already have become Christian in the 3rd century, Aksum in the 4th. On the other hand, simultaneously with these, the Himyarite state became Jewish, and there was one more effort, that of Julian, to bring back the pagan church to supremacy. In opposition to this, likewise in all the religions of this culture we find the spread of monasticism, with its radical aversion from state, history, and actuality in general. For after all, the conflict of being and waking being, that is, of politics and religion, of history and nature, could not be completely mastered by the form of the Magian Church and its identification with state and nation. Race breaks forth into life in these mind creations and overpowers the divine, precisely because the latter has absorbed the worldly into itself. But here there was no conflict of church and state as in the Gothic age, and consequently the split in the nation was between the worldly pious and the ascetics. A Magian religion relates exclusively to the divine spark, the pneuma, in the man, that which he shares with the invisible community of the faithful and blessed spirits. The rest of the man belongs to evil and darkness. But in the man it is the divine that must rule, overcoming, suppressing, destroying the other. In this culture the ascet is not only the veritable priest, the secular priest, as today in Russia, is never really respected, and mostly he is allowed to marry, but, what is more, he is the true man of piety. Outside monasticism it was simply not possible to fulfill the demands of religion, and consequently communities of repentance, monasteries and convents assume quite early a position that, for metaphysical reasons, they could never have had in India or China, let alone in the West, where the orders were working and fighting, that is, dynamic units. 45 Consequently, we must not regard the people of the Magian world as divided into the world and the cloister as two definitely separate modes of life, with equal possibilities of fulfilling all the demands of religion. Every pious person was a monk in some sort. 46 Between world and cloister there was no opposition, but only a difference of degree. Magian churches and orders are homogeneous communities which are only to be distinguished from one another by extent. The community of Peter was an order, that of Paul a church, while the Mitras religion is at once almost too wide for the one designation and too narrow for the other. Every Magian church is itself an order, and it was only in respect of human weakness that there were stages and grades of ascesis, and these not ordered, but only permitted, as among the Marcionites and the Manichaeans, electi, auditores. And, in truth, a Magian nation is nothing but the sum, the order of all the orders, which, constituted in smaller and smaller, stricter and stricter groups, come out finally in the Eremites, Dervishes, and Stylites, in whom nothing more is of the world, whose waking consciousness now belongs only to the pneuma. Setting aside the prophetic religions out of which, and between which, the excitation of apocalypse generated numerous order-like communities, the two cult churches of the West produced unnumbered monks, friars, and orders, distinguishable from one another in the end only by the name of the deity upon whom they called. All observed fasting, prayer, celibacy, poverty. It is very doubtful which of the two churches in 300 was the more ascetic in its tendency. The Neoplatonist monk Serapion went into the desert in order to devote himself entirely to studying the hymns of Orpheus. Damascius, guided by a dream, withdrew into a noisome cave in order to pray continuously to Psi. 47 The schools of philosophy were nothing but ascetic orders. The Neo-Pythagoreans stood close to the Jewish Essenes. The Mitras cult, a true order, admitted only men to its communion and its fraternities. The Emperor Julian had the intention of endowing pagan monasteries. The Mandean religion seems to have been a group of order communities of varying rigor, amongst them was that of John the Baptist. Christian monasticism did not begin with Pachomius, 320, he was merely the builder of the first cloister. The movement began with the original community in Jerusalem itself. The Gospel of Matthew and almost all Acts of the Apostles testify to rigorously ascetic sentiment. 48 The Persian and Nestorian churches developed the monastic idea further, and finally Islam assimilated it to the full. To this day Oriental piety is dominated by the Muslim orders and brotherhoods. And Jewry followed the same line of evolution, from the Kurii 49, Karaites, of the 8th century to the Polish Hasidim of the 18th. 50. Christianity, which even in the 2nd century was hardly more than an extended order, and whose public influence was out of all proportion to the number of its adherents, grew suddenly vast about the year 250. This is the epochal moment in which the last city cults of the classical effaced themselves before, not Christianity, but the newborn pagan church. The records of the Fratra Arvales in Rome break off in 241, and the last cult inscriptions at Olympia are of 265. At the same time, the cumulation of the most diverse priestly characters in one man became customary. 51 implying that these usages were felt no longer as specific, but as usages of one single religion. And this religion set out to convert, spreading itself far and wide over the lands of the Hellenistic Roman stock. The Christian religion, on the other hand, was alone in spreading, c. 300, over the great Arabian field. And for that very reason it was inevitable that inner contradiction should now be set up in it. Due, not now to the spiritual dispositions of particular men, but to the spirit of the particular landscapes, these contradictions led to the breakup of Christianity into several religions and forever. The controversy concerning the nature of Christ was the issue on which this conflict came up for decision. The matter in dispute was just those problems of substance which in the same form and with the same tendency fill the thoughts of all other Magian theologies. Neoplatonic scholasticism, Porphyry, Iamblichus, and above all Proclus treated it in a Western formulation, by modes of thought closely akin to Philo's and even to Paul's. The relation between the primary one, nous, logos, the Father, and the mediator was considered with reference to the substantial. Was the process thereof one of emanation, of partition, or of pervasion? Was one contained in the other, are they identical, or mutually exclusive? Was the triad at the same time a monad? In the East a different constitution of the problem is evidenced already in the premises of the John Gospel and the Bardessanian Gnosis, the relation of Ahura Mazda to the Holy Spirit, Spenta Manu, and the nature of Vohumano gave plenty of occupation to the Avestan Fathers, and it was just at the time of the decisive councils of Ephesus and Chalcedon that we find the temporary triumph of Zurvanism, 438 to 457, with its primacy of the divine world course, Zurvan as historic time, over the divine substances, marking a peak of dogmatic battle. Later, Islam took up the whole subject over again and sought to solve it in relation to the nature, Wesenheit, of Mohammed and the Quran. The problem had been there, ever since Magian mankind had come into being, very much as the specifically Western will problem, our counterpart to the substance problem, was posed in the beginnings of Faustian thought. There is no need to look for these problems, they are there as soon as the culture thinks, they are the fundamental form of its thought, and come to the front, uncalled for and sometimes not even perceived, in all its studies. But the three Christian solutions predetermined by the three landscapes of East, West, and South were all present from the first, implicit already in the main tendencies of Gnosticism, which we may indicate by the names of Bartzanesh, Basilides, and Valentinus. Their meeting point was Edessa, where the streets rang with the battle cries of the Nestorians against the victors of Ephesus and, anon, with the epsilon theta epsilon shout of the Monophysites, demanding that Bishop Ebos should be thrown to the wild beasts of the circus. The great question was formulated by Athanasius, whose intellectual origins lay in the pseudomorphosis and who had many affinities with his pagan contemporary Iamblichus. Against Arius, who saw in Christ a demigod, merely like in substance to the Father, he maintained that Father and Son were of the same substance, theta epsilon tau eta, which in Christ had assumed a human sigma mu alpha. The Word became flesh. This formula of the West depends upon visible facts of the cult churches, and the understanding of the Word upon constant contemplation of the picturable. Here in the iconodule West, where in these very times Iamblichus wrote his book concerning God's statues, in which the divine was substantially present and worked miracles, 52, the abstraction of the Trinity was always effectively accompanied by the sensuous human relation of mother and son, and it is the latter which it is impossible to eliminate from the thought processes of Athanasius. With the recognition of the homoousia of Father and Son, the real problem was for the first time posed, namely, the attitude of the Magian dualism to the historical phenomenon of the Son himself. In the world cavern there was divine and human substance, in man a part in divine pneuma, and the individual soul somehow related to the flesh. But what of Christ? It was a decisive factor, one of the results of Actium, that the contest was fought out in the Greek tongue and in the territory of the pseudomorphosis, that is, under the full influence of the Caliph of the Western Church. Constantine had even been the convener and president of the Council of Nicaea, where the doctrine of Athanasius carried the day. In the East, with its Aramaic speech and thought, these doings were, as we know from the letters of Aphraha, hardly followed at all. Their men saw no cause to quarrel about what, so far as they were concerned, had long ago been settled. The breach between East and West, a consequence of the Council of Ephesus, 431, separated two Christian nations, that of the Persian Church and that of the Greek Church, but this was no more than the manifestation of a difference, inherent from the first, between modes of thought proper to the two different landscapes. Nestorius and the whole East saw in Christ the second Adam, the divine envoy of the last aeon. Mary had borne a man-child in whose human and created substance, physis, the godly, uncreated element dwelt. The West, on the contrary, saw in Mary the mother of a God, the divine and the human substance formed in his body, persona, in the classical idiom, a unity, named by Cyril nu omega sigma iota. 53 When the Council of Ephesus had recognized the Mother of God, her who gave birth to God, the city of Diana's old renown burst into a truly classical orgy of celebration. 54 But long ere this the Syrian Apollinaries 55 had heralded the southern idea of the matter, that in the living Christ there was not merely a substance, but a single substance. The divine had transmuted itself into, not mingled itself with, a human substance, no caparo sigma iota, as Gregory Nazianzen maintained in opposition. Significantly enough, the best way of expressing the monophysite idea is through concepts of Spinoza, the one substance in another mode. The monophysites called the Christ of the Council of Chalcedon, 451, where the West once more prevailed, the idol with the two faces. They not only fell away from the Church, they broke out in fierce risings in Palestine and Egypt, and when in Justinian's time the troops of Persia, that is, of Mazdaism, penetrated to the Nile, they were hailed by the monophysites as liberators. The fundamental meaning of this desperate conflict, which raged for a century not over scholarly concepts, but over the soul of a landscape that sought to be set free in its people, was the reversal of the work of Paul. If we can transport ourselves into the inmost soul of the two newborn nations, making no reservations and ignoring all minor points of dogmatics, then we see how the direction of Christianity towards the Greek West and its intellectual affinity with the pagan church culminated in the position that the ruler of the West was the head of Christianity in general. In the mind of Constantine it was self-evident that the Pauline foundation within the pseudomorphosis was synonymous with Christianity. The Jewish Christians of Petrine tendency were to him a heretical sect, and the Eastern Christians of Yuan 9 type he never even noticed. When the spirit of the pseudomorphosis had, in the three determining councils of Nicaea, Ephesus, and Chalcedon, put its seal upon dogma, once and for all, the real Arabian world rose up with the force of nature and set up a barrier against it. With the end of the Arabian springtime, Christianity fell apart for good into three religions, which can be symbolized by the names of Paul, Peter, and John, and of which none can henceforth claim to be regarded by the historically and doctrinally unprejudiced eye as the true and proper Christianity. These three religions are at the same time three nations, living in the old race areas of Greeks, Jews, and Persians, and the tongues that they used were the church languages borrowed from them, namely, Greek, Aramaic, and Pahlavi. 7. The Eastern Church, since the Council of Nicaea, had organized itself with an episcopal constitution, at the head of which stood the Catholicos of Ctesiphon, and with councils, liturgy, and law of its own. In 486 the Nestorian doctrine was accepted as binding, and the tie with Constantinople was thus broken. From that point on, Mazdaists, Manichaeans, and Nestorians have a common destiny, of which the seed was sown in the Gnosis of Bartzanesh. In the monophysite churches of the south, the spirit of the primitive community emerged again and spread itself further. With its uncompromising monotheism and its hatred of images, its closest affinity was with Talmudic Judaism, and its old battle cry of Epsilon Theta Epsilon had already marked it to be, with that Judaism, the starting point of Islam. Allah Allah. The Western Church continued to be bound up with the fate of the Roman Empire, that is, the cult church became the state. Gradually it absorbed into itself the adherents of the pagan church, and thenceforth its importance lay not so much in itself, for Islam almost annihilated it, but in the accident that it was from it that the young peoples of the Western culture received the Christian system as the basis for a new creation, 56 receiving it, moreover, in the Latin guise of the extreme West, which for the Greek Church itself was unmeaning, since Rome was now a Greek city, and the Latin language was far more truly at home in Africa and Gaul. The essential and elemental concept of the Magian nation, a being that consists in extension, had been from the beginning active in extending itself. All these churches were, deliberately, forcefully, and successfully, missionary churches. But it was not until men had at last ceased to think of the end of the world as imminent, and dogma appropriate to prolonged existence in this world's cavern had been built up, and the Magian religions had taken up their standpoint towards the problem of substance, that the extending of the culture took up that swift, passionate tempo that distinguished it from all others and found in Islam its most impressive, its last, but by no means its only example. Of these mighty facts Western theologians and historians give an entirely false picture. All that their gaze, riveted upon the Mediterranean lands, observes is the Western direction that fits in with their ancient medieval modern schema, and even within these limits, accepting the ostensible unity of Christianity, they regard it as passing at a certain period from a Greek into a Latin form, whereby the Greek residue is lost sight of altogether. But even before Christianity, and this is a fact of which the immense significance has never been observed, which has not even been correctly interpreted as mission effort, the pagan church had won for the syncretic cult the greater part of the population of North Africa, Spain, Gaul, Britain, and the Rhine and Danube frontiers. Of the Druidism that Caesar had found in Gaul, little remained extant by the time of Constantine. The assimilation of indigenous local gods under the names of the great Magian divinities of the cult church, and especially Mitra's soul Jupiter, from the 2nd century on, was essentially a process of conquest, and the same is true of the later emperor worship. 57 The missionary efforts of Christianity here would have been less successful than they were if the other cult church, its near relative, had not preceded it. But the latter's propaganda was by no means limited to barbarian fields. Even in the 5th century the missionary Asclepiodotus converted Aphrodisias, a Carian city, from Christianity to paganism. The Jews, as has been shown already, directed missionary effort on a large scale towards the east and the south. Through southern Arabia they drove into the heart of Africa, possibly even before the birth of Christ, while on the side of the east their presence in China is demonstrable, even in the 2nd century. To the north the realm of the Khazars 58 and its capital, Astrakhan, later went over to Judaism. From this area came the Mongols of Jewish religion who advanced into the heart of Germany and were defeated, along with the Hungarians, in the Battle of the Lechfeld in 955. Jewish scholars of the Spanish Moorish universities petitioned the Byzantine emperor, in AD 1000, for safe conduct for an embassy that was to ask the Khazars whether they were the lost tribes of Israel. From the Tigris, Mazdaists and Manichaeans penetrated the empires on either hand, Roman and Chinese, to their utmost frontiers. Persian, as the Mitras cult, invaded Britain. Manichaeism had by 400 become a danger to Greek Christianity, and there were Manichaean sects in southern France as late as the Crusades, 59. But the two religions drove eastwards as well, along the Great Wall of China, where the great polyglot inscription of Kara Balgasun testifies to the introduction of the Manik Hassan faith in the Uyghur realm, and even to Shantung. Persian fire temples arose in the interior of China, and from 700 Persian expressions are found in Chinese astrological writings. The three Christian churches everywhere followed up the blazed trails. When the Western Church converted the Frankish king Chlodwig in 496, the missionaries of the Eastern Church had already reached Ceylon and the westernmost Chinese garrisons of the Great Wall, and those of the southern were in the Empire of Aksum. At the same time as, after Boniface, 718, Germany became converted, the Nestorian missionaries were within an ace of winning China itself. They had entered Shantung in 638. The Emperor Gaozong, 651–84, permitted churches to be built in all provinces of the empire. In 750 Christianity was preached in the imperial palace itself, and in 781, according to the Aramaic and Chinese inscriptions upon a memorial column in Singapore which has been preserved, all China was covered with the palaces of Concord. But it is in the highest degree significant that the Confucians, who cannot be called inexpert in religious matters, regarded the Nestorians, Mazdaists and Manichaeans as adherents of a single Persian religion 60, just as the population of the Western Roman provinces were unable to discriminate between Mitras and Christ. Islam, therefore, is to be regarded as the Puritanism of the whole group of early Magian religions, emerging as a religion only formally new, and in the domain of the Southern Church and Talmudic Judaism. It is this deeper significance, and not merely the force of its warlike onslaught, that gives the key to its fabulous successes. Although on political grounds it practiced an astounding toleration, John Damascenus, the last great dogmatist of the Greek Church, was, under the name of Almanzor, treasurer to the Caliph. Judaism, Mazdaism, and the southern and eastern churches of Christianity were swiftly and almost completely dissolved in it. The Catholicos of Seleucia, Jesujabai III, complains that tens of thousands of Christians went over to it as soon as it came on the scene, and in North Africa, the home of Augustine, the entire population fell away to Islam at once. Mohammed died in 632. In 641 the whole domain of the Monophysites and the Nestorians, and, therefore, of the Talmud and the Avesta, were in the possession of Islam. In 717 it stood before Constantinople, and the Greek Church was in peril of extinction. Already in 618 a relative of the Prophet had brought presents to the Chinese Emperor Taizong and obtained leave to institute a mission. From 700 there were mosques in Shantung, and in 720 Damascus sent instructions to the Arabs long established in southern France to conquer the realm of the Franks. 2 centuries later, when in the West a new religious world was arising out of the remains of the old Western Church, Islam was in the Sudan and in Java. For all this, Islam is significant only as a piece of outward religious history. The inner history of the Magian religion ends with Justinian's time, as truly as that of the Faustian ends with Charles V and the Council of Trent. Any book on religious history shows the Christian religion as having had 2 ages of grand thought movements, 0 to 500 in the East and 1000 to 1500 in the West. 61 But these are 2 springtimes of 2 cultures, and in them are comprised also the non-Christian forms which belong to each religious development. The closing of the University of Athens by Justinian in 529 was not, as is always stated, the end of classical philosophy. There had been no classical philosophy for centuries. What he did, 40 years before the birth of Mohammed, was to end the theology of the pagan church by closing this school, and as the historians forget to add, to end the Christian theology also by closing those of Antioch and Alexandria. Dogma was complete, finished just as it was in the West with the Council of Trent, 1564, and the Confession of Augsburg, 1540, for with the city and intellectualism religious creative force comes to an end. So also in Jewry and in Persia, the Talmud was concluded about 500, and when Chosroes Nushirvan in 529 bloodily suppressed the Reformation of Mazdak, which was not unlike our Anabaptism in its rejection of marriage and worldly property, and had been supported by King Kobad I as counteracting the power of church and nobility, Avestan dogma similarly passed into fixity. Chapter 9. Problems of the Arabian culture. C. Pythagoras, Mohammed, Cromwell. I. Religion may be described as the waking being of a living creature in the moments when it overcomes, masters, denies, and even destroys being. Race life and the pulse of its drive dwindle as the eyes gaze into an extended, tense, and light-filled world, and time yields to space. The plant-like desire for fulfillment goes out, and from primary depths there wells up the animal fear of the fulfillment, of the ceasing of direction, of death. Not hate and love, but fear and love are the basic feelings of religion. Hate and fear differ as time and space, blood and eye, pulse and tension, heroism and saintliness. And love in the race sense differs from love in the religious sense in the same way. All religion is turned to light. The extended itself becomes religious as a world of the eye comprehended from the ego as center of light. Hearing and touch are adjusted to what is seen, and the invisible, whose workings are sensed, becomes the sum of the demonic. All that we designate by the words deity, revelation, salvation, dispensation, is in one way and another an element of illumined actuality. Death, for man, is something that he sees, and knows by seeing, and in relation to death birth is the other secret. They are the two visible limits of the sensible cosmic that is incarnate in a live body in lighted space. There are two sorts of deeper fear. One is fear, known even to the animals, in presence of microcosmic freedom in space, before space itself and its powers, before death. The other is fear for the cosmic current of being, for life, for directional time. The first awakens a dark feeling that freedom in the extended is just a new and deeper sort of dependence than that which rules the vegetable world, and it leads the individual being, sensible of its weakness, to seek the propinquity and alliance of others. Anxiety produces speech, and our sort of speech is religion. Every religion. Out of the fear of space arise the noumena of the world as nature and the cults of gods. Out of the fear for time arise the noumena of life, of sex and breed, of the state, centering on ancestor worship. That is the difference between taboo and totem, for the totemistic, too, always appears in religious form, out of holy awe of that which passeth all understanding and is forever alien. The higher religion requires tense alertness against the powers of blood and being that ever lurk in the depths, ready to recapture their primeval rights over the younger side of life. Watch and pray, that ye fall not into temptation. Nevertheless, liberation is a fundamental word in every religion and an eternal wish of every waking being. In this general, almost pre-religious, sense, it means the desire for freedom from the anxieties and anguishes of waking consciousness, for relaxation of the tensions of fear-born thought and search, for the obliteration and removal of the consciousness of the ego's loneliness in the universe, the rigid conditionedness of nature, the prospect of the immovable boundary of all being in eld and death. Sleep, too, liberates death and his brother sleep. And holy wine, intoxication, breaks the rigor of the spirit's tension, and dancing, the Dionysus art, and every other form of stupefaction and ecstasy. These are modes of slipping out of awareness by the aid of being, the cosmic, the id, the escape out of space into time. but higher than all these stands the genuinely religious overcoming of fear by means of the understanding itself. The tension between microcosm and macrocosm becomes something that we can love, something in which we can wholly immerse ourselves. Point 1. We call this faith, and it is the beginning of all man's intellectual life. Understanding is causal only, whether deductive or inductive, whether derived from sensation or not. It is wholly impossible to distinguish being understood from being caused. Both express the same thing. When something is actual for us, we see it and think it in causal, ursachlich, form, just as we feel and know ourselves and our activities as things originating, causes, ursach. The assignment of causes is, however, different from case to case, not only in the religious, but also generally in the inorganic logic of man. A fact is thought of at one moment as having such and such, at another moment as having something else, as its cause. Every kind of thinking has for every one of its domains of application a proper system. In everyday life a causal connection in thought is never exactly repeated. Even in modern physics working hypotheses, that is, causal systems which partially exclude one another, are in use side by side, for instance, the ideas of electrodynamics and those of thermodynamics. The significance of the thought is not thereby nullified, for during a continuous spell of waking consciousness we understand always in the form of single acts of which each has its own causal inception. The viewing of the entire world as nature in relation to the individual consciousness as a single causally ordered concatenation is something perfectly unrealizable by our thought, inasmuch as our thinking proceeds always by unit acts. It remains a belief. It is indeed faith itself, for it is the basis of religious understanding of the world, which, wherever something is observed, postulates noumena as a necessity of thought, ephemeral noumena for incidental events which are not again thought of, and enduring noumena as place definite indwellers, of springs, trees, stones, hills, stars, and so forth, or as universals, like the gods of heaven, of war, of wisdom, which can be present anywhere. These noumena are limited only in virtue of the individualness of each separate act of thought. That which today is a property of the God is tomorrow itself the God. Others are now a plurality, now a unity, now a vague ent. There are invisibles, shapes, and incomprehensibles, principles, which, to those to whom it is vouchsafed, may become phenomenal or comprehensible. Fate too in the classical, epsilon mu alpha rho mu nu eta, and in the Indian, rta, is something which stands as origin thing, ursach, above the picturable divinities. Magian destiny, on the contrary, is the operation of the one and formless supreme God. Religious thought ever lets itself graduate values and rank within the causal succession, and leads up to supreme beings or principles, as very first and governing causes. Dispensation is the word used for the most comprehensive of all systems based upon valuation. Science, on the contrary, is a mode of understanding which fundamentally abhors distinctions of rank amongst causes. What it finds is not dispensation, but law. The understanding of causes sets free. Belief in the linkages discovered compels the world fear to retreat. God is man's refuge from the destiny which he can feel and livingly experience, but not think on, or figure, or name, and which sinks into abeyance for so long, only for so long as the critical, literally, the separating, fear-born understanding can establish causes behind causes comprehensibly, that is, in order visible to the outer or inner eye. It is the desperate dilemma of the higher grade of man that his powerful will to understand is in constant contradiction with his being. It has ceased to serve his life, but is unable to rule it, and consequently in all important conjunctures there remains an insoluble element. One has merely to declare oneself free, and one feels the moment to be conditioned. But if one has the courage to declare oneself conditioned, then one has the feeling of being free, Goethe. We name a causal linkage within the world as nature, as to which we are convinced that no further reflection can alter it truth. Truths are established, and they are timeless absolute means detached from destiny and history, but detached also from the facts of our own living and dying, and they are an inward liberation, consolation, and salvation, in that they disvalue and overcome the incalculable happenings of the world of facts. Or, as it mirrors itself in the mind, men may go, but truth remains. In the world around something is established that is, fixed, spellbound. Understanding man has the secret in the hands, whether this be, as of old, some potent charm or, as nowadays, a mathematical formula. A feeling of triumph, even today, accompanies every experimental step in the realm of nature which determines something about the purposes and powers of the God of heaven or the storm spirits of the ground daemons, or about the noumena of natural science, atom nuclei, the velocity of light, gravitation, or even about the abstract noumena that thought conceives in contemplating its own image, concept, category, reason, and, in determining, fixes it in the prison of an unalterable system of causal relations. Experience in this inorganic, killing, preserving sense, which is something quite different from life experience and knowledge of men, takes place in two modes: theory and technique, or, in religious language, myth and cult, according as the believer's intention is to open up or to confine the secrets of the world around. Both demand a high development of human understanding. Both may be born of either fear or love. There is a mythology of fear, like the Mosaic and the primitive generally, and a mythology of love, like that of early Christianity and Gothic mysticism. Similarly, there is a technique of defensive, and another technique of postulant, magic, and this, no doubt the most fundamental, distinction between sacrifice and prayer 3 distinguishes also primitive and mature mankind. Religiousness is a trait of soul, but religion is a talent. Theory demands the gift of vision that few possess to the extent of luminous insight and many possess not at all. It is worldview, Weltanschauung in the most primary sense, whether what one sees in that world is the hand and the loom of powers, or, in a colder urban spirit, not fearing or loving, but inquisitive, the theater of law-conform forces. The secrets of taboo and totem are beheld in God faiths and soul faiths, and calculated in theoretical physics and biology. Technique presupposes the intellectual gift of binding and conjuring. The theorist is the critical seer, the technician is the priest, the discoverer is the prophet. The means, however, in which the whole force of intellect concentrates itself is the form of the actual, which is abstracted from vision by speech, and of which not every waking consciousness can discern the quintessence, the conceptual circumscription, the communicable law, name, number. Hence every conjuration of the deity is based on the knowledge of its real name and the use of rites and sacraments, known and available only to the initiated, of which the form must be exact and the words correct. This applies not merely to primitive magic, but just as much to our physical, and particularly our medical, technique. It is for this reason that mathematics have a character of sanctity and are regularly the product of a religious milieu, Pythagoras, Descartes, Pascal, that there is a mysticism of sacred numbers, 3,7,12, in every religion, and that ornament, of which cult architecture is the highest form, is essentially number felt as shape. It is rigid, compelling forms, expression motives and communication signs that the microcosm employs in the world of waking consciousness to get into touch with the macrocosm. In sacerdotal technique they are called precepts, and in scientific, laws, but both are really name and number, and primitive man would discover no difference between the magic wherewith the priests of his villages command the daemons and that wherewith the civilized technician commands his machines. The first, and perhaps the only, outcome of man's will to understanding is faith. I believe is the great word against metaphysical fear, and at the same time it is an avowal of love. Even though one's researches or accumulation of knowledge may culminate in sudden illumination or conclusive calculation, yet all one's own sense and comprehension would be meaningless unless there were set up along with it an inward certainty of a something which as other and alien is and is, moreover, exactly under the ascertained shape in the concatenation of cause and effect. The highest intellectual possession, therefore, known to man as a being of speech-deduced thought, is the firm and hard-won belief in this something, withdrawn from the courses of time and destiny, which he has separated out by contemplation and labeled by name and number. But what that something is remains in the last analysis obscure. Was it the something of secret logic of the universe that was touched, or only a silhouette? And all the struggle and passion starts afresh, and anxious investigation directs itself upon this new doubt, which may well turn to despair. He needs in his intellectual boring of belief a final something attainable by thought, an end of dissection that leaves no remainder of mystery. The corners and pockets of his world of contemplation must all be illuminated, nothing less will give him his release. Here belief passes over into the knowledge evoked by mistrust, or, more accurately, becomes belief in that knowledge. For the latter form of the understanding is radically dependent upon the former, it is posterior, more artificial, more questionable. Further, religious theory, that is, the contemplation of the believer, leads to priestly practice, but scientific theory, on the contrary, liberates itself by contemplation from the technical knowledge of everyday life. The firm belief that is bred by illuminations, revelations, sudden deep glimpses, can dispense with critical work. But critical knowledge presupposes the belief that its methods will lead to just that which is desired, that is, not to fresh imaginings, but to the actual. History, however, teaches that doubt as to belief leads to knowledge, and doubt as to knowledge, after a period of critical optimism, back again to belief. As theoretical knowledge frees itself from confiding acceptance, it is marching to self-destruction, after which what remains is simply and solely technical experience. Belief, in its primitive, unclear condition, acknowledges superior sources of wisdom by which things that man's own subtlety could never unravel are more or less manifest, such as prophetic words, dreams, oracles, sacred scriptures, the voice of the deity. The critical spirit, on the contrary, wants, and believes itself able, to look into everything for itself. It not only mistrusts alien truths, but even denies their possibility. Truth, for it, is only knowledge that it has proved for itself. But if pure criticism creates its means out of itself solely, it did not long go unperceived that this position assumed the reality of the result. De omnibus dubitandum is a proposition that is incapable of being actualized. It is apt to be forgotten that critical activity must rest upon a method, and the possibility of obtaining this method in turn by the way of criticism is only apparent. For, in reality, it follows from the momentary disposition of the thought. 5 That is, the results of criticism themselves are determined by the basic method, but this in turn is determined by the stream of being which carries and perfuses the waking consciousness. The belief in a knowledge that needs no postulates is merely a mark of the immense naivete of rationalist periods. A theory of natural science is nothing but a historically older dogma in another shape. And the only profit from it is that which life obtains, in the shape of a successful technique, to which theory has provided the key. It has already been said that the value of a working hypothesis resides not in its correctness but in its usableness. But discoveries of another sort, findings of insight, truths in the optimistic sense, cannot be the outcome of purely scientific understanding, since this always presupposes an existing view upon which its critical, dissecting activity can operate. The natural science of the Baroque is one continuous dissection of the religious world picture of the Gothic. The aim of faith and science, fear and curiosity, is not to experience life, but to know the world as nature. Of world as history they are the express negation. But the secret of waking consciousness is a twofold one: two fear-born, causally ordered pictures arise for the inner eye, the outer world, and as its counter-image the inner world. In both are true problems, and the waking consciousness is not only a lookout, but is very busy within its own domains as well. The noumen out there is called God, in here soul. By the critical understanding the deities of the believer's vision are transmuted in thought into mechanical magnitudes referable to its world, but their essence and kernel remain the same: classical matter and form, Magian light and darkness, Faustian force and mass, and its mode is ever the same dissection of the primitive soul belief, and its end is ever the same, a predetermined result. The physics of the within is called systematic psychology, and it discovers in man, if it is classical science, thing like soul parts, nu omicron, theta upsilon mu, pi iota theta upsilon mu alpha, if Magian, soul substance, ruach, nefesh, if Faustian, soul forces, thinking, feeling, willing. These are the shapes that religious meditation, in fear and in love, then follows up in the causal relations of guilt, sin, pardon, conscience, reward, and punishment. Being is a mystery that, as soon as faith and science turn their attention to it, eludes them into fateful error. Instead of the cosmic itself being reached, which is completely outside the possibilities of the active waking consciousness, the sensible mobility of body in the field of the eye, and the conceptual image of a mechanical causal chain abstracted therefrom, are subjected to analysis. But real life is led, not cognized. Only the timeless is true. Truths lie beyond history and life, and vice versa, life is something beyond all causes, effects, and truths. Criticism in both cases, critique of waking consciousness and critique of being, are contrary to happening and alien to life. But in the first case the application of a critique is entirely justified by the critical intention and the inner logic of the object that is referred to, in the second case it is not. It follows that the distinction between faith and knowledge, or fear and curiosity, or revelation and criticism, is not, after all, the ultimate distinction. Knowledge is only a late form of belief. But belief and life, love springing from the secret fear of the world, and love springing from the secret hate of the sexes, knowledge of inorganic and sense of organic logic, causes and destinies, this is the deepest opposition of all. And here we distinguish men, not according to what their modes of thinking are religious or critical, nor according to the objects of their thought, but according to whether they are thinkers, no matter about what, or doers. In the realm of doing, the waking consciousness takes charge only when it becomes technique. Religious knowledge, too, is power. Man is not only ascertaining causations, but handling them. He who knows the secret relationship between microcosm and macrocosm commands it also, whether the knowledge has come to him by revelation or by eavesdropping. Thus the magician and conjurer is truly the taboo man. He compels the deity through sacrifice and prayer. He practices the true rites and sacraments because they are causes of inevitable results, and whosoever knows them, him they must serve. He reads in the stars and in the sacred books. In his power lies, timeless and immune from all accident, the causal relation of sin and propitiation, repentance and absolutions, sacrifice and grace. His chain of sacred origins and results makes him himself a vessel of mysterious power and, therefore, a cause of new effects, in which one must have faith before one may have them imparted. From this starting point we can understand, what the European-American world of today has well nigh forgotten, the ultimate meaning of religious ethics, moral. It is, wherever true and strong, a relation that has the full import of ritual act and practice. It is, to use Loyola's phrase, exercitium spiritual, performed before the deity 6 who is to be softened and conjured thereby. What shall I do to be saved? This what, is the key to the understanding of all real moral. In its deeps there is ever a wherefore and a why, even in the case of those few sublimate philosophers who have imagined a moral that is for its own sake, confessing in the very phrase that deep down they feel a wherefore, even though but a sympathetic few of their own kind can appreciate it. There is only causal moral, that is, ethical technique on the background of a convinced metaphysic. Moral is a conscious and planned causality of the conduct, apart from all particulars of actual life and character, something eternal and universally valid, not only without time, but hostile to time, and for that very reason true. Even if mankind did not exist, moral would be true and valid. This is no mere conceit, but an expression of the ethical inorganic logic of the world conceived as system that has actually been used. Never would the philosopher concede that it could have a historical evolution and fulfillment. Space denies time. True moral is absolute, eternally complete, and the same. In the depths of it there is ever a negation of life, a refraining and renunciation carried to the point of ascesis and death itself. Negation is expressed in its very phrase as religious moral contains prohibitions, not precepts. Taboo, even where it ostensibly affirms, is a list of disclaimers. To liberate oneself from the world of fact, to evade the possibilities of destiny, always to look upon the race in oneself as the lurking enemy, nothing but hard system, doctrine, and exercise will give that. No action must be causal or impulsive, that is, left to the blood. Everything must be considered according to motives and results and carried out according to orders. Extreme tension of awareness is required lest we fall into sin. First of all things, continence in what pertains to the blood, love, marriage. Love and hate in mankind are cosmic and evil. The love of the sexes is the very polar opposite of timeless love and fear of God, and therefore it is the prime sin, for which Adam was cast forth from paradise and burdened man with the heritage of guilt. Conception and death define the life of the body in space, and the fact that it is the body that is in question makes the former sin and the latter punishment. Sigma mu omicron sigma mu alpha, the classical body a grave, was the confession of the Orphic religion. Aeschylus and Pindar comprehended being as a reproach, and the saints of all cultures feel it as an impiety that has to be killed off by ascesis or, what is nearly related thereto, orgiastic squandering. Action, the field of history, the deed, heroism, delight in battle and victory and spoil, are evil. For in them the pulse of cosmic being knocks on the door too loudly and disturbingly for contemplativeness and thought. The whole world, meaning the world as history, is infamous. It fights instead of renouncing, it does not possess the idea of sacrifice. It prevails over truth by means of facts. As it follows impulse, it baffles thought about cause and effect. And therefore the highest sacrifice that intellectual man can offer is to make a personal present of it to the powers of nature. Every moral action is a piece of this sacrifice, and an ethical life course is an unbroken chain of such sacrifices. Above all, the offering of sympathy, compassion, in which the inwardly strong gives up his superiority to the powerless. The compassionate man kills something within himself. But we must not confuse the sympathy in the grand religious sense with the vague sentimentality of the everyday man, who cannot command himself, still less with the race feeling of chivalry that is not a moral of reasons and rules at all, but an upstanding and self-evident custom bred of the unconscious pulsations of a keyed-up life. That which in civilized times is called social ethics has nothing to do with religion, and its presence only goes to show the weakness and emptiness of the religiousness of the day, which has lost that force of metaphysical sureness that is the condition precedent of strong, convinced, and self-denying moral. Think for instance of the difference between Pascal and Mill. Social ethic is nothing but practical politics. It is a very late product of the same historical world whose springtime, in all cultures alike, has witnessed the flowering of an ethic of high courage and knightliness in a strong stock that does not wince under the life of history and fate, an ethic of natural and acquired reactions that polite society today would call the instincts of a gentleman, an ethic of which vulgarity and not sin is the antithesis. Once again it is the castle versus the cathedral. The castle character does not ask about precepts and reasons. In fact, it does not ask questions at all. Its code lies in the blood which is pulse, and its fear is not of punishment or requital, but of contempt, and especially self-contempt. It is not selfless, on the contrary, it springs from the very fullness of a strong self. But compassion likewise demands inward greatness of soul, and so it is those self-same springtimes that produce the most saintly servants of pity, the Francis of Assisi, the Bernard of Clairvaux, in whom renunciation was a pervading fragrance, to whom self-offering was bliss, whose caritas was ethereal, bloodless, timeless, historyless, in whom fear of the universe had dissolved itself into pure, flawless love, a summit of causal moral of which late periods are simply no longer capable. To constrain one's blood, one must have blood. Consequently it is only in knightly warrior times that we find a monasticism of the great style, and the highest symbol for the complete victory of space over time is the warrior become ascetic, not the born dreamer and weakling, who belongs by nature to the cloister, nor again the scholar, who works at a moral system in the study. Putting Kant aside, that which is called moral today, a proper affection for one's nearest, or the exercise of worthy inclinations, or the practice of caritas with an arrière-pensée of acquiring political power by that means, is not honor moral, or even a low grade of it, according to springtime standards. To repeat, there is grand moral only with reference to death, and its sources are a fear, pervading the whole waking consciousness, of metaphysical causes and consequences, a love that overcomes life, a consciousness that one is under the inexorable magic of a causal system of sacred laws and purposes, which are honored as truths and which one must either wholly belong to or wholly renounce. Constant tension, self-watching, self-testing, accompany the exercise of this moral, which is an art, and in the presence of which the world as history sinks to nothingness. Let a man be either a hero or a saint. In between lies, not wisdom, but banality. 2. If there were truths independent of the currents of being, there could be no history of truths. If there were one single eternally right religion, religious history would be an inconceivable idea. But, however highly developed the microcosmic side of an individual's life may be, it is nevertheless something stretched like a membrane over the developing life, perfused by the pulsing blood, ever betraying the hidden drive of cosmic directedness. Race dominates and forms all apprehension. It is the destiny of each moment of awareness to be a cast of time's net over space. Not that eternal truths do not exist. Every man possesses them, plenty of them, to the extent that he exists and exercises the understanding faculty in a world of thoughts, in the connected ensemble of which they are, in and for the instant of thought, unalterable fixtures, ironbound as cause-effect combinations in hoops of premises and conclusions. Nothing in this disposition can become displaced, he believes. But in reality it is just one surge of life that is lifting his waking self and its world together. Its unity remains integral, but as a unit, a whole, a fact, it has a history. Absolute and relative are to one another as transverse and longitudinal sections of a succession of generations, the latter ignoring space, and the former time. The systematic thinker stays in the causal order of a moment, only the physiognomist who reviews the sequence of positions realizes the constant alteration of that which is true. Als Vergang gleich ist nur ein Gleichnis holds good for the eternal truths also, as soon as we follow their course in the stream of history, and watch them move on as elements in the world picture of the generations that live and die. For each man, during the short space of his existence, the one religion is eternal and true which destiny, through the time and place of his birth, has ordained for him. With it he feels, out of it he forms, the views and convictions of his days. To its words and forms he holds fast, although what he means by them is constantly changing. In the world as nature there are eternal truths, in the world as history there is an eternally changing trueness. A morphology of religious history, therefore, is a task that the Faustian spirit alone could ever formulate, and one that it is only now, at this present stage of its development, fit to deal with. The problem is enunciated, and we must dare the effort of getting completely away from our own convictions and seeing before us everything indifferently as equally alien. And how hard it is! He who undertakes the task must possess the strength not merely to imagine himself in an illusory detachment from the truths of his world, understanding illusory even to one for whom truths are just a set of concepts and methods, but actually to penetrate his own system physiognomically to its very last cells. And even then is it possible, in a single language, which structurally and spiritually carries the whole metaphysical content of its own culture, to capture transmissible ideas of the truths of other-tongued men? There is, to begin with, over the thousands of years of the first age, the colorless throng of primitive populations, which stand fearfully agape in the presence of the chaotic environment, whose enigmas continually weigh upon them, for no man amongst them is able logically to master it. Lucky in comparison with them is the animal, who is awake and yet not thinking. An animal knows fear only from case to case, whereas early man trembles before the whole world. Everything inside and outside him is dark and unresolved. The everyday and the demonic are tangled together without clue and without rule. The day is filled with a frightened and painful religiousness, in which it is rare to find even the suggestion of a religion of confidence, for from this elementary form of the world fear no way leads to the understanding love. Every stone on which a man stumbles, every tool that he takes in his hand, every insect buzzing past him, food, house, weather, all can be demonic, but the man believes in the powers that lurk in them only so long as he is frightened, or so long as he uses them. There are quite enough of them even so. But one can love something only if one believes in its continued existence. Love presupposes the thought of a world order that has acquired stability. Western research has been at great pains, not only to set in order individual observations gathered from all parts of the world, but to arrange them according to assumed gradations that lead up from animism, or other beginnings, as you please, to the beliefs that it holds itself. Unfortunately, it is one particular religion that has provided the values of the scheme, and Chinese or Greeks would have built it quite differently. In reality, no such gradation, leading a general human evolution up to one goal, exists. Primitive man's chaotic world around, born of his discontinuous understanding of separate moments and yet full of impressive meaning, is always something grown up, self-complete, and closed off, often with chasms and terrors of deep metaphysical premonition. Always it contains a system, and it matters little whether this is partially abstracted from the contemplation of the light world or remains wholly within it. Such a world picture does not progress, nor is it a fixed sum of particulars from which this one and that one ought to be, though usually they are, picked out for comparison irrespective of time, land, and people. In reality they form a world of organic religions, which, all over the world, possessed, and, where they linger, still possess, proper and very significant modes of originating, growing, expanding, and fading out, and a well-established specific character in point of structure, style, tempo, and duration. The religions of the high cultures are not developed from these, but different. They lie clearer and more intellectual in the light, they know what understanding love means, they have problems and ideas, theories, and techniques, of strict intellect, but the religious symbolism of everyday light they know no more. The primitive religiousness penetrates everything, the later and individualized religions are self-contained form worlds of their own. All the more enigmatic, therefore, are the pre-periods of the grand cultures, still primitive through and through, and yet more and more distinctly anticipating and pointing in a definite direction. It is just these periods, of some centuries' duration, that ought to have been accurately examined and compared amongst themselves and for themselves. In what shape does the coming phenomenon prepare itself? In the case of the Magian religions, the threshold period, as we have seen, produced the type of the prophetic religion, which led up to the apocalyptic. How comes it that this particular form is more deeply grounded in the essence of this particular culture? Or why is it that the Mycenaean prelude of the classical is filled from one end to the other with imaginings of beast-formed deities? 7. They are not the gods of the warriors up in the Megaron of the Mycenaean castle, where soul and ancestor worship was practiced with a high and noble piety evidenced still in the monuments, but the gods of down below, the powers believed in the peasant's hut. The great men-like gods of the Apollinian religion, which must have arisen about 1100 out of a mighty religious upheaval, bear traces of their dark past on all sides. Hardly one of these figures is without some cognomen, attribute, or telltale transformation myth indicative of its origin. To Homer, Hera is invariably the cow-eyed, Zeus appears as a bull, and the Poseidon of the Thelpusan legend as a horse. Apollo comes to be the name for countless primitive noumena, now he was wolf, Lycaeus, like the Roman Mars, now dolphin, Delphineus, and now serpent, the Pythian Apollo of Delphi. A serpent, too, is the form of Zeus Malikios on Attic grave reliefs and of Asclepios, and of the Furies even in Aeschylus. 8. And the sacred snake kept on the Acropolis was interpreted as Erichthonios. In Arcadia the horse-headed figure of Demeter in the temple of Phigalia was still to be seen by Pausanias. The Arcadian Artemis Callisto appears as a she-bear, but in Athens too the priestesses of Artemis Brauronia were called arctoi, bears. 9. Dionysus, now a bull, now a stag and pen retained a certain beast element to the end. Psyche, like the Egyptian corporal soul, is the soul bird. And upon all this supervenade the innumerable semi-animal figures like sirens and centaurs that completely fill up the early classical nature picture. Point 10. But what are the features, now, of the primitive religion of Merovingian times that foreshadow the mighty uprising of the Gothic that was at hand? That both are ostensibly the same religion, Christianity, proves nothing when we consider the entire difference in their deeps. For, we must be quite clear in our own mind on this, the primitive character of a religion does not lie in its stock of doctrines and usages, but in the specific spirituality of the mankind that adopts them and feels, speaks, and thinks with them. The student has to familiarize himself with the fact that primitive Christianity, more exactly, the early Christianity of the Western Church, has twice subsequently become the expression vehicle of a primitive piety, and therefore itself a primitive religion, namely, in the Celtic Germanic West between 500 and 900, and in Russia up to this day. Now, how did the world mirror itself to these converted minds? Leaving out of account some few clerics of, say, Byzantine education, what did one actually think and imagine about these ceremonies and dogmas? Bishop Gregory of Tours, who, we must remember, represents the highest intellectual outlook of his generation, once lauded the powder rubbed from a saint's tombstone in these words, "O divine purgative, superior to all doctors' recipes, which cleanses the belly like scammony and washes away all stains from our conscience." For him the death of Jesus was a crime which filled him with indignation, but no more, the resurrection, on the contrary, which hovered before him vaguely, he felt deep down as an athletic tour de force that stamped the Messiah as the grand wizard and so legitimated him as the true Savior. Of any mystic meaning in the story of the Passion he has not an inkling. Point 11. In Russia the conclusions of the Synod of 100 chapters, of 1551, evidence a wholly primitive order of belief. Shaving of the beard and wrong handling of the cross both figure here as deadly sins. They were affronts to the daemons. The Synod of Antichrist, of 1667, led to the vast secession of the Rascal movement, because thenceforward the sign of the cross was to be made with 3 fingers instead of 2, and the name Jesus was to be pronounced Jesus instead of Isis, whereby, for the strict believer, the power of this magic over the daemons would be lost. Point 12. But this effect of fear is, after all, not the only one nor even the most potent. Why is it that the Merovingian period shows not the slightest trace of that glowing inwardness and longing to sink into the metaphysical that suffuses the Magian seed time of apocalyptic and the closely analogous period of the Holy Synod, 1721 to 1917, in Russia? What was it that from Peter the Great's time on led all those martyr sects of the Raskolniki to celibacy, poverty, pilgrimage, self-mutilation, and asceticism in its most fearful forms, and in the 17th century had driven thousands, in religious frenzy, to throw themselves en masse into the flames? The doctrines of the Klisti, with their Russian Christs, of whom 7 are counted so far, the Doukhobors with their Book of Life, which they use as their Bible and hold to contain psalms of Jesus orally transmitted, the Skoptsi with their ghastly mutilation precepts, manifestations, one and all, of something without which Tolstoy, nihilism, and the political revolutions are incomprehensible. 13. How is it that in comparison the Frankish period seems so dull and shallow? Is it that only Aramaeans and Russians possess religious genius, and, if so, what have we to expect of the Russia that is to come, now that, just in the decisive centuries, the obstacle of scholarly orthodoxy has been destroyed? 3. Primitive religions have something homeless about them, like the clouds and the wind. The mass souls of the proto-peoples have accidentally and fugitively condensed into one being, and accidental, therefore, is and remains the where which is an anywhere of the linkages of waking consciousness arising from the fear and defensiveness that spread over them. Whether they stay or move on, whether they alter or not, is immaterial so far as concerns their inward significance. From life of this order the high cultures are separated by a deep soil-boundness. Here there is a mother landscape behind all expression forms, and just as the state, as temple and pyramid and cathedral, must fulfill their history there where their idea originated, so too the great religion of every springtime is bound by all the roots of its being to the land over which its world image has risen. Sacral practices and dogmas may be carried far and wide, but their inner evolution stays spellbound in the place of their birth. It is simply an impossibility that the slightest trace of evolution of classical city cults should be found in Gaul, or a dogmatic advance of Faustian Christianity in America. Whatever disconnects itself from the land becomes rigid and hard. It begins, in every case, like a great cry. The dull confusedness of terror and defense suddenly passes into a pure awakening of inwardness that blossoms up, wholly plant-wise, from Mother Earth, and sees and comprehends the depth of the light world with own outlook. Wherever introspectiveness exists as a living sense, this change is felt and welcomed as an inward rebirth. In this moment never earlier, and never, at least with the same deep intensity, later it traverses the chosen spirits of the time like a grand light, which dissolves all fear in blissful love and lets the invisible appear, all suddenly, in a metaphysical radiance. Every culture actualizes here its prime symbol. Each has its own sort of love, we may call it heavenly or metaphysical as we choose, with which it contemplates, comprehends, and takes into itself its Godhead, and which remains to every other culture inaccessible or unmeaning. Whether the world be something set under a domed light cavern, as it was for Jesus and his companions, or just a vanishingly small bit of a star-filled infinity, as Giordano Bruno felt it, whether the Orphics take their bodily God into themselves, or the spirit of Plotinus, soaring in ecstasy, fuses in Henosis with the Spirit of God, or Saint Bernard in his mystic union becomes one with the operation of infinite deity, the deep urge of the soul is governed always by the prime symbol of the particular culture and of no other. In the Vth dynasty of Egypt, 2680 to 2540, which followed that of the great pyramid builders, the cult of the Horus falcon, whose cat dwelt in the reigning monarch, faded. The old local cults and even the profound thought religion of Hermopolis fell into the background. The sun religion of Re appears. Out from his palace westward every king erects a re-sanctuary by his tomb temple, the latter a symbol of a life directional from birth to sarcophagus chamber, the former a symbol of grand and eternal nature. Time and space, being and waking being, destiny and sacred causality are set face to face in this mighty twin creation as in no other architecture in the world. To both a covered way leads up, that to the Re is accompanied by reliefs figuring the power of the sun god over the plant and animal worlds and the changings of seasons. No god image, no temple, but only an altar of alabaster adorns the mighty terrace on which at daybreak, high above the land, the pharaoh advances out of the darkness to greet the great god who is rising up in the east. 14. This youthful inwardness proceeds always out of a townless countryside, out of villages, hovels, sanctuaries, solitary cloisters, and hermitages. Here is formed the community of high awareness, of the spiritual elect, which inwardly is separated by a whole world from the great being currents of the heroic and the knightly. The two prime estates, priesthood and nobility, contemplation in the cathedral and deeds before the castles, ascesis and min, ecstasy and high-bred custom begin their special histories from this point. Though the caliph was also worldly ruler of the faithful, though the pharaoh sacrificed in both holy places, though the German king built his family vault under the cathedral, nothing gets rid of the abyssal opposition of time and space that is reflected in the contrast of these two social orders. Religious history and political history, the histories of truths and facts, stand opposed and irreconcilable. Their opposition begins in cathedral and castle, it propagates itself in the ever-growing towns as the opposition of wisdom and business, and in the last stages of historical capacity it closes as a wrestle of intellect and power. But both these movements take place on the heights of humanity. Peasantdom remains historyless under it all, comprehending politics as little as it understands dogmatics. Out of the strong young religion of saintly groups, scholasticism and mysticism develop in the early towns, Reformation, philosophy and worldly learning in the increasing tumult of streets and squares, enlightenment and irreligion in the stone masses of the late megalopolis. The beliefs of the peasant outside remain eternal and always the same. The Egyptian hind understood nothing of this He heard the name, but while a grand chapter of religious history was passing over his head in the cities, he went on worshipping the old Danite beast gods, until with the XXVth dynasty and its fellow religion they regained supremacy. The Italian peasant prayed in Augustus's time just as he had done long before Homer and as he does today. Names and dogmas of big religions, blossoming and dying in turn, have penetrated to him from the towns and have altered the sounds of his words, but the meaning remains ever the same. The French peasant lives still in the Merovingian age. Freya or Mary, Druids or Dominicans, Rome or Geneva, nothing touches the innermost kernel of his beliefs. But even in the towns one stratum hangs back, historically, relatively to another. Over the primitive religion of the countryside there is another popular religion, that of the small people in the underground of the towns and in the provinces. The higher a culture rises, Middle Kingdom, Brahmin period, pre-Socratics, pre-Confucians, Baroque, the narrower becomes the circle of those who possess the final truths of their time as reality and not as mere name and sound. How many of those who lived with Socrates, Augustine, and Pascal understood them? In religion as otherwise the human pyramid rises with increasing sharpness, till at the end of the culture it is complete thereafter, bit by bit, to crumble. About 3000 in Egypt and Babylon two great religions began their life courses. In Egypt the Reformation period at the end of the Old Kingdom saw solar monotheism firmly founded as the religion of priests and educated persons. All other gods and goddesses whom the peasantry and the humble people continued to worship in their former meaning are now only incarnations or servants of the one Re. Even the particular religion of Hermopolis, with its cosmology, was adapted to the grand system, and a theological negotiation brought even the Ta of Memphis into harmony with dogma as an abstract prime principle of creation. 15 Exactly as in the times of Justinian and Charles V, the city spirit asserted mastery over the soul of the land, the formative power of the springtime had come to an end, the dogma was essentially complete, and its subsequent treatment by rational processes took down more of the structure than it improved. Philosophy began. In respect of dogma, the Middle Kingdom was as unimportant as the Baroque. From 1503 new religious histories begin, first the Vedic in the Punjab, then the early Chinese in the Wangho, and lastly the classical on the north of the Aegean Sea. Distinctly as the classical man's world picture and his prime symbol of the unit body is presented to us, it is difficult even to guess the details of the great early classical religion. For this lacuna we have to thank the Homeric poems, which hinder rather than help us in comprehending it. The new notion of Godhead that was the special ideal of this culture is the human-formed body in the light, the hero as mediator between man and God. So much, at any rate, the Iliad evidences. This body might be light transfigured by Apollo or disjected to the winds by Dionysus, but in every case it was the basic form of being. The sigma mu alpha as ideal of the extended, the cosmos as some of these unit bodies, being and the one as the extended in itself, and Logos 16 as the order thereof in the light, all this came up before the eyes of priest men, grandly visible and having the full force of a new religion. But the Homeric poetry is purely aristocratic. Of the two worlds, that of the noble and that of the priest, that of taboo and that of totem, that of heroism and that of sanctity, only the one is here living. It not only does not understand, but actually despises, the other. As in the Edda, so in Homer, it is the greatest glory of an immortal to know the way and code of nobility. The thinkers of the classical Baroque, from Xenophanes to Plato, regarded these scenes of God life as impudent and trivial, and they were right. They felt exactly as the theology and philosophy of the later West felt about the Germanic hero sagas and even about Gottfried of Strasbourg, Wolfram, and Walther. If the Homeric epics did not vanish as the hero songs collected by Charlemagne vanished, it was only because there was no fully formed classical priesthood, with the result that the classical cities, when they arose, were intellectually dominated by a knightly and not a religious literature. The original doctrines of this religion, which out of opposition to Homer linked themselves with the, probably, still older name of Orpheus, were never written down. All the same, they existed. Who knows what and how much is hidden behind the figures of Colchis and Tiresias? A mighty upheaval there must have been at the beginning of this culture, as at that of others, an upheaval extending from the Aegean Sea as far as Etruria, but the Iliad shows as few signs of it as the lays of the Nibelungs and of Roland show of the inwardness and mysticism of Joachim of Flores, Saint Francis, and the Crusades, or of the inner fire of that dies irae of Thomas of Celano, which would probably have excited mirth at a 13th-century court of love. Great personalities there must have been to give a mystical metaphysical form to the New World outlook, but we know nothing of them, and it is only the gay, bright, easy side of it that passed into the song of knightly halls. Was the Trojan War a feud, or was it also a crusade? What is the meaning of Helen? Even the fall of Jerusalem has been looked at from a worldly point of view as well as from a spiritual. In the nobles' poetry of Homer, Dionysus and Demeter, as priests gods, are unhonored. 17 But even in Hesiod, the herdsman of Iskra, the enthusiast searcher inspired by his folk beliefs, the ideas of the great early time are not to be found pure, any more than in Jacob Boehme the cobbler. 18 That is the second difficulty. The great early religions, too, were the possession of a class, and neither accessible to nor understandable by the generality. The mysticism of earliest Gothic, too, was confined to small elect circles, sealed by Latin and the difficulty of its concepts and figures, and neither nobility nor peasantry had any distinct idea of its existence. An excavation, therefore, important as it is in respect of the classical country faiths, can tell us as little about the early classical religion as a village church can tell us about Abelard or Bonaventura. But Aeschylus and Pindar, at any rate, were under the spell of a great priestly tradition, and before them there were the Pythagoreans, who made the Demeter cult their center, thereby indicating where the kernel of that mythology is to be sought, and earlier still were the Eleusinian mysteries and the Orphic Reformation of the 7th century, and, finally, there are the fragments of Pherecydes and Epimenides, who were not the first but the last dogmatists of a theology in reality ancient. The idea that impiety was a heritable sin, visited upon the children and the children's children, was known to Hesiod and Solon, as well as the doctrine, Apollinian also, of Hybris. 19 Plato, however, as an Orphic opponent of the Homeric conception of life, sets forth very ancient doctrines of hell and the judgment of the dead in his Phaedo. We know the tremendous formula of Orphism, the nay of the mysteries that answered the of the Agon, which arose, certainly by 1100 at latest, as a protest of waking consciousness against being sigma mu omicron sigma mu alpha, that splendid classical body a grave. Here man is no longer feeling himself as a thing of breeding, strength, and movement, he knows himself and is terrified by what he knows. Here begins the classical ascesis, which by strictest rites and expiations, even by voluntary suicide, seeks deliverance from this Euclidean body being. It is an entirely erroneous interpretation of the pre-Socratics to suppose that it was from the viewpoint of enlightenment that they spoke against Homer. It was as ascetics that they did so. These contemporaries of Descartes and Leibniz were brought up in the strict traditions of the old great Orphism, which were as faithfully preserved in the almost claustral meditation schools old and famous holy places as Gothic scholasticism was treasured in the holy intellectual universities of the Baroque. From the self-immolation of Empedocles the line runs straight forward to the suicide of the Roman Stoic, and straight back to Orpheus. Out of these last surviving traces, however, an outline of the early classical religion emerges bright and distinct. Just as all Gothic inwardness directed itself upon Mary, Queen of Heaven and Virgin and Mother, so in that moment of the classical world there arose a garland of myths, images, and figures around Demeter, the bearing mother, around Gaia and Persephone, and also Dionysus the begetter, Chthonian 20 and phallic cults, festivals, and mysteries of birth and death. All this, too, was characteristically classical, conceived under the aspect of present corporeality. The Apollinian religion venerated body, the Orphic rejected it, that of Demeter celebrated the moments of fertilization and birth, in which body acquired being. There was a mysticism that reverently honored the secret of life, in doctrine, symbol, and mime, but side by side with it there was orgiasm too, for the squandering of the body is as deeply and closely akin to asceticism as sacred prostitution is to celibacy. Both, all, are negations of time. It is the reverse of the Apollinian halt, that checks on the threshold of hybris. Detachment is not kept, but flung away. He who has experienced these things in his soul has from being a mortal become a god. In those days there must have been great saints and seers who towered as far above the figures of Heraclitus and Empedocles as the latter above the itinerant teachers of Cynicism and Stoicism. Things of this order do not happen namelessly and impersonally. As the songs of Achilles and Odysseus were dying down everywhere, a grand, strict doctrine arose at the famous old cult places, a mysticism and scholasticism with developed educational methods and a secret oral tradition, as in India. But all that is buried, and the relics of the later times barely suffice to prove that it once existed. By putting the knightly poetry and folk cults quite aside, then, we can even now determine something more of this, the classical religion. But in doing so there is a third pitfall to be avoided: the opposing of Greek religion to Roman religion. For in reality there was no such opposition. Rome is only one of innumerable city-states that arose during the great epoch of colonization. It was built by Etruscans. From the religious point of view it was recreated under the Etruscan dynasty of the 6th century, and it is possible indeed that the Capitoline group of deities, Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, which at that time replaced the ancient Trinity, Jupiter, Mars, Quirinus, of the Numa religion, was in some way connected with the family cult of the Tarquins, in which case Minerva, as goddess of the city, is unmistakably a copy of Athene. Polius. 21 The cults of this single city are properly comparable only with those of individual Greek-speaking cities of the same degree of maturity, say Sparta or Thebes, which were in no wise more colorful. The little that in these latter discloses itself as generally Hellenic will also prove to be generally Italian. And as for the claim that the Roman religion is distinguished from that of the Greek city-states by the absence of myth, what is the basis of our knowledge on the point? We should know nothing at all of the great god sagas of the springtime if we had only the festival calendar and the public cults of the Greek city-states to go upon, just as we should learn nothing of Jesus's piety from the proceedings of the Council of Ephesus or of that of Saint Francis from a church constitution of the Reformation. Menelaus and Helen were for the Laconian state cult tree deities and nothing more. The classical myth derives from a period when the polis with their festivals and sacral constitutions were not yet in existence, when there was not only no Rome, but no Athens. With the religious duties and notions of the cities which were eminently rational it has no connection at all. Indeed, myth and cult are even less in touch with one another in the classical culture than in others. The myth, moreover, is in no way a creation of the Hellenic culture field as a whole. It is not Greek but originated, like the stories of Jesus's childhood and the Grail legend, in this and that group, quite local, under pressure of deep inward stirrings. For instance, the idea of Olympus arose in Thessaly and thence, as a common property of all educated persons, spread out to Cyprus and to Etruria, thus, of course, involving Rome. Etruscan painting presupposes it as a thing of common knowledge, and therefore the Tarquins and their court must have been familiar with it. We may attach any implications we please to belief, whatever that may mean, in this myth. The point is that they will be as valid for Romans of the period of the kings as for the inhabitants of Tasia or Corcyra. That the pictures of Greek and Roman mythology that modern research has developed are quite different from this is the result not of the facts, but of the methods. In the case of Rome, Mommsen, the festal calendar and the state cults, in that of Greece the poetic literature, were taken as the starting points. Apply the Latin method which has led up to Wissowa's picture to the Greek cities, and the result is a wholly similar picture, as, for example, in Nilsson's Grecisk Fesson. When this is taken into consideration, the classical religion is seen to be a whole possessing an inner unity. The grand god legends of the 11th century, which have the dew of spring upon them, and in their tragic holiness remind us of Gethsemane, Balder's death, and Francis, are the purest essence of theoria, contemplation, a world picture before the inner eye, and born of the common inward awakening of a group of chosen souls from the world of chivalry. 22 But the much later city religions are wholly technique, formal worship, and as such represent only one side, and a different side, of piety. They are as far from the great myth as they are from the folk belief. They are concerned neither with metaphysic nor with ethic, but only with the fulfillment of sacral acts. And, finally, the choice of cults by the several cities very often originated, not, like the myth, from a single worldview, but from the accidental ancestor and family cults of great houses, which, precisely as in the Gothic, made their sacred figures the tutelary deities of the city and at the same time reserved to themselves the rights of celebrating and worshipping them. In Rome, for example, the Lupercalia in honor of the field god Faunus were a privilege of the Quinctii and Fabii. The Chinese religion, of which the Great Gothic period lies between 1300 and 1100 and covers the rise of the Zhou dynasty, must be treated with extreme care. In presence of the superficial profundity and pedantic enthusiasm of Chinese thinkers of the Confucius and Lao Tse type who were all born in the Ancien Regime period of their state world, it seems very hazardous to try to determine anything at all as to high mysticism and grand legends in the beginning. Nevertheless, such a mysticism and such legends must once have existed. But it is not from these over-rationalized philosophies of the great cities that we shall learn anything about them, as little as Homer can give us in the classical parallel, though for another reason. What should we know about Gothic piety if all its works had undergone the censorship of Puritans and Richelieuists like Locke, Rousseau, and Wolfe? And yet we treat the Confucian close of Chinese inwardness as its beginning if, indeed, we do not go farther and describe the syncretism of Han times as the religion of China. 23. We know nowadays that, contrary to the usual assumption, there was a powerful old Chinese priesthood. 24. We know that in the text of the Shuqing, relics of the ancient hero sagas and god myths were worked over rationalistically, and were thus able to survive, and similarly the Holy, Anji and Shiqing. 25 would still reveal a good deal more if only they were attacked with the conviction that there was in them something far deeper than Confucius and his like were capable of comprehending. We hear of Chthonian and phallic cults in early Zhou times, of orgiastic rites in which the service of the gods was accompanied by ecstatic mass dances, of mimic representations and dialogues between god and priestess, out of which probably, as in Greece, the Chinese drama evolved. 26 And we obtain an inkling finally of why the luxuriant growth of early Chinese god figures and myths was necessarily swallowed up in an emperor mythology. For not only all saga emperors, but also most of the figures of the He and Shang dynasties before 1400 are all dates and chronicles, notwithstanding nothing but nature transformed into history. The origins of such a process lie deep in the possibilities of every young culture. 27 Ancestor worship ever seeks to gain power over the nature daemons. All Homeric heroes, and Minos, and Theseus and Romulus, are gods become kings. In the Helian 28 Christ is about to become so. Mary is the crowned Queen of Heaven. It is the supreme, and perfectly unconscious, mode which enables men of breeding to venerate something that is, for them, what is great must have breeding, race, must be mighty and lordly, the ancestor of whole families. A strong priesthood is able to make short work of this mythology of time, but it won through partially in the classical and completely in China exactly in proportion to the disappearance of the priestly element. The old gods are now emperors, princes, ministers, and retainers. Natural events have become acts of rulers, and onsets of people's social enterprises. Nothing could have suited the Confucians better. Here was a myth which could absorb social ethical tendencies to an indefinite extent, and all that was necessary was to expunge the traces of the original nature myth.